Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Where is this? Li Wenqian was just sitting next to the computer playing games, and the next second he was directly involved in a new world by the turbulence of time and space. He looked around blankly. Overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Xiao, please go back first. Is this the Ke Xue world? Li Wenqian is sure of this. The scene in front of me happened to be the classic scene of Kyoto Shinichi saying goodbye to Ran Mori, and then going to chase the black organization. He traveled to the world of Ke Xue, and it was the opening scene. Ding! The host has a cheating device for Grand Theft Auto. Is it awakened? Yes? No? System? Standard equipment for traversers. Awakening. Li Wenqian chose to awaken almost without any hesitation. Ding! The system is awakening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Grand Theft Auto cheat. All of a sudden, Li Wenqian felt a strange wave of light flow in his head. Thoughts move. A light blue panel appeared in his consciousness, with a halo flowing on it, very technological. There are a few large characters written on the panel. Grand Theft Auto cheat device. Then there is an input box where commands can be entered. He is too familiar with this. Thinking back when other students were baffled by words in English class, he sat in the corner of the back row and memorized the cheats of Grand Theft Auto. I remember that when I went in to play this game, I didn't choose to do tasks at first. I went up to enter commands and killed Sifang, and I like to mention the title of 5-star good citizen. At this time, the two lines of small characters at the bottom of the panel attracted Li Wenqian's attention. The host can get corresponding generous rewards for crimes of different stars. The host can be resurrected infinitely. That's great. That is to say, the system wants him to be a gangster in the world of Ke Xue, and then kill the quartet. The infinite resurrection allows him to be on the verge of death without any worries. Li Wenqian stared at the input box on the cheat device. Thugstools, stick weapons. After the command was entered, a baseball bat inexplicably appeared in his hand. This is not the most flirtatious. He can also switch weapons at will with his mind. Sabers, sticks, knuckles. As long as there is something in this instruction, as long as he thinks about it in his head, it will appear in his hand immediately. Professional tools, firearms and weapons. Nutter tools, perverted weapons. Li Wenqian typed out all 3 cheats that are most suitable for crimes in the input box. Even though he is still unarmed now, as long as he has a thought, there will be Sand Eagle, Revolver, Uzi, even Gatling, Bazooka, and so on. At this time Li Wenqian had another idea. In the game of Grand Theft Auto, there are not only cheat codes for weapons, but also many weird and fun things. What impresses him the most is FANNYMAGNET. When this code was entered, a checkbox appeared on the head of the woman in front of him. This is an upgraded version of the command. This is targeted to let him choose one or more of them, take the best. He chose Xiao. Li Wenqian did not hesitate to choose an important female role in the world of Ke Xue. The moment he was selected, Xiao ran towards him as if his consciousness was controlled by someone, and then grabbed his arm, with ripples in his big eyes. Toilet drips work. Ran Mori's transformation is beyond his imagination. No emotion, all technique. Half an hour later, Ran Mori has been transformed into a filled puff. Sorry, I can't take you with me. Women only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. He, Li Wenqian, is someone who wants to do great things in Ke Xue world. Finally, before leaving, I didn't forget to take a look at Ran Mori, who looked confused. Although he can't take this woman with him, he can go to her if necessary in the future. After he walked out of the bathroom in the amusement park, he had already started thinking about making the first shot in Ke Xue world. In the Grand Theft Auto game, you can get 1-star crime by killing 1 policeman, 2-star crime by destroying 2 police cars, and the more you kill, the more stars you will get. What exactly Ke Xue's world looks like still needs him to explore bit by bit. Li Wenqian looked at a police car parked at the gate of the playground. Robbed. In full view. Li Wenqian took out a chainsaw and directly sawed open the door of the police car, then sat in the driver's seat and pulled out the ground wire, live wire, and starter wire from below to connect the car to start. It's reckless. With one kick of the accelerator, the rampage started in the downtown area. Chapter 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 1-star good citizen. This is 1 star? The corners of Li Wenqian's mouth turned up slightly, but he didn't lose himself because of this little achievement. Robbery. Someone robbed. All of a sudden, there was a commotion in the downtown area, and the little baga on the street retreated after seeing it, for fear of being affected by this crazy police car. Call the command center. Call the command center. A nasty robbery happened near the Miwa Town amusement park. The gangster drove a vehicle from east to west on Miwa Avenue. Metropolitan Police Department, please support immediately. The police of the island country reported the current situation to the command center through the walkie-talkie. Command center received. Now you are driving the police car to follow the gangster and report the situation of the gangster in real time. The command center will immediately send criminal police to support. The policeman on the other side said tremblingly, the gangsters robbed our police car. In an instant, the entire command center fell silent. It is obvious to all that Ke Xue's world is not peaceful. Murder, robbery, theft. Various cases emerge in endlessly. But this is the first time I have encountered a police car. Pull out the beard. Does this mean that they don't treat these island country police as human beings? Then find a way. If the police car can't be found, you two don't have to come back. The person in charge of the command center roared at the top of his lungs. How embarrassing! Once this matter is reported by the media, the face of the Tokyo police will be completely humiliated. In just 2 minutes, the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was already boiling. Just received the news. Someone robbed a police car at Miwako Amusement Park. Currently the gangster is driving a police vehicle from east to west. Just now the command center has ordered the traffic department to set up roadblocks to block the gangster in the Miwa Tunnel. Now all members of the first search team are dispatched to the Miwa Tunnel. This kind of vicious robbery naturally fell on the head of the 3 departments of violent crime. Officer Magyar was taken aback the moment he received the order. Even though he dealt with various homicide cases all day long, he had never experienced a case of robbing a police car. According to his years of experience in handling cases, the other party must be a gangster. Not to be underestimated. Rice Flower Tunnel. Li Wenqian has one thought in his mind right now. Careless. It was the first time he committed a crime, he lacked rich experience, and he was not so familiar with Xiao Bega's path, which led him to fall into a dead end without paying attention. Fortunately, after he entered, he blew up a long-distance bus, which can be used as his bunker and can also block the attack of the island country police. Just now, he discovered a flaw in the Grand Theft Auto cheat. The 2 commands of invincibility mode and blood increase cannot be used in his cheating device. Godofta, all weapons and full ammo. Precious protection, full body armor. On speed, going fast. Li Wenqian entered a series of instructions again. He is ready to fight to the death with the island police in the Miwa Tunnel. At this time, Police Officer Magyar led the team to. What's the situation? Officer Magyar took over the walkie-talkie, which means he took over the command of the scene. The gangster has been trapped in the Miwa Tunnel by us. He has a pistol in his hand besides the chainsaw. This is why the island police are currently afraid to enter the tunnel easily. Are there any hostages? The policeman at the scene shook his head and said, no. It's easy without hostages. Say to him now. Magyar Juzu gave the order immediately. Although shouting at gangsters will not have substantive effects in most cases, it can cause strong psychological oppression to gangsters. After the gangsters' minds were disturbed, their opportunity came. People inside, listen. You are now surrounded, put down your weapons and come out and surrender immediately. Surrender? Surrender your grandma's legs. Let's Lao Li let you little Baga take a look at what is called the dragon crossing the river today. Li Wenqian set up Gatling to point at Xiao Baga, who was shouting, and the 6 barrels started to spray bullets at the same time. Thug chug. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. From his perspective, he could only see the dense firepower spraying towards the island police. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 2-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the 3-star good citizen achievement. Although he is now trapped in the Miwa tunnel, with the help of Gatling, he can still fight with the momentum of thousands of people. Chapter 3. Bandits. The opposite is a gangster. The gangster is holding a large heavy weapon. Someone here is already injured. Although the 3 violent crime departments led by police officer Magyar have cracked countless cases, they have never encountered gangsters who fought back against the police with large and heavy weapons like they did in a few days. All of a sudden, the police in the entire 3 departments of violent crimes were in a mess. Get down! Everyone get down! Officer Magyar lay on the ground and looked at the 2 trainee police officers beside him who were already frightened into a daze. Gangster across the way, I really FG thank you. Let my 2 trainee police officers pull the ground. Officer Magyar, what now? Withdraw. The firepower of the gangsters was too fierce, and the M60 revolver in their hands could not compete at all. Officer Magyar dared to get up from the ground only after retreating to a safe range. Sato, Takagi. Officer Magyar saw that his 2 capable officers did not become dead under the gun under the cover of the firepower just now. This may be the most gratifying thing in his heart now. You 2 are now taking stock of our Metropolitan Police Department casualties. The firepower just now was too fierce. He didn't even have time to fully see his surroundings. But from the screams coming from all directions, it is not difficult to hear that many colleagues must have been injured or died in this operation. Yes. Takagi and Sato were also frightened by the bandits this time. In previous operations, the most terrifying thing they had come into contact with was the bomber. By contrast, this guy who blatantly robbed a police car and shot wildly with Gatling was the real horror. Hi, I'm Magyar. Currently the gangsters have heavy weapons, which we cannot deal with. I request the support of special forces. Magyar Juzu still has a clear understanding of himself and the capabilities of the 3 lines of violent crime. This task has seriously exceeded the standard for the 3 departments of violent crime. Letting them go up now is tantamount to giving away their heads. Okay, I know. Matsumoto Kiyonaga on the other end of the phone said heavily. Officer Magyar. We have counted the casualties just now. 2 officers were killed and 8 were injured in our Metropolitan Police Department Violent Crime Unit. That's a lot of casualties for the Metropolitan Police Department. How many people are there in the 3 departments of violent crime? Including Magyar Juzu, there were only 35 police officers in total, and this operation almost wiped out 1/3 of the police force of the 3 departments. Magyar Juzu looked at the other side of the police who reported to him just now. Didn't the FG gangster only have a small pistol? If this guy hadn't been shot and killed in the gun battle just now, he would definitely not let him go. Inside the tunnel, Li Wenqian also took a short break after a round of shooting. Based on his experience of watching many gangster movies, the island police would definitely not dare to act rashly after this round of shooting. What he has to do now is to deal with the second round of attacks by the island nation's police, and let the group of Little Baga know what is the fear beyond death. MP5, Uzi, Micropunch, M16, Gatling, Bazooka, Flamethrower. One weapon after another was switched in his hands. He must be familiar with the different weights of each weapon so that he can perform the best in the next battle. Hoo 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 hoo. At this moment, Li Wenqian vaguely heard the sound of gusts of wind above his head. This is a helicopter? The appearance of a helicopter at this time did not surprise Li Wenqian. A jewel thief like Kaito Kid can attract multiple police helicopters hovering in mid-air, why can't he? At this time, he suddenly realized another problem. Although it was said that he entered a dead end by mistake, the narrow space of the tunnel prevented the island country special security team on the helicopter from falling from the sky and catching him by surprise. Outside the tunnel, dozens of island country special police armed with live ammunition were ready to go, waiting for the officer to give an order, and then rushed in to kill the criminals. Hello. I am the target of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's investigation of the first section of the Violent Crime Department. The captain of the special security team raised his hand and interrupted Magyar Juzu's self-introduction. He snatched the walkie-talkie from Magyar Juzu and shouted loudly, "Everyone evacuate, from now on this place will be taken over by our special police team." Blood suppression from the police. The special security team didn't take Officer Magyar's group of soldiers and crabs seriously at all. Soon, the second round of attack has begun. Chapter 4. After the police in the island country learned that there were no police officers in the tunnel and that the gangsters had caused 2 fatalities and 8 injuries to the police, they had listed Li Wenqian as a must-kill target. In an instant, several smoke bombs were thrown from both directions of the tunnel at the same time. The angle of the smoke bomb was very tricky, instantly blocking his vision completely. Fortunately, the distance of the tunnel was long enough. The smoke bomb only separated his observation of the island country police, and did not drop at his feet. A Molotov cocktail suddenly appeared in Li Wenqian's hand. After throwing it out, another one appeared. As long as his thoughts don't break, the burning bottles in his hand will continue to appear. He threw 7 or 8 in one direction in a row. Far and near. An insurmountable flame barrier was created in the tunnel. Then he turned on the cheating device and entered an instruction in the input box. Precious protection. This is the code for infinite bullets. If you are poor, you will strike with precision, and if you are rich, you will have full coverage. It doesn't matter if he can't see the situation inside the smoke bomb clearly, as long as he shoots at it. After blocking the special police in one direction, Li Wenqian set up Gatling and started shooting inhumanely in the other direction of the tunnel. Tut, chug, chug. There were bursts of screams mixed with the dense gunfire, and the voice of Sprinkle to Lu could be heard. Li Wenqian knows that this means retreat in Japanese. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the title of a 4-star good citizen. This is 4 stars. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with his criminal path. In the history of the island country, I am afraid that no gangster has such a smooth criminal history. Ah! My leg! The enemy Gatling's firepower is too strong. The combat effectiveness of the special police was fully reflected at this time. Although he was severely suppressed under Gatling's strafing, it was not as embarrassing as someone from the 3rd Department of Violent Crime who had never dealt with gangsters. Retreat. Evacuate first. Here is a small team. We encountered strong resistance from gangsters and needed fire support. Repeat, need fire support. While fighting back, members of the special security team moved their wounded comrades towards the entrance of the tunnel bit by bit. Although the distance is only tens of meters, it is longer than the road of life for them. This is the #1 sniper operation. The smoke has not cleared, and the specific location of the gangster cannot be determined. The special security team did not expect that the smoke bomb just thrown out would now become the most powerful umbrella for the gangsters. The snipers were unable to locate the specific location of the gangsters, and the special security personnel stopped by the Molotov cocktails on the other side were afraid of accidentally injuring friendly troops and did not dare to shoot at will. At this moment, Li Wenqian put Gatling away and replaced him with a more destructive bazooka. He wants to give extraordinary meaning to the lives of the island people. Li Wenqian carried the bazooka on his shoulder, pointed at the place where the smoke hadn't dissipated, and lightly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The strong recoil caused his body to lean back, and a rocket with a mission was also launched at the same time. RPG! At this moment, there was a loud roar from behind the smoke. Someone figured out what weapon the whoosh came from. Someone dodge! Someone is running wild! Some people lie down with their heads in their hands. There are also people who have their minds switched by the fear of death and stand still waiting to die. Boom! This explosion completely repelled the special security team's attack. A rocket exploded in a narrow tunnel, causing devastating damage. An attacking team of 6 members was almost wiped out. Why didn't you tell me that the gangsters inside have heavy weapons like rocket launchers? 6 special security members died, and Captain Yamamoto began to lose his mind. If he knew that the gangsters in the tunnel were armed with lethal weapons like rocket launchers, he would never choose this attack method. Sorry. You didn't ask me. The depression in Magyar Józsu's heart was instantly released. He doesn't know. The gangsters had never used a lethal weapon like a bazooka before the special security team came. The second team withdraws. Team 4 bring the RPG over. Use his own way to treat his own body. Officer Yamamoto. Should we ask our superiors for instructions? Magyar Józsu knew that the special security team was preparing to counterattack with bazookas. The Miwa tunnel had already suffered an explosive bombardment from a rocket bomb just now. If there is another shot at this time, the Miwa tunnel will have to be rebuilt even if it doesn't collapse. Do you have any good ideas? Do you want more Japanese policemen to die at gunpoint? Although Yamamoto's words were harsh, Magyar Józsu had to agree with him. At first they thought it was a gangster who robbed a police car in the tunnel, but later they thought it was a gangster with a gun. Now it is not too much to say that they are terrorists. It is also very likely that their previous intelligence was wrong. The gangster is most likely not alone. Otherwise, how could they carry so many lethal weapons? Emission. Li Wenqian is still thinking about how to deal with the third round of attacks by the police in the island country, and then take advantage of the trend to rush to the title of a 5-star good citizen. There was a whoosh sound, followed by a rocket that gradually amplified in front of him. Miss Kunlin. In the next second, Li Wenqian felt an illusion before his eyes. End my sinful life. Chapter 5. Rice Flower Tunnel. The fog created by the smoke bombs has dissipated, but the traces left by the rocket bombs are still clearly visible. What? You mean there's no body? Officer Magyar could not accept this result. How come there is no body? The tunnels are completely sealed, and the vents are also small holes that ordinary people cannot pass through. There are a large number of police blocking the tunnel on both sides. How could the gangsters disappear? Not only the body was not found, but Gatling and the bazooka were also missing. Such a result made the entire Metropolitan Police Department Search Section 1 and the Special Security Team ponder. Rice Flower Amusement Park. Li Wenqian looked at himself with all beards and tails. He is alive again. He was still the one who was 1.8 meters tall and looked like Pannon. Li Wenqian looked around. This time, there is no farewell from Kyoto Shinichi, and there is no Xiao Ran who is at a loss in place. Li Wenqian was wondering, when a news report appeared on the big screen in the playground. Yesterday evening, a terrorist shooting incident occurred in Miwa Tunnel. The gunman has been shot dead by the Tokyo police. In this case, the Miwa Tunnel was temporarily blocked as the car exploded. Li Wenqian understands. Miwa Amusement Park is just his resurrection point in Ke Xue world, but his resurrection does not affect the operation of the whole world. He was resurrected here just now, and the whole world has returned to its original point. That's great. In other words, he can be resurrected infinitely, but the pain of the island police will not disappear. Ding! Congratulations on the rebirth of the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 1-star good citizen badge of the island country. Ding! congratulations to the host for winning the 2-star Good Citizen badge of the island country. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the 3-star Good Citizen badge of the island country. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the 4-star Good Citizen badge of the island country. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a system space. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 2 billion yen in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining extraordinary power. Li Wenqian finally understands why his cheater can't increase blood and be in invincible mode. Because only after he died, the system would distribute generous rewards to him. Although 2 billion yen is tempting, it does not seem worth mentioning in front of extraordinary power. Only after possessing extraordinary power can he commit crimes better, and strive to achieve the title of 5-star Good Citizen as soon as possible. The lesson from the last death made him come to a conclusion: don't be too reckless. The last time he was hit by mistake, he was blocked in the tunnel by the island country police in the state of freeing himself, and then he was shot into his soul. Lessons learned. This time he had to find a position that was extremely beneficial to him before committing a crime. Walking out of the playground, I happened to meet a little baga driving a Maserati bossing around the security guard at the door. You are just a stinky security guard. You only earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. What are you? Little baga is very arrogant. Gentlemen. Parking in the playground is charged, this is the rule. Your parking fee is 300 yuan in total. Security guards stopped at the door. It can be seen that there is anger in my heart, but I dare not speak out. Do you know who I am? If you dare to stop me, believe it or not, you will not be able to continue this playground. Without further ado, Li Wenqian went up to open the car door and dragged the little baga out of the car. His extraordinary strength allowed him to throw this arrogant little baga 5 or 6 meters away. Sit in the driving seat of Maserati and drive away. He is a gangster. It's okay to be a knight once in a while. Mori Detective Agency. Xiao Ran is now in a state of absence. The scene in the playground toilet yesterday is still vivid in my mind. She knows it all. But at that time, the situation was like being manipulated by someone, completely out of her control. Although it has been pulled out, she still feels that there is something in her body. No matter how you wash it, you can't wash it off. When Kyudo Shinichi waved goodbye to her, she felt in her heart that she was about to lose something very important. Lost indeed. She is no longer clean. Who is that man in black? She can still clearly remember that handsome face now, but there has never been such a number one person in her memory. She still wants to understand what is going on in her head. Why would you take the initiative to pounce on a strange man? Chapter 6. Doctor, is this really possible? Kyudo Shinichi has become smaller and he has now given himself a new name. Edogawa Konan. Last night, in order to convince Dr. Agaza who lives next door that he is Kyudo Shinichi, he even used his most proud reasoning. Of course. One old and one young are walking on the streets of Miwako to Chome. The place they're headed to is the Mori Detective Agency. Because Dr. Agaza said that if he wants to restore Kyudo Shinichi, he must first find the group of men in black who took drugs. Xiao Ran's home is a detective agency, and it is also one of the easiest places to get access to the case. Although it seemed that Dr. Agaza, a strange old man, didn't want to take him in, this reason really made him unable to refuse. It's just. Will Xiao Ran really take him in? Shinichi, don't worry. Xiao Ran is a kind-hearted girl, besides, you look so much like Shinichi when you were young. She will definitely like it when she sees it, and maybe she will hold you in her arms. Talking while walking. The two soon arrived at the door of Mori's detective agency. Doctor, you must not call me by the wrong name later. His name is now Edogawa Konan. Kyudo Shinichi will not exist in this world until his body recovers. Dr. Agaza made an okay gesture to Kyudo Shinichi while knocking on the door. Door open. It was Xiao Ran standing in front of the door. Dr. Agaza, is there something wrong? Xiao Ran was listless. It's like I didn't sleep well last night. That's exactly what happened. Xiao Ran, I'm really sorry to trouble you with something. Can you let this child stay in your home for a while? The child's relatives were hospitalized due to an accident, so they came to ask me to take care of them. But I'm a bachelor after all, and I really don't have much experience in taking care of children. Xiao Ran finished listening. But nothing seemed to be heard. Sorry. I really don't have much experience in caring for people. After Xiao Ran finished speaking, she closed the door absent-mindedly. Boom! The sound of the door panel hitting the door frame also broke Kyudo Shinichi's heart. Doctor, is this what you said is okay? Kyudo Shinichi has now started to mess around in the wind. He shouldn't have come to Mori Detective Agency, and he shouldn't have listened to Dr. Agaza's bad idea. It's too embarrassing. It shouldn't be. Dr. Agaza felt that the set of arguments he fabricated in advance was impeccable, and Xiao Ran's kindness should not refuse it. Which ring is the problem? It's okay, Shinichi. Since Mori Detective Agency can't do anything, then you will live with me. What else could Kyudo Shinichi do right now? He still doesn't want to tell his parents who are far away across the ocean about this matter. Not long after Kyudo Shinichi came downstairs, a blue Masa stopped at the downstairs of Mori Detective Agency. Li Wenqian opened the car door and got out of the driver's seat. He said that he would definitely come to Xiao Ran if necessary in the future. After getting off the car, don't forget to hold the rose on the passenger seat. Life is not only about fighting and killing, sometimes it also needs some beautiful encounter embellishments. Who is it again? The moment Xiao Ran opened the door of the room, he couldn't calm down anymore. It's you. Although I don't know who the person in front of me is. But Xiao Ran knows. This is the one who slept with her. Wrong. It's the man who went to the toilet. This face has appeared in her head more than once, and she will never admit it. We meet again. Li Wenqian didn't expect Xiao Ran to be so happy to see him. The happy face was pale, and the happy eyes were full of tears. Xiao Ran wants to close the door. But her strength is nothing compared to Li Wenqian, who has gained extraordinary power. Don't come here. If you dare to come in, I will call the police. I warn you, I know karate. Xiao Ran is terrified now. She felt that her lair would be invaded by this man who broke in suddenly. You weren't like this the last time we met. Ran Mori doesn't want to talk. I don't even want to mention the last encounter between myself and Li Wenqian. FANNYMAGNET. The distance between a strong girl and a you girl is only a short code command, and Li Wenqian still likes Xiao Ran's way of throwing herself into her arms. Gently picked up Xiao Ran with both hands, and walked directly towards the bedroom. Still no emotion. It's all about miracles with great effort. My name is Li Wenqian. Gentle style, humble modesty. He knew Xiao Ran would be able to hear it now. The fact that this woman is not under her own control does not mean that her brain is completely occupied by instructions. Before leaving, a rose was planted on Xiao Ran's buttocks, which was used as a decoration for the in-depth communication between the two. Chapter 7. Tokyo Tower. This is a building jointly designed by architect Ta Nakanato and Nikon Seke. It is also one of the landmark buildings in Tokyo. The reason why Li Wenqian came here is also very simple. He wants to unlock his title of 5-star good citizen on this self-supporting iron tower. The reason for choosing here is also very simple. First, the Tokyo Tower is 332.6 meters high, followed by a large observation deck at 150 meters, and a special observation deck at 250 meters. Both of these positions can become a powerful firepower for him to command. Relying on Gatling with unlimited bullets, it would be an inhuman dimensionality reduction blow, and what he had to pay attention to was the sudden drop of the special security team. He chose Tokyo Tower for another important reason. As a symbolic building in Tokyo, the Tokyo Tower is far from being comparable to the Miwa Tunnel. If the group of detectives in the island country choose to let him die with the Tokyo Tower, then wait for him to commit suicide by cutting himself out. Just do it. Li Wenqian decided to go to the ticket office to buy a ticket to enter. Special circumstances, special treatment. He will not go all the way from the entrance to the special observation deck 250 meters away in order to escape a ticket. There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 people who come to visit Tokyo Tower. Let alone human beings, even 2,000 pigs are enough for Li Wenqian to kill for a day. The purpose of his coming to Tokyo Tower is to become a 5-star good citizen of the island country, not to turn this place into an out-and-out slaughterhouse. There are 2 types of tickets for Tokyo Tower. The first is an ordinary ticket worth 1,200 yen, but you can only go up to the observation deck 150 meters away to watch the whole of Tokyo. The second is a special ticket worth 3,000 yen. You can go up to a special observation deck 250 meters away to watch Tokyo, Tokyo Bay, Izu, and the Boso Peninsula. Li Wenqian decisively chose the special ticket of 3,000 yen. Not bad. He now has 2 billion yen on him, and the system also gave him a warm reminder. After the death of the host, all the property in the system space and the abilities acquired by the host will not disappear. Li Wenqian checks in. At the entrance, I took an introduction about Tokyo Tower, with its construction height, time, and history, etc. on it. The second page is a tourist map inside the Tokyo Tower. The lower part of the Iron Tower is the Iron Tower building, the lounge on the first floor, the shopping mall on the second floor, the Wax Museum on the third floor, and the Modern Science Museum and TV studio on the fourth floor. Tokyo Tower is also responsible for 7 TV stations and 21 TV relay stations and radio transmission tasks. In other words, if the Tokyo Tower is bombed, the people of Tokyo may only be able to watch AV tonight. This is very nice. In the eyes of tourists, this introduction about Tokyo Tower may be just a travel guide, but in Li Wenqian's eyes, it is a strategy for becoming a 5-star good citizen. This map has given him a comprehensive understanding of Tokyo Tower. Thinking of being selected as a 5-star good citizen of the island country in the future, Li Wenqian's steps have begun to accelerate. Step aside. Get out of the way. I have a bomb on me. A group of little baga around cast a surprised look, and some even looked down on him very much. But they didn't take it seriously. Special lookout. He is now standing 250 meters away from the Tokyo Tower, and he can overlook the entire Tokyo with the naked eye, but it doesn't look that good. 100 yen each time. The time limit is still 3 minutes. The evil capitalists are still engaged in invisible consumption here. Didn't they say that the 3,000 yen ticket can enjoy the entire Tokyo Tower? Cheating. Laozi will blow up this tower for you before the interim. Li Wenqian took out 100 yen from the system space while thinking in his heart. Just about to coin. Unexpectedly, a little baga took the lead. I know you. I just said that I had a bomb on my body and ran in front of us, and now I want to jump in line, don't I? I won't let it. Don't you have a bomb on your body? Then take it out and show us. The little baga, who was in his 30s, had an extremely arrogant attitude. And the next second, a grenade suddenly appeared in Li Wenqian's hand, which happened to be placed on top of the giant telescope. Don't you want to see it? Look. You are still capable of riding a horse. Little baga, who had been extremely arrogant just now, had already turned pale with fright. He would never have thought that there was really a bomb on Li Wenqian's body. Bomb. There's a bomb. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the special observation deck 250 meters away from Tokyo Tower. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Panic spreads invisible among the crowd, spreading farther and farther. Chapter 8. Li Wenqian picked up the red dot sniper rifle and accurately found Xiao Baga, who was extremely arrogant just now in the crowd. Kill with one shot. Is it reasonable to jump in line? The Tokyo Tower, which had already become a riot, boiled instantly because of his loud shot. The tourists in the Tokyo Tower ran away like frightened wild boars, and within 2 minutes he was the only one left on the observation deck 250 meters away from the Tokyo Tower. Very nice. The first step of the plan to clear the Tokyo Tower has been successfully completed. This prevents plainclothes police from sneaking up on him in the crowd. In order to add some sense of ritual to life, Li Wenqian also specially put on a mask for himself. The reason why he did this is after careful consideration. The mechanism of the system allows him to be resurrected infinitely, but it will not change his appearance after each resurrection. If his appearance is exposed too early, it is very likely that he will be wanted after resurrection, which will be very unfavorable for him to become a 5-star good citizen next time. Over time, even his resurrection point in Miwako Amusement Park will be in danger of being exposed. Next, in order to make the criminal police of Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department more efficient in dispatching police, Li Wenqian picked up the bazooka and first tested 2 shots at the vehicles parked below. No misses. It can be said that it is easy for him to hit the target below from this condescending angle, but if the police below want to attack him, they need to shoot from their backs. The difference in difficulty between the two is not 1.5 stars. At this moment, he saw several security guards in Tokyo Tower with batons in their hands, ready to grope up. Thug. The M16 carbine's half-shuttle bullets shot down, instantly dispelling the group of security guards' chance to show themselves. Hello. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. A gangster with a gun appeared above the Tokyo Tower and was shooting at the people below. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is holding a final wrap-up meeting on last night's Miwa Tunnel shooting. Police Officer Magyar immediately summoned the criminal police of the 3rd Department of Violent Crimes under his command to rush to the scene of the crime after receiving the call to the police. Officer Magyar. You mean another gun-wielding gangster appeared in Tokyo Tower? Magyar Juzu nodded heavily. He also felt evil. There have been gun-wielding gangsters shooting incidents in Tokyo for 2 consecutive days. Is the frequency of such crimes a bit high? Soon. All the members of the 3 violent crime departments led by Magyar Juzu have arrived. The frightened little Baga had escaped from the Tokyo Tower, and several cars around had been blown up just as the informant had told them. The person in charge of Tokyo Tower saw Magyar Juzu as if seeing his own father, and ran up in stride. What's the situation at the scene? Did the gangster put forward any conditions? Based on the analysis of Magyar Juzu's many years of experience in handling cases, the gangsters can't do this for no reason. Either asking for money, or releasing his companions in prison, or asking the police to meet some weird demands. No. The gangster seemed to have never spoken a word after he went up, but he would shoot anyone who approached the entrance. The person in charge of the Iron Tower thought that their scenic spot had offended someone. Obviously not so far. Officer Magyar, could this be? Takagi Wataru hesitated to speak. But the criminal police who heard this at the scene understood what he meant. Neither the body nor the firearms of the bandit was found in the Miwa Tunnel last night, but now they suddenly appeared again, and another bandit with a gun was standing above the Tokyo Tower and shooting. The bullet holes on the ground and the vehicles destroyed by the rocket launchers all show that the 2 cases have a surprisingly consistent modus operandi. How to explain this? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible for the gunman to escape from the Miwa Tunnel under the circumstances yesterday. Officer Magyar couldn't believe it, let alone accept such a fact. There are endless strange criminal methods in the world of Ke Xue. This guy must have played a trick before he died. Takagi and Chiba were in charge of evacuating the surrounding people and getting everyone to retreat a kilometer away. Sato is in charge of contacting the special security team and telling them that a gangster with a bazooka has appeared in Tokyo Tower. Magyar Juzu learned to be smart this time. Bandits with bazookas and Gatlings are not something ordinary criminal police with small revolvers like them can deal with. Yes. At this moment, the entire 3 lines of violent crime started to move. As the commander, Magyar József took out his binoculars and looked at the position 250 meters above the Iron Tower. Ultraman. He saw a Tija with a bazooka on his shoulder. Chapter 9. Li Wenqian took out a bento in the system space, sat in the Iron Tower and ate it with relish. He is ready for a protracted battle with the island criminal police. This time, I will strive to unlock the title of a 5-star good citizen of his island country on the Tokyo Tower. I just ate half of the meal. The vehicles of the special security team have surrounded the entire Tokyo Tower. Quite a lot. According to visual inspection, there must be hundreds of members of the special security team. Li Wenqian put on the mask again and turned his back to pick up the bazooka and fired. Hello. Whoosh. A rocket with a white tail flame hit one of the police cars of the special security team at a speed visible to the naked eye. Reciprocity. The special security team responded to his call this time. The car flipped happily in mid-air for 2.5 weeks, and then exploded instantly when it fell to the ground. Fire suppression. Everyone retreats 200 meters. In an instant, gunshots rang out from the Tokyo Tower. Captain Yamamoto was taken aback. This gangster seems to have a bigger temper than the last one. Officer Magyar, is there any connection between these 2 gangsters? Captain Yamamoto seems to have lost the arrogance he had in the Miwa tunnel before. It's not clear yet. However, it can be seen from the weapons and crime style that there seems to be some connection. Magyar József has been standing here for more than 10 minutes. Not to mention other people, even he now began to believe that this person was the gangster in Miwa tunnel yesterday. It's exactly the same as riding a horse at. If you really want to say what is different, it is that today's gangster has become Digia, and yesterday's one didn't see his face clearly. Who the hell let him in? Are all the security guards in the tower carrying so many weapons blind? Bazooka, Gatling, carbine. There is a small arsenal on the top of the Iron Tower, and he believes that it is engaged in arms transactions on it. I asked the staff of Tokyo Tower about this. They said that none of the tourists went up to the tower with large suitcases today. After a few minutes, the gunships of the special security team have hovered over the Tokyo Tower. The number 1 and number 2 units should not be too close to the Iron Tower. The other gangsters have anti-air lethal weapons such as RPG. Captain Yamamoto just finished speaking. A rocket was fired from a distance of 250 meters from Tokyo Tower. Boom! The armed helicopter that was still circling just now lost its balance in an instant, and hit an office building at an angle of 45 degrees towards the bottom. After the fall, there was a roar that shook the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a 4-star good citizen. A gunship has already made him a 4-star good citizen. Li Wenqian firmly believes that as long as he is allowed to fly a few more times, he will soon become a 5-star good citizen who is loved by everyone in the island country. However, the armed helicopters of the special security team obviously didn't give him this chance, and they all retreated to a safe distance and circled under the lustful power of his soul. After several unsuccessful attempts, Li Wenqian could only give up temporarily. Snapped. The glass in front of Li Wenqian shattered and hit his face. Fortunately, he was wearing a Digia mask now. Even so, it still made him feel the pain of the glass hitting his face. No, there are snipers. Li Wenqian switched to a red dot sniper rifle, and conducted a radar-like search below through the sniper scope. The Tokyo Tower is the tallest building in the surrounding area, an insurmountable commanding height at a distance of 250 meters, and the other sniper positions are all younger brothers in front of him. Li Wenqian soon found a sniper and an observer on the rooftop of the opposite building. Instant bursts. Facing the 2 little bagas in the opposite building, they just had a slap. The sniper fell to the ground in the blood mist after a shuttle of bullets went down, and the other observer was also beaten by him. Our old Li's marksmanship may be a bit poor, but he can't hold up with too many bullets. Dissatisfied? Then shoot a wave. At the same time, the members of the special security team have already dispatched a team to enter the Tokyo Tower while he was confronting the opposite rooftop. Li Wenqian himself does not know exactly how many people came in. Anyway, he has put Gatling on the only way for this group of special security personnel. Come and die. On the other side, armed helicopters hovering above the Tokyo Tower are also approaching and trying to put pressure on him. Bazooka. Li Wenqian fired at the 3 remaining helicopters in midair. Although they were all successfully dodged by the helicopter pilot, this group of annoying little baga dispelled the idea of being on the verge of death. Chapter 10. Li Wenqian set up Gatling, the moment the special security team boarded the special observation deck of Tokyo Tower. Gatling's 6 barrels were already turning at the same time. Tut, chug, chug. The rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute suffocated the group of special security personnel who were just about to launch an attack. This is the second offensive team. We encountered strong resistance from the gangsters and requested air support. The special security team has been involved in a wide range of terrorist cases, and the number of terrorists killed can be said to be a carload. But this is the first time I have seen a fairy like Li Wenqian. The number 2 aircraft and the number 3 aircraft conduct crossfire cover, cooperate with the second team. Captain Yamamoto's order has not yet been fully issued, and the person in charge of Tokyo Tower hurried over. Can't. Tokyo Tower has become a symbol of our city of Tokyo since its establishment in 1958. The bubbling attack has the potential to bring down the entire tower. After hearing this, Captain Yamamoto fell silent, unable to speak out the order he just wanted to issue. He is not a fool. Tokyo Tower is not a small building like the Miwa Tunnel, and it is not something that can be destroyed just by destroying it. At this moment, the leader of the second team roared from the intercom. RPG. Quick retreat. Li Wenqian, who was on top of the Tokyo Tower, once again used a rocket launcher, a large-scale destructive weapon. And it is used in Tokyo Tower. The explosion of the rocket caused the entire Tokyo Tower, which is more than 300 meters high, to shake slightly. One shot is not enough. Li Wenqian pointed 70 or 80 Molotov cocktails in the direction of the special security team, sealing off all the directions that came up all day. Number 2 sniper, number 3 sniper, what do you guys eat? Shoot this gangster to death immediately. Yamamoto, who was sitting in the command car, had already turned on the incompetent rage mode. This is the number 2 sniper position. There is no angle to shoot at the moment, over. This is the number 3 sniper position. There is no angle to shoot at the moment, over. It's really not their dish. At present, they are on the roof of a tens of meters high building to snipe and kill the gangsters on the 250-meter iron tower. This difficulty is 2FG great. Not to mention that the tempered glass above the iron tower will cause trouble for them to snipe. As long as the gangsters don't stand on the edge of the iron tower, they have no angle to snipe. This is the second offensive team. The road leading to the watchtower has been blocked by gangsters with Molotov cocktails. Team 2 suffered heavy casualties. There is currently no way to reorganize the attack. This is machine number 3. The gangsters are attacking the number 3 machine with a rocket launcher that can fire in succession. Do you want to fire back? Repeat. No need to repeat. I'm not deaf, I can hear. Bad news spreads frequently. Yamamoto felt his head was covered with bags. A well-equipped special security team was overwhelmed by a gangster who came out of nowhere. The word trash is already a compliment to them. 2 minutes later, aircraft number 2 and aircraft number 3 crossed over to cover and fired tear gas at Tokyo Tower. The second team prepares firefighting tools and organizes the firefighting, and launches an attack on the observation tower 2 minutes later. If one plan fails, another plan will be born. As soon as Captain Yamamoto gave the order, he heard voices from various parts of the walkie-talkie being received in no particular order. 2 minutes flies by. At the same time that Yamamoto issued the combat offensive order, the general offensive among various departments had already been launched. First of all, there were bursts of fire extinguishing sounds on the only way up from the inside of the Tokyo Tower, and then 2 armed helicopters cross-covered and fired several tear gas bombs at the tower. Miss Kunlin. Li Wenqian covered his eyes, and tears of regret fell down instantly. He hates it. I hate myself for not shooting down the 3 armed helicopters in the sky in the first place. I hate that my battle plan is not perfect enough, and I didn't send away a few more little bagas so that I can achieve the title of 5-star good citizen. Even the tears of repentance did not make Li Wenqian let go of the trigger. Before he died, Li Wenqian clearly heard the sound of him hitting a helicopter gunship, falling and exploding. Pity. If he flies the plane again, he may achieve the achievement of a 5-star good citizen. Li Wenqian finally fixed his achievements on the title of 4-star good citizen. At the moment when the special security team rushed up to kill him, Li Wenqian chose to jump off the building. High wind and bright festival. Even if our old Li sent the tower, he wouldn't let you little bastards rub their heads against each other. When he was dying, he even killed 2 of them back. Then his body began to fall at an altitude of 250 meters. It's like flying. This is the feeling of freedom. In the blood-stained sky. Flying against the wind. With a brave heart that never cries. Chapter 11. Nanny. Takagi, are you sure you checked properly? He watched the criminals fall freely from the Iron Tower more than 200 meters away. Tell him now that no dead body of the gangster was found? I'm sure I checked. Not only did we not find the dead body, we didn't even find the Gatling machine guns and rocket launchers used by the gangsters. Still the same formula, still familiar taste. If today's gangsters have nothing to do with yesterday's Miwa tunnel, he, Takagi, was the first to object. He thinks that today's gangster is the same person as yesterday's gangster, and what methods this guy has used to escape. Like now. Take me over there to have a look. Officer Magyar doesn't believe that such outrageous things can happen in this world. When he rushed to the landing area, he was instantly dumbfounded. Not to mention corpses and bloodstains, even the deep pit that should have been there after the fall could not be found. Officer Magyar is flustered in the wind. Officer, we just found a witness who was on the lookout among the crowd of onlookers. According to him, the gangsters suddenly took out a bomb near the observation deck, causing chaos in the entire Tokyo Tower. What does the gangster look like? The Chiba police officer in charge of the investigation shook his head. It was too chaotic at the time, and the witnesses said they didn't see the gangster clearly. Magyar Juzu is numb. He also began to wonder if the gangster in the Miwa tunnel yesterday was not dead. Miwako Amusement Park. Li Wenqian was resurrected with full blood, feeling full of energy. The only regret is that I did not achieve the title of a 5-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 4-star good citizen of the island country in the previous life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 TNT explosive packs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 2 billion yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the primary gun-fighting technique. Gun-fighting skills are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and master. Although there are not many rewards from the system, they are all very practical. 2 billion yen can allow him to spend a long time in a small place like Tokyo. Gun-fighting skills laid the cornerstone for him to become a 5-star good citizen of the island country. Although it's just a basic spear fighting technique, it shouldn't be worse than his current marksmanship. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you will strike with precision, and if you are rich, you will have full coverage. With gun-fighting skills, can he cover it accurately? This time, he had to make a detailed plan and strive to become a 5-star good citizen of the island country. No matter how reckless you are a dog. Before making the next plan, Li Wenqian decided to go for a wave of retaliatory consumption first. Clear up the system space and create a good mood for him to become a 5-star good citizen of the island country. Li Wenqian was walking on the road and found that the people of the island country were talking about the shooting incident at the Tokyo Tower this morning. His words are full of admiration for him. It looks like the Dijia at the Tokyo Tower killed a dozen policemen this morning. A dozen? You'd better be bold next time you speak. 2 of the helicopters were shot down by the gangster, and the number of vehicles parked near the Tokyo Tower was blown up. I'm here. At that time, the special security team was beaten and ran around like dogs. Who is that gangster? Tiga. The media has already reported that the gangster's name is Dijia. Will he continue to commit crimes in the future? Not all of them have been shot dead by the special security team, how could they still commit crimes? No way. I heard the Metropolitan Police Department never found a body. The 2 shootings have plunged the people of the island into panic, which is greater than the fear caused by radiation. Tens of thousands of little Baga from the island country expressed that they would never believe in light again. Although the shooting incident has passed, its impact will not subside for a long time. The Tokyo Tower shooting incident is nothing compared to the Miwa Tunnel. This is a blatant provocation under the watchful eyes of the public. After being seen by countless passers-by, it was widely publicized. It is impossible for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department to praise the island country criminal police as a god like it did last time. The media, newspapers, and TV stations rushed to report on the incident. On the one hand, he shouted at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department from a distance, and asked the island criminal police why the law and order in Tokyo was so poor. On the other hand, there are speculations about the identity of the gangster Tiga. Some say it's a retired special soldier, some say it's a low-level social animal with an unsatisfactory life, and some say it's a psychopathic university professor. But behind this speculation, the outside media and the public unanimously called this incident, Dijia blitzed the Tokyo Tower incident. Chapter 12. Diden High School. A black Rolls-Royce parked at the school gate. The high school students who came out of school all stared at it after seeing it. Like it? Take your life for it. He just mentioned this Rolls-Royce today, and it cost a full 200 million yen. 200 million yen is an astronomical figure for ordinary island people, but for Li Wenqian he is now pocket money. Is it a Rolls-Royce Phantom, or a handsome guy? The blooming girl who came out of Diden High School saw Li Wenqian in the driver's seat, and her eyes were full of love. He doesn't even need to enter instructions now, he only needs to wave lightly, and countless female students from the island country are willing to accept his spurs. Xiao ran. Li Wenqian saw the most beautiful girl among the female students at a glance. Instantly. Tidan High School students have all eyes on Ran Mori. What's the relationship between the two? The students have already begun to use up their imaginations in infinite reverie. Xiao Ran, do you know each other? Is this your friend? You guy has such a handsome boyfriend and you didn't tell me, it's too disrespectful. Suzuki Sanako couldn't keep his composure at all. There are only 2 things in her world, playing and falling in love. For the first thing, she has always maintained a good collision state, but she still hasn't succeeded once in the matter of falling in love. Seeing Xiao Ran dating such a handsome young man from society is more painful than killing her. No. I don't know him at all. Ran Mori saw Li Wenqian's subconscious legs soften. Pale. This big devil actually came to the school, why can't he let him go? Sanako, let's go. The voice just fell. Ran Mori grabbed Suzuki Sanako's hand and got into Li Wenqian's car. Xiao Ran, you are too much. 1 second he said he didn't know each other, but the next second his eyes turned into puddles of spring water. Duplicity without any modification. Just like Xiao Ran now looks like AST, that is to say, she believes that the 2 of them have slept together. My name is Suzuki Sanako, and I am Xiao Ran's good friend. We have played together since childhood. Suzuki Sanako took the initiative to introduce herself to avoid embarrassment. After all, she took the initiative to sit in this black Rolls-Royce without saying hello. Li Wenqian. Gentle style, humble modesty. Li Wenqian wasn't mad at Suzuki Sanako's uninvited visit. The second lady of the Suzuki consortium is a super rich little woman. Although she has 4 billion yen, she is not enough for the Suzuki consortium. The two may have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Then you must be a polite person. Li Wenqian nodded. Be it. The way he greets people most of the time is also very polite. For example, now. Rice Flower Town, 3 Chom, 46 Fandi. A brownish-yellow 5-story Xiaobi stands in this bustling villa area in Tokyo. This is a mansion purchased by Li Wenqian for himself. A total of 500 million yen was spent. As a quasi-5-star good citizen of the island country, he can't become at a loss every time he walks out of Miwa Town Amusement Park, and then plunge into the nearby hotel. Out of style. Your house is so beautiful. Suzuki Sanako still has a hand with his people. Even the Suzuki consortium, which is backed by a wealthy country, still pretends to be a stranger in front of the owner to save face. After getting out of the car, Ran Mori has been following Li Wenqian's and Suzuki Sanako feels that her good sister doesn't seem to exist in her heart. She also saw that Ran Mori seemed to be drooling, the desire for love so exaggerated that it was scary. Li Wenqian unabashedly brought Xiao Ran into the bedroom, and within 2 minutes, the sound of flax falling and dryness came from the bedroom. Suzuki Sanako is embarrassed. She kept asking herself in her heart, is it too redundant for her to sit here without a sense of participation? Just when she was considering whether to leave, Li Wenqian came out of the bedroom. The target is her. Little beauty, do you want to go together? Suzuki Sanako hadn't realized that her first kiss had been taken away by Li Wenqian, and her mind went blank with the unprecedented touch. Before she could react from the thrill of the first kiss, Li Wenqian carried her on her shoulders. Only then did she realize that she had already gotten wet during the half-hour listening outside. The longing for love and the stimulation of hormones made her not know how to refuse. Chapter 13. The next day. The sun also rises. Suzuki Sanako felt cheated by the name Li Wenqian. This guy is neither refined nor humble, but instead has a kind of wildness that goes forward. Suzuki Sanako experienced the climax under the extraordinary power and the impact of the bottom, and improvised a wave of Dragon King spray. Xiao Ran, I'm sorry. I gave you green. She didn't know when she passed out, and it was the next day after she woke up. Sanako. I don't know him at all. Suzuki Sanako looked surprised. Are you cheating ghosts here? If you don't know, you can act like AST, if you don't know, you can sit on it on your own initiative. She is not blind. I saw it all last night. If the two did not reach a consensus, then the victim must be Li Wenqian. I really don't know him. Listen to my explanation. Suzuki Sanako sat up straight and stared at Ran Mori with a serious face. Okay, I hear your sophistry. 2 days ago at the Miwa playground. Xiao Ran doesn't want to recall these things, but if she doesn't say it, how can she let her best friend Sanako understand? If she didn't tell her best friend, who else could she tell? So you're with him. She understood. Xiao Ran is greedy for Li Wenqian's appearance, and then chooses to throw herself into her arms at the playground. After being sent to the soul by Li Wenqian in the toilet, I can never forget this man. Not like this. Xiao Ran's anxious chest heaved violently, causing the two elves to sway in the wind with anger. Then why did you take the initiative to go up? Here comes the problem. Why? It's not that Xiao Ran, you're so excited. I feel like I'm being controlled by something. Xiao Ran turned pale with fright. She is not afraid of the sky and the earth, but what she is most afraid of are those invisible gods and ghosts. I know, you have been poisoned by love. Suzuki Sanako patted Xiao Ran on the shoulder seriously. In fact, she also wanted to be poisoned by love, but he never had this opportunity. Oh! Ran Mori let out a long sigh. Chat over. Destroy it, she's tired. I'm sorry Xiao Ran, I gave you green. Suzuki Sanako feels she should not be blamed for this incident. It was Xiao Ran who dragged her into Li Wenqian's car in a daze, and then Li Wenqian carried her on his shoulders in a daze. She felt that Xiao Ran should forgive her. Really, Suzuki Sanako was the only victim. Last night's output was too much, and what she experienced was even longer than her previous month of heartless life. She couldn't hate Li Wenqian for no reason. Ah! Ran Mori lifted his head to the sky and sighed. Family members, who can understand? She is really not Li Wenqian's woman. Li Wenqian drives a newly purchased Rolls-Royce on the streets of Tokyo. The speed is not fast, just enough for him to see the street view of Tokyo clearly. He summed up an experience from the previous 2 failures. It is impossible to become a 5-star good citizen without understanding the style and geographical environment of Tokyo. It was the first time in his life in Tokyo, and he was not familiar with this small place. Fortunately, he just met Miyamoto Yumi, who was resting today on the road. Miyamoto Yumi is a traffic policeman and is very familiar with the whole of Tokyo. With his 3-inch tongue, he made this woman fascinated, and finally sat up on his own initiative. The place we came over just now is Disneyland, isn't it beautiful? It's wonderful, blow it up another day. The current place is Ueno Park. It's wonderful, blow it up another day. Further ahead is Tokyo's iconic Ski Tree. It's wonderful, blow it up another day. Although Miyamoto Yumi is sitting in the car, the steering wheel is still in his hands. He likes the feeling of controlling the speed and constantly changing the rhythm from fast to slow. Women just need to sit on it and enjoy it. I didn't expect you to drive quite steadily. If you dare to drive too fast, I will give you a ticket. He understands. Women don't like men who are too fast. The two went round and round, and soon came to the Tokyo Tower, which has been troubled for the past 2 days. At this time, this Tokyo landmark building with a height of more than 300 meters has been closed, and there is still a signboard for temporary rest and suspension of business at the door. This is the Tokyo Tower. You must have seen the Tokyo Daily for the past 2 days. Even if you want to enter the Tokyo Tower, I'm afraid you won't have a chance now. It is a disgrace to the people of all the island countries that Tokyo's iconic buildings were blitzed by Tiga. But she didn't think Li Wenqian would have such empathy. In one day, Li Wenqian already had a deep understanding of the entire island country. He is now full of confidence in becoming a 5-star good citizen. Yumi, let's meet again at another time. Before getting out of the car, Li Wenqian put his arms around Miyamoto Yumi's neck and gave a choking kiss. After getting off the car, Miyamoto Yumi stood there blankly, watching Li Wenqian's Rolls-Royce keep going away. Why is she? Why? Hello, my Wako. I'm in love. Chapter 14. Villa. After Li Wenqian came back, Nyoda's room was empty. Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori, who had been partying with him last night, were long gone by this time. Pulled ruthlessly. Not even a note was left for him to reschedule another day. If he had known this earlier, he would have brought Miyamoto Yumi to the villa tonight. Sitting in the study on the top floor, Li Wenqian calmed down and began to think about the whole process of traveling in Tokyo today. With the Tokyo map he bought back at the bookstore, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the Special Security Force, and several landmark buildings and the roads connecting them are marked. Immediately after, he then concluded based on these 2 failures. In the Grand Theft Auto game, you need to destroy a certain number of police cars if you want to reach a 4-star good citizen. About a dozen or so. To achieve a 5-star crime, not only must a certain number of police cars be destroyed, but also a few helicopters must be shot down. In Ke Xue world, he can achieve the achievement of a 4-star good citizen by destroying an armed helicopter. By comparing the two, he felt that if he wanted to achieve the title of a 5-star good civic center, the best way was to secure 4 helicopters and countless police cars. Next, Li Wenqian began to formulate a plan in response to this speculation. Step 1. First, determine a location that is suitable for becoming a 5-star good citizen. Step 2. Install TNT bombs on the only way the Metropolitan Police Department and the Special Guard must pass. Step 3. Make New Year's noises at the location where the troubles occur, attracting the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the Special Security Force to dispatch the police. Step 4. Press the remote lightly when the police car arrives at the bomb site. Step 5. Watch the police car roll in the sky happily. Step 6. Use rocket launchers and Gatling to carry out precise strikes and fire coverage on the armed helicopters that come to support. The location of the first step. Li Wenqian still chooses Tokyo Tower. There are 4 reasons for this. The first is because he is familiar with it and can cope better with the experience of the last failure. The second is that the Tokyo Tower is tall, allowing him to observe clearly every move of the surrounding buildings. Third, the Tokyo Tower is very close to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, which is the least likely to cause variables in the blasting plan he formulated. Fourth, he wants to see the police car go up to the sky with his own eyes. The second step is to plant the TNT bomb. The moment Li Wenqian took out the TNT bomb from the system space, he was completely stunned. Why is it so small? In his cognition, the explosive package is as big as a sack. No matter how bad it is, there are several detonators combined together. The TNT bomb was only as big as a compressed biscuit, which made Li Wenqian doubt the power of the bomb, but he believed in the integrity of the system to him. This time he got it right. Tomorrow, go to a place to try the power of this bomb, and then decide on the next step. Li Wenqian looked at the plan he had made, down to the details of every event. This time it is Jesus who came, and there is no need to stop him from achieving the achievement of a 5-star good citizen. The next day, Li Wenqian bought a ticket from Tokyo to Osaka. Let's take a look at this small place. Besides the Tokyo Tower, what other holy places can make him a 5-star good citizen? The second is that the Shinkansen from Tokyo to Osaka will pass through bridges. He can try the effect by throwing TNT bombs from the train when the train passes the bridge. The train from Tokyo to Osaka is about to leave. Passengers, please bring your luggage. Li Wenqian quickly found the car and seat according to his ticket. There are very few people in this car number 8. There was no one around him. It's not that the little Baga of the island country is dead, but he bought all the surrounding seats specially. Make it easy for yourself. No one would shave themselves on the Shinkansen on someone else's wedding day. Such a familiar voice. Li Wenqian turned around and looked over. It was Mori, who had in-depth exchanges with him many times. Coincidentally, Ran Mori was also on this train, sitting face to face with her alcoholic dad. You still talk about me? What happened last night when you didn't come home at night? Could it be that you were dating a man outside? Ran Mori's face flushed instantly. In the past, when Dad made such silly jokes, she would always reply with thunderous force. But today, she has no momentum. Because she really slept with a man outside. The two met a total of 3 times and slept 8 times. At this moment Ran Mori suddenly became aware of a pair of eyes staring at her directly above. Look up. Her heart trembled together. This man appeared again. Chapter 15. Carriage Connection. Why is it you again? Are you following me again? Ran Mori's attitude has changed a lot compared to before, and a trace of tenderness can be heard in his tone. Maybe this is what people often say about love with each passing day. My dear lady. Our first encounter seems to be because you took the initiative to strike up a conversation. We have met 3 times in total. Which time did you not take the initiative to push me down? Xiao Ran was speechless. It was true, but that was not her intention. She felt that her consciousness was manipulated by someone, and this person was probably Li Wenqian. I still have important things to do today, please let me go. Xiao Ran was astonished, as if she was going to do something outrageous to Li Wenqian. She herself is still in the shadow of losing her virginity and has not come out. At this moment, 2 men in black passed in front of them. Sharp eyes. The murderous look on his body was solemn. In an instant, Li Wenqian felt the danger. Why are these 2 people so similar to gin and vodka? But it doesn't look like it on closer inspection. He always felt that he had a slight impression of these 2 people. This impression did not come from reality, but the Ming Ke he watched before time travel. But he can't remember all of the more than 1,000 episodes. Appointment at another day. When he drew his sword, he didn't want women to be his fetters. Li Wenqian sat back in his original position. At this time, the 2 men in black just happened to be sitting in front of him in a row. Brother, this is really an easy transaction. We only need to hand over the box to him, and we can easily take away 100 million yen. Keep your voice down. It's okay, no one will hear it. By the way, brother, what is in the box that can make that woman obediently give us 100 million yen? That's the information about gold. After she got it, she earned more than 100 million yuan. She's probably secretly happy in her seat now, looking out the window at the last view, because I put a high-performance bomb in the suitcase I handed over to that guy. Bomb? Li Wenqian felt that these 2 people were not simple. Sure enough, Ke Xue's world is full of dangers. After Li Wenqian vaguely heard the conversation between the 2, he couldn't calm down anymore. After these 2 little baga blew up the Shinkansen, what did he blow up? Li Wenqian was just about to stand up and shoot the 2 little baga, and then calmed down instantly. No. If he shoots these 2 black-clothed little baga on the Shinkansen now, his identity will definitely be exposed, unless he sends all the passengers on the train to the sky together. He doesn't care about other people, but there is another Xiao Ran on this train who has been in love with him for a long time. It seems ungentlemanly to kill friends with benefits together. Even if the 2 little baga in black were killed, he still doesn't know who the woman who traded gold information is. One plan failed, Li Wenqian made another plan. It is impossible for any planner to be stupid enough to count himself in, that is to say, the bomb will never detonate before the 2 little baga in black get out of the car. Then he just needs to let his TNT bomb explode before the 2 little baga get off the car. Li Wenqian took out a miniature TNT bomb from the system space and placed it under his seat. Plans have changed. Originally he planned to blow up the bridge on the way of the Shinkansen, but now he decided to blow up the Shinkansen directly. Li Wenqian worried that the power was not enough, so he directly tied 2 TNT bombs together. At this time, a tiny remote control just appeared in his hand, with only a thumb-sized red detonation button on it. As long as he pressed the 2 bombs he planted, they would detonate immediately. Very convenient. Nagaya station has arrived. Passengers who get off the bus please take care of their carry-on luggage. Li Wenqian didn't have any luggage, so he picked up Xiao Ran who was watching the scenery through the window and ran away. Stinky boy, stop for me. Mori Kogora ran after him, not even caring about the luggage in the luggage compartment. Good guy. Openly abducted his daughter in broad daylight. Xiao Ran is very light. That's more than 90 kilograms in weight. Before, he could output with ease, but now it's even easier to carry Xiao Ran, and ran out of Nagaya station with Xiao Ran in strides. Appointment at another day. Li Wenqian left gracefully, leaving only Xiao Ran standing there with a dazed expression. Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't she going to Osaka to attend the wedding with her dad? Why was it that Li Wenqian carried it all the way from the carriage to the halfway station in a daze? Xiao Ran! Xiao Ran, Are you okay? Mori Kogoro ran out of the station out of breath. Who the hell is that guy, exactly? Ran Mori shook his head, I don't know either. Why didn't you use karate to deal with him just now? His daughter is a karate master. In the situation just now, he didn't believe that Xiao Ran couldn't get out. I forgot. There is still a big blank in her head, and her thoughts can't keep up with Li Wenqian's speed. Also, in her heart, she didn't think that Li Wenqian would harm her. Then did he take advantage of you? Ran Mori shook his head, not this time. Damn it brat, next time I meet you, I'll make sure you look good. Let's go. The moment the Mori father and daughter turned around, the entire Nagaya station exploded violently. The Shinkansen train they took just now took off before their eyes, like a giant white dragon hovering briefly and then crashing to the ground with a bang. The entire Nagaya station was engulfed in a sea of flames. Chapter 16. Big Brother. The two men in black looked at the mobile phone that had not been dialed. What's the situation? Shouldn't the bomb be detonated the moment his cell phone rang? Why earlier? Hey! Someone said hello. The two men in black turned around blankly and saw that Li Wenqian was pointing a pistol with a silencer at them. Baiu! One bullet wiped out a little baga. At this time, the people of the island nation at Nagaya station were watching the train explosion, and no one noticed that two men in black were killed by Li Wenqian's gun right beside them. Li Wenqian walked away with the 100 million yen black handbag traded by the man in black. What grade? Those who are still on the horse want to blow up the same train with him. At this time, the sky was covered with black smoke, and people around the entire Nagaya station were shrouded in fear of an explosion. He was scared too. Never thought that a TNT bomb as big as a compressed biscuit could blow up the entire carriage to the sky. This kind of power feels that 2 or 3 combined to blow up tanks are no problem. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of a 4-star good citizen. This is 4 stars? He is not dead yet. In other words, if the next blasting plan can be carried out normally, it will definitely send him to the pinnacle of a 5-star good citizen. Thinking of this, Li Wenqian was already getting excited. Jingle bell. Li Wenqian's new mobile phone rang, and there was a prompt on the screen, Miyamoto Yumi. Mr. Wenqian, I'm Yumi. I've already found out what you entrusted to me. Do you have time now? Please Miyamoto Yumi thing? He remembered. Yesterday, when I took Miyamoto Yumi touring scenic spots in Tokyo, I asked this woman to help him find out where gas masks are sold. Did he die at the hands of the special security team last time? No. If there were not a few tear gas projected in, he could still fight this archipelago nation of Little Baga for 300 rounds. So this time he will never make the mistake of last time. Wait for me, come right away. An hour later, Li Wenqian came downstairs to Miyamoto Yumi's. Today's Miyamoto Yumi is wearing a white dress and a white sun hat, looking very pure and artistic. It can be seen that Miyamoto Yumi has been specially dressed. The man I found for you was a military fan. Her home lives in Kabato-cho 1 Chome. If you are not familiar with this place, let me lead the way. It's still a familiar recipe, and it's still a familiar taste. Miyamoto Yumi sits on top and Li Wenqian handles the direction and speed. In about half an hour, the two came to a villa with a red Mazda FD parked at the door. This car is not easy. It's not that it's so expensive, but he's seen it in Miwa Tunnel and Tokyo Tower. The person I'm taking you to meet is Satomai Wako, and she's my best friend. Don't look at her as a girl, but she is a very good detective. Li Wenqian guessed it. After entering the villa, I saw Satomai Wako in casual sportswear. No makeup, even a little slovenly. But the background of Metropolitan Police Department police flower can still be seen as a beautiful woman. My Wako, this is what I told you about Li Wenqian. Satomai Wako took a look. It is indeed a very handsome man as Yumi said, no wonder Miyamoto Yumi turned into a st last night when she called her. Hello. He's here to get the gas mask, right? Come with me. But we have to agree on the premise that this gas mask is not given away for free. For Yumi's sake, I'll charge you 300,000. Miyamoto Yumi winks wildly beside her. Couldn't the friendship between the two of them allow Miwako to erase the 300,000? What are you doing? Do you think I'm sitting on the ground and raising the price? This is a military gas mask, do you know that? Satoru Miwako is a straight man who can say whatever he wants. If it wasn't for Miyamoto Yumi's face, she would be reluctant to sell her collection. Li Wenqian followed Satoru Miwako all the way to the underground warehouse. Miyamoto Yumi was right. Satoru Miwako is indeed a military enthusiast. Military water bottles, military belts, bayonets, daggers, have collected half a warehouse. He also saw the gas mask he wanted in the warehouse. Also for military use. Satoru Miwako did not open his mouth like a lion, and the asking price of 300,000 yen did give Miyamoto Yumi face. Li Wenqian bought it. Out of the system space, 300,000 yen, and Satoru Miwako reached the deal. This doesn't seem to be the way back, said Miyamoto Yumi, sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Go to my house. If you feel it, go in and do it, if you don't feel it, go in and sit. Chapter 17. Villa. Miyamoto Yumi was lying on the sofa like a puddle of mud. He had already watched 2 evening news, and the woman was still in a state of delirious state, and her body was constantly twitching. At 9 o'clock this morning, a vicious bomb exploded at Nagoya Station. The explosion killed 21 people, injured more than 70 people, and damaged Nagoya Station and many trains to varying degrees. According to the police's investigation, the explosion was carried out by 2 black men carrying TNT bombs. The police have found the bodies of 2 men in black at Nagoya Station. The initial judgment is that they were killed by their accomplices. Li Wenqian was amused watching the news broadcast on Nikkei TV. The reason he dealt with those 2 black-clothed little bagwas was because he sabotaged his blasting plan, but he didn't expect that these 2 little bagwas would take the blame for him. Jingle bell. Li Wenqian picked up the phone and looked at it. The incoming call prompt, Xiao ran. His eyebrows raised slightly. The ancient sages, sincerely do not deceive me. Time can really make love. I want to ask you something. Today. At Nagoya Station today, did you know that there would be a bomb on the train? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Ran decided to call Li Wenqian. Think carefully. Li Wenqian inexplicably carried her out of the station but did nothing. Not long after she left, the whole station exploded and she escaped unharmed. According to the police investigation, the car that exploded was the number 8 car they were riding in. And she had an impression of the 2 men in black carrying the bomb. At that time, she was chatting with Li Wenqian at the junction of the carriages. When the 2 men in black walked past, she felt a chill on her back. The confluence of so many coincidental factors has made her feel that this is not the luck and coincidence it seems on the surface. Li Wenqian glanced at Miyamoto Yumi who was still twitching beside him, and decided to go out and talk to Xiao Ran about it. Yes, I already knew. I overheard the conversation between the 2 men in black on the train. Xiao Ran asked again, then why didn't you tell the crew on the train? Is that useful? Ran Mori fell silent for a moment. She almost forgot that she was at Nagoya Station. Even if she told the station attendants, she couldn't stop the bomb from exploding. In such a crowded place, casualties cannot be avoided as long as there is an explosion. Thank you. Without Li Wenqian, she and her father might have died on the Shinkansen. When Li Wenqian returned to the living room, Miyamoto Yumi had already woken up. The night is far from over. 9 o'clock in the evening is just the eve of the nightlife. Physical fitness, night war policewoman. 3 days. It took 3 full days for Li Wenqian to receive the news that Tokyo Tower was officially open. On the first day of Tokyo Tower's official opening, Li Wenqian was not in a hurry to go in and check in to unlock the achievement of the 5-star good citizen of the island country. There is an angel in his heart constantly telling him, "Be steady, don't be rash." Li Wenqian first stood outside the Tokyo Tower and watched secretly. I thought that the traffic of this scenic spot would be greatly reduced after the incident of Tiga's attack on Tokyo Tower just appeared. But on the contrary. Out of curiosity, the number of tourists on the first day of Tokyo Tower's opening was frightening. Everyone seems to be looking for the light. Li Wenqian watched outside for 10 minutes, and he admitted that he couldn't help it. The second step of the plan, place the TNT bomb. He has already made a perfect detailed plan for this step. The positions of Tokyo Tower, Metropolitan Police Department, and Special Security Force on the map presented an irregular triangle. The Metropolitan Police Department and the Special Security Forces had only 2 paths to take to reach Tokyo Tower. One is Tokyo Avenue, and the other is Yukib Road. He only needs to place enough TNT bombs on these 2 roads to send the 2 strongest law enforcement agencies in Tokyo to the sky. Brother, are you in trouble? If you have any difficulties, you can tell us, because we are the boy detective team. Yoshida Ayami in pink was standing in front of him while he was thinking. Standing beside Ayami are 2 little ghosts, one fat and one thin, namely Tsubare Amitsuhiko and Koji Magenta. Big Brother really needs your help with something. Big Brother is playing an adventure game with others, and now I need to hide the treasure so that no one else can find it. Can you help me? After hearing this, the young detective team was very excited and raised their hands to participate in this treasure hunt. The mission rule is that you need to hide the treasure on Tokyo Boulevard and Kyoto Road, and it must be hidden. There is a reason why Li Wenqian sought these 3 people. If he is an adult and puts TNT bombs on the road, no matter what way it is too strange. It is very likely to attract the attention of others and the attention of the police. But the 3 brats are different. It is understandable for them to dig through the trash can and eat shit. Big Brother, are the treasures you're talking about compressed biscuits? Sure enough, he was not the only one who thought that this kind of TNT bomb was a compressed biscuit. This is a compressed biscuit. You just need to help Big Brother complete this task, and Big Brother will treat you to eat eel rice at the cup store tomorrow. Li Wenqian gave a total of 10 compressed biscuits to the boy detective team. It is impossible for him to pin all his hopes on these 3 little ghosts. He had tested this kind of TNT bomb before, and it was very difficult to dismantle it. Even if these 3 brats were hungry, it would be impossible for them to fill their stomachs with compressed biscuits. Great! When Genta heard that there was eel rice, he was the first to express his determination to complete the task. As long as there is food to eat, he is willing to be a dog. Boys detective team, let's go! Ayami and Mitsuhiko were equally motivated under the influence of Koji Magenta. Li Wenqian watched the future flowers of the island country rush forward with his glorious mission. Very pleased. Charge, Boys Demolition Squad. Chapter 18. The internal management of Tokyo Tower did not expect that the flow of people would usher in a peak after the baptism of a gun battle. It even created a record for the flow of people after the construction was completed in 1958. The vast majority of tourists want to see what the Tokyo Tower, which was destroyed by Tiga, looks like after it has been restored. Tokyo Tower said, "Tiga, I really thank you. Tiga won't come to blitz Tokyo Tower again, will he? How can it be? A good horse never turns back, and a gangster never turns back. Tiga will definitely not come to Tokyo Tower again." The vast majority of tourists have made a psychological contrast, thinking that the current Tokyo Tower is the safest. Brother, what do you think? Li Wenqian nodded. He thinks these island tourists are quite right. Although the law and order in Tokyo Tower seems to be much stricter than before, it is actually an embroidered pillow. Tight on the outside and loose on the inside. The security personnel also believed that Tiga would not kill the carbine. "Sir, please show your ticket." Li Wenqian also bought a special ticket worth 3,000 yen this time. But this time Li Wenqian did not rush straight to the lookout at 250 meters. Instead, he walked around the shopping mall on the first floor. He was afraid that he would not have the opportunity to check in here again in the future. While wandering around, he didn't forget to throw the remaining compressed biscuits in the trash can in the southeast corner. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Wenqian started to climb the tower. Standing 250 meters away from the Tokyo Tower again, Li Wenqian felt an inexplicable familiarity. The scene of fighting against the island country Little Baga last time here is still vivid in retrospect. Clearance. Li Wenqian first took out the Tiga mask from the system space and put it on. Tiga has now become a symbol of his identity. Compared with the previous version, this Tiga mask has undergone a leapfrog improvement. It was converted from a military gas mask he bought from Tsutomu Iwako. Not only has the demeanor of Digia, but also has the effect of releasing poison and preventing tear gas. Tut, chug, chug. Li Wenqian raised his gun and began to clean up the scene. Just ask you, is Tiga with a Gatling gun afraid? Tiga. It's Digia. In an instant, serious chaos appeared in the entire Tokyo Tower. Anyone who didn't just arrive in Tokyo today knows about Tiga's lightning attack on Tokyo Tower. Who would have thought that after 3 days, Digia riding a horse would come again? Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Nani? Tiga. The corner of Megure Juzu's mouth twitched violently. At this time, the criminal policemen of the 3 departments of violent crimes all focused their eyes on Officer Megure. They are all waiting for orders from their superiors. Tiga holding Gatling, appeared again. Megure Juzu didn't believe that the bandit Tiga was not dead before, but now he has to believe it. Otherwise, how to explain the emergence of Digia one after another? Even if some people imitate crimes due to the high popularity of Digia during this period, how can the Gatling gun be explained? He doesn't believe that the people of the island country have Gatling in their hands. Tiga. He appeared again. Is this guy really not dead? Not only the 3 departments of violent crimes, but even the investigation class was boiling along with it. It's not scary to meet a gangster, but the scary thing is that this gangster can't be killed. They are scared. Tiga, a righteous hero who can bring light, has now become synonymous with crime and demons in the Metropolitan Police Department. Tiga is now at the Tokyo Tower. All members of the 3 departments are now heading to Tokyo Tower. Tsutomu Iwako stood up suddenly. Officer Megure, why did this gangster have to choose Tokyo Tower? Think carefully. The average criminal will choose to change places immediately after committing a crime. Why is Tiga so persistent? You mean, Tiga may have a grudge against Tokyo Tower? This idea settled down in Officer Megure's mind instantly. Takagi, Chiba, the 2 of you immediately investigate tourists, employees, or companies that have had friction with Tokyo Tower in recent years. This line of thought provided by Tsutomu Iwako is crucial. If we can use this clue to determine the true identity of the gangster Tiga, it will be of great help to their next work. Yes, officer. The division of labor between the 3 departments of criminal police is clear. Takagi and Chiba went to investigate the true identity of the gangster Tiga, and the others rushed to Tokyo Tower under the leadership of Megure Juzu. I really don't want to go. Other criminal cases can increase their performance, and facing the gangster Tiga is in danger of death. Chapter 19. Tokyo Tower. Li Wenqian is now on the 250-meter observation deck of the Iron Tower, using a giant telescope to have a panoramic view of the entire Tokyo. There is a feeling of seeing all the mountains at a glance. In the telescope, he saw that the members of the special security team had all been dispatched after receiving the alarm. There are a total of about 7 vehicles in the front and back, which should be a full-stacked and fully equipped special security team. What happened to Tokyo Avenue on the other side? Had a car accident? He used the giant telescope on the observatory to see the traffic congestion on Tokyo Boulevard. Traffic police and ambulances gathered at a certain intersection, and he even vaguely saw Miyamoto Yumi who was fishing next to him. This is not good. The traffic jam on Tokyo Boulevard meant that it was impossible for the Metropolitan Police Department detectives to take this road again. He originally planned to use one-handed blasting to send everyone to heaven, and achieve the achievement of a 5-star good citizen by the way. But now it obviously doesn't work. Li Wenqian was very angry, and now he could only take out the bomb remote control and detonate the TNT bomb on Kupo Road to vent his anger. The bomb remote control he is holding in his hand is not ordinary. There are not only multiple detonation buttons, but also a 12-inch screen on the remote control. The screen shows the distance of each bomb from him and the current state of the bomb. Detonate. Li Wenqian pressed the row of buttons for the Kufuro bomb as if he were playing a piano. All of a sudden, the whole city of Tokyo resounded with a beautiful melody. Li Wenqian feels like it's Hyuxia New Year. In his direction, he could see that half of Baihu Road was already in flames. How lively! Li Wenqian has been looking forward to the mechanical sound that the system reminds him to become a 5-star good citizen. But no. This time the explosion still didn't make him a good citizen without 5 stars that everyone loves. Boom! Boom boom boom! Where did it explode? What exploded? The people of the island country have fallen into deep fear, and some even look at the sky and look forward to the appearance of a mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Cup Road. The TNT bomb that was detonated suddenly threw the whole street into chaos. Police vehicles, bulletproof vehicles, and even the armored vehicles of the special security team have been blown up. Almost all the glass within a radius of 2 kilometers was shattered in this explosion. Captain Yamamoto of the special security team climbed out of the overturned armored vehicle, holding the walkie-talkie and shouting at the top of his lungs. I'm Yamamoto from the special security team. We were attacked by terrorists on Kupo Road, and a large number of TNT bombs were planted on this road. We call for help. Repeat. The other party is not a gangster, but a terrorist, a terrorist. Captain Yamamoto held a submachine gun and leaned against the armored vehicle, using the refraction of the mirror to observe the surrounding situation. He didn't even dare to show his face now, the oppressive feeling created by Tajia suffocated him. The other side. Nani. The Yamamoto Brigade encountered a bomb attack on Kubedu Road. Megure Juzu heard that thunderous explosion just now, but he didn't expect that the person who was attacked would be the Yamamoto Brigade. Think about the arrogance he had when he and Yamamoto met for the first time, and now he has been beaten by Dijia without any temper. I see. Our 3 departments will be extra careful, and I will pass on the orders from my superiors to them. Megure Juzu put down the phone, and instead used gestures to temporarily stop his convoy. The gangsters are likely to plant bombs on both sides of the road, everyone remembers to be careful. Just now, the special security team encountered a bomb attack on Kupo Road. Everyone be careful. Whether or not Tiga can be successfully killed this time can be discussed later. The first thing to ensure is that their Metropolitan Police Department cannot be attacked like those unlucky members of the special security team. At this moment Takagi Wataru made a call to Megure Juzu's cell phone. Officer Megure, the matter you handed over to us has been investigated. According to the person in charge of Tokyo Tower, they have not encountered similar cases in recent years, nor have they had any major disputes with anyone. This should not be a retaliatory act against Tokyo Tower. Megure Juzu with a big head, Brother Takagi, are you sure? This should be possible. He and Chiba have pulled out the lawsuits about the Tokyo Tower in recent years and called one by one. All those who had disputes with Tokyo Tower said that they would never openly confront the police. The 2 of them even read the information about Ultraman Tiga, and the Tokyo Tower never appeared in the Ultraman Tiga film and television. Chapter 20. Why don't you come? Li Wenqian had already eaten a box of eel rice, but the group of little Baga from the Metropolitan Police Department was still gone, only 2 helicopter gunships were hovering over his head. Always at an ambiguous distance that a bazooka can't hit. Although Xiaotian is a small country, it is not likely that there is only one Yamamoto brigade. Major Juzu from the Metropolitan Police Department also arrived very slowly this time. He had already cleared the venue for 20 minutes and hadn't arrived with a gun. This group of little Baga would not want to trap him to death on the Tokyo Tower. It would be a shame if he was starved to death. At this moment, the siren of the police car came from far to near, which was very kind to Li Wenqian's ears. Li Wenqian picked up the bazooka and went up with a set of cordial greetings. 3 shells hit 2 police cars. One of them was due to lack of range. The charm of gunfighting. Although it is an elementary gunfighting technique, Li Wenqian feels that a fixed target at a distance of 500 yards can achieve perfect shots. Major Juzu took out a small revolver and fired back twice as a symbol, and then retreated to a safe distance with his men. Officer Major, what should we do now? The criminal police of the 3 departments all hid behind the police car and shivered, even so they felt very insecure. No one can guarantee whether Digia will pull out more advanced weapons in the next second to send the police car and them hiding behind to the sky. Don't mess up. We just need to maintain order at the scene. Digia is very dangerous. Don't come close. Major Juzu has a clear positioning for himself and the entire 3 lines. The Metropolitan Police Department's 3 departments of violent crime mainly cover homicide, robbery, extortion, poisoning, theft, etc. Terrorists, sorry, that's not what they serve. Their 3 departments now only need to do a good job in the security work at the periphery to be considered a success. After a few minutes, another brand new special security team rushed to Tokyo Tower, and a man who looked like Captain Yamamoto came down from above. The only difference is that this person is wearing a pair of sunglasses, which makes him look more arrogant. Hello. I'm the Metropolitan Police Department. The man in sunglasses raised his hand to interrupt this boring introduction. I already know everything. Major Juzu was very depressed. This guy was even more arrogant than that guy Yamamoto. Are all the people in the special security team so virtuous? We are the second team of Yamamoto, and Ichiro Yamamoto is my older brother. After Jiro Yamamoto made a self-introduction, he immediately ordered his team to attack. There was no mention of the situation of Yamamoto's first team. Because this Yamamoto's first team, which still has strong combat capabilities in half an hour, has less than 1/3 of its remaining active forces at this time. It's too miserable. I am the commander-in-chief. 2 tear gas bombs from number 1 and number 2 units, and 2 flash bombs for cover. 1 team, the second team will attack after 1 minute. So many people can't even deal with a guy who doesn't know where he sneaked in. It's really useless. Jiro Yamamoto couldn't believe that so many people couldn't even deal with a Tiga. If this guy is really Digia, give him a light to see. A minute flies by. At the order of Jiro Yamamoto, the number 1 and number 2 units crossed and shot several tear gas bombs and flash bombs into the Tokyo Tower. At the same time, the guards below began to launch a strong attack. Jiro Yamamoto was very satisfied with his offensive plan. Use 2 armed helicopters to suppress in the air, and wait for the special attackers below to board the Iron Tower to directly capture Digia. Incompetent brother, I want you to see what a real strong man is. Tear gas bombs and flash bombs exploded at Li Wenqian's feet one after another. Fortunately, it wasn't a hand grenade, otherwise he would have said good night at Mihua Amusement Park by now. At this time, the gas mask on his head played a decisive role. The gas mask not only blocked the effect of the tear gas, but the goggles on it made the flash bomb even less effective. Li Wenqian saw that the special security team below had started to attack, so he took out a reinforced Molotov cocktail from the system space. This was his secret weapon tied together with 20 Molotov cocktails, and he threw it at the special attackers below. Immediately after the second bundle, the third bundle. In order to be able to achieve the achievement of a 5-star good citizen this time, he has made sufficient preparations. He was no longer the reckless brat he was the previous 2 times. Li Wenqian does not fight unprepared battles now. Throwing down several enhanced Molotov cocktails, a sea of flames was created under the Iron Tower in a blink of an eye. On my leg! Help me! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The special security team is well trained, and even the retreat seems to have received professional training. Be organized! This is Unit 1. The Tiga mask worn by the target has a defensive effect against tear gas and flash bombs. It is preliminarily inferred that it should be modified from a similar mask. Jiro Yamamoto saw that 3 of his team members who were still alive and kicking were engulfed by flames in an instant, and the screams gradually weakened, and it seemed that they could not survive. Sniper! What do snipers eat? Shoot and kill that Tiga on top immediately. Megure Juzu looked at Jiro Yamamoto, who was gradually turning into a brother. Digia's Hizi is stubborn. Chapter 21. Report. This is the number 1 sniper position. Digia is behind the bunker. I don't have a shooting angle. Report. This is the number 2 sniper position, there is no shooting angle. Number 3 sniper position has no shooting angle. Bottom-up sniper killing is already very difficult, and Digia is hiding behind the giant telescope, so that they don't have any shooting angles from the 3 sniper positions. Seeing that Digia is still throwing Molotov cocktails downward, and his guard members can only be beaten passively, Jiro Yamamoto fired at the free-falling Molotov cocktail. The marksmanship is very accurate. 3 shots smashed 3 bundles of Molotov cocktails. It can be seen that he has received special training in this area. It doesn't matter if you don't shoot, when the bullet collides with the Molotov cocktail, it explodes in mid-air instantly, forming a large ball of flames. The sky is on fire. Quick retreat! Everyone evacuated to a safe place. Pig teammates! Megure Juzu thought that Jiro Yamamoto was capable, and this horse rider was not as good as his elder brother Ichiro Yamamoto. 2 anti-tank missiles from aircraft number 1 shot him down. Jiro Yamamoto growled into the intercom. Digia was not as easy to deal with as he imagined, and he suddenly understood his incompetent brother. Captain Yamamoto, please wait a moment. 2 missiles go down, and the entire Tokyo Tower may break. Have you figured out how to explain it to your boss? Destroy symbolic buildings in Tokyo in order to kill a gangster. This price is too high. Plane number 1 is on standby first. Squad 3 is preparing firefighting tools, and teams 4 and 5 are preparing to attack again. Jiro Yamamoto is also very clear that taking the tower together with people will definitely not get the consent of the superiors. Can only jump over the tower to kill. 5 minutes later. Under the suppression of the aerial firepower of the armed helicopter, the 4th team and the 5th team successfully entered the Tokyo Tower. Li Wenqian took out the bomb remote control and detonated the bomb he had placed in the shopping mall on the 1st floor of the tower in advance. He now has one belief: people live in the tower, and people die and the tower dies. Boom! Boom! The sound resounding through the sky scares the police outside. Vigilantly frightened. Hello? Can you hear? What's going on inside? Report quickly. A moment later, a bloody and tragic sound came from the intercom. Report. Digia planted a bomb in the shopping mall on the 1st floor, and the 4th team was wiped out. Squad 5 suffered casualties. Jiro Yamamoto's blood pressure went up. They didn't even know what Digia looked like, and they already lost 2 special attack teams? Team 2 and Team 6 launched an attack from above the Iron Tower. Suddenly, several pieces of glass above the Iron Tower shattered, and the special security team began to attack along a landing rope extending from the armed helicopter. Li Wenqian has been waiting for a long time. First use the Molotov cocktail to create a wave of ground fire, then use the bazooka to create a wave of sky thunder, and Gatling continues to shoot in the middle. Just ask how you little Baga landed? The second team was strongly resisted by Tiga, and the fire field created by the Molotov cocktail prevented them from landing. Where is Team 6? Do you have any chance to attack? Boom 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 boom. Jiro Yamamoto watched helplessly as the helicopter carrying the sixth team was hit by a rocket, and then I fell towards the diagonally downward position. Well, Team 6 has no chance. Retreat. Everyone temporarily withdraw from Tokyo Tower. When the special security team withdrew from the Iron Tower, Li Wenqian was shot twice in the A. In the blink of an eye, out of the 4 special attack teams, only 7.5 of the 10 guards could breathe. The tower jump failed and was counter-killed. Missile ready. At this time, Megure Juzu wanted to dissuade him, but was choked by Jiro Yamamoto. I advise you to mind your own business. He can't control so much now. Yamamoto's first team and Yamamoto's second team have lost more than 100 guards in total. Towers have value. Could it be that the lives of their Icelanders are cheaper than dogs? You are the commander-in-chief here. Megure Juzu knew that he couldn't stop him anymore, and he couldn't stop him anymore. Tiga has already installed a bomb in the Iron Tower. Even if they don't launch anti-tank missiles now, Tiga may detonate the bomb in the Iron Tower. The number 2 unit fires to suppress, and the number 3 unit fires 2 flame bombs. Although Jiro Yamamoto was angry, he hadn't completely lost his mind. If anti-tank missiles are used, the Tokyo Tower may really be cut off in the middle. The use of flame bombs is at most to close the Tokyo Tower again for half a month. Thug. Li Wenqian felt the dense bullets passing through his scalp. The rain of bullets smashed the 100 yen 3-minute coin-operated giant telescope in front of him to pieces. Little Baga is in a hurry. This is an attempt to demolish the tower and kill him, and the risk of rebuilding the Tokyo Tower will also kill him. Li Wenqian took out the TNT bomb remote control from the system space. Since you little Baga don't talk about wood, it's no wonder he is Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian pressed the biggest red button on the remote control of the bomb. This button is not ordinary. As long as you press it, all the placed bombs will be detonated at the same time. Li Wenqian called it, the key to end together. Chapter 22. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion exploded inside the Tokyo Tower, and all the TNT bombs he placed in the southeast corner of the Tokyo Tower detonated at the same time. The powerful destructive power and the impact of the Kazakhs caused the entire Tokyo Tower to shake violently. What would happen if a corner of the 332.6-meter-high Tokyo Tower was blown off? Fall down! Fall down! Tokyo Tower is going to collapse. Tokyo Tower swayed violently in the wind, trying to save its tragic bang, but finally collapsed slowly under the watchful eyes of the people of the island nation. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. But these 10 short seconds may not be curable for the people of the island country in this lifetime. The people of Tokyo grew up under the Iron Tower. This Iron Tower is not only one of the most famous landmark buildings in Tokyo, but also the belief of many Baga. At this moment, their faith is gone. Captain Yamamoto, look at what you've done. It's over. In order to kill Dijie, the entire Tokyo Tower has now collapsed, and the price is too high. Not me. Jiro Yamamoto said that he would not take the blame. He just ordered the armed helicopter to fire 2 incendiary bombs, and it was Tiga who actually blew up the Tokyo Tower. Jiro Yamamoto looked at the Tokyo Tower, which was still standing in front of him, and now it has become bare. Even though the explosion produced scorching heat, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tiga bombed Tokyo Tower, he has an inseparable relationship. Officer Megure, there was a big explosion on Tokyo Boulevard, and the entire road has been destroyed. The Metropolitan Police Department requires us to rush to help immediately. At the moment when the Tokyo Tower exploded, Tokyo Boulevard, a few kilometers away, disappeared. The traffic in the entire Tokyo was thrown into chaos at this moment. Do you think we really have so much energy now? How humorous. The Tokyo Tower was pulled down by Tiga, and you still let him take care of a broken road? Rice Flower Amusement Park. Li Wenqian, with all beards and tails, is back. There were not many people in the playground today. He asked the staff carefully to know that the people of Tokyo were crying to see the Tokyo Tower. He also asked him why he didn't go. Li Wenqian said that he just came back from Tokyo Tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 5-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 5-star good citizen badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 10 billion yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 TNT bombs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate gun fighting technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary magic of Daolong. Li Wenqian likes the unruly look of the system. Gift rewards have always been divided into two types, one is money, and the other is something that money cannot buy. What is the basic magic of Daolong? Li Wenqian could feel a strange wave of light flowing in his body, and with a tentative attitude, he felt the charm of magic with his consciousness. Ing. Understood. This is a kind of magic that can control people. It was this kind of magic that turned Fen, Lei Su, and Zhou into Gan Wenkui. In short, just cast this spell on the target to fight for him. It's just, what's going on with the only 3 places? Could it be that he, Li Wenqian, can only summon Gan Wenkui? Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 6-star Good Citizen achievement. 6-star Good Citizen? There is only one thought in Li Wenqian's head, to live again. In the Grand Theft Auto game, if you want to unlock a 6-star Good Citizen, you have to do tasks. Now it seems easier to unlock it by blowing up an iron tower. Li Wenqian was walking on the streets of Tokyo, and the entire island country was immersed in the joy of losing the Tokyo Tower. The people of the island countries stood on the street one after another, with tears of happiness on their faces. Why is Tokyo Tower gone? Blown up by Tiga with Gatling. Who is this Tiga? It's Dijia. Tiga won't attack us again, will he? Impossible. Tokyo Tower has collapsed, it is impossible for Tiga standing on it to live. But Tiga is Ultraman, didn't he die when he jumped off the Tokyo Tower last time? Tiga used to be a superhero who could save the world in the minds of the island people, but now he has become a synonym for crime. As long as Tiga is mentioned, the people of the island country all tremble in their hearts. Such discussions did not end because the sun rose as usual in the east, but intensified instead. The vast majority of people in Tokyo are guessing the identity of Dijia, but more people are still guessing whether Dijia is dead or not. On the contrary, the media and TV stations in Tokyo have been silent since yesterday. It's not that they have nothing to report, nor is it that their superiors are putting pressure on them not to report, but because their TV station's signal has collapsed along with the Tokyo Tower, and now no one can see a new movie by Fukada-sensei. Chapter 23. Cup Door Department Store. Li Wenqian is an honest and trustworthy person. He said that if he wants to invite the boy blasting group to dinner, he will definitely not miss the appointment. To be honest, his ability to become a 5-star good citizen of the island country this time is inseparable from the contribution of the boys' demolition squad. When Li Wenqian rushed to the Japanese grocery store, the 3 little ghosts were discussing yesterday's incident of Dijia destroying the Tokyo Tower. It's dangerous. Fortunately, we left after burying the treasures on Kyopo Road and Tokyo Road yesterday, otherwise we might have to suffer as well. My dad said that many people died on Tokyo Boulevard because of this bombing. It's a pity for the treasure we bought. Big brother, have you found those treasures in the end of your expedition? Li Wenqian said, found it, you have completed this mission very well. Snap your fingers. Call the waiter to serve quickly. Hey, big brother, what are you doing? 5-star good citizen badge. The 1 to 4-star good citizen badges presented by the system before are all copper and silver, while the 5-star good citizen badges are gold, and the workmanship is more precise. He thinks it looks good, so he wears it on his body. 5-star good citizen. Big brother, you must be a very, very, very good person. The juvenile blasting group didn't know what to do. Big brother, can we become 5-star good citizens in the future? Yoshida Amy asked. Of course. It would not be an exaggeration to say that what the boy blasters did yesterday was good citizens of Samsung. Dishes with 5 flavors. Li Wenqian suddenly remembered his day-long magic. The system gave him magic in order to let him have helpers on the road to becoming a good citizen of the island country. Isn't the boy blasting group his best choice? Children cannot be underestimated. Explosion must start from the doll. If the flower buds of this archipelagic country can be cultivated into small blasting experts, the whole island country must be extremely beautiful when they grow up and bloom. Children also have a greater advantage, they will not arouse suspicion from others, and can easily escape numerous inspections. Who would have thought that an innocent child would have the heart of artist Patrick? Magic now. Li Wenqian did not choose to turn the 3 members of the boy blasting group into Gan Wenkui, but used magic to the limit to lock Yoshida Amy alone. This starts with dog licking. Yoshida Amy is in his hands. Mitsuhiko and Genta, the 2 little licking dogs, can they still submit obediently? In an instant, an invisible connection was established between Li Wenqian's consciousness and Yoshida Amy. This feeling is amazing. As long as he uses his consciousness to touch this invisible connection, and then order Yoshida Amy to do certain things, he can control this little loli. Back to the villa. Li Wenqian began to make a summary of the bombing of the Tokyo Tower. The reason why he can become a 5-star good citizen of the island country is because he has continuously summed up the previous failures, and then started a new journey in a planned way based on the past lessons. This good habit must be maintained. From the perspective of blowing up the Tokyo Tower this time and becoming a 5-star good citizen of the island country, all his strategies were very successful, but in the end the little Baga were impatient, showing their determination to kill him even if they destroyed the Tokyo Tower. The final result is death. Achieved his brilliant record as a 5-star good citizen. So the problem he has to solve this time is that even if Xiao Baga is anxious, he dare not shoot at him. It is actually not difficult to solve this point. Hostage. He only needs to have hostages in front of him to solve this problem well. After confirming this point, Li Wenqian began to formulate the next step to become a 6-star good citizen. The first thing is to find a check-in location for a 6-star good citizen who is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so as to ensure that his position will not be shot and killed by snipers from the special security team in the crowd. Li Wenqian took out a map and chose the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel as the check-in location. There are 3 reasons. The first is that there are many tourists on the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel, and that place is very prosperous. If the special security team uses incendiary bombs in that place, it will have to consider how many people in the island country will be killed by mistake. The second is that there is no taller building near the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel. As long as he can use the bomb to stop the Ferris wheel at the highest point, he is a god without any weaknesses. The third reason is that Miyamoto Yumi said that Tempozen was very interesting, so he wanted to blow up this wonderful place. The location of the first step has been determined, and Li Wenqian began to formulate a detailed plan for the second step of hostage taking. Chapter 24. Tempozen Ferris Wheel. Perhaps because the people of the island countries are immersed in the grief and indignation of losing the Tokyo Tower, the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel has few tourists visible to the naked eye today, but it cannot stop the hearts of many heartless island people who want to pursue happiness. These 2 days in Tokyo have been terribly quiet. The media and TV stations hardly heard anything about the collapse of the Tokyo Tower, which made Li Wenqian feel that the development of the entire island country would go back 5 years. Boss, here is the Tokyo Daily. Li Wenqian bought a newspaper for 20 yen at the newsstand at the entrance of the playground. This is the only way to get news from the outside world in Tokyo at the moment. He was on the front page of the Tokyo Daily, with a few large characters written on the headline, Bandit Tiga attacked Tokyo Tower again. The second edition is still him, is Tiga dead or not? The third edition is still him, who is Tiga? He was on the hot search in the whole Tokyo, and dominated the list horizontally. It's not him in the fourth edition. It's about wanting a woman who manufactures counterfeit money and is codenamed Silver Fox. The entire newspaper highlights the current situation in Tokyo, one word, chaos. It looks like Gotham on a horse. Li Wenqian bought tickets for the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel for 800 yen, and took a tour guide for the Ferris wheel as usual. Temposan Ferris wheel was once the largest, tallest, and most technologically advanced Ferris wheel in the world. The big Ferris wheel has 60 separate viewing windows that can take 8 tourists. The meteor shower and fireworks installed for the first time in the world can form a beautiful lantern pattern with a diameter of 100 meters. The big Ferris wheel also has a major feature, that is, the weather forecast can be displayed to everyone on a screen with a diameter of 100 meters. What annoys Li Wenqian most is bragging about his awesomeness, which makes him even more determined that if he wants to perform art here, he will be pi-daxing. Blow you up to see if it's still the most advanced Ferris wheel. Li Wenqian was not in a hurry to go in and experience this big Ferris wheel that was blown up to the sky. He first familiarized himself with the surrounding terrain and made full preparations for him to be a 6-star good citizen. Then I found the control room of the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel in a corner of the playground, and installed a bomb without anyone knowing it. Hello. I'll buy 2 bottles of mineral water. A very familiar voice suddenly appeared in his ear. From the back, one can see a pair of slender, white, and straight long legs, with a pointed head. Xiao ran. What a coincidence, the two of us met again. Let's just say whether the island country is a tiny place. This is the second time he and Xiao Ran met by chance without any preconditions. Li Wenqian. Xiao Ran was also surprised. She felt that she should not have such a high-tech thing as a tracker installed by Li Wenqian. Could this be the fate in the legend? Li Wenqian was just about to take Xiao Ran to a carnival, when a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly came. Xiao Ran, is this your friend? Her brown hair was coiled up high, and her black thin-rimmed glasses showed her temperament. She looked at Li Wenqian with sharp eyes. Mom, no. Xiao Ran went out to play with his mother Kisaki today. After careful planning, he chose the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel to experience the refreshing feeling of spinning in the sky. No. Your behavior has constituted sexual harassment, and you will face 6 months to 3 years in prison if you are sent to court. Li Wenqian finally understood why Kisaki looked at him so sharply. He has habitually hugged Xiao Ran in his arms, and Xiao Ran is also habitually not struggling. This kind of thing that they think is very common after the two of them have communicated in depth many times is particularly glaring here for Kisaki FANNYMAGNET. When Li Wenqian entered this command on the Grand Theft Auto cheat device, the two women in front of him had completely changed. Especially Kisaki. The undefeated queen of the legal world who was sharp and serious just now is like a ewe who is waiting to be fed. The age in her 30s added a lot of mystery to her obsession. Walk. Li Wenqian likes the obedience attitude of the mother and daughter. 3 tickets. 1 cockpit of the Temposan Ferris wheel has seating for 8 people. Li Wenqian throws 20,000 yen in the face of the staff. He is going to share this cockpit with Kisaki mother and daughter exclusively, and advises you not to meddle in your own business. As soon as the banknote ability came out, Li Wenqian got his wish and boarded the cockpit of the Ferris wheel with Kisaki mother and daughter. The Ferris wheel cockpit has a very user-friendly design, and there are one-way tulle curtains on both sides of the windows. Li Wenqian didn't know what it was for, but now these 2 curtains provided him with great convenience. He loves it. Chapter 25. It takes 15 minutes for the Temposan Ferris wheel to go around in one circle. When it reached 7.5 minutes, Li Wenqian took out the bomb remote control from the system space and detonated the bomb he had buried in the control room in advance. Boom! In an instant, the rotation of the Ferris wheel stopped abruptly, and the cockpit swayed in midair due to the effect of inertia. Ah! Bomb! There's a bomb! There's a bomb! The people above screamed, the people below ran wildly, and the whole playground fell into chaos for a while. In contrast, Kisaki, Eri, and Xiao ran above are extremely calm. They have nothing but Li Wenqian in their eyes. Li Wenqian also made a move to live up to all sentient beings and take down the mother and daughter on the spot. First Eri, then Xiao ran. The cockpit stopped at the highest point, began to shake beautifully in the wind. Both mother and daughter have a sense of autonomy, but neither of them can control their behavior, especially Kisaki Eri, who wants to be at this wolf-like age. In the process, the mother and daughter left tears of happiness. After half an hour. What's the situation? Why did your control room suddenly explode? Magyar Juzu, who received the alarm, led the team. It wasn't a sudden explosion in the control room, it was a bomb. The person in charge of the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel is still in a state of uncertainty. Bomb? You mean someone detonated a bomb in the playground? Magyar Juzu and all the detectives in the 3rd Department of Violent Crime had a bad premonition in an instant, and now they can think of the gangster named Dijia when they hear the bomb. That's not what I said, it's tourists. A lot of people were yelling that there was a bomb in our playground. Officer, there are dozens of passengers on our Ferris wheel, please save them. This is the most important thing. If dozens of tourists died on the Ferris wheel, the profits of their playground during this period may not be enough to compensate. Does your playground have a way to fix the Ferris wheel now? Shaking his head responsibly. The control room was completely blown up, so it's still a dir. I already understand the situation. Magyar Juzu took out his mobile phone and called his supervisor, Matsumoto Kiyonaga, requesting that the police coordination can initiate a helicopter to rescue the tourists. Just at this time, Takagi Wataru, who was investigating in the control room, came running with the results. Officer Magyar, it can now be determined that the explosion was indeed caused by a bomb, and we have found traces of gunpowder detonation at the scene. Magyar Juzu's expression instantly became serious. Bomber. The nature of the case has risen several levels in an instant. Is it really Tiga? Almost all the criminal police from the 3 departments had such a guess, but they waited for a long time before Dijia shot at them with Gatling. Did the bomber call your playground asking for a ransom or something? The person in charge shook his head, no. First, no ransom, second, no request. Picture. This style of doing things is too much like the gangster Tiga, even if he doesn't feel the fear of being dominated by Gatling. Magyar Juzu's back is shivering. Ferris wheel cockpit. Mother Kisaki Eri was lying on the seat of the cockpit like a puddle of mud. They came this time just to feel the exciting experience of heaven, and they really felt it. Magic now. Li Wenqian locked up Kisaki Eri for his magical second spot. A woman in her 30s is not as innocent as a teenage girl. If you really take a few drops from your body for a test, then send it to the court. With the dominance of the Queen of Law, it is no problem for him to sit in prison. He is not worried about going to heaven and earth in Xiao Bega's prison, but that will inevitably expose his identity as Dijia. Li Wenqian thinks that it is more likely that Kisaki Eri will choose to acquiesce and enjoy this wonderful heavenly experience for the sake of face. But he doesn't gamble. He chose to use magic to gain control of Kisaki Eri. As soon as the magic came out, an invisible connection appeared in Li Wenqian's head, and what surprised him even more was the change in Kisaki Eri's body. A strange succubus pattern appeared near the three-way intersection. Before Li Wenqian traveled, he often saw similar videos. Netizens told him that a woman with succubi patterns means she has a master. Netizens did not lie to him. He is now the master of barrister Kisaki Eri. In this way, Yashida Ayami must also have a succubus pattern on her body. Li Wenqian looked at the extra succubus tattoo on Kisaki Ari's body, and there was only one thought in his head: do it again. The tourists above. Li Wenqian saw through the tulle curtain that Magyar Juzu below was holding a trumpet. After listening carefully, I realized that it was to tell them not to panic, and to let them endure for another half an hour, and the Metropolitan Police Department's helicopter would come to rescue them soon. Half an hour, he's going to start racing against the clock. The blessing of the succubus tattoo buff gave him a brand new experience, not only increasing the attack speed but also increasing the attack. In Kisaki Ari's mouth, there was nothing but dryness, but no elegant butterflies. Chapter 26. After half an hour, the helicopter requested by Magyar Juzu arrived on time and rescued the tourists above the Ferris wheel. Lawyer Kisaki Ari. Xiao ran. It turns out that you are also on this. Magyar Juzu knew Kisaki Ari not entirely because of Mori Kogora, who had already made a name for himself in the legal world when Mori Kogora was a rookie detective. Now it can be said that he is the #1 person in the legal circle in Tokyo. Sato, please help lawyer concubine. In Magyar Juzu's cognition, Kisaki Ari is a vigorous and independent strong woman. I didn't expect that in the face of life and death, I would be so frightened that I couldn't walk. Need not. Kisaki Ari coldly rejected the Metropolitan Police Department's offer, and left the playground with the support of his daughter Xiao Ran. Mom. Xiao Ran was at a loss, her heart was already in chaos. Her mother was very wrong when she was on the cockpit of the Ferris wheel, and what happened to the succubus pattern that she discovered later? Who is Mom going to show a tattoo of that kind in that place? Mom, are you going home? The home Ran Mori speaks of is, of course, the Mori Detective Agency. Isn't it because my mother wanted to go back to my father to seek stability after being wronged so much? Kisaki Ari nodded slightly. Well, I'm going to divorce him. Keep your eyes on. In Kisaki Ari's eyes, there is only Li Wenqian as the master, nothing else. Mom. Ran Mori tried to dissuade him all the way, but to no avail. As if by magic, Kisaki Ari could only think of divorcing Mori Kogora. The other side. After Li Wenqian came out of the playground, he didn't leave in a hurry, but sat in the cafe opposite the playground and secretly observed every move of the Metropolitan Police Department. It took the Metropolitan Police Department 30 minutes to arrive at the scene of the crime after receiving the alarm call, while the special security team only needed 15 minutes due to the short distance. None of this matters. The important thing is that no one will restrict him in height when he is at the top of the Ferris wheel, and then he will hold several hostages in the cockpit. Just ask this group of little baga how to break the game? At this time, a phone call came in suddenly, and the call prompt, Miyamoto Yumi. Hi, I'm Yumi. We have a networking event at the Metropolitan Police Department tonight, would you like to come? Li Wenqian immediately raised his head. Association. Now is the time. Is the Metropolitan Police Department still in the mood for networking? What a disrespect to Tiga. Are you coming? This kind of fellowship is originally a gathering of colleagues within the Metropolitan Police Department, but there is no rule that family members cannot be brought. Miyamoto Yumi made this call to show off her boyfriend. Go. Li Wenqian's answer was very decisive. Not only to go. He also needs to prepare a big gift to see if these guys can still laugh when the time comes. Okay, come to see me after get off work tomorrow night, remember to dress handsomely then. See you or leave. I'm too handsome to kill you. The next day, the villa. Hello, Mom. I'm going out for a picnic tomorrow, and I'm staying overnight at my classmate's house today. Yoshida Ayami followed Li Wenqian's instructions and successfully asked for leave at home. After hanging up the phone, he changed into a new set of clothes according to his order, put on a white sports cap, and finally matched a pair of glasses without lenses. It's perfect. In the original drama, Edogawa Conan used to cosplay Yoshida Ayami, and now Yoshida Ayami cosplays Edogawa Conan in turn. It cannot be said that it has nothing to do with it, it can only be said that it is exactly the same. At 8 o'clock tonight, you can leave after delivering this package to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Yoshida Ayami nodded. The package is not big, just enough to fit in her school bag. Hello. Mr. Wenqian, are you here? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Miyamoto Yumi called on time. Already set off. We'll be there in 20 minutes. The fellowship is in an unassuming hotel across from the Metropolitan Police Department. Yumi. I heard that you have a boyfriend recently. Am I handsome? Miyamoto Yumi is very beautiful, but in the eyes of these detectives, Satsume Wako has always been regarded as a goddess. This is why everyone actively participates in the social activities of the Traffic Division and the Criminal Police Organization of the First Search Unit. You. Miyamoto Yumi looked disgusted. Could her eyesight be so bad? Yumi, what does your boyfriend look like? Tell us, how did you meet? The other female police officers from the traffic department also started gossiping together. At this moment, a black Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Li Wenqian in a black suit stepped out of the driver's seat. Mr. Wenqian, here. Miyamoto Yumi took the initiative to run up and took Li Wenqian's arm naturally. No introduction needed. At this time, silence is the best pretense. That's Miyamoto Yumi's boyfriend. Rolls-Royce. The detectives who were joking just now felt inferior in an instant. Want yan, want money, rich money. It's really not comparable to the small detectives like them who are desperately spending tens of thousands of yen. I didn't expect Miyamoto Yumi to find a boyfriend who was young and wealthy. Good thing this guy wasn't targeting Satsume Wako. Otherwise they will be too uncomfortable. Chapter 27. The theme of the fellowship party is nothing more than eating, drinking, and chatting. Male detectives want to show themselves through this party, so as to attract the attention of females. Next, I'll sing a song for everyone. A detective comes on stage to win Satsume Wako's heart with his singing voice. What a big heart! Li Wenqian was very sad to see the policemen singing and dancing. No matter how hard they tried, they would not get the privilege of seeing Satsume Wako one more time. On the contrary, Li Wenqian, who had been burying his head in eating, attracted the attention of many policewomen. Everyone eat and drink well. Colleagues who are not on duty tonight can stay drunk. Magyar Juzu was a little dazed at this time, and muttered in his mouth, wine is really a good thing, it can make people forget all their troubles. Who is Tiga? He has no idea now. Mr. Wenqian, do you have any talents? Miyamoto Yumi found that he didn't seem to know enough about Li Wenqian, only in the car and on the bed. Have. Li Wenqian said while eating. Then let me tell the host, and you will perform the next show. The host of this networking evening is none other than Inspector Shiratorian Zabur, and it's absolutely fine for her to intervene. Li Wenqian glanced at the time, it was exactly 8:10. Detonate. He decisively pressed the red button on the remote control. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the Metropolitan Police Department across from the hotel. The powerful air wave generated by the explosion rolled back and shattered the glass in the hotel in an instant. The sharp glass shards slapped the Metropolitan Police Department criminal, and the power produced was not much less than a bullet. In an instant, several detectives were injured and fell to the ground, including the host Shiratorian Zabur, who was dressed like a dog. Li Wenqian sat in the safest corner and witnessed all this. Just ask if you still sing. Do you still dance? Li Wenqian really wants to sing miracle reappearance to this group of Metropolitan Police Department detectives. This is. There seemed to be crystal tears flowing in Magyar Juzu's eyes, and the smell of alcohol on his body was completely sober at this moment. The other detectives who were not affected also stood in front of the window and looked at the Metropolitan Police Department, which was only one road away, and it was already in flames. They just came out for a meal, and their home was stolen? Quick! Go back quickly! Magyar József regained consciousness in a daze, and ran back with the detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department. He never wants to host a fraternity again. Wenqian, are you okay? Good woman. Miyamoto Yumi did not forget to take a look at Li Wenqian first in his busy schedule. It's fine. I'm going back right now, I won't be able to accompany you tonight. Terribly sorry. For today's date, Miyamoto Yumi specially wore a black silk under the police uniform. Pity. It's useless tonight. Go ahead. In an instant, Li Wenqian was the only one left in the VIP room that was still lively just now. Music. A new storm has emerged. How can you stand still? Through time and space, do your best. I will come to you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 5-star good citizen. Is this a 5-star good citizen? In the game of Grand Theft Auto, Gatling is used to shoot the police station. As long as he kills a certain number, he can become a 5-star good citizen, not to mention that he blew up the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department this time. But the system only has a reminder, and there is no reward. Li Wenqian knew that the system would liquidate the rewards from his previous life only when he ended his sinful life. The system must tell him, people have pursuits, how big their ambitions are, and how big their achievements are. The Metropolitan Police Department opposite is very lively at this time. Magyar József from the first search section and Nakamori Ginza from the second search section are directing their respective police officers to deal with the scene. Magyar, what's going on? Matsumoto Kiyonaga, who received the call, rushed over and saw the unrecognizable Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department that was bombed in front of him. He almost didn't recognize it. The Metropolitan Police Department was bombed. That's all the truth Magyar József knows so far. Who blew it up? How did you fry it? He didn't know anything about it. The home was stolen, but he didn't even catch the opponent's shadow. You've been drinking. Magyar József felt as if he was facing an enemy, and his spine felt chills being stared at by his boss, Matsumoto Kiyonaga. Bite the bullet and nodded, drink. What about Metropolitan Police Department casualties? Matsumoto Kiyonaga did not pursue Magyar József's drinking at this time. Killing generals before the battle is a taboo for military strategists. 2 police officers on duty died. This is probably the easiest outcome for the Metropolitan Police Department. Fortunately, all the horse riders went out to socialize, otherwise the Metropolitan Police Department would have at least dozens more urns today. But Magyar József didn't dare to take credit. If they were all in the Metropolitan Police Department, maybe their opponents wouldn't dare to steal the house. Chapter 28. Villa. After Li Wenqian came back, he sat on the sofa and turned on the TV habitually. The Metropolitan Police Department was bombed, and the whole of Tokyo must have been in trouble. Various TV stations in Tokyo must also be broadcasting this matter. As the person involved, of course he also wants to know the progress of the matter. No signal. He almost forgot that after the Tokyo Tower was blown up by him, the TV signal in the whole Tokyo was gone. These days, people in island countries can only watch AV to survive. Li Wenqian suddenly remembered his Daolong primary magic at this moment. Remember that Daolong can summon Gan Wenqui anytime and anywhere after demonizing a Fen, Lei Su, and Wednesday. So, the magic happens. Li Wenqian began to summon Kisaki Eri with his mind. In the next second, Kisaki Eri, who was wearing a bathrobe and had wet hair, was already standing in front of him. Kisaki Eri had a white towel on his head, it seemed that he had just washed up after a day's work, and was summoned by him before he could go to bed. Perhaps living alone, Kisaki Eri's bathrobe is not tied, but wide open. The succubus tattoo on the body is clearly visible. Although Kisaki Eri has been controlled by his magic, it does not mean that she has lost the ability to think independently. When Li Wenqian did not establish a connection, Kisaki Eri was still the queen of the legal world, but she could not respond to Li Wenqian's orders. Reject. Li Wenqian beckoned, and Kisaki Eri obediently squatted down to show off. Kun is so big that it can't be contained in one mouthful. This horse riding is the one who is always on call and obeys the command. The next day, Li Wenqian took the initiative to make a phone call to Miyamoto Yumi. Neither the media nor newspapers are more authentic and comprehensive than the police news inside the Metropolitan Police Department. As soon as the phone was connected, there was a sobbing sound from the other end. Miyamoto Yumi said that he will never engage in shitty cross-departmental associations anymore. Last night, the Metropolitan Police Department cleared the explosion site in the middle of the night, followed by a seamless Metropolitan Police Department general meeting. At the meeting, Miyamoto Yumi, Megure Juzu, and others were named and criticized, and all departments of the Metropolitan Police Department were ordered to prohibit special social gatherings during work, let alone drinking alcohol. After hearing this, Li Wenqian felt relieved. He couldn't see the happy faces of the little bagwas from the Metropolitan Police Department. Then what? Has the Metropolitan Police Department investigated who did it? Miyamoto Yumi lowered his voice. Tiga. It's the gangster who blew up the Tokyo Tower some time ago. Last night Tiga came to the Metropolitan Police Department with a bomb and blew up our office building. The successive fights have given the Metropolitan Police Department a new understanding of the gangster Tiga. As long as the guy's body is not found, then he is not dead. These are all internal information of the Metropolitan Police Department, you must not tell them outside. Miyamoto Yumi hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief when no one noticed. She told Li Wenqian that these were already against the regulations. Meetings at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department one after the other. Fortunately, there is more than one Metropolitan Police Department building, otherwise they would all have to work in the open air on the street. Takagi Wataru hurried into the conference room. Our Metropolitan Police Department's surveillance video has been retrieved. Only a little boy in blue came to the Metropolitan Police Department after Zo got off work yesterday. After Takagi Wataru's operation, the monitoring of last night appeared on the big screen in the meeting room. Takagi, are you sure that was the only boy who couldn't be found in the Metropolitan Police Department last night? The Metropolitan Police Department's surveillance only saw this young boy. Metropolitan Police Department Criminal Police opened the discussion mode. Is it possible that the gangsters told the boy to deliver the bomb to the Metropolitan Police Department, and the boy then delivered the bomb to the Metropolitan Police Department without his knowledge? Probably. But the little boy didn't take anything from the surveillance. Isn't he carrying a school bag? Just such a small school bag, can it hold a bomb that destroys the entire building? Matsumoto Kiyonaga gave the order, Officer Takagi, first find this little boy and find out about the situation. Either way, it's the one lead, and the only one, that the Metropolitan Police Department can't miss. Forward. This little boy's name is Conan, and he lives in Miwa Town. Officer Matsumoto really asked the right person. In a homicide case a few days ago, this kid named Conan happened to be involved. When he watched the surveillance just now, he recognized it at a glance. Conan. Officer Takagi, take someone there immediately to find out about the situation. Miyamoto Yumi, who was in the corner of the meeting room, was constantly editing text messages on her mobile phone and broadcasting the text live broadcast of the meeting to Li Wenqian. Chapter 29. House of Dr. Agaza, 2-22, Miwacho, Miwashi, Tokyo. Nanny. I was at home with Dr. Agaza last night and didn't go anywhere. Kyudo Shinichi is numb. As soon as he woke up early in the morning, he was blocked at home by 2 police cars before he knew what was going on. Did you really not go to the Metropolitan Police Department last night? Do not be afraid. Just tell the truth, did someone give you something to send to the Metropolitan Police Department? Takagi Wataru doesn't think Conan is Tiga, nor does he think about convicting Conan. All the Metropolitan Police Department wants is to get clues about Tiga from Conan. Both the voice and the appearance are fine. Because the Metropolitan Police Department does not have any information about this gangster except that Tiga is a man. I really didn't go to the Metropolitan Police Department last night. This is the receipt for my purchase at the convenience store at 6 o'clock last night. Oh. By the way, I bought a bottle of Coke from the vending machine downstairs at around 7:30 last night, and there should be a coin with my fingerprints in it. Kyudo Shinichi easily produced his alibi. You really haven't been there. Takagi Wataru's scalp is already numb. He shouldn't have said with certainty that the little boy was Conan in front of the Metropolitan Police Department leadership. But, it's really similar. Officer Takagi, is something wrong? After the Tokyo Tower was destroyed, there is no TV signal now, and Dr. Agaza's computer has also gone on strike in the past 2 days. The only way for Kyudo Shinichi to get news is the newspaper. The Metropolitan Police Department exploded last night. Takagi Wataru gave an awkward wry smile. One of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's buildings has already been demolished, and he can't hide this matter even if he doesn't tell it. Metropolitan Police Department explosion. Kyudo Shinichi's eyeballs almost fell out. Assault the police? Also blew up the Metropolitan Police Department? He and Dr. Agaza didn't know about such a big news. Kyudo Shinichi feels that the whole of Tokyo has returned to primitive society. The news brought by Takagi Wataru was too shocking, even though the detective from the Metropolitan Police Department had left, Kyudo Shinichi's heart was still turbulent. Shinichi, what the hell is going on here? Kyudo Shinichi shook his head. He does not know. The world has gone crazy since his body got smaller. First the Tokyo Tower was bombed, and now the Metropolitan Police Department is being bombed? This is FG going to be reversed. Shinichi, why did the Metropolitan Police Department come to ask you if you visited the Metropolitan Police Department last night? Could it be that? If it is the former Kyudo Shinichi, he thinks it is still possible to be suspected. But now that Kyudo Shinichi has become a kid, is it possible that the person who bombed the Metropolitan Police Department was a kid? Kyudo Shinichi is still shaking his head. Now that he can't even watch TV, how can he know what's going on in Tokyo? 8 o'clock in the morning. Published on time by the Tokyo Morning Post. The front page was the bombing of the Metropolitan Police Department that affected the entire Tokyo. On the front page, there is only one photo that occupies the entire front page. The content of the photo is the Metropolitan Police Department office building that has been half in ruins. The text below the photo is also related to the content of the photo. As for why it was bombed, and by whom, the Metropolitan Police Department did not give any answer to the newspaper, and the newspaper had no way to publish it. The people of Tokyo have not yet come out of the grief of the Tokyo Tower being bombed, and once again fell into the fear of being dominated by Tiga. There have even been voices questioning the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, who believe that the criminal police of the Metropolitan Police Department are trash. Maybe Dijie didn't say anything, and those who were still on the horse were pushed back by Dijie. So how to ensure the safety of these taxpayers? Who the hell is Tiga? Why can't he kill him? Dijie can't be killed. I heard that he escaped without anyone noticing between the explosions. Nanny. Isn't that Kaido Kid? Yes, many people say that he is very similar to Kaido Kid, the only difference is that one is a robber and the other is a gangster. I heard them say that Dijie is not a person, but an organization. The people in them are all gangsters who are not afraid of death, just to blow up our Tokyo. Tiga, synonymous with bringing light and hope to the people of the island nation, has now become the deepest fear. Now the Icelanders tremble when they hear the word Tiga, and even the surrounding Tiga in the streets and alleys have been discontinued. Even Tiga Altman is about to become a banned film. It's okay to watch AV, but not Tiga. Chapter 30. Temposan Ferris Wheel. Li Wenqian looked up at the huge building with a height of 112.5 meters, and then looked at his 6 stars. 5 are lit and 1 is dimmed. Today his plan is very simple. Repeat the trick. When the cockpit he was in reached its peak, he used the bomb to stop in mid-air, and the next step was to let the Icelanders relieve the care that Tiga brought to them. Li Wenqian was familiar with the road, and soon found the rebuilt control room in a corner. Li Wenqian was very angry when he saw that the control room had been rebuilt and even looked exactly the same as before. After being bombed once and still building so arrogantly, it is necessary to let this group of little Baga have a long memory. After installing the TNT bomb, Li Wenqian boarded the cabin, taking his first step to become a 6-star good citizen. At this time, a burly man stopped him. Li Wenqian's height of 1.8 meters can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction blow in a tiny place like an island country, but this person in front of him is taller and stronger than him. According to visual estimation, it is 2 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. Looking at his demeanor, temperament, and dress, he looks more like a retired special soldier. Li Wenqian has not been in the island country for a long time, but based on his understanding of the island people, this size is usually caused by radiation mutations. This cockpit is ours, you can't go up. The burly man's voice buzzed, sounding like a scalper. Who are you on a horse? Get the hell out of here. Even when Jesus comes today, don't try to stop him from walking on the path of a 6-star good citizen. Li Wenqian just pushed lightly, and the 2-meter-long man staggered to the ground. This is extraordinary power. Li Wenqian specially tested his strength before, saying that Ke Xue is too nonsense, but to deal with this kind of big man weighing more than 200 kilograms, Zhang Fei eats bean sprouts. Li Wenqian boarded the cockpit of the Ferris wheel and sat down by the window. The burly man pushed by him just now seemed very dissatisfied, and followed him into the same cockpit. You guys can do it. I'll take you little Baga as a hostage later. After the burly man, another man and a woman followed into the cockpit. Perhaps other Icelanders smelled the flames in the cockpit, and they all expressed their desire to go to the next cockpit. The Ferris wheel rotates slowly, and the cockpit also slowly rises in an arc-shaped trajectory. At this time, the burly man and a woman next to him started to make eye contact, and the corners of their mouths began to show a treacherous smile. Are you in the same group? Forgive his blindness, I really didn't see it at the first time. No wonder the two dared to come up together. Clever. Unfortunately, it's a little late to be smart. Wearing a black top hat and a black windbreaker, the woman took out a handful of Brownings from her purse. The other two middle-aged men each took out a shining dagger. From the weapon equipment, it is obvious who is the boss of the three. It is said that Ke Xue's world is in chaos, which is really true. Boy, you are dead. The burly man who was pushed by Li Wenqian just now showed a ferocious face, put the dagger in front of his face, and stuck out his tongue to lick it to show his bestiality. Don't worry, we won't solve you now, as long as you can help us do one thing, you can survive. An extremely lethal Gatling appeared in Li Wenqian's hand, facing the forehead of the woman in black. You can save my life if you do me a favor. Browning meets Gatling like Teddy on a Tibetan Mastiff. The absolute suppression made the woman in black and the two burly men beside her sweat coldly. Big sister, really? Although the burly man didn't know how Li Wenqian conjured Gatling out, his experience as a retired special soldier allowed him to distinguish the authenticity of this Gatling at a glance. Brother, I have something to say. The woman in black was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground, her legs were tightly clamped, and the little Browning in her hand had already been thrown in Li Wenqian's direction. Gatling pressed against her face, but it made her feel a strong squeeze on her bladder, and she couldn't hold it back. The other two burly men also dropped their daggers on the ground with great interest. Neither the small dagger nor Browning is qualified to watch in front of the blue-fired Gatling. Brother, what do you want us to do? The burly men had full marks in reading comprehension, and found their door of life in the dead. You have been kidnapped. You brat, tie the two of them up to me with all your strength. If you dare to play tricks, Lao Zi will kill you immediately. Li Wenqian chose to let the burly man of 2 meters help him complete the first step of kidnapping the hostages. After the burly man tied the other man and woman up with a belt, he took off the belt, and squatted obediently in a corner of the cockpit with his hands behind his back. "Brother, it's broken." The burly man didn't know whether to hate Li Wenqian's strength or the quality of his belt. Li Wenqian is worried. After the burly man was tied up, the other 2 hostages were tied up again. In front of the powerful force, the woman in black was about to shed tears of pain. Chapter 31. Brother, who are you? The hostage trio is in a panic now, and the one who really stepped on the horse today was to meet someone who ate raw rice. 7.5 minutes. When Li Wenqian's cockpit reached its peak, he decisively pressed the remote control of the bomb. Boom! There was a bang. The moment when the cockpit was at its best came to an abrupt end, followed by a violent shaking. In order to prevent snipers from shooting at him, Li Wenqian took out the black curtains prepared in advance from the system space and sealed the entire compartment. "Come on, stand up." Although there were only 3 hostages, 2 of them were burly men. Under the premise of not knowing the situation, the criminal police of the Metropolitan Police Department would never dare to shoot rashly. At this time, the hostage trio finally knew who Li Wenqian was. "Brother Dijia, in fact, we are all your fans. I am not kidding. I have a tiga tattoo on my back because I admire you. I don't believe you can lift my back. I saw from the newspaper that Brother Dijia bombed the Tokyo Tower and the Metropolitan Police Department. They really adore it." Sure enough, Li Wenqian saw a tiga tattoo on the back of the burly man. The slight redness and swelling showed that the tattoo had just been done not long ago. "Brother, you are wearing a mask and we haven't seen your face. Just let us fart." The woman in black also knows the rules of the world very well, and it is necessary not to be killed if she doesn't see her face. "Stand in front of the window." The hostage trio now understood what Li Wenqian wanted them to sit on. "Brother Dijia, all 3 of us have criminal records. The 3 of us stand here and the police will shoot. The 3 of us can't stop the bullet for you. The 3 of us are counterfeit coins, and we are here today for the purpose of trading. Now there is a black suitcase under your seat, which contains the cash for our transaction." Li Wenqian found a black suitcase from under the seat, opened it and saw that there was a total of 20 million yen inside. "I finally knew why these 3 people insisted on getting on this carriage. My name is Silver Fox, and we both appeared on the same newspaper at the same time before. Brother, you were on the first 3 pages, and I was on the 4th page. For them, this is the closest they are to the gangster Tiga." Oh! Li Wenqian remembered. When he first came to Tianbeihan Amusement Park, he bought a Tokyo Daily, and the 4th page was a counterfeiter named Silver Fox. They are also strangely destined. "Stand in front of the window, or I will kill you now." After setting up the relationship, Li Wenqian still let the 3 of them act as human shields. Fans are better. Think about those celebrities and entertainers, isn't it the fans who are cheating? They won't be able to steal the little blackie's money. Li Wenqian picked up Browning on the ground, first smashed the glass in the cockpit of the Ferris wheel, and first created an opportunity for the gods to come down to earth. Papa Papa! A series of gunshots frightened the Icelanders on the Ferris wheel to scream Yayati. They said that they would never play the Ferris wheel again. Shots fired. Run! The Icelanders below kept rolling and crawling, and they had turned into strange-shaped reptiles, and they kept shouting that Dijia was coming. Now they have only one idea: quickly escape from this place dominated by Tiga. Not long. Magyar Juzu, who received the call to the police, has already led the criminal police from the 3rd Crime Department to rush there. Is it Tiga? Are you sure it's Tiga? Magyar Juzu's tone was terrified, even though Dijia had just blitzed the Metropolitan Police Department office building, he still couldn't make him muster up the courage to take all the criminal police of the Metropolitan Police Department to shoot. Da-da-da-da-da. Gatling's strafing sent Magyar Juzu leading the escape. It's him. It's Tija. This damn Gatling won't have anyone else but Tija. Retreat. All withdraw to a safe location. Gatling's effective range is 1000 m, and it can fire 6,000 rounds of ammunition a minute. All they can do is find a bunker within the effective range that will not be immediately penetrated by Gatling. Takagi. Why hasn't Team Yamamoto arrived yet? This group of bastards who are usually invincible are actually discouraged when they meet Dijie. If I knew he would not come so early. The special security team has been called just now, and they are already on the way to support. The voice did not fall. Two armed helicopters appeared in the sky above Tokyo, and Jiro Yamamoto, wearing sunglasses, sat at the hatch of the helicopter and looked down. In addition to Yamamoto Jiro, there was another person on the helicopter. Brother Nakamori. How did you come? The person who got off the plane was Nakamori Ginzu, the head of the Intelligent Criminal Search Department of the 2nd Search Section. The reason why Nakamori Ginzu appeared at the scene of the Tien Basehan crime is because many people outside said that Tiga and Kaito Kid are similar in some places, and Nakamori Ginzu has rich experience in fighting Kaito Kid, although Kid is like a dog every time play. On the order of Chief Metropolitan Police Department Matsumoto to assist you in handling cases of violent crimes. Although the two departments have different divisions of labor, they now have a common enemy. That's the gangster Tiga. Since the moment Digia blitzed the Metropolitan Police Department, this gangster has become the public enemy of the entire Metropolitan Police Department. Chapter 32. Based on my experience, the gangster Tiga on the Ferris wheel will definitely allow someone to escape later like Kaito Kid. So we must do a good job in the surrounding security work, as long as someone comes out of the amusement park. Then, it must be the bandit Digia. Both Jiro Yamamoto and Magyar Juzu think that Nakamori Ginzu's high-level argument is very reasonable. But their current priority is to force the gangster Tiga to leave the playground. Officer Magyar. In addition to Digia's cockpit on the Ferris wheel, there are 30 hostages in the other cockpit. Emergency situations. Tiga transformed. In the past, Digia just held Gatling and shot at the police frantically, but now Digia learns to take hostages. This also means that we have no way to open fire on Tiga at will. Captain Yamamoto, what do you think? Erlang nodded very pertinently, he thought it was very reasonable. Did the gangster put forward any conditions? No. I haven't said a word since the beginning. Kidnapping hostages without asking any conditions makes people unpredictable. This is very Digia. Takagi, go and find out how many people are in the top cockpit and who they are. The cockpit directly above the Tien Basehan Great Demon Sky Wheel has been covered by black curtains, preventing the island police below from seeing a little bit of what's going on inside. Magyar Juzu knew that the passengers inside must have been kidnapped by the gangster Tiga, hoping to find out the real identity of the gangster Tiga from the information of these tourists. Above the Ferris wheel, Li Wenqian observed every move of the island police below. These little baga have made progress. The effective range of the bazooka is 300 meters, and now the archipelago country Xiao Baga parks the police cars behind the building 500 meters away. Li Wenqian put away the bazooka and replaced it with Gatling. With 3,600 revolutions per breath, the infinite bullet mode makes it impossible for the police hiding behind the bunker to avoid it. Terrorist! Fight back! Fight back! Nakamori Ginzu used to deal with petty thefts like Kaito Kid before, and he never even fired a gun. Where has he seen such a big battle? He felt that his little theory just now was completely useless now. The bandit Digia could have rushed out with Gatling. A thought popped into Nakamori Ginzu's mind, why don't you give Tiga a helicopter and let him go? Captain Yamamoto, what should we do now? They now have a very troublesome problem. If the security team does not shoot now, they will be beaten passively, but if they shoot, they may kill the hostages by mistake. Retreat. Back 300 meters. Jiro Yamamoto made a very wise decision. Instead of being beaten passively, it is better to flee actively. Take your destiny into your own hands. Brother, don't shoot, the police have already been beaten back by you. It was the first time Yinhu saw that there were ruthless people in their gangster circle who could repel the special security team. What a role model for my generation. Brother Dijia, can you move Gatling aside, it's too hot. Maya is almost cooked right now, you can take a look if you don't believe me. Li Wenqian went up and slapped, warning you, don't mess with my Dao heart. Next time, let Yura feel what a hot gun barrel is. At this time, the girl named Yinhu actually wanted to use the technique of seduction to make him submit. He, Li Wenqian, has never surrendered in front of S**X. Li Wenqian observed through the curtains that the police officers of the special security team had begun to retreat, and the distance from him was 800 meters away, and the thick wall became an obstacle for Gatling to shoot. Even the two armed helicopters circling in the sky tactfully withdrew 200 meters back, hiding at a safe distance that the bazooka could not reach. With a light touch of Li Wenqian's mind, the invisible connection established with Yoshida Aomi fluctuated violently. Aomi, is this true? Will Big Brother Wenqian really ask us to help him with treasure hunting again? When did he find you? Why don't the two of us know? Yoshida Aomi said with her arms akimbo, am I still going to lie to you? Seeing that the goddess was about to get angry, the dog-licking duo didn't even dare to release a large number of them. They just buried compressed biscuits near the special security team, which they are good at. Genta, do you feel that something is wrong with Aomi recently? Aomi sometimes seems to be cut off from the electricity, standing alone by the window in a daze. Sometimes she is very normal, but she seems to be more and more indifferent to the two of us. Tsubaraya Mitsuhiko agrees with Genta. Even Genta can see that Aomi is wrong, which means the problem is serious. How about the two of us go ask her? My sister said that you can't inquire about girls' affairs casually, it will be annoying. Tsubaraya Mitsuhiko has decided to investigate the whole thing secretly. Chapter 33. Machine number 1, Unit number 2, rescue the hostages if there is any way. There is no chance at the moment. As long as we get close to the Ferris wheel, we will be attacked by Tiga's bazooka. Don't talk about saving people. Within a range of 300 meters is their helicopter pilot's devil training. I have never seen a bazooka that can fire continuously. Where's the sniper? Is there a shooting angle? Megure Juzu watched as Jiro Yamamoto barked into the walkie-talkie. This is not just Ichiro Yamamoto. Number 1 sniper has no shooting angle. Number 2 sniper has no shooting angle. Number 3 sniper has no shooting angle. Dijia came prepared today, a black curtain made all the snipers of the special security team misfire. Everyone is on standby, and must keep a close eye on Dijia, and don't let him run away. Jiro Yamamoto scratched his head frantically, and the progress of the entire offensive was stalled because of the dozens of hostages on the Ferris wheel. Officer Megure, I've found it. There are 4 passengers in the top Ferris wheel. 3 men and 1 woman. Because they had an argument while riding the Ferris wheel, the staff at the time remembered it very well. Takagi Wataru hurried over and said. Megure Juzu asked, what about the identities of these 4 people, have you investigated clearly? Look at this. Takagi Wataru handed over a picture taken by the internal surveillance of the Ferris wheel. There were 3 people, 2 burly men and a woman in black, sunglasses and a top hat. Silver Fox. Megure Juzu recognized the identity of the woman in black at a glance, and she was the counterfeiter they had been chasing some time ago. The 2 burly men beside Yinhu are her helpers. What about the other one? Holmes said, eliminate all the impossible, and the one that remains must be the truth. So the 4th person in the cockpit must be Dijia. The monitoring of the Ferris wheel was hacked, and there is no video about Dijia in it. Has been invaded. Could it be that this guy has accomplices? The fear in the hearts of the criminal police and security team members on the scene doubled instantly. One gangster Tiga is enough for them to have a headache, if there is another one. Is it true that Digia is not a person, but a mysterious organization, as the outside world said? According to you, the 4 people in the cockpit are all heinous criminals. What had been a difficult problem suddenly became simple. If they are all criminals, it means that there are no hostages in the cockpit. Captain Yamamoto, I know what you want to do, but are you sure there are no other hostages inside? I also know what you want to say, and this is the Commander-in-Chief. Tiga is not an ordinary murderer, what we are doing now is an anti-terrorism operation. Jiro Yamamoto can't control so much anymore. If Digia is allowed to escape again, he will have to apologize for his crimes. Sniper ready. Officer Nakamori, I'll see you later. Jiro Yamamoto is very confident that he can penetrate the cockpit covered with black cloth at the top of the Ferris wheel in an instant, but he can't guarantee whether Tiga will commit crimes in other places next time. Captain Yamamoto, don't worry, I will never let him escape again. Nakamori Ginzu waved his arms, ready to find his own space for the rolling and crawling just now. Brother Digia, the situation is not right. These police officers seem to be attacking us. The burly man does not have Li Wenqian's sturdy life, but the experience of retired special forces instantly made him smell gunpowder in the air. Brother, I know you must have a way out, let's withdraw. You take us with you, the 3 of us will be obsessed with you from now on. As soon as the words fell, gunshots broke out. Several bullets hit Li Wenqian from all directions. Silver Fox and the 2 burly men beside him were shot almost at the same time, and the recoil brought by the bullets caused their bodies to hit the rear hatch in an instant. Did Little Baga really shoot? Li Wenqian looked at the 3 corpses that were still warm, and accepted their 20 million yen with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, I will avenge you. One death obliterates grievances. No matter how big a feud they had before, it's all gone now. What's more, these 3 people were all his fans before their death. After Li Wenqian knew that the 3 hostages were dead, the island police would shoot him without hesitation. He took out the remote controller of the bomb and dozens of TNT bombs, and pressed the button of death together without hesitation. Even if our old Li was blown to death by himself, he couldn't die in the hands of Xiao Baga. There was an explosion. Li Wenqian's last remnant of consciousness saw the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel being blown to pieces. Let me ask you, Little Baga, is the Tian Basehan Ferris wheel still advanced? Boom! This was followed by another explosion to the northwest of the Ferris wheel. Jiro Yamamoto looked over in surprise, his whole body had been petrified in place. The special security team exploded. In a daze, Megure Juzu glanced at Jiro Yamamoto next to him. Something happened to you when you were riding a horse. Chapter 34. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Under such a terrifying explosion, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to survive. The explosion of the TNT bomb raised the entire Temposan Ferris wheel to the ground. Not only that, all the windows of office buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer were shattered by the explosion, and even the police cars parked 500 meters away by the Metropolitan Police Department were blown out of several tires. How could anyone escape from it under such circumstances? A total of 34 people brought Tiga to the playground, but we found 33 dead bodies at the scene. Megure Juzu was also not sure that anyone could have survived such an explosion, but the sheer number of bodies forced them to accept it. If there is really one person who escaped, it must be Tijia who stepped on the horse. With such a big explosion, someone must have been blown up and couldn't find it. Let's go find it again. Nakamori Ginzu still didn't believe it. You should trust our colleagues in the forensic section of the Metropolitan Police Department. These 33 corpses are the result they calculated by counting the human tissues at the scene. The outside world said that Kaito Kid and the gangster Tiga were comparable in their ability to escape. Not necessarily. If it was Kaito Kid, it would certainly not be possible to survive such a devastating explosion. Beside, Jiro Yamamoto sat sluggishly on the ruins, at a loss, like a walking corpse who lost his mind, and he had long since lost his heroic appearance a few days ago. The revived Li Wenqian appeared again. Looking at the sky, you can still see the black smoke billowing in the sky. Dozens of TNT bombs detonated at the same time, changing the color of the whole sky. Li Wenqian stood on the roof of the building. Using a telescope, he could see that the 100-meter Ferris wheel that stood in the distance had disappeared, and the bare area seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a 5-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate gun fighting technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 10 billion yen. 5-star good citizen? Shouldn't it be 6 stars? He has bombed the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the Temposan Ferris wheel, and the Tokyo Special Security Force. If this doesn't make him a 6-star good citizen, Li Wenqian doesn't know where else he should go. Or did the special security team not get blown up? This was the only possibility Li Wenqian could think of. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed Miyamoto Yumi's number. Yumi, what happened to the explosion just now? Miyamoto Yumi on the other side didn't speak, but he vaguely heard the gust of wind coming from the phone. Li Wenqian knew that Miyamoto Yumi must be looking for a safe place to report to him on the current status of the Metropolitan Police Department. I tell you. Tajia attacked the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel, and now the entire Ferris wheel has been blown up, and more than 30 people died at the scene. Miyamoto Yumi also thought about taking a ride on the Ferris wheel with Li Wenqian. It's good now. After this incident, she never wanted to be a Ferris wheel again. Anything else? You must have heard 2 explosions, didn't you? The other explosion was in the special security team. A total of 6 buildings in the entire security team were blown up and 4 buildings were blown up. The leader of the guard is very angry now. I heard that Jiro Yamamoto will be sent to a military court. Although Miyamoto Yumi is a traffic policeman, few people in the Metropolitan Police Department can compare her grasp of information. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is Bai Xiaosheng from the Metropolitan Police Department. Do you know who did it? Li Wenqian asked again. Tiga's associate. The external media is very correct. Digia is not a person, but a mysterious criminal organization. Now the Metropolitan Police Department is investigating the attack on the special security team. Because the monitoring room was blown up, I'm afraid there will be no results so soon. Miyamoto Yumi said. What about casualties? How many people in the special security team died this time? This is a question that Li Wenqian is most concerned about. He just wants to know how many little baghas he killed this time. The casualties of the special security team are not serious, there are only a few police officers on duty. Fortunately, the temporary meeting of the special security team was gathered in another building, otherwise the loss would have been disastrous. Li Wenqian finally understands why he is still a 5-star good citizen. Although the special security team was bombed, it did not cause too many deaths to Xiao Baga in the security team. Although once again achieving the achievement of a 5-star good citizen and successfully blowing up the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel and 2/3 of the building of the special security team, Li Wenqian is still very angry now. Come to me tonight in a female special police uniform. Li Wenqian is very angry now. Chapter 35. After Li Wenqian's resurrection, there was a wave of retaliatory consumption. I bought a 1,000 square meter single-family mansion in Kyobatucho, Toriacho, and Okyohocho each. Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini and other famous cars were placed in the underground parking lot of each mansion, and then I rewarded myself with a piece Rolex Green Water Ghost. 10 billion yen was consumed in an instant. For the first time, Li Wenqian felt that no matter how much money he had, it was not enough to spend, but spending the tens of billions really made him feel better. When Li Wenqian returned to the villa in Miwa Town, an unextinguished cigarette on the living room table instantly aroused his vigilance. He doesn't smoke. None of the women around him smoked. Li Wenqian quietly added a sand eagle pistol in his hand. Very vigilant. A woman with pale golden waves and blue pupils came down from the stairwell on the second floor. Women are beautiful. The slightly raised corner of the mouth is the most lethal weapon to a man. Li Wenqian. I should call you Mr. Tiga. The woman's smile revealed confidence, as if she had mastered all his secrets. Bell mode. Are you Chrissy Wynyard, or Sharon Wynyard, or Absinthe? Li Wenqian recognized the unexpected guest at a glance. He was very surprised why the black organization came to the door suddenly, and what was even more strange was that the black organization actually knew his true identity. How did you know? Belmode's self-confidence just now was gone, and his pretty face was replaced by surprise. Unbelievable surprise. Her secret is only known by that gentleman and Jin in the black organization, and even the core members with the code name of the winery don't know the whole picture. Belmode stared at Li Wenqian, but finally softened. She took out 2 tickets for the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel from her body, screened out the tourists who had been there both times from the 2 explosions of the Ferris wheel, and then used the black organization and the undercover police stationed in the investigation to find that Li Wenqian was de cause is probably the biggest. She bet right. Don't worry, all your information on Tien Basehan, including surveillance, has been erased by us, and the police will never find you again. Belmode sat on the sofa in the living room, crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. Tell me, what do you want to do? The weasel greets the chicken with New Year's greetings and kindness who didn't step on the horse. The black organization can be said to be the largest criminal organization in the Ke Xue world, and he doesn't believe that these little bastards would be so kind as to wipe his a. We've been paying attention to you for a long time. It has actually attracted our attention since the first shootout with the special security team in the Miwa tunnel. Since you already know my identity, you must also know the organization I belong to. This time, I am inviting you to join by order of that gentleman. Although Belmode didn't know how Li Wenqian knew about the black organization and how she knew her code name, but this guy must have a good understanding of the black organization. If the gentleman from the organization hadn't asked her to invite Li Wenqian with sincerity, she would have thought that this was some mysterious figure in the organization that she didn't even know. However, Li Wenqian's understanding of the black organization saves her the trouble of introducing the corporate culture. Recruitment. Li Wenqian said that the black organization would not be so kind as to cut off his tail. It must have taken a fancy to his destructive power to Tokyo, and then wanted to win him into the black organization as a dog. It's cooperation. After joining the black organization, you can become a core member with the code name of the winery, and your status will not be inferior to mine. Belmode believes that Li Wenqian who knows the black organization should understand the gold content of this sentence. I can refuse. Belmode smiled and said, of course. She came here today to determine whether Li Wenqian is the Digia who has caused a lot of trouble recently, and the second is just to convey the meaning of the black organization. Whether Li Wenqian joins the black organization has no benefit or loss for her. Li Wenqian watched this sexy woman leave his villa. The fact that the black organization knew his identity really surprised him, but he was not worried that the black organization would reveal his true identity to the police. If he really wanted to do this, he would be able to expose too much. He is not afraid of exposure. The big deal is to stand in the sun and resurrect infinitely, and then carry out endless killings in the island country, turning the island country into a slaughterhouse in the Pacific Ocean. An underground parking lot. Belmode, who was sitting in the back row, lit a cigarette again. Jin, your wishful thinking has come to nothing. I just said that a person like him will never join the organization easily. Belmode wasn't disappointed at all, and even gloated in his tone. Refused. Then did you tell him what exactly we do? Belmode's expression suddenly became serious. No, but he knows the black organization, he knows Belmode, and he knows Absinthe. The black organization originally thought that knowing Li Wenqian's true identity would make him submit obediently. Belmode didn't expect that Li Wenqian's understanding of the black organization had surpassed her imagination. He knows the organization. This incident also surprised Jin, and at the same time made Jin's eyes sharp. I advise you not to do this, he can't be killed. Belmode knew what Jin wanted to do. The black organization will never allow an outsider to know their secrets, let alone allow any member to leave the organization alive. You seem to be speaking for him, Absinthe. I just remind you to be careful, my mission is over, and the rest has nothing to do with me. Chapter 36. The news that Tiga blasted the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel and the special security team detonated the entire Tokyo within a day. From understanding to questioning, the media has even begun to criticize the criminal police of the island country. The target of the fire is the commander-in-chief of the Special Security Force, Yamamoto Jiro. Jiro Yamamoto ordered the snipers to shoot at the Ferris wheel under the watchful eyes of the public, causing the gangster Tiga to choose to blow up the entire Tien Basehan amusement park in a rage. The outside world agrees that Jiro Yamamoto is the culprit. The most unforgivable thing is that Jiro Yamamoto ordered the sniper to shoot when he knew that there were more than 30 hostages above the Ferris wheel. This shows that the police do not treat ordinary people like them as human beings at all. As the incident heated up, the headlines of the newspaper became more and more sharp. Murderer Yamamoto Jiro. Execution of Yamamoto Jiro. Yamamoto Jiro is the biggest accomplice of the gangster Tiga. Although the police in the island country tried their best to explain that the kidnapped by Tiga were 3 counterfeit banknote criminals who carried their lives, the attitude of the people was also very firm. If you don't listen, Baga recites the scriptures. Without rescuing more than 30 hostages, the special security team fired rashly. Icelanders have lost confidence in the police. Cup store. After several flashes, various detectives emerged one after another, and they all jumped out and began to deduce the criminal intention and style of the gangster Tiga. Demons and ghosts each show their abilities. Although detectives from all walks of life insist on their own opinions, saying that they have everything, but there is a reasoning that has been infinitely magnified in the detective circle, and has gradually been recognized by the Icelanders. Tiga likes to commit crimes in high places. Except for the first rice flour tunnel, both the Tokyo Tower and the Ferris wheel are the commanding heights of the surrounding buildings. It's hard not to agree with Li Wenqian. In the previous plan, when he chose the check-in location, he would choose the highest place around, so as to reduce the dimensionality of the island police from top to bottom. After this conclusion gained a firm foothold in Tokyo, all the towering buildings began to tremble. Even some places have begun to close, because they are worried about being struck by lightning after being topped by Tiga. Icelanders even call buildings higher than 100 meters forbidden. Kubatu building is no exception. Today Li Wenqian came to the shopping mall on the first floor and thought that the end of the world was coming. There were not 50 customers in the whole shopping mall. Captain Yamamoto is locked up now. You don't know, now the entire Metropolitan Police Department, including our transportation department, has been surrounded by the media. These people want an explanation. I sneaked out the back door. Miyamoto Yumi said while eating. In the past, the police were the supreme profession in Tokyo, but now they have become street rats. Fortunately, there are not many customers in the mall today, otherwise she would not dare to speak loudly. We Metropolitan Police Department issued a lot of special regulations because of that nasty gangster Tiga. Don't go to the Metropolitan Police Department to find me in the future, or you will definitely be detained by the Metropolitan Police Department's criminal police, and then you will be investigated. Both the Metropolitan Police Department and the Special Security Team have entered combat readiness after being struck by Tiga. Oh! Li Wenqian has no plans to go to the Metropolitan Police Department either. What is there for him to go to a Metropolitan Police Department that doesn't even have an office building? From Miyamoto Yumi, he got a lot of news about the recent developments of the Metropolitan Police Department. First of all, that annoying Yamamoto Jiro should have no such person. Even if you don't make it to the military court, you will definitely be dismissed. And then the whole Metropolitan Police Department is under high pressure now. Miyamoto Yumi let him see that the police do not feel safe in the Metropolitan Police Department. Correct. I told you last time that the Special Security Team's investigation of the bomber has come to fruition. I heard from friends in the police force that it seems that 3 children did it. I think those men in the guard must have made a mistake. Miyamoto Yumi didn't take it seriously. If 3 kids blow up the special guard, the department is a waste. Li Wenqian originally wanted to summon Ayami to the toilet of the shopping mall to find out what happened. After thinking about it, he cancelled the casting. If Ayami has been taken away by the special security team for investigation, then his summoning here is tantamount to voluntarily acknowledging this fact. Although it is said that the boy detective team is often given for nothing in the original book, since it was renamed the boy blasting team, it has cooperated with him to complete many feats. Is there anyone more suitable to be his teammate than the boy blasters now? Yumi, what did the guards do with those 3 kids? Miyamoto Yumi put down his spoon and said, "Let me ask." Then, she took out her mobile phone and began to use her circle of friends to gather intelligence. In less than 5 minutes, the matter of the 3 of Ayami had come to an end. The 3 children and their parents are within the force and are under investigation. Li Wenqian immediately called Kisaki Eri after receiving the news. Understood, I'll be there right away. Kisaki Eri hung up the phone, temporarily put off the work at hand, put on his suit jacket, and put on his briefcase to go to the police force to find people. When Li Wenqian returned to the sushi restaurant, Miyamoto Yumi had already finished eating. Walking up and holding his arm, "You and I can go to Miwa Bank again, I'm going to deposit this month's salary in it." Chapter 37. Special Guard. Kisaki Eri exerted great psychological pressure on the special security team by virtue of his tongue that made Li Wenqian want to die. Coupled with his proficiency in legal knowledge, after a verbal battle, the entire special security team was not called a dog, and the head of the security force once thought that Kisaki Eri was going to send them to prison. Kisaki Eri's legal pressure on the special security team is no worse than that of the gangster Tiga. Let people go. The special security team did not have any direct evidence to prove that the Yashida Ayami trio had anything to do with this explosion, and the constant pressure from the outside media forced them to cut off this clue. It is also not believed within the security force that these 3 children who grew up in the greenhouse were also involved in the horrific terrorist attack of bombing the security force headquarters. Lawyer Concubine, thank you this time. The parents of Ayami, Mitsuhiko, and Genta are at a loss as to which kind person hired a barrister for them. They know it's okay to be grateful. You're welcome, this is what I should do. After Kisaki Eri finished talking, he got into his private car with a black briefcase, kicked the accelerator and drove away. During the whole process, he didn't have much communication with the 3 parents of Ayami. After leaving, Kisaki Eri called Li Wenqian to report that the matter was successfully completed. Rice Flour Bank. Although the Cupido building is crowded, there are quite a lot of people in the bank. I don't know whether to deposit or withdraw money. When Li Wenqian first came to Ke Xue world, he also thought about robbing banks, but this way of becoming a good citizen is too low-end. Many people think that there must be a lot of money when they hear the word bank. In fact, this is wrong. There is no large amount of cash stored in the bank. Generally, it is enough for a day's operation of funds. If you want to withdraw large amounts of funds, you need to make an appointment in advance. Those with a small scale like Miwa Bank who say that there are 20 million yen in him are looking down on him. He robbed a bank for 20 million yen? Isn't this sick? A place like a bank has no shooting angle, and secondly, there is no wide field of vision. Once blocked by the security team in the bank, it is basically a death. For an aspiring young man like him who is determined to become a 6-star good citizen, robbing a bank is really worthless. A30, Please go to window number 3 to handle. It's my turn. The ATM of Miwa Bank was broken today. Miyamoto Yumi could only choose to queue up at the window to handle deposit business. What she wants to save this time is 300,000 yen, which happens to be her salary for this month. The salary of the police in the island country is really high. A small traffic policeman like Miyamoto Yumi who fishes in troubled waters all day can earn 300,000 yuan a month. No wonder the group of little bastards in the Metropolitan Police Department want to fight him with their lives. Miss, what business do you want to handle? The bank clerk at window number 3 was handsome, and the badge on his protruding chest caught Li Wenqian's attention. Hirota Masami. She also has a younger sister named Miyano Shiho. Li Wenqian's head was immediately filled with the group of people from the black organization. Belmode's invitation really surprised him, but Li Wenqian didn't think that the group of black organization people would never appear again after he rejected it. Maybe the cat was staring at him somewhere. Snapped. Snapped. 2 bursting gunshots echoed in Miwa Bank. Li Wenqian said, Japanese F***CK, scared Lao Z. A few minutes ago, he said in his heart that no idiot would choose to rob a bank for tens of millions of yen, and it turned out to be a FG thing. What made him stand up the most was that each of these 2 stupid robbers wore a mask on their heads. Know who we are? Be honest, everyone, or you will be shot in the head with 1 shot. The Icelanders in the Miwa Bank were scared the moment they saw the 2 Digias rushing in to rob the bank. Recently, the Digias have caused indelible damage to the island people both psychologically and physically. Even the timid ones were so frightened that they peed all over the floor when they felt the counterfeit Digia. Li Wenqian sat on the bench in the hall and watched the performance of the 2 counterfeit Digia quietly. He himself did not expect that after a few riots in Tokyo, there would be a hardcore. He will not sue them for copyright infringement, let alone stop them. On the contrary, he supports the emergence of more Tigas in the island country, forming a spectacular scene where Tigas fall and tens of thousands of Tigas stand up. It's just that the imitation is too poor. But he can bear to rob the cash truck or the biggest bank in Tokyo. Money. Hurry up and fill these 2 knapsacks with us. The 2 bubbling Tiga yelled at Hirota Masami at the 3rd window. Hirota Masami looked at the lobby manager who was sitting slumped on the ground and trembling with fright, and then at the colleague next to him who was pale and was frightened and crying. Finally, under the black hole of the gun, he could only fill the backpack according to the robber's request. A total of 20 million yen was stuffed into the robbers' 2 backpacks. Just when the 2 robbers were about to leave with 20 million yuan, the green water ghost in Li Wenqian's hand caught the attention of one of them, Digi. Chapter 38. Pick up. Counterfeit Digia is also knowledgeable. The green water ghost worn by Li Wenqian's wrist is worth at least 3 million yen. If you can get a few more dollars, it will be easier than robbing a bank. Li Wenqian stood up slowly and took off his watch, the moment the counterfeit Digia reached for the watch. Li Wenqian raised his leg and kicked the counterfeit Digia's crotch. This kick was powerful and heavy, kicking the counterfeit Digia 5 or 6 meters away, and it stopped when it was installed on the bulletproof glass of the bank window. This kick not only cut off children and grandchildren, but also let the counterfeit Digia go west. Immediately afterwards, Li Wenqian turned around and kicked the calf of another robbing Xiao Baga. Little Baga took off in an instant, spun 3 times in midair at a height of 2 meters above the ground, and then fell heavily to the ground. This little Baga was very fateful, but he also passed out and lost his ability to fight. In a blink of an eye, the 2 counterfeit Digia were easily dealt with by Li Wenqian. Pooh! It's okay to imitate, but you still want to go beyond? In an instant, the sound of gasping for air could be heard throughout the lobby of the bank. The little Bagas who were lying on the ground looked at the robber Digia who was lying on the ground, and finally focused on Li Wenqian. Complex eyes. Don't mess around, I'm a policeman. The police officer ID that Miyamoto Yumi showed became a sedative at this time. She looked at Hirota Masami at the counter and said, "Go get me a rope." It can be seen that now only Hirota Masami, from the lobby manager to ordinary employees of the bank, can think and act like a normal person. Soon, Hirota Masami took 2 ropes. Miyamoto Yumi doesn't care whether the 2 thugs are still alive, anyway, it's right to tie them up first. The island police have absolutely zero tolerance for robbers, especially bank robbers. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Li Wenqian's 2 slaps just now really surprised her. His fierce skills are no worse than those of the Metropolitan Police Department. Miyamoto Yumi feels that her best friend Sato Maiwako is not necessarily Li Wenqian's opponent. The main thing is to play well. He didn't intend to show his other tough side in front of Miyamoto Yumi. This is all forced. If these 2 counterfeit Digia didn't stare at his green water ghost, they would have walked away. Not long. After receiving the call, Megure Juzu led the 3 departments of violent crimes to the scene. The special security team followed closely behind. But this time it was not Jiro Yamamoto who led the team, but Ichiro Yamamoto. After several fights with Li Wenqian, the Yamamoto brigade suffered heavy casualties. The 2 Yamamoto brigades were broken into one, and only the elder brother Yamamoto Ichiro was left alone for a pair of twin brothers. Tiga's crime was terrible. Even if Miyamoto Yumi said on the phone that the gangster Tiga had been subdued, they were not allowed to relax their vigilance. Megure Juzu took off the Tiga mask on the robber's head, revealing 2 wretched faces. At first glance, he didn't have the look of being a peerless gangster. This is the bandit Digia. Megure Juzu was in disbelief from his expression to his tone. If the gangster Digia was really easy to deal with, how many criminal policemen would have been killed or injured? That's them. At that time, I was handling deposit business at the bank window, and then 2 robbers wearing Tiga masks rushed in with guns. Miyamoto Yumi used both hands and feet, and his voice and emotion perfectly restored the criminal history of the robbers, as well as Li Wenqian's heroic deeds of going down to earth to fight too. Li Wenqian didn't even know he could be so handsome. Mr. Wenqian, thank you very much for your generous help this time. Megure Juzu looked sincere and held Li Wenqian's hands excitedly. This is their staged victory against the gangster Tiga, and the only one. You are welcome. Now that Megure Juzu has sincerely thanked him, next time he will be merciful and Li Wenqian will reward him with 3 crimes and 1 shuttle. Wenqian-jun, we still need you to go back to the Metropolitan Police Department with us. We still need your cooperation in some work. It won't take much of your time. Li Wenqian agreed. He had never been to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department before he came to Ke Xue World, and he also wanted to see if the Metropolitan Police Department had been transformed after being baptized by the TNT bomb. After all, it is Li Wenqian's successful work no matter what, and it is his strong legacy in the island country. It's okay, I'll accompany you later. Miyamoto Yumi held Li Wenqian's arm beside him, and inadvertently sprinkled a wave of dog food. Her boyfriend is the hero of this world. A sack of autumn beans. Mr. Li, this is a thank you gift from Miwa Bank for your heroic attack. From today onwards, you are our VIP customer of Miwa Bank. Hirota Masami walked over respectfully and bowed first, then delivered a gift box to Li Wenqian. You are welcome. Li Wenqian accepted it with a smile. I thought it was a good thing, but it turned out to be 2 100-gram gold bricks. He said that Miwa Bank would not have much money. Chapter 39. When Li Wenqian came out from the Metropolitan Police Department, he had an extra 100,000 yen and a good citizen medal from the Metropolitan Police Department. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department also wanted to use him to make a strong publicity, but he resolutely refused. He understands what Metropolitan Police Department means. Now the Icelanders are living in the fear of being dominated by Tiga and cannot extricate themselves. At this time, pulling him out for publicity is nothing more than trying to relieve the Icelanders' fear of Tiga. Li Wenqian, of course, hopes that the Icelanders will continue to live in dire straits. Li Wenqian threw his good citizen certificate issued by the Metropolitan Police Department in the trash can. He still hopes to become a 6-star good citizen of the island country. Speaking of the 6-star good citizen, Li Wenqian is about to start making plans for the next step. Now the Sky Tree, the Kyoto Tower, and the Nagoya TV Tower, all FG responded because of the reasoning of the detectives. Even many of them have been closed for the time being to deal with Dijia's blitz. He needs to choose a better check-in location. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. It was a strange call. Li Wenqian paused for a few seconds and pressed the answer button, quietly waiting for the voice from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Wenqian? I'm Suzuki Sanako, as you should remember. Suzuki Sanako used all the courage Liang Jingru gave her to make this call to Li Wenqian. After leaving the villa without saying goodbye that day, she thought that Li Wenqian would take the initiative to contact her in the future. But no. After Li Wenqian pulled up his pants, he seemed to have really forgotten about her. Sanako, what's the matter? Li Wenqian thought it was his purchase of a luxury house in the past 2 days that attracted real estate sales or the persistence of the black organization again. Next month our Suzuki Foundation will hold its 60th anniversary at sea, and my father said that I can invite my friends. Do you have time then? Anniversary of the 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Foundation? Still at sea? Li Wenqian had an idea in an instant. Of course. The two of us are the closest good friends. Do you have time this Sunday? I invite you out for dinner and a movie. On the other end of the phone came Suzuki Sanako's chuckling voice, I have time, I will find you when the time comes. Hang up the phone. Li Wenqian's thoughts also jumped. The Suzuki Consortium is one of the largest consortiums in the entire island country because of its power in the island country. He had read a financial magazine, which said that the total assets of the Suzuki Consortium exceeded 2 trillion yen. It has more than 200 subsidiaries, involving automobile, finance, retail, real estate and other industries. There are countless mansions, as well as private jets and private airports. The 60th birthday of the Suzuki Foundation must have invited celebrities from all walks of life, financial tycoons and prominent figures to gather together. If he kidnaps all these people? He asked these little baga in the island country, do you dare to shoot like last time? A phone call from Suzuki Sanako allowed him to confirm the check-in place to become a 6-star good citizen. Just at this moment, a black BMW suddenly crossed in front of him. A black painted gun barrel protruded from the halfway down window of the car. Black clothes, black pants, black sunglasses. Smooth and skillful operation, looks like a professional killer. Boarding. Li Wenqian did not expect that the black organization would find him so soon. Want to force him to submit by forceful means? Precious protection, body armor. Li Wenqian first put on a resurrection armor for himself, and suddenly there was an usse in his hand the next second. Tut, chug, chug. The usse submachine gun is definitely not as powerful as an automatic rifle, but it is strong enough to shoot fast enough. About 15.6 rounds can be fired in 1 second, and the magazine can be emptied in 2 seconds. The rapid fire in the infinite bullet mode has allowed Li Wenqian to shoot an unknown number of bullets in 1 minute. The black BMW that was shining brightly a minute ago has been beaten like a hornet's nest. Li Wenqian didn't know how many gunmen were inside the black BMW, anyway, they were all smashed by him now. Thousands of gunshots emptied the streets of Tokyo, where there were still a few pedestrians in an instant. In the surrounding residential area, there were still a few houses with lights on, but now they have been quietly extinguished under the threat of gunfire. The whole street fell into deathly silence. Li Wenqian knew that starting today he had another enemy in this small island country. Black Organization. The Black Organization literally seems easier to deal with than the island police. Actually not. It is actually very simple to deal with the Black Organization. You only need to scare them, persuade them, and beat them to the point where they cannot survive in the entire island country. Starting tomorrow, He, Li Wenqian, will teach a lesson to these little days who like to steal Huxia culture. Let Xiao Baga know what it means, bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. Chapter 40. Magyar Juzu was startled when he saw the black BMW shot through the streets of Tokyo. What kind of enmity and grievance will beat these two people into flesh? Takagi, how is it? Magyar Juzu asked. Colleagues from the forensics department are still dealing with the scene of the crime. So far, 935 rounds of 9mm bullets have been found at the scene. And that's not all. It is conservatively estimated from the bullets left at the scene that there are thousands of rounds. Takagi Wataru couldn't even imagine the scene where more than 1,000 bullets were shot at the two of them. This horse is really shooting all over the face. Officer Magyar, could this man be the real gangster Tiga? Asked Satomai Wako from the side. In the past 2 days, there have been many gangsters wearing Tiga masks in the entire downtown area of Tokyo. Tiga who robbed, Tiga who stole, Tiga who RD. They investigated and dealt with 3 Digia crimes in 1 day, and arrested 7 Digia. Satomai Wako originally thought that the Tiga mask had some kind of mask, as long as it was worn, the evil in the hearts of these people could be infinitely magnified. Actually not. These gangsters seem to put on masks, but in fact they took off the masks. They are all taking advantage of people's fear of the gangster Tiga. As long as they wear masks, most of their targets will give up resistance. Not sure yet. Magyar Juzu wasn't sure if the gangster who had fired more than 1,000 rounds from his gun was Tiga. But definitely the worst homicide they've dealt with today. Magyar Juzu now hopes that the escaped gunman is Tiga, otherwise the entire city of Tokyo is too scary right now. The next day. The Tokyo headquarters of a certain car company. This is a 180,000-story office building. After Li Wenqian entered the building, he went straight to the front desk of the lobby. I'm looking for Mr. Kenzo Masuyama. The lady at the front desk smiled politely. Do you have an appointment? No. Give him this bottle of wine, and he will let me go up. The woman looked at the bottle of wine that Li Wenqian put on the front desk with a puzzled face. She knows this wine. Pisco is a popular spirit distilled from grapes in Peru. This kind of wine is well known in the world, and the price is not cheap, but the receptionist doesn't think that such a bottle of wine can impress their chairman. Sir, may I have your name? Although the lady at the front desk was puzzled, she still showed a high professionalism. The main reason is that Li Wenqian is handsome, wearing a designer suit, and looks like a rich man. All you have to do is give him the bottle of wine. The lady at the front desk dubiously called her boss and reported the situation in the hall in detail. Sir, please wait a moment. About 5 minutes later, a manager-like person came to the lobby in a hurry. Sir, our chairman is waiting for you in the office on the top floor. Li Wenqian refused the manager to lead the way, and took the elevator to the top floor alone. Kenzo Masuyama is ostensibly the chairman of the car company, but he has another identity. A veteran of the black organization, codenamed Pisco. An entrepreneur who relies on organizational strength to succeed. At the same time, Pisco is also the only core member of the black organization that Li Wenqian can find so far. He just wanted to start with Pisco on the black organization. Li Wenqian installed a silencer on his pistol in the elevator, went to the top floor, and kicked open the door of Pisco's office. Regardless of the fact that the door is made of special materials, it looks very strong, but Li Wenqian couldn't help it. Bayu. When Li Wenqian met, 2 bullets hit Pisco's thigh, and then he covered Pisco's mouth with a towel to prevent the old man from screaming like a pig. Pisco's eyes were terrified, and his forehead was already profusely sweating. This way of greeting is really unique. There is only one question in his head now: who are you riding? Let go of you, I can't call. Pisco nodded frantically in fright. He is very clear about the rules of the rivers and lakes. If he dares to call someone at this time, the uninvited guest who suddenly rushed in will definitely shoot him to death. You, who are you and what are you going to do? Although Pisco is an old man in his 70s, his desire to survive is no less than that of young people. I just have one question for you. Tell me about the Black Organization's industries in Tokyo, its contact locations, and its latest actions. Pisco got it. Although it is not known who this person is, the next goal must be to retaliate against the Black Organization. I advise you that it's best. Before half a sentence was finished, Li Wenqian shot Pisco's thigh again. Well. The excruciating pain made Pisco tremble all over, and his fingers were about to buckle a hole in the leather sofa under his buttocks. But he didn't dare to call yet. Can you let me go after I tell you? Pisco still wants to live, he can't give up the throne of the chairman of the car. Cannot. You can only choose one way to die now. Chapter 41. Pisco was tied to the leather sofa by Li Wenqian, and his mouth was also firmly attached to it. The only thing that can move now is a pair of eyes with a strong desire to survive. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. I think the various instruments of torture now can pry your mouth open. As long as you can cooperate well, I promise to send you away with one shot, so that you will not suffer from flesh and blood. In front of Li Wenqian was a set of medical tools for tooth extraction. No way. These were the only instruments of torture he could find. But he felt that these pliers, dental hammer, and dental drill were enough. Woohoo! How can an old man in Pisco who has lived over 70 years old not understand what Li Wenqian means? It's so good to recruit. Do not recruit to be tortured to death. At first, Pisco wanted to learn how to be a tough guy, but after Li Wenqian pulled out a nail, he couldn't stand it anymore. He chose to die. Following Li Wenqian's instructions, Pisco wrote in bloody hand a list of Black Organization members known at his level. Although Pisco is a veteran figure in the Black Organization, his status in the Black Organization is not high. Although I wrote down a list of members of the Black Organization, I don't actually know the specific information of these people, but only know a code name. Even he has only heard of many of them, and has never met those members of the organization. However, Pisco's provision of a specific location for the organization's den appears to be of great value. Bayou. Li Wenqian shot Pisco right between the eyebrows, ending the old Baga's happy life. The Black Organization's meticulous style of work and its secrecy mechanism kept Pisco from knowing who Li Wenqian was until his death. Currently in the Black Organization, the only ones who know about Li Wenqian are Boss, Jin, and Belmode. Others, just like the outside world, only know that there is an extra gangster Tiga in this world. When Li Wenqian left, he dropped several TNT bombs in the building, and went out of the explosion range to detonate decisively. With a bang, the top floor of the 18-story automobile headquarters exploded in an instant, and the terrifying destructive force caused this building standing tall in Tokyo to collapse in a blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the 3-star Good Citizen achievement. Real men never look back. The explosion behind him covered the sky with a breath of death, and it seemed to be the best background board for Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian's attitude is that it must be fried. Pisco in the Black Organization is at most an old antique with its neck buried in Lois. It wouldn't hurt the Black Organization to die of such a thing, but blowing up the car business run by the Black Organization in Tokyo would make these little bastards grin. On the way back, Li Wenqian also ran into Megure Juzu, who was rushing to the scene of the crime, and police officers from the 3rd Crime Department. Sweating a lot. I heard from Miyamoto Yumi that the detectives of the Metropolitan Police Department have been busy for a while. For Li Wenqian, this is just the beginning of the appetizer. An underground parking lot in Tokyo. A black Porsche 356A and a Tamazo parked side by side. Pisco is dead. The 2 gunmen you sent out have also been killed, and more than 1,000 bullets were found on their bodies. To be exact, some skin and flesh tissue has been found on more than 1,000 rounds of bullets. Belmode, who was sitting in the driver's seat of de Tomaso, brought 2 messages. All bad. She warned Jin in between that Li Wenqian is definitely not as messy as he looks. The organization has been hit hard one after another, which already shows that Li Wenqian's counterattack against the black organization has begun. Pisco, he's too old. A sharp cold light flickered in Jin's long and narrow eyes. Even if Pisco is not killed, he doesn't think the old guy has the ability to sit in the position of chairman of the car and make huge profits for the black organization. I'm flying to New York tomorrow, good luck. Belmode kicked the accelerator and left the parking lot. On the center console of her car was a photo of Li Wenqian's blurred back. My dear silver bullet. Belmode has been looking for the silver bullet that can destroy the black organization. At first she thought it was a Ke Xue, then she thought it was Kyuta Shinichi. Neither. The real silver bullet is Li Wenqian. This is the man who can destroy the black organization, her dear silver bullet. Coward. Sitting behind Jin Porsche 356A, a woman with a tattoo of a butterfly under her left eye scolded. What's so scary about being alone? The stinky woman, Absinthe, was so frightened that she wanted to run away overnight. Even if the opponent is superhuman, she will kill him with one shot. Jin, aren't you going to tell us who the dartboard is this time? Qianti, sitting in the back row, was a little impatient. Tiga. Tiga? The same Tiga who blew up the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. When Qianti heard that the target was Tiga, his inner self-confidence was instantly reduced by more than half. Of course she knows who Tiga is. During this period, the most ferocious gangster in Tokyo detonated many buildings in Tokyo in just over half a month, and there were even die-hard fans eager to imitate. Yes, that's him. Jin didn't tell Qianti about Digia's real identity, because Li Wenqian had too many secrets about the black organization. Good. Then I'll kill him with my own hands. Qianti's fanciful confidence soared. For her, this is a good opportunity to make a name for herself in the killer circle. Chapter 42. Tokyo, a suburb of Toyocho, a paper mill called Kamita. It should be here. Li Wenqian stood on the hillside and looked down with a telescope. According to the information provided by the dead Pisco, this is the largest crime den of the black organization in Tokyo. Is it the biggest in Tokyo? Li Wenqian doesn't know, but it should be the biggest in Tokyo that Pisco knows. Li Wenqian stood on the hillside and observed for 3 minutes. This paper mill has a total of 8 factory buildings from the outside, and there is no one to be seen outside except for 2 smoking guards. Do not care. He decided to try the depth of the paper mill himself. Panzer, tank. In an instant, a tank fell from the sky and landed less than 30 meters away from him. Li Wenqian could feel the ground shaking violently. Panzer was the first cheat he memorized and the first cheat he used when he came into contact with the game Grand Theft Auto. At that time, he felt astonished. Driving a tank in the city, whether it is pleasing to the eye or not, will become his dead soul. With the deepening of the game, gradually getting tired of missions and gun battles, he fell in love with driving in Grand Theft Auto, a game with a high degree of freedom. A tank can be driven in the game for half an hour. Start with a tank and end with a tank. The reason why Li Wenqian didn't drive a tank to do trouble immediately after he came to Ke Xue time was because the tank had a big disadvantage. Bulky and not equipped with anti-aircraft weapons. In the game, you can still struggle if you are surrounded, but in the world of Ke Xue, as long as the special security team dispatches armed helicopters, it is basically equivalent to being passively beaten. Li Wenqian was sitting in the tank, preparing to give loving care to the elders to the black organization disguised as a paper mill in front of him. He looked at the control lever of the tank in front of him, his hands were hanging in the air and he couldn't get down. Tanks are not like Gatlings, you just hold the trigger and don't let go. He can't open it. Moreover, tanks generally require at least 4 people, a driver in charge of posture, a commander in charge of command in the turret, a gunner who controls the artillery, and a loader in charge of loading the shells. And now he is alone. The system seemed to have heard his appeal, and at this moment a full-style control handle integrating driving, loading, and launching appeared in the tank. When Li Wenqian saw this gamepad-like thing, he immediately felt that it was very easy to drive a tank. With a slight push of the handle forward, the tank began to move forward quickly. Report, report, there is a situation here. The rumbling sound made the sentry on duty at the gate of the paper mill feel faintly frightened. What's the situation? The sentry said into the walkie-talkie, it seems that a forklift is driving over. It was too dark, and the sentry post couldn't see clearly, but could only vaguely see a very large car driving towards the paper mill. Wrong. It's not a forklift, it's a tank, and the tank surrounded us. The sentry was so frightened that the shit in his crotch could hardly be caught. The speed of the tank was very fast, and the visual inspection had already exceeded 50 miles per hour, and the black gun barrel was facing his direction. Do you want to listen to what you say? Tank? Do we still need to use the army to destroy them? Is it enough for a special security team to step on the horse? Boom! A loud noise shook the mountains, as if to tear the entire night sky apart. Moses, Moses! No sound can be heard from the other end of the walkie-talkie. The moment Xiao Baga from the paper mill ran out of the factory building, he was already in a daze. Yes, it is a tank, really a tank. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the tank leveled the gate of the paper mill and broke in unimpeded. Emission! 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 Li Wenqian watched helplessly as the big living man in front of him was so frightened that his anus was clamped tightly 1 second, and he didn't know where he was going the next second. He felt as if he had broken into a slaughterhouse. Even pressing, pushing, and bombarding with artillery shells, they went all the way from Nantianmen to Penglai East Road without blinking their eyes. Just don't be too cool. Sitting in the cab of the tank, Li Wenqian couldn't hear any other noisy sounds except the bombardment of shells and the screams of killing pigs. When it came to S*X, Li Wenqian even showed off his driving skills. First there was a head shake, and then a reverse U-turn. Although the tank is relatively bulky, its biggest feature is its flesh. Without any natural enemies, the tank is the absolute king of the land. Stop him quickly! A few little Baga took out their pistols and tried to resist, but the bullet hit the tank and said that it was flattering them to hit a pebble with a rock. Trying to overturn a tank without explosives and anti-tank missiles is simply a dream. Go and inform the elder brother. Brother jumped over the wall and ran away. The shock of the tank short-circuited the brains of these little Baga, and only now did they realize that there was still a way to escape over the wall. But it's too late. The moment they turned around, the tank had already rolled over them. Intestines and farts have been squeezed out. Chapter 43. Li Wenqian got off the tank. The whole paper mill was bleeding like a river, and fell into a dead silence, and there was no one who could breathe. Pisco told him temporarily that this is the largest criminal den of the black organization in Tokyo. That's it. Also riding a horse is not very good. He had already killed them within half an hour, and Li Wenqian felt that it was no different from killing dozens of pigs. Li Wenqian looked at the tanks lying across the paper mill. One of the disadvantages of his cheating device is that he cannot take back the tank again, but it is really unacceptable for him to leave this perfect tank to little Baga. System space now. Li Wenqian used his mind to put the tank into the system space, and at this moment he felt his head sinking slightly. Fortunately, the tank can be taken away by him. If the system space is not enough, he really can only choose to destroy it and not leave it to Xiao Baga. Jingle bell. Caller alert, Suzuki Sanako. Wenqian-jun, can I go to see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? On the originally scheduled Sunday, Suzuki Sanako called again to confirm the specific time. For a woman with a love brain like Suzuki Sanako, the first date in her life is really more important than her own life. Li Wenqian said, Of course, we will see each other then. Are you still outside? Well, I came to my friend's slaughterhouse today. After chatting for a while, Li Wenqian hung up the phone. Although the island country is a small place, the current paper mill is at least half an hour's drive away from where he lives. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back tomorrow morning on foot. Don't panic. Rock and roll car, a luxury high-end bridge car. When the command was typed in the input box, a big Benz suddenly appeared in front of Li Wenqian. Not luxurious at all, not high class at all. However, it is still qualified as a means of transportation for him to go home now. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell of Li Wenqian's villa rang on time, and it was really not too much, not too little. Ever since he said he looked better without the headband, Suzuki Sanako has said goodbye to this kind of crap that seals his looks. Today's Suzuki Sanako is wearing a pair of ultra-short jeans, and her top is a white belly button dress to show her flat and silky belly. By the way, she is paired with a pair of white sneakers that look infinitely sunny. Although the bare long legs are not decorated with black silk and lace, they are also full of playfulness to Li Wenqian. Wenqian-jun, good morning, where are we going today? Suzuki Sanako is too kind. The politeness makes Li Wenqian feel that there is always an invisible distance between the two people, which is not like the relationship that -18 centimeters should have at all. Li Wenqian knows that this is a normal attitude of a little girl towards her first love. We'll be shy, we'll blush, we'll look forward to, we'll fantasize. Come in. Li Wenqian picked up Suzuki Sanako and put it on the bar where famous wines are stored in the living room on the first floor of his villa. Come first. Add essential lubricant to today's appointments. Suzuki Sanako's eyes were blurred, and she seemed to see her belly beating rhythmically. Li Wenqian brought her flying enjoyment. Half an hour later, Suzuki Sanako's stiff formality was gone, even lying naked on the sofa did not make her blush anymore. Wenqian-jun, where are you going to take me today? Suzuki Sanako's voice is still a little weak, but it's because she doesn't have much strength now. How about taking me to the Sally Beth? The Suzuki Foundation has already released the news that the 60th anniversary party will be held on this luxury cruise ship named Sally Beth. At that time, this luxury cruise ship, which can carry thousands of people, will depart from the port of Yokohama and sail to the high seas. Okay. My family's cruise ship Sally Beth docked at the port of Yokohama yesterday afternoon. If you want to go, we can do it now. Of course Li Wenqian knew. It would not have been possible to make such a request to Suzuki Sanako if he had not received the news that the Sally Beth was in port. Then let's go now. Suzuki Sanako had just put on his clothes, and Li Wenqian had already started the car. Today he chose a red Ferrari LaFerrari. It's a Ferrari, but it's no ordinary Ferrari. There are 3 requirements for buying LaFerrari. First, you must be an old Ferrari customer. Second, you must have a few limited edition Ferraris in your hands, and third, you must be worth more than 1 billion yen. All in all, one sentence, it is to have money. This is not too simple for Li Wenqian. Let's go. Suzuki Sanako was sitting in the co-pilot, and the restraint he had just met was gone. Li Wenqian still likes this kind of Suzuki Sanako with a little nervousness in the second class. Chapter 44. Port of Yokohama. There are many cruise ships, cargo ships, luxury yachts, fishing boats and so on. But the Sally Beth still stands out in the whole port, with a feeling of standing out from the crowd, making it hard not to notice this huge luxury cruise ship. The Sally Beth is more than 200 meters long, as high as an 8-story building, with a displacement of 6 tons, and can carry more than 3,000 people. According to Suzuki Sanako, the Suzuki Consortium Sally Beth cost 100 billion yen to build. Li Wenqian felt poor in an instant. This is the Sally Beth's VIP room, where our Suzuki Foundation 60th anniversary party will be held next month. It is said that it is next month, but in fact there are not a few days left. Standing in the VIP room, Li Wenqian felt that it was very big at first. He can already imagine that under the call of the Suzuki Consortium, the VIP hall will be full of guests. The 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Consortium is not like the Haitian feast that some rich second generations like to play, such as Russian roulette, depth charges, and so on. At that time, all the elites and celebrities from all walks of life in the island country will come. The purpose of these elite Xiao is to meet more partners at the Suzuki Consortium's memorial party, and to facilitate cooperation of hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. At that time, Li Wenqian's chance also came. "Sanako, why are you here?" Standing behind them is Sanako's older sister Suzuki Ayako. A woman in her 20s with a big wavy high ponytail and eyes that can't be opened all the time. "Sister, why am I here?" "I'm going to attend the 60th anniversary of our Suzuki Foundation." Suzuki Ayako smiled slightly. "Don't tell me if you see through." Suzuki Sanako just wants to be an unfettered bird, saying that she will care about the 60th anniversary of the foundation. Suzuki Ayako absolutely does not believe it. "Is this your friend? Why don't you introduce me?" Only then did Suzuki Ayako notice Li Wenqian next to her, and she finally understood why her sister came aboard the Sally Beth today. Suzuki Sanako didn't answer, but looked at Li Wenqian beside her. She decided to give Li Wenqian the opportunity to tell the relationship between the two of them. "I'm her boyfriend." Suzuki Sanako felt his heart pounding when he heard this sentence. Nervous and delighted. She was really afraid that Li Wenqian would say that they were just ordinary friends, so wouldn't that mean she was prostitute for nothing? It was Xiao Ran, that guy, kept denying their relationship after they had S*X with Li Wenqian. No wonder she was there. "Boyfriend? Sanako, when did you have a boyfriend?" At this time, an unfriendly middle-aged female voice suddenly came from behind. Suzuki Sanako shrank his neck and turned around bravely. "Mom, you are here too." "It's over." Suzuki Sanako can show off his boyfriend to anyone, but only dare not make mistakes in front of Suzuki Tomoko. Her parents only have 2 children, her and her elder sister, so the requirements for choosing a spouse are very sensitive. The first premise is to be able to take care of the future of the Suzuki family. Who is this person? Suzuki Sanako kept searching for the memories in her head. In her impression, Li Wenqian didn't belong to any consortium. "His name is Li Wenqian, and he is my new boyfriend." Suzuki Sanako was afraid to tell his mother before, but he became more courageous after being discovered. Li Wenqian. Suzuki Tomoko is more sure that Li Wenqian is not a descendant of a famous family, because their Suzuki Consortium has never cooperated with any Li Consortium. "He's excellent. I have worked hard in the island country by myself and already own several villas, and even have many luxury cars under my name." Tomoko Suzuki raised his eyebrows slightly. These properties are just a drop in the bucket in front of the Suzuki Consortium, but Li Wenqian is worth tens of billions at this age, relying on his own ability. "Then let me ask you, do you have the confidence to take on the future of our Suzuki Consortium?" Suzuki Tomoko's attitude is much better than before, but still fierce. An elder's attitude towards the younger generation's encouragement. "I have no intention of taking on the future of the Suzuki Foundation." When Li Wenqian came to Ke Xue, he had no plan to start a business, let alone join Suzuki's family. He is him. The gangster Dijia who made Xiao Baga of the island nation frightened. Nanny. Suzuki Tomoko did not expect that Li Wenqian would reject a Suzuki Consortium, let alone that Li Wenqian would reject it so decisively. "How old are you this year?" 23. "Okay, if you have a net worth of 300 billion yen before the age of 25, I have no problem with which of my daughters you choose to associate with." Li Wenqian did not expect that Tomoko Suzuki would say such powerful words. She is really a hero among girls. The wives of big consortiums are indeed not vases. "Mom, what do you mean? Why did Suzuki Sanako find a boyfriend and roll up with her old sister?" But if you can't do it, it's up to me to decide whether to break up or choose to take on the future of the Suzuki Consortium. Suzuki Tomoko's calculations were heard throughout the Salbeth. If his performance is booming in the past 2 years, Suzuki Tomoko will choose to let him inherit the consortium. If he goes bankrupt, the result will naturally be obvious. Good. Li Wenqian decided to play this little game with Tomoko Suzuki. 2 years. His 2 years in the island country will definitely bring about earth-shaking changes here. Chapter 45. Although Suzuki Tomoko's dismount failed, he can still feel the hospitality of this middle-aged woman. On the surface of the mouth of the knife, what Li Wenqian felt was the fire in his heart. After dinner, Li Wenqian took Suzuki Sanako to watch a romantic movie, the serious one. Title: Titanic. Li Wenqian just wanted to take a look at the sinking process of the Titanic and see if he could get some inspiration from it. After walking for half a day, Suzuki Sanako has quietly recovered her carefree and a little nervous nature. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, with a pair of long legs resting on the dashboard. You don't have to pay too much attention to what my mother said. Li Wenqian didn't understand, so he asked, what is it? That's it. If you can have a net worth of 300 billion yen before the age of 25, you can choose whatever you want. My mom was just kidding you. If Li Wenqian becomes her brother-in-law in the end, it will be the ultimate waste of work and free prostitution. Oh, I see. He still thought what happened. To be honest, he really didn't take this bet seriously. A worth of 300 billion yen is difficult for others, but for him. Simply don't be too simple. Sit down, let's go. Li Wenqian has already planned. Eating, watching movies, having s**x. This is the normal dating process. He has already planned to spend a day and night unforgettable Sunday with Suzuki Sanako in the villa. The other side. Gin and vodka stood on the ruins of the Kamita paper mill, where nothing but minced meat was solidified and blackened blood clots. Big brother, what's going on? Vodka had a cigar in his mouth, and the lighter in his hand failed to ignite after 3 attempts. In addition to the shattered corpses and collapsed ruins, the most obvious thing here is the traces of the tracks on the ground. This is a tank, right? Jin didn't speak, because he was also panicking in his heart now. The Black Organization has been established for decades, and so far has never attracted the siege of tanks. Are they being targeted by the military? Brother, the police are here. The sirens sounded louder and louder from far to near, and the shadows of several police cars were seen in a blink of an eye. Withdraw. Jin can't figure out why this is. But the traces of the tracks on the ground and the members of the Black Organization that were wiped out all indicate that there was a unilateral massacre last night, and their organization members were slaughtered like pigs. In less than 2 minutes, Magyar Juzu arrived with most of the detectives from the first search department. Come fast, run fast. Minced meat all over the floor, coagulated blood clots, intestines hanging on the ruins. Some inexperienced detectives from the 1st Investigation Division felt their stomachs churning, lying on the side of the road and vomiting wildly. Officer Magyar, what the hell is going on here? Satugmai Wako is also considered a backbone with rich experience in the Metropolitan Police Department, but he was still pale with fright in the face of this situation. So cute. If she hadn't known that this was Tokyo, she would have thought she had arrived at the Syrian battlefield. Everyone try to collect evidence, and remember not to destroy the scene. Takagi is in charge of cordoning off the scene, and no one is allowed to approach within a range of 300 meters. Magyar Juzu's face was heavy, even he had never experienced this kind of murder scene. Although I don't know what happened here, once it is reported by the media, it will definitely shock the entire island country. Shortly after, Chiba hurried over to report, Officer Magyar, according to our investigation, there are very messy tank tracks at the scene. Tank? Are you sure? Could it be a tracked vehicle like an excavator? Magyar József also noticed the obvious track ruts on the ground after he arrived, but he didn't think about the tank. Sure. We have repeatedly identified that this is the trace after the tank track was crushed. Magyar József's brain short-circuited instantly, and he took out the phone from his pocket with trembling hands. Sir Matsumoto, we found traces of tank tracks on the outskirts of Toyocho. Right. Please ask if there are any military exercises in Toyo Town these 2 days. It can't be passing by. Some people called to report that there was a huge explosion last night, and the paper mill has been turned into ruins. Magyar József hung up the phone, and now he could only wait for the news from his boss. He looked at the ruins in front of him. If it weren't for the anonymous informant who said that this place used to be a paper mill, he would have thought it was a slaughterhouse. Brother, these policemen don't seem to know what's going on here. Jin's mind was flying now. How could she not see what a pig brain like vodka could think of? Only the army has tanks in the island country. If it is not the self-defense forces, who will use tanks to level the black organization's stronghold in Tokyo? Chapter 46. A day and a night of fun with Suzuki Sanako is over soon. When Li Wenqian is alone, he prefers to stay in the room and make plans for him to become a 6-star good citizen. This time, his check-in location is on the Suzuki Consortium's valued 100 billion yen Sally Beth. He has already got a list of people who will be feasting for the 60th anniversary from Suzuki Sanako. It can be said that it includes automobiles, finance, jewelry, electronic products, real estate, and other industries. More than half of the elites from all walks of life in the island country will board the Sally Beth carrying their dreams, with a total of more than 300 people. These 300 people are of different heights, short, fat, and thin, but each of them has one common characteristic: rich. The poorest are also the super rich who are worth over 100 billion. Li Wenqian always felt that something was missing if he just tied up this rich man and made them human shields. Money. Li Wenqian needs money from them. So he thought of someone. This day, Li Wenqian came to Miwa Bank. The lobby manager of Miwa Bank immediately recognized their unrivaled hero, Li Wenqian, who once kicked up robbers and guarded bank deposits. Mr. Li, what kind of business do you want to handle? Miwa Bank walks the talk. Once promised that Li Wenqian would be their lifelong VIP, the personal hospitality of the lobby manager is the best fulfillment. I don't do business. I would like to invite Ms. Hirota Masami to dinner. Miwa Bank is close to closing time, and there are very few customers handling business. In an instant, the lobby manager was stunned. The colleagues in the bank also set their sights on Hirota Masami at the third window. Miss Hirota, Mr. Li is here to see you. The business lobby manager thought he had no way to do it for him, so Hirota Masami had to do it himself. Mr. Li, what can you do for me? The two had met once before, and Hirota Masami's impression of Li Wenqian was that he was upright, fierce, and full of justice in his heart. Miss Hirota, do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. The colleagues in the back heard that they had already started booing. Hirota Masami's love is just here. I'm not off work yet. God for good. At this time, the alarm clock of Miwa Bank rang at 5 o'clock. Can go now. Hirota Masami felt that Li Wenqian wanted to pursue her. Her original intention was to refuse, not because Li Wenqian was bad, but because of her special status. The black organization now knows that she wants to leave, and has threatened her for this. If she chooses to associate with Li Wenqian at this time, Li Wenqian will definitely be implicated. Hirota Masami was sitting in the co-pilot seat of Li Wenqian's Ferrari. He spoke several times but finally stopped talking. Never mind. After finishing the dinner, she found a way to reject Li Wenqian's offer. What do you like to eat? Japanese food or Western food? Hirota Masami lowered his head. Anything is fine. On the way to the restaurant, no matter what Li Wenqian said, Hirota Masami just had an attitude. Listen to my brother. During the meal, Hirota Masami kept silent, but it was Li Wenqian who met him. After a few glasses of sherry, Hirota Masami didn't know his name anymore, and he grabbed Li Wenqian's arm with both hands and didn't let go. Fortunately, Li Wenqian asked for Hirota Masami's address when he was halfway through the drink. Miwa Town, 3 Chom, a youth apartment. From the moment the two entered the door, they were fully prepared for the next S*X. Hirota Masami is very resistant to interacting with Li Wenqian in her heart, but the catalysis of alcohol makes her unable to refuse this man at this moment. This night Hirota Masami tore the sheets and soaked the mattress. Early the next morning, Hirota Masami woke up from sleep, eyes still in a state of vacancy. "I'm sorry, I don't think the two of us are suitable." Hirota Masami finally said that long-simmering rejection. The identity of the black organization forced her to have such a love with Li Wenqian, who said goodbye at dawn. "Hirota Masami, you should be called Miyano Akemi." If he didn't know Miyano Akemi's real identity, Li Wenqian would have thought that this woman was saying that the two of them were not the right size. How did you know?" The name Hirota Masami is a pseudonym she used when she was in school. Outsiders only know her as Hirota Masami, but they don't know that she has another name. The name Miyano Akemi is known only to her younger sister, Miyano Shiho, outside of black organizations. Miwa Bank Robbery Timeline Map. You should put a plan like this in a hidden place. Learn from him. It's also a crime, but every time he puts his detailed plan in the system space, it is impossible for anyone to pry into his secret. "Sorry, I lied to you." Hirota Masami finally knew how Li Wenqian knew her secret, and for her something more troublesome than refusing to associate with Li Wenqian had arisen. Chapter 47. Wenqian-jun, I beg you to forget what happened today. The two of us will act as if we have never met before, and don't come to me after you leave. Miyano Akemi now just wants Li Wenqian to pull up his pants and leave. The black organization is not as simple as imagined. Once those killers know that Li Wenqian has come to her house, once they know that Li Wenqian knows about the plan, it is impossible to live to see the sun of tomorrow. "Mr. Wenqian, I beg you. Just do me a favor, please, don't go to the police, or you will die." The Metropolitan Police Department has now been blown up by the gangster Dijie, and the group of criminal policemen are just rich, and it is impossible to protect Li Wenqian in front of the black organization. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Miyano Akemi's mind. This flash of lightning filled her pupils and face with horror. Li Wenqian knew about her next plan to rob Miwa Bank for 1 billion yen, but she did not write the name Miyano Akemi in this plan. How did Li Wenqian know? "Sorry, I lied to you too. I'm looking for you this time because I need your help on something very important. I need you to help me register an overseas account, an account that can escape the surveillance and control of the police in the island country." In fact, Li Wenqian didn't intend to sleep with Miyano Akemi at the beginning. All of this is too deep to be restrained. Overseas account. Miyano Akemi looked at Li Wenqian suspiciously. She suddenly discovered that all this seemed to be a trap from the beginning. Li Wenqian did it on purpose, just waiting for this moment to take her away. "Yes, I need an account. In a few days, I will have a large amount of money into the account, and this money cannot be found by the police in the island country." Li Wenqian is already planning to make a big splash on the Sally Beth, but before that he must prepare a sack for money. He didn't know such a person in the island country, and the only person he could think of was Miyano Akemi, a bank clerk. Kidnap, blackmail, blackmail. The Li Wenqian she thought was not a good person. "But why should I help you?" Miyano Akemi doesn't regard Li Wenqian as a good citizen who does justice at all. Knowing her real name means knowing black organizations. Can such a person be an ordinary person? Because you have no choice. It is impossible to break away from the black organization by your own ability. Even if you help the black organization successfully rob this 1 billion yen, they will not let you go. Speaking of which, the black organization is our common enemy. Now if you help me, you are helping yourself. Mayano Akemi was stunned. Who the hell are you? If it weren't for the fact that she has been guarding against the surveillance of the black organization, one would start to wonder if Li Wenqian had installed a bug on her body. You will know later. Li Wenqian said. Yes, you are right. Mayano Akemi also realized that it was absolutely impossible for the black organization to let her go. But she has no choice. For her and her sister Mayano Shiho, she had to give it a go for this plan to rob 1 billion yen. Okay, I promise to help you. The account you want will be handled for you tomorrow. For an ordinary bank employee, it may not be easy to handle such an account that will not be controlled and monitored, but it is not difficult for a bank employee who has received professional training in a black organization. Mayano Akemi doesn't know why she helped Li Wenqian. Maybe it's because of her hatred for black organizations, or she still thinks Li Wenqian might be a good person. Mr. Li, please try to forget what you saw at my house today. Mayano Akemi said solemnly. See you tomorrow. He and Mayano Akemi now have another layer of cooperation besides bed friends. Li Wenqian is not worried that Mayano Akemi will play tricks. This woman is also counting on using her carefully planned billion-yen robbery plan in exchange for Mayano Shiho's freedom. The other side. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has been fried. Matsumoto Kiyonaga reported to the top of the Metropolitan Police Department, and got a positive answer from the military through negotiations with the top management. The Japanese army has not taken any action in Tokyo recently, and it is even more impossible to send tanks through the downtown area. Megure Juzu is very angry. They investigated for 2 days. Both the surveillance video and the street shops stated that they had not seen the tank, but in the suburbs of Toya Town, there appeared out of thin air the track marks of a tank that had been smashed by it, leaving traces of shelling. Could it be that this tank fell from the sky? The detectives of the 1st Search Division couldn't figure it out, and the senior management of the Metropolitan Police Department was also at a loss. To this end, Xiao Baga also asked their father Miguo for technical support. Question: are there any tanks in this world that can escape the monitoring of road sections? Apart from seeing his stupid son being beaten, the rest of the United States is only a high-sounding ridicule. Chapter 48. Metropolitan Police Department On-Site Restaurant. Satsuma Wako and Miyamoto Yumi, good girlfriends, sat face to face and dined together. Although the little Baga coveted Satsuma Wako's beauty, but at this time no one dared to go one step further. If anyone dares to dine side by side with the Metropolitan Police Department goddess at this time, he will definitely suffer the wrath of all the dogs licking the entire Metropolitan Police Department after the meal. My Wako, I heard that your crime department is struggling with a disappearing tank. Miyamoto Yumi. Satsuma Wako lost his appetite in an instant. Insist on bringing up the worst things during the happiest times of her day. Don't be angry. Tell me what's going on. I'm a competent officer in the traffic department. Maybe I can help you. Miyamoto Yumi has 2 hobbies in life, making friends and gossip. Since the Metropolitan Police Department was bombed last time, she felt that it was impossible for her to have a friendship in her life. If she was not allowed to gossip, her life would be gloomy. It was a tank that appeared out of thin air near a paper mill on the outskirts of Toria, and then disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace except for the marks left by the tracks and the debris left by the bombardment. Do you think it's strange? The criminal police of the 3rd Department of Violent Crime were about to think about this matter, and even invited detectives from Tokyo. In the end, the highlight of the horse is an ultimate white job. Everyone insists on their own opinions, no one agrees with the other's theory, and no one's theory holds water. The most outrageous conclusions come from Mori Kogora, a lowly detective who claims that tanks fell from the sky. Appearing out of thin air and disappearing out of thin air, it's really strange. Miyamoto Yumi rubbed his chin and pretended to ask, then what happened later, do you know who did this? Satsuma Wako didn't speak, but she made a signature move that radiated light. It's the bandit Digia again. Satugmai Wako wasn't sure. But now everything that has anything to do with gangsters and finds no such person will be attributed to Digia. Because now the Tiga in Tokyo has gradually increased. No way. Where does an ordinary gangster get a tank? Satugmai Wako also doesn't think that Tiga can get super lethal combat tanks like tanks, but the traces of tanks and the bombed ruins are right in front of him. Miyamoto Yumi is not right. Can a person who blows up Tokyo Tower and Metropolitan Police Department be an ordinary gangster? Yumi, you're not going to tell your boyfriend this news again, are you? Others in the Metropolitan Police Department may not know Miyamoto Yumi that well, but Satugmai Wako, who grew up with her, knows too well that this woman can't hide any secrets in her heart. Won't. The two of us have quarreled and haven't contacted him for several days. After lunch, Miyamoto Yumi found a place where no one was around and dialed the number she was most familiar with. Wenqian-jun, let me tell you one thing, Digia is now on a tank. Yeah, be careful, don't go out if you have nothing to do, the city of Tokyo is not peaceful recently, we will contact you when we have time. Miyamoto Yumi hung up the phone and let go of a hanging heart when she saw that no one was watching her. She has always liked to fish in troubled waters at the Metropolitan Police Department. Recently, she is also busy with her heels in the back of her head. With the appearance of the gangster Tiga, the crime rate in the entire Tokyo city is now skyrocketing. Villa. Li Wenqian put down the phone. He has now started the final preparations. 100 TNT bombs, rocket launchers, Gatling, also bought a full set of body armor for myself. Li Wenqian's mission this time was to kidnap the entire luxury cruise ship alone, and kidnap more than 1,000 people including the crew and waiters. One man guards one ship. The difficulty, the scope, and the difficulty of the task, are all experiences he has never had before. Not only did he have to accomplish this feat this time, he also had to check in on this luxury cruise ship to become a 6-star good citizen of the island country. At this moment, the phone rang again. Li Wenqian pressed the answer button. Mr. Li, the account you want has been prepared for you. Mayano Akimi's tone was a lot colder than before, and it didn't seem like -18 centimeters should have a relationship at all. Thank you, Miss Akimi. But I still need you to do me one last favor. I need you to help me monitor this account tomorrow night. If there are funds in this account before 10 o'clock tomorrow night, you don't need to call me. When it's done, I'll send you a message about Mayano Shiho. Mayano Akimi on the other end of the phone heard that it was about her sister, so she agreed without thinking. No matter what Li Wenqian said is true or false, she can't miss it. Chapter 49. Li Wenqian looked at Suzuki Sanako who was lying naked on the bed like mud. Sorry, I can't take you with me. When Li Wenqian chose to draw his sword, he must not have his own woman beside him. Suzuki Sanako knows him all too well. Even if he turned into Digia, he couldn't conceal the masculine breath emanating from him. Li Wenqian changed into a crew uniform and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. Now his identity is Yamamoto Taiki, one of the lowest and most inconspicuous ordinary crew members on the Sally Beth. In order to fit his current status, Li Wenqian bought a new 8-story Mazda at 0 yuan. To prevent traffic jams, he set off half an hour earlier. Port of Yokohama. Li Wenqian successfully stood on the deck of the Sally Beth with his crew card. At this time, Li Wenqian had already changed into the canala suit he bought for 1 million yen in the bathroom. The crewman's suit is too restrictive, there are many places he wants to go but can't go, such as the current deck, as long as the leader sees it, he must think it is fishing. 1, 2, 3. Just like the record on the invitation list, there are a lot of people here today, and everyone looks so rich. Under the guidance of the service staff, these rich little baga all went to the VIP room in the lobby on the first floor. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Sally Beth departed from Yokohama port on time. VIP room. Li Wenqian was almost the last one to enter the VIP room, sitting in the most inconspicuous and least noticeable corner. Watanabe, you guys are here today. The auto industry has made you a lot of money recently. You still talk about me. You have earned enough to reach hundreds of billions in the past 2 years in the financial industry. What are you two talking about? Look, here comes our real rich man. What kind of rich man am I? But I am poor in front of the Suzuki Consortium. The entire VIP room is full of discussions about business and market conditions, and some people have even started business negotiations half-jokingly. Li Wenqian felt that he was a bit out of tune with these high-class people. But for some reason, he almost laughed crookedly when he heard these rich people discuss making money here. Let's go. I, Li Wenqian, already know that you people are very rich, and each of you can make at least tens of billions a year. At this moment, Suzuki Shiro, the chairman of today's protagonist Suzuki Foundation, stood on the stage. The moment Suzuki Shiro appeared, the focus of the audience was almost on him. Our Suzuki Foundation has now entered its 60th anniversary. I hereby sincerely thank you for your support and encouragement to the foundation. I hope that the more than 200 guests who came here today can enjoy this elegant and powerful feast. In an instant, the audience applauded thunderously. While these wealthy people were talking, Li Wenqian had already quietly left the scene. He came quietly, just as he went quietly. Cruise ship cab. These rich people are really nice. They drink foreign wine and eat steak in the VIP room, and let us stand guard for them here with 2 big eyes. If you have money, you can go in. If you don't have money, don't fart here. Xiao, didn't you say you were going to rob a bank when you were drunk last time? If only I could be like Dijie, I went into the bank and took a few shots, and then took the money and flew away. Some unsatisfactory little baga in the island country hated and feared Tiga at the beginning, then understood Tiga, worshipped Tiga, and finally fantasized about becoming Tiga. Tiga doesn't rob banks. The crew in the wheelhouse thought it was the captain talking, but it wasn't. Li Wenqian, wearing a Tiga mask and holding a usse, walked in. How many more times do I need to let him speak? There is really no money in the bank. Don't talk, don't call the police, don't run away, or you will be shot to death. Li Wenqian's plan is very simple. If you want to control this monster with a length of more than 200 meters, you must first control his brain, which is the cab of the cruise ship. Li Wenqian pointed his gun at the captain, adjust the direction and head for the open sea. The high seas are not a place of lawlessness. The high seas do not belong to any country, and no country can exercise jurisdiction after appropriating them. The normal logic is this. But crimes on the high seas are another matter. Any citizen who commits a crime outside the territory will still be subject to the jurisdiction of the law. There is also a principle of universal jurisdiction that commits a very serious crime on the high seas, and any sovereign country in the world can arrest it. The reason why Li Wenqian chose to go to the high seas was not purely looking for excitement, but because the police from the island country would not go so smoothly when the Sally Beth sailed to the high seas. Others put their heads in their hands. You tie them all up, and beat anyone who dares to play tricks to death. In just 1 minute, Li Wenqian took control of the entire Sally Beth. Except for the captain and 2 helmsmen, everyone else knelt on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. The crew in the cab are now scolding Takahashi, the little baga. No digga digga all day long, de your goddamn Jie. Now Dijia is really being nagged by you son of ABCH. Chapter 50. 2 hours later. The luxury cruise ship Sally Beth has successfully reached the high seas. Li Wenqian asked the captain to set the cruise line and head towards the direction of the United States. Whether the Sally Beth hits an iceberg or a reef will not affect his follow-up plans. In order to thank the crew in the bridge for their help, Li Wenqian let the captain leave with a dozen crew members in a lifeboat after searching for all the communication equipment on their bodies. A crumbling boat in the ocean. Life and death matter. After Li Wenqian finished all this, he started to head towards the VIP room of the Sally Beth, and was covered with TNT bombs along the way. No matter where the island country police board the ship from, they will be greeted cordially by him. VIP room. The 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Foundation has reached its climax. Elites from all walks of life toasted and chatted, and everyone's face was filled with a capitalist's treacherous smile. At this moment, Li Wenqian, wearing a Digia mask, stood on the podium. Everyone be quiet, now you are officially informed that you have been kidnapped. Just ask, have you ever seen such a civilized kidnapper? Li Wenqian mainly didn't want to scare them, lest these little baga would run around like wild boars in the VIP room. At this time, most of the little baga in the VIP room are looking at Suzuki Tomoko. Anyone who has participated in the Suzuki Consortium dinner knows that this sexy woman likes to play with flowers. A magician performed at the last party dinner an impromptu show. Tomoko Suzuki shook her head with a pale face. Not her. Can the gangster Digia be put on the stage as an impromptu show? If she really wanted to do this, she was worried that the guests who came to the 60th anniversary ceremony of the Suzuki Foundation would be scared to pee. Tud-chug. Uzzi's gunshots woke up all the guests present. Only then did the capitalists of the island country realize that they had really been kidnapped. Someone wants to run. But as soon as he turned around, he was shot by Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian remembers this middle-aged man named Watanabe. He heard their conversation when he was in the VIP room. He is engaged in the automobile industry and has earned tens of billions of yen in the past 2 years. Li Wenqian instantly felt that he had lost tens of billions, but in exchange for these tens of billions, other capitalists trembled and the entire VIP room was peaceful. Li Wenqian thought it was worth it again. Someone squatted down and called for help in a place where Digia couldn't see, but at this time their mobile phones had no signal at all. The door of the VIP room has been locked by me, and a TNT bomb capable of blowing up Tokyo Tower is installed on it. Everyone knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, and whoever dares to move will end up in the same fate as that middle-aged man just now. Li Wenqian set up Gatling on the podium. One person and one shot completely control the current situation. Regardless of the fact that there are more than 200 capitalists in the VIP room, one Gatling can turn them into scum in the blink of an eye. What do you want? Facing Gatling's threat, the only person present who dared to stand up was Suzuki Tomoko. Sexy madam, please help me collect all the cell phones, luxury watches, and pearl necklaces of these guests. Do you need him to speak more clearly? Of course it is asking for money. Although Li Wenqian had already shielded the entire Salabeth with a large signal jammer, he didn't want to give any hope to these greedy capitalists. Only by putting these little baga in despair, can they cooperate obediently. All right. The way Suzuki Tomoko is forced to work really makes Li Wenqian love it so much. Fortunately, he put a voice changer in Digia's mask today, otherwise, maybe this sexy woman might have guessed who he is. 10 minutes. Suzuki Tomoko collected all the guests' mobile phones, watches, gestures, purses, and luxury car keys. Under the threat of Gatling, no little baga dared to hide his secrets. These things are nothing to them at all, and life is the most important thing now. 3 big bags full. These things are worth tens of billions of yen at least. In the blink of an eye, 3 bags of valuables disappeared, and a laptop computer appeared on the podium. Let's play a game next. Everyone transfers money that can buy your life into this account, and the 3 people who transfer the least money will say goodbye to this world. Miss Suzuki, please come and help me keep the records. The capitalists in the VIP room knew that the bandit Tiga would not let them go. The 3 with the fewest remittances will say goodbye to this world. Mean what? It means that they are going to bid for their own lives on this Sally Beth. That fat man, you will come first. Chapter 51. One knelt down with his head in his hands, and the other stood up again. The transfer work is proceeding in an orderly manner. It took more than 3 hours for a round of transfer, but Li Wenqian didn't find it annoying at all. Miss Suzuki, show me the list. Suzuki Tomoko's records are very detailed, sorted from high to low. How else can I say that the Suzuki Consortium can make a lot of money? This kind of meticulous working method is not comparable to ordinary grassroots social animals who fish in troubled waters. The first shot was a guy named Sakai, who sent 50 billion yen in one lump sum. Followed by a remittance of 48.5 billion named Nozawa. The latter ones are very few, and they all fluctuate around 12 billion. From this list, Li Wenqian has seen the mutual temptation and psychological struggle among these capitalists. I don't want to be the unlucky one in the bottom 3, nor do I want to take an extra penny out of my wallet. Watanabe Buddha is the last one, do you want to pay more? Li Wenqian gave this group of little baga a chance to be rescued. I only have so much. Yuta Watanabe was shot by Li Wenqian as soon as he stood up. Typical miser. People like this must have squeezed their employees a lot. Everyone else transfers tens of billions, but you transfer 5 billions, so what does it matter if you don't die? In an instant, the entire VIP room was in chaos, and more than 200 capitalists began to scurry around like wild boars. Kill. Brains splattered all over their faces. Snapped. Whoever runs around will be killed. Anyway, Li Wenqian, has already got enough money now, so he can kill as much as he wants. After a shot, the VIP hall regained its calm. One of the little baga knelt on the ground and held his head in his hands consciously, and the others imitated after seeing this. Miss Suzuki, how much are you going to pay for your own life? This time Suzuki Tomoko did him a big favor, he couldn't harm the Suzuki Consortium. If he hadn't demanded a ransom from the Suzuki Consortium, others would have thought they were colluding. 5 billion, buy our family's life. Tomoko Suzuki is also scared now. She can be regarded as a strong woman, but not a female gangster. Watching two alive and kicking people die in front of her own eyes, the strong smell of blood kept pounding her brain. Suzuki Tomoko typed 50 billion on the keyboard with trembling hands, checked to make sure that he did not press an extra zero, and then hit the enter key. 50 billion yen bought the lives of their family of 3, just to escape the fate of the last 3 unlucky ones. Ichiro Kimura, now you are number 1 from the bottom. I'll add another 5 billion. In the next session, no matter whose name Li Wenqian reads, that person will come up and do a super double. The original auction has now become a competition for financial resources. Miss Suzuki, it's your turn. Seeing this, Tomoko Suzuki entered 50 billion yen again on the computer. Atmosphere. Li Wenqian conservatively estimates that there should be 2.5 billion yen in her account now. Cup House Hotel. Mayano Akemi specially opened a room in the hotel for safety. She who is in charge of monitoring the account is now numb. 2.7 trillion. Mayano Akemi double-checked the account balance. It's 2.7 trillion, not 270 million. And this value is still increasing. Did Li Wenqian kidnap the emperor or the prime minister? Li Wenqian really didn't lie to her. A huge amount of money really came into the account tonight, and the amount of these funds was beyond her imagination as a bank clerk. In contrast, the black organization's plan to rob 1 billion yen seems so ridiculous, so useless, and so childish. If it wasn't for saving his sister, Mayano Akemi would now tear up his plan to rob the cash truck. 3 trillion. Mayano Akemi really couldn't believe that she was in a daze for a moment and another 300 billion was recorded. What the hell is Li Wenqian doing? Suzuki Consortium? Oka Foundation? The Haneda family? High seas. The Sally Beth continued to sail forward at a steady speed. There is none left. I really don't have any. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground and was crying bitterly. It's not that he doesn't want to live, it's that he is too poor and has been squeezed to the last drop by Tiga. Li Wenqian looked at the capitalists kneeling on the ground, and he no longer had the high spirits that he had just boarded the boat. Instead, his faces were ashen. For these pampered capitalists, there is no difference between losing money and killing them. Li Wenqian could see that these people really couldn't show it anymore. Don't look at these little bagas boasting that they are worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but they don't really have much liquidity. Fortunately, many people were kidnapped this time, and each of them contributed tens of billions, which made him a lot of money this time. Li Wenqian now instantly feels that he is also a rich man. Li Wenqian ordered these people to stand up from the ground, now line up in order according to the names I read, and whoever disobeys will be beaten to death. Suzuki Shiro, Suzuki Tomoko, Suzuki Reiko. Under his arrangement, 1 out of every 30 people will be forcibly stuffed with a TNT bomb. Now everyone queues up to go to the cargo hold below. If anyone dares to escape, I will detonate the bombs in your hands and send everyone to heaven. Don't all capitalists like to classify into different classes, and Li Wenqian is now following suit. Those who transfer more money live in the luxury cargo cabin on the upper floor, and those who transfer less money live in the ordinary cargo cabin below. Chapter 52. Tsitsaizi. Li Wenqian welded the last hatch with a welding torch. More than 200 capitalists, plus hundreds of crew members have all been taken care of by him, and the entire Salabeth is now firmly under his control. At this time, Li Wenqian used Suzuki Shiro's mobile phone to dial the Metropolitan Police Department's first search section. Hey, this is the search lesson. The person who answered the phone was none other than Megure Juzu, head of the Violent Crime Division 3. Li Wenqian heard that Megure Juzu was out of breath from the phone, and now he seemed very afraid of receiving a call to the police. I'm Tiga. A simple self-introduction caused the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department to fall into a brief dead silence. There are tens of thousands of Tokyo Tiga, but it must be the real Ultraman who dares to openly call and provoke the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. A moment later. Where are you? Has the Salabeth been hijacked by you? The police calls of Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department have already been smashed. The most alarm calls received this evening are that various companies cannot contact their presidents and the money in the company's accounts has been transferred. The Metropolitan Police Department knows without checking that these local tyrants all went to the same place today. Salabeth went to the 60th anniversary party of the Suzuki Foundation. Although they knew that these people were on the Salabeth, finding a ship in the vast ocean was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The Metropolitan Police Department and the Special Guard dispatched 8 helicopters so far but have not heard from them. You are really smart. The Salabeth is now under my control. I don't know where it is now. It's surrounded by water. The Salabeth is heading west now, come quickly, I'll wait for you. Arrogant. So FG arrogant. Are you still telling them to hurry up? Matsumoto Kiyonaga's face was dark and long. He has been a policeman for so many years, and he has never seen such an arrogant gangster. It's as if they're going to die when they go. Megure, break the news to the Special Guard. Those landlubbers from the Metropolitan Police Department will not be involved in matters at sea. I stood in the strong wind, wishing I could exhaust my heartache. Standing on the deck of the Salabeth, Li Wenqian has begun to let himself go. Mayano Akimi didn't call him, which means everything is fine and he is now a trillionaire. Now he only needs to wait for the island country police to find the cruise ship, and then help himself become a 6-star good citizen of the island country. In fact, he can completely blow up the cruise ship now, and then walk away. But it doesn't work. The lives of the other little Hachikos are at stake, but if Suzuki is to be blown up, Sonoko will have no mother. You still have to have a little conscience in life. Please stop the ships in front immediately, we are the Tokyo Special Security Force. Coming. Li Wenqian jumped directly off the deck to avoid being killed by snipers on the helicopter gunship. He found a safe place to set up the bazooka and aimed at the approaching armed helicopter. Pause. Ichiro Yamamoto on the armed helicopter roared vigilantly. After many fights with the gangster Tiga, at the cost of joining a special security team, Ichiro Yamamoto has learned a lot. Bandit Tiga has a bazooka. If they dare to take a step closer, the next step will be the training of the gunship pilots. The boat in front stopped immediately. We are the Tokyo garrison. Make him stop? Sorry, he won't. Driving a car or driving a tank is no problem for Li Wenqian, but the system does not give him the ability to drive a ship, and he has no interest in learning. Don't shout, the opposite is the gangster Digia. If Digia would listen to them, there would be no such appalling incidents as blowing up the Tokyo Tower and the Temposan Ferris wheel. The number 2 and number 3 units find out the location of Digia and conduct firepower attraction. Teams 4, 5, and 6 landed northeast of the ship, and they must first find the location of the hostages. I want to emphasize again that these hostages are all well-known financial tycoons in the island country, and their safety must be ensured. Ichiro Yamamoto didn't want to walk the younger brother's road again. The hostages on the Salabeth are not comparable to the passengers on the Ferris wheel in terms of identity, status, and financial resources. The number is still more. Chug chug. Just at this time, a window below the Salabeth's deck was ablaze, and hundreds of bullets hit in the blink of an eye. This is the number 1 aircraft, here is the number 1 aircraft, and the bandit Digia is just below the deck. I saw it on the horse. Ichiro Yamamoto roared again, don't shoot for now, check if there are any hostages around Digia, and ensure the safety of the hostages. Ichiro Yamamoto's words are full of desire to survive. The number 2 machine reported that no trace of the hostages was found. The number 3 machine did not find any hostages around Digia. The 4 teams have arrived at the landing site. 5 teams have arrived at the landing site. Ichiro Yamamoto roared, action! This roar vented all the grievances, unwillingness, and grief of the Yamamoto family, and this action screamed out the tears of Ichiro Yamamoto. Bandit Digia, you are doomed to step on the horse. Attacking back and forth, this time it's over to see if the bandit Digia dies or not. There is a way in heaven if you don't go, there is no way to hell. Yamamoto Ichiro didn't believe that the bandit Tiga could escape again in the endless sea. Chapter 53. Someone is coming up? Li Wenqian not only placed TNT bombs on the Salabeth, but also installed small bugs on the ship's board. The vibration of the special security team and the ship's plank made Li Wenqian hear it particularly clearly. Li Wenqian turned off the bug, then took out the TNT bomb remote control from the system space and detonated a TNT bomb in the southeast corner of the ship. Turn on the bug switch. ZZ. ZZ la la. My legs, help me tsitsizi. Here is the 4th team, its hot bombs were placed on the deck, and some players were injured. Repeat again, some players were injured. Zi la. Although the signal in the bug was blown badly, Li Wenqian could still hear the screams of a pig killing pig coming from the earphone, as well as the voice of the special security team calling for help. Yet, this group of little baga boarded the boat at the southeast corner. After Li Wenqian was sure, he took off his earphones and detonated all the bombs in the southeast corner. Explosions one after another caused the entire Salabeth to shake violently. Adhering to the principle of changing a place with one shot, he put away Gatling and ran towards the southeast corner in the cabin. Report. A large number of bombs were planted on the ship, and the 4 teams suffered heavy losses. We request rescue. We call for help. After Ichiro Yamamoto received the distress signal from the 4th team, he immediately dispatched a helicopter to rescue. The helicopter had just reached the sky above the rescue site, and an RPG rocket hit the nose of the aircraft impartially. Boom! The helicopter didn't even appear to be crumbling, it just turned into countless fragments and fell down in an instant. The rescue helicopter exploded, and the mentality of the 4 teams also exploded. Tut chug chug! Li Wenqian rushed over with a usse submachine gun in hand, even if the corpse was blown to pieces, he would take 2 more shots. In the blink of an eye, the 4 teams lay neatly on the deck. Report, the bandit Digia appeared in the southeast corner of the ship. Kill. The sniper killed him immediately. For Ichiro Yamamoto, there is no better time to kill the gangster Tiga than now. Snapped. A 7.62mm bullet carrying the hope of the island country police was fired from the number 1 machine. Report, the number 1 sniper hit the target, and the gangster Digia fell in the cabin. Ichiro Yamamoto stood on the helicopter and waved his arms. It's a beautiful job. A small team went down to check the body of the bandit Digia. Be careful. Ichiro Yamamoto was not dazzled by the victory. Since the Tien Basehan Ferris wheel incident, it has become an indisputable fact that the gangster Digia has accomplices. Not only that, the bomb hidden on the Sally Beth is also a major threat to the entire special security team. When the members of the small team landed on the deck, Gatling set up by Li Wenqian had already been waiting for a long time. Tut chug chug. The strafing of the 6 barrels reduced the 6 members of the entire special attack team by half in an instant, and the remaining 3 special security members were firmly suppressed by Li Wenqian in the direction of the stern. Tiga is not dead. Attention all team members, Digia is in the direction of the stern. Didn't you just say you hit him? I did hit Tiga in the chest. Bullet armor, this guy has body armor. Ichiro Yamamoto didn't blame his team members. He was shooting from an airplane under such a bad situation. If it were different, he would choose the torso with a higher hit rate. The bad thing is that the gangster Tiga actually has a body armor this time. Report. The 3 teams landed smoothly from the bow. The 5th team found a strange bomb on the side of the ship, and they were not sure that it would be dismantled within 2 minutes. Ichiro Yamamoto immediately issued an order, then throw them all into the sea. Not to mention 2 minutes, the gangster Digia may detonate the bomb in the next second. 6 teams are going to rescue the hostages. The 3rd team and the 5th team outflanked the left and right, and the number 4 and number 6 units suppressed the firepower, trapping Digia at the stern. Ichiro Yamamoto seems to have seen the dawn of victory waving towards him. Bandit Digia, you can never escape this time. Can't stand it. Li Wenqian really couldn't stand it this time. Before boarding the ship, he had imagined how difficult it would be to become a 6-star good citizen on the Sally Beth. The ship is full of loopholes and blind spots. One person guarding one city is a deceptive beautiful fairy tale. Even if Yan Chuangying, who is riding a horse, comes, there is no way to defend it. Li Wenqian fights and retreats. When passing through the cargo hold on the 2nd floor, we happened to encounter the 6th squad who rescued the hostages. Sayonara. Li Wenqian went up like a Molotov cocktail, separating the 2 sides in the narrow corridor. Withdraw. The 6th team did not continue to entangle with Li Wenqian, but retreated towards the deck with 3 members of Suzuki Shiro's family and more than 30 rich men. The Special Guard has a strict combat system. Their main task is to rescue the hostages, not to fight fiercely with the gangster Tiga. Li Wenqian retreated all the way to the ordinary cargo hold at the bottom, and looked inside through the palm-sized air vent. The upper-class capitalists have been rescued by the special security team, and the lower-class capitalists have been suffocated in the smelly ordinary cargo hold. Li Wenqian knew it was time. He took out the remote control of the TNT bomb, and pressed the button of the death together when the special security team rushed to the bottom floor. Our old Li will die with dignity. This trick is called, treat the person with the way of the person. What can be taken away should be taken away as much as possible, and what cannot be taken away should be burned and not left to others. Boom! Hundreds of bombs detonated at the same time, even the 8-story Salabeth couldn't bear the suffering. The horrible explosion tore the hull apart in the middle, and the sea water poured back. The sinking speed of the Salabeth can be described as being visible to the naked eye. What about the rest? Why only these 30 hostages were rescued? Ichiro Yamamoto looked at the sinking Sally Beth and wanted to grab it with both hands. A whole ship rescued more than 30 rich people, which means that there are more than 200 rich people and hundreds of crew members who sank to the bottom of the sea with the Sally Beth. Hundreds of lives were lost at the bottom of the sea, and Ichiro Yamamoto was going crazy. I do not go. I want to watch here to see if the bandit Digia will emerge from the sea. Chapter 54. Port of Yokohama. At this time, the huge port has been surrounded by the Metropolitan Police Department. Where's Tiga? Where is Tiga's body? It's very likely that this guy came ashore in Yirong's appearance as a member of your special security. Nakamori Ginzu looked more excited than anyone. This is how Kaido Kid used this method to escape from under his nose time and time again. Open your eyes and see which one of us is Tiga. He is dead. I saw the Sally Beth sink to the bottom of the sea with my own eyes. Ichiro Yamamoto grabbed Nakamori Ginzu by the collar and wanted to punch him. What he took out was a well-equipped and fully equipped special security team. Now, apart from him and a few helicopter pilots, only the 6 rescue teams are left. Impossible. That Digi guy is the same as Kid, if you can't see his body, he's still alive. Nakamori Ginzu strongly believes in this. No criminal mastermind planned his own life in it. Bandit Tiga must still be alive. Nakamori Ginzu kept repeating to Megure Juzu, and now only Megure Juzu was willing to believe his point of view. Early the next morning, Suzuki Sanako sat up from the bed and rubbed her swollen head. She felt as if she had slept for a long time. It seems to have forgotten something important. Oops. Li Wenqian, the 2 of us overslept. The 2 of us did not attend the 60th anniversary party of the Suzuki Foundation. Suzuki Sanako glanced at the time, it was already 11:30 in the morning. Not to mention the 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Foundation, I don't know how long I have been late for class. It seemed to be only twice last night. Are you so tired? Suzuki Sanako asked himself in his heart, do we need to be temperate in the future? Have you slept yet? Li Wenqian stretched his waist. It was a sweet sleep. It was already midnight when he came back last night. Seeing that Suzuki Sanako hadn't woken up yet, he didn't bother him. I even bought a pink dress for this commemorative party. Suzuki Sanako was very upset. How could he fall asleep? She also plans to show Li Wenqian the dress at the dinner party. Although it can be worn on weekdays, it has lost the atmosphere that can only be brought out by the Sally Beth. Keep it. I'll wear it to the Suzuki Foundation's 61st anniversary party. Li Wenqian is really looking forward to this day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of a 6-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 6-star good citizen badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 billion yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 TNT bombs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the privilege of choosing the resurrection point at will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the 7-star good citizen achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the System Bank account. System Bank account, free transfer with any bank in the world. 6-star good citizen. Li Wenqian felt that he hadn't made much contribution to the island country. How did he become a 6-star good citizen? To be honest, he himself thought it was 5.5 stars. Li Wenqian thought for a while, and it should be because the person he killed in this bombing was of high authority that the system felt that he had made outstanding contributions to this society. He again focused on the function of randomly selecting the resurrection point. Does that mean that if he dies later, he can mark the resurrection location at will? Then he chooses to mark it at home. This saves the time and distance of driving back home. Liu Sun once said, "There is no genius in the world, I just spend the coffee time of others on work." So from now on, he can spend the time driving back from Miwa Amusement Park on how to become a good citizen of the highest star. The TNT bomb given by the system and the system bank account are also very attractive to him. In contrast, the 100 billion yen presented by the system did not arouse Li Wenqian's interest much, and it was not even as good as this 6-star good citizen badge with a big soybean diamond inlaid in the middle. He is now a rich man with N plus 100 million yen. At 9 p.m. yesterday, the bandit Tiga blatantly hijacked the Sally Beth in the waters of Japan. Nanny. My parents were hijacked by Tiga. Suzuki Sanako hurried to the bedside of the bedroom to call his parents, and all the slippers were thrown away in a panic. It's really shameless. This group of little bagas still have the face to say that they are in the Sea of Japan? I don't know how many nautical miles I have traveled on the high seas. Li Wenqian was not only concerned about this, but also the TV signal that popped up suddenly. Another signal tower built in Tokyo? Wenqian. Suzuki Sanako rushed out of the bedroom and wrapped her 2 long legs around Li Wenqian's waist in a train bento pose. My parents and elder sister are all fine. Fortunately, the 2 of us didn't go, otherwise we would definitely be hijacked by the gangster Tajia. The hanging heart of Suzuki Sanako finally fell, and now she is even glad that she overslept, otherwise she and Li Wenqian would definitely become the hostages of the gangster Dijia. That's good. Li Wenqian would rather earn less than let Suzuki Sanako's relatives be hurt, otherwise he may not be able to do anything to Suzuki Sanako in the future. Sanako, I need to go out for some business. Do what? Withdraw money. Then I will go with you. No, I'll be back soon. Li Wenqian is still adhering to his usual good style, no women. Rice flour bank. Mayano Akemi sits in front of the counter all day long. This morning, she saw the news from Nimmei TV station. The Sally Beth was hijacked by the gangster Tiga last night. More than 270 industry elites and presidents including automobiles, jewelry, finance, electronic products, and transportation kidnapped by Tiga for ransom. Although the news deliberately concealed the exact amount, Mayano Akemi knew it. That's 3 trillion yuan that ordinary people dare not even think about. She finally knew what Li Wenqian did last night, how the extra 3 trillion yen in Li Wenqian's overseas account came from, and who Li Wenqian really was. A person who made the whole Tokyo panic and restless. They blew up the Tokyo Tower, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Ferris wheel, and now they blackmailed nearly half of the rich people in the island country in one day. The day before yesterday, her younger sister Xiao called her. In addition to chatting, she also told her that the organization is also dealing with the recent sudden emergence of Dijie. 3 trillion. The courage is really too great, isn't he afraid of death? Chapter 55. Miwa Town, a youth apartment. Miss Hirota, you came back so early today. Well, I just caught up with the tram to get off work today. Although Mayano Akemi is a member of a black organization, he is kind-hearted and has a good relationship with his neighbors in the apartment. Because of this, she only wanted to lead her younger sister to escape from the black organization and live a peaceful life. Mayano Akemi took out the key and just inserted it when he realized something was wrong. It doesn't feel right. Usually, there would be a hair of her own on the doorknob when she inserted it, but this time the hair that she specially tied on the doorknob was gone. Mayano Akemi's vigilance was instantly full, and his nerves were tense like steel bars. After confirming that there were no other neighbors around, she took out a black pistol from her handbag. Click! The door lock was turned slightly by her. Mayano Akemi took off her high heels and walked in carefully. The voice in the bedroom caught her attention. You're back. I lost that hair, it's too pediatric. Put a hair on the door lock and you'll just confuse yourself in the end. People like him who have not received professional training can see Mayano Akemi's intentions, let alone Jin. Should I call you Mr. Li, or the gangster Mr. Dijia? Mayano Akemi was not flustered or surprised by Li Wenqian's uninvited arrival. She knew that Li Wenqian would definitely come. Whatever. Li Wenqian also knew that it was impossible for Miyano Akemi to hide his identity for too long. Your overseas accounts received a total of 300.1 billion yen last night. Miyano Akemi didn't budge. With her knowledge of this account, she can transfer all the money, but what she wants more is the news about Li Wenqian's sister. Akemi, help me remit the money to this account. Li Wenqian handed over his system bank account number. What account is this? If you transfer to other accounts rashly now, it may be checked or frozen by the police in the island country. Now the island country police and people in the business circle are all looking for the gangster Digya like crazy. In this highly tense situation, the transfer of 3 trillion yen is very likely to be monitored. Listen to me, turn. Li Wenqian already has a very in-depth understanding of his system bank account. The transactions in the bank account opened for him by the system will not be monitored by any bank, police, and military, and even the money deposited in it will not be laundered. Seeing Li Wenqian insisting so much, Miyano Akemi didn't say any more. In just 5 minutes, Miyano Akemi transferred all of himself from the overseas account to the system account. Akemi, this is your share. Li Wenqian gave Miyano Akemi a check for 10 billion yen. He knows very well that without the help of Miyano Akemi, he would never be able to get 3 trillion so smoothly. Not to mention that Miyano Akemi is given 10 billion yen now, even 100 billion yen is actually not too much for him. Thank you for your kindness. Miyano Akemi pushed back the check and declined Li Wenqian's thank you gift. Then he said, Mr. Li, you promised to tell me about Xiao after you promised. Since she had a phone call with her sister a few days ago, she couldn't get in touch with her anymore. Now she doesn't even know if her sister is alive or dead. The organization just told her to complete the 1 billion yen robbery plan before she could see her sister again. Miyano Xiao is a rare high-end technical talent in the black organization. It is impossible for the organization to abandon her with a mere 1 billion yen. It's impossible for either of you to break away from the black organization. After this incident is over, Miyano Xiao's fate is to be imprisoned by black organizations, and your fate is to die. Miyano Akemi knew what Li Wenqian said. She always kept an illusion in her heart, praying that the black organization would let the two sisters go far away, and praying that the 1 billion yen after her successful robbery would threaten Jin and the organization. What Li Wenqian said now has completely shattered the last bit of fantasy in her heart. Mr. Li, I think, can you help me save my sister? Miyano Akemi herself felt that this request was too presumptuous, but she really had no other choice. If there is still one person who can help her save Miyano Xiao, Li Wenqian is the only one she can think of. She doesn't want Li Wenqian's tens of billions of gifts. She just wants her sister to leave the black organization and return to her side. Of course, but I can't guarantee that your sister Miyano Xiao is still alive. Li Wenqian originally planned to destroy the black organization, and saving people was just a matter of convenience for him. Thanks. Miyano Akemi bowed deeply to Li Wenqian. Looking at the back of Li Wenqian leaving, Miyano Akemi had mixed feelings in his heart. She and Li Wenqian could obviously be a couple, but now the two seem so strange and distant. Chapter 56. It was already evening when Li Wenqian returned to the villa. When passing by the real estate just now, he chose a few villas in downtown Tokyo, and paid tens of billions of deposits at once. As the saying goes, the cunning rabbit has 3 caves. He wants to add a few more resurrection points for himself in the downtown area of Tokyo. After Li Wenqian actually got 3 trillion yuan, he felt that 3 trillion yuan was actually not much. 3 trillion yen is actually a little more than $20 billion. This net worth can be regarded as mediocre among Wall Street tycoons. In addition, judging from the generous spending of the Suzuki Consortium family at every turn, he feels that the assets of the Sonoko family are definitely more than 2 trillion yuan. A well-known consortium in the island country can't be poorer than him, right? Sonoko. Sonoko, I'm back. Gone. This woman came in silently and left after sleeping late, making Li Wenqian instantly feel like a kill sister. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Li Wenqian wants to see who is spending money at his place tonight. Xiao ran. This is something he didn't quite expect. Li Wenqian thought it was Suzuki Sanako who killed a carbine, or Miyamoto Yumi or Miyano Akimi. Ran Mori stood at the door and didn't seem to want to go in and communicate. Fortunately, there was Li Wenqian, who pulled Ran Mori into the living room like a prostitute. Ran Mori sat on the sofa, looked up and asked, "What did you say to my mother?" "What did you say?" Li Wenqian's head was a little dazed when he was asked. In fact, he hadn't seen this barrister for several days. "My mother and my father are divorced." This family accident was so sudden that Ran Mori was caught off guard. Although his parents have been separated for a long time, in Ran Mori's heart, he always felt that his parents would be reunited and reunite one day. But now because of a divorce agreement, the whole family exploded. Ran Mori knew that the cause of the accident was the fight among the three on the Ferris wheel that day. She and her mother were taken down by Li Wenqian within an hour. "Haven't you already been divorced?" When he met Kisaki Eri for the second time, the woman told her the news in bed, and it should have been half a month after careful calculation. "I didn't say anything. This is your mother's own decision. You should be able to feel that you and your mother like me very much." Li Wenqian felt that he was so shameless. If it wasn't for the instructions of the cheating device, how could he make Kisaki Eri bow down so easily, and how could he turn Xiao Ran into a galloping horse in a very short period of time? Steed. Just as Ran Mori was meditating, Li Wenqian gently hugged her soft body. "Concubine AI, it's time to go to bed." Li Wenqian's silky operation like cutting a cow out of a cow left Ran Mori with only a pair of socks. The smooth skin was undulating, and the slightly rapid breathing seemed to give life to two fair and fat elves, jumping happily. I don't know whether it's a long-term love or a habit, but Ran Mori still chooses to enjoy silently without instructions. The next day, Ran Mori has turned into a filled puff, and was driven to the gate of Daiden High School by Li Wenqian. "Xiao Ran, UBD." Suzuki Sanako has already started shaking his fist in front of Xiao Ran. She kept saying that she had nothing to do with Li Wenqian, but after she dated Li Wenqian, Xiao Ran went to the villa to find him. "I don't." Ran Mori entered the gate of Daiden High School with her school bag, and walked towards Class B of the second grade without stopping. Suzuki Sanako said from behind, "Tough mouth." His waist is loose and his hips are soft, and he is almost leaning against the wall when he walks, and he still refuses to admit it here. Suzuki Sanako was not angry with Xiao Ran. It's really hard to argue about who the two of them are preconceived. "Hi, Li Wenqian, I'm Hirota Masami. I need to talk to you about something, do you have time now?" Li Wenqian said, "Speak." Jin temporarily changed the 1 billion yen plan, and he is now planning a 10 billion yen plan for me to cooperate. Miyano Akimi doesn't care whether the black organization is robbing 1 billion or 10 billion, but after the plan changes, her previous plan to rescue her sister will also collapse. Why change plans? Because of you. Li Wenqian understood instantly. He just snatched 3 trillion yuan in ransom from the local tyrants in Tokyo the night before, and the black organization will definitely get wind of this matter. Jin is stimulated. He felt that he robbed 3 trillion yuan at one time, and he had to designate a plan to rob 1 billion yuan, so he lived like a little bum on a horse. The key is not much 10 billion. What does their plan look like? As the saying goes, learn from barbarians to master skills to control barbarians. Maybe the plan of the black organization can give him a little inspiration. Jin pretended to be a rich man yesterday and made an appointment for 3 days to withdraw 10 billion yen at Miwa Bank. By then, the 10 billion cash truck will be parked in the backyard of Miwa Bank at 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Wenqian understood. The black organization asked the bank to withdraw their deposits in Miwa Bank, and then robbed the money before it was handed over to the customer. At that time, the responsibility fell to the bank, the money belonged to the black organization, and the balance of the deposit in the bank remained unchanged. I have to say that this strategy has a little bit of magic. Tell me when Jin asks you to meet. Li Wenqian's guns and ammunition have already been prepared. Thank you. Mayano Akimi's voice choked slightly on the phone. When she was most helpless, she did not expect that Li Wenqian, whom she had only met a few times, would appear by her side. Chapter 57. Did he? This was Li Wenqian's first time riding in a police car, but he was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Why are there so many people on the streets of Tokyo recently? This made Li Wenqian feel strange. The TV station signal in Tokyo has been restored. What are these little baga doing when they are not at home watching PN? It's not that annoying, Tiga. I heard from a friend in the security team that Digi robbed trillions of dollars of property a few days ago on the Sally Beth cruise ship. This gangster is probably about to become the richest person in the island country now. Don't talk about trillions, even if there are 100 million, I'm happy and happy. Miyamoto Yumi looked forward to it, and in his head, he had already started to imagine how to spend 100 million yen. There will be. With such a hint from Miyamoto Yumi, Li Wenqian felt that this matter did have something to do with him. More than 200 entrepreneurs, industry elites, and successful people died on the Sally Beth cruise ship. The death of these people directly led to the normal operation of the enterprise, and after contributing tens of billions, it also led to the break of certain industrial capital chains. Li Wenqian has seen the good news of a certain company declaring bankruptcy more than once in the newspaper, and the company's bankruptcy directly leads to the unemployment of the island country's social animals and their falling to the streets. The subsequent series of chain reactions made Li Wenqian feel that his contribution to the island country is definitely not as simple as 6 stars. This time the system gave less. Okay, I'll send you here. I still have things to do. Be careful yourself. If you have nothing to do, it's better not to come out. Recently, Tokyo is not peaceful. Li Wenqian accepted Miyamoto Yumi's kind reminder. Well, he is obedient. Miyamoto Yumi is right that higher unemployment means higher crime. Suzuki Building. Li Wenqian looked up at the towering 33-story building. Mr. Wenqian, you are finally here. Suzuki Sonoko ran out of the building and took Li Wenqian's arm. Today's Sonoko is wearing a red sleeveless t-shirt, which shows off her flat belly. The lower body is a pair of cropped pants and a pair of canvas shoes, sexy and youthful at this age. If one survives, there will be future fortunes. Suzuki Tomoko specially prepared a grand family banquet at Suzuki Villa in order to thank God for their family's safe return. Under Suzuki Sonoko's strong request, Li Wenqian also became a member of the Suzuki family list. I'll take you to see something new that my uncle made. Li Wenqian met the Sally Beth on the top floor of the Suzuki building. It's just that the Sally Beth I saw this time is much smaller, with a length of more than 10 meters and about 3 meters. It is a model of a cruise ship built 1-to-1. Obvious bullet marks, broken glass, gaps torn by bombs and traces left by flames can be seen on the deck. You must not have recognized it, this is the Salibeth whale we boarded last time. My uncle has already funded and prepared to build a war-damaged version of the Salibeth at sea to attract young people to explore and experience the fear brought by the bandit Tiga. Li Wenqian is straight up a good guy. Escape room Syrian version? Suzuki Jiraji's brain, makes Li Wenqian exclaim, what the hell? Not to mention, if Suzuki Jiraji really rebuilds a Salibeth according to this model, it can really achieve 80% restoration of the battle-damaged version. As for making money, Li Wenqian said he did not have a developed business mind and he could not see the future of the ship. Where's your mother? Li Wenqian would like to ask if the matter of randomly choosing a girl who was said to be worth 300 billion yuan last time is still true. Mom and sister went to discuss business today, and they probably won't be back until before the dinner. During the chat, Li Wenqian got an important news. After the Sally Beth incident last time, many companies in the island nation were facing bankruptcy. At this time, the Suzuki Consortium chose to make a move to acquire shares and settle funds, sending warmth to these industries that are on the verge of bankruptcy and have investment prospects. In 2 days, he has become the major shareholder of many companies, and even some companies with future development have become subsidiaries of the Forestry Consortium. Is this a dinner party to thank God for the rest of the catastrophe? Li Wenqian now thinks that this horse-riding person is the celebration banquet of Suzuki's family. Tisk tisk. How else can the Suzuki Consortium make money? After this set of operations, they really made a lot of money. What the Suzuki Consortium lost was 100 billion ransom plus a Sally Beth, but what they earned back was definitely more than that. At the dinner party, Suzuki Tomoko deliberately found an opportunity to block Li Wenqian in the bathroom. There is a car company in Kyobatu town with a promising future. The chairman of the company is Yamashita Village. He died a few days ago on the Sally Beth. This company can be your investment. What's the meaning? Suzuki Tomoko opened the back door for him? Think he can't reach 300 billion yen worth at the age of 25? See what I do. I don't want my daughter to marry a guy who thinks tens of billions is an astronomical figure. It should be. The reason why Suzuki Tomoko blocked him in the toilet when no one was there was to open the back door for him once. I don't think tens of billions is an astronomical figure. Li Wenqian stared at Tomoko Suzuki's extremely linear body swaying under the light, and gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor as the sound of the collision of high heels and the floor became weaker and weaker. His mother-in-law, not bad. Chapter 58. This morning, 2 gunmen from Miwa Bank in Miwa Town robbed a cash transport vehicle of 10 billion yen. Li Wenqian on the sofa changes from a lying position to a sitting position. He robbed the Miwa Bank of 10 billion, which was really done by Jin. 10 billion is 1/30 of his. Keep working hard, he is very close to his great achievements. Just at this time, the doorbell of the villa rang suddenly. Li Wenqian looked over from the cat's eyes. It was Miyano Akemi who helped him earn 3 trillion yen 2 days ago. The moment the door opened, Miyano Akemi walked in like a tabby cat. You should have seen the news, right? Jin's plan succeeded, and now the 10 billion of Miwa Bank is on my head, and it is hidden in the villa in Toria town according to the address you gave me. Miyano Akemi could have said this to Li Wenqian on the phone, but she was not at ease. Because every step of the way is at stake for the life and freedom of her sister, Miyano Shiho. What are you going to do? Can you tell me? Miyano Akemi asked. She still doesn't know exactly what Li Wenqian's plan is. Kidnapping Jin. It is impossible for 1 billion yen to make the black organization offer to exchange Miyano Shiho, and the same is true for 10 billion yen. But Jin can. Although Li Wenqian can't understand Jin, he has to admit that this guy is the only capable person in the black organization and the last alcohol content of the entire water plant. Kidnapping Jin. Miyano Akemi's surprised eyes only expressed one emotion, go crazy. Jin is not as simple as you think. Every time the black organization chooses a transaction location, it will reserve a retreat route. Industry. Although Akemi is not a core member of the black organization, it does not mean that she does not understand the style of the black organization. Meticulous, comprehensive, and will not leave any traces on the scene. The reason why Jin can become the third in command of the black organization is because he has perfectly demonstrated these 3 points in previous operations. Always try. He, Li Wenqian, was stupid and couldn't think of a better way than this. Ever since I came to Ke Xue world, I have been doing things with a kind of recklessness. He has infinite resurrection, what is he afraid of? What Miyano Akemi said is right. Jin may not be as simple as he imagined, but don't think Li Wenqian is simple either. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Wenqian's idea was really bold, but it was also the most concise and effective way to save her sister. Li Wenqian, what do you need me to do with you? Miyano Akemi asked. You don't have to do anything, you just need to follow Jin's instructions to go to the warehouse with 10 billion yen to trade, and leave the rest to me. Li Wenqian glanced at the Rolex green water ghost on his wrist. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 6 hours left before the agreed trading time. Li Wenqian can't wait. Miyano Akemi was sitting on the sofa with a bottle of coffee drink in his hand, opened it, buckled it, opened it, buckled it. He wanted to speak a few times, but stopped a few times. Akemi, what do you want to say? Li Wenqian could already tell that this woman would not be able to hold back her stomach. Wenqian-jun, can I still call you that? Miyano Akemi admitted that the contact these days has made her fall in love with Li Wenqian. Although Li Wenqian's first approach was purposeful and forced her to do some things, they should not have such a long distance in bed. Miyano Akemi felt that if he didn't speak, he would have no chance. If Xiao was rescued and said these words again, it would make Li Wenqian feel that there was an ulterior motive, and she might even feel that it was a kind of gratitude. Akemi, I have always regarded you as my own woman. He was afraid that Miyano Akemi would not believe it, so he chose to prove his love for Miyano Akemi with actions. 5 hours of love had filled Miyano Akemi to the brim. Mr. Wenqian, you must be careful. Miyano Akemi looked deeply at Li Wenqian, and offered his own kiss. Now she has 2 people in her heart, one is her younger sister Xiao, and the other is Li Wenqian. She wanted Miyano Xiao back to her side, but she didn't want Li Wenqian to suffer any harm. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After I fight with Jin, you can find a chance to leave and wait for me in the villa in Kubadoka. If I'm unlucky, I should have waited for you there in advance. Miyano Akemi shook his head, Mr. Wenqian, I can help you. Although she, Miyano Akemi, is not a powerful killer, she can be regarded as a mid-ranger in the organization, and she will always be able to simply load and shoot. Li Wenqian pinched Miyano Akemi's chin, and said in a tone that could not be refused, leave immediately when the time comes, and don't affect my work. Li Wenqian never wants a woman to be around when he draws his sword. Okay, I get it. Li Wenqian knocked out a brand new body armor for Miyano Akemi with his own cheat. Mr. Wenqian, what about you? You need this body armor more than I do. A gentle and virtuous woman, even a murderous gangster like him, can be warmed up. I have one more. Although he has already had thousands of kills and a few deaths, his life is actually not that valuable. Miyano Akemi saw the bulletproof vest that Li Wenqian had put on at an unknown time, so he put on his own with peace of mind. 7:15 in the evening. Miyano Akemi set off on time from Li Wenqian's garage in a white Chevrolet. 7:30 in the evening. Li Wenqian drove a black Porsche from the garage. Chapter 59. Tokyo Port, 30 kilometers east, a certain warehouse. 8 o'clock sharp. The white Chevrolet driven by Miyano Akemi slowly stopped at the door of the warehouse, and she couldn't see her fingers when she looked inside. Except for the click of her high heels, she couldn't hear any sound. The surrounding area is terribly quiet. The breeze blows, and the pungent musty smell makes Miyano Akemi frown slightly. Miyano Akemi took out the browning she had prepared in advance from her bag, and resolutely walked into the warehouse. Where are you? Come out to me quickly. 2 people slowly came out of the dark corner of the warehouse. Thank you for your hard work. The person who spoke was Jin, and next to Jin was the most loyal younger brother of the black organization, Wanyan Driver Vodka. You can hand over the money now. Jin lighted a cigarette calmly, and the faint light of the lighter allowed Miyano Akemi to see the warehouse clearly. There were no other things in the warehouse except sporadic rotten and moldy salted fish. The money is not with me. I hid the money in a place where you can't find it. As long as you hand over my sister, I will give the money to you. Miyano Akemi knew it seemed impossible, but she wanted to give it a try anyway. Even if it's news that her sister is safe from the mouth of the black organization. Nanny? Baga Road. The younger brother Vodka next to him has already drawn his gun out of embarrassment. Bring my sister here first, otherwise you don't want to see the 10 billion yen. We agreed before that after the matter is over, we sisters will leave the organization together. Jin snorted coldly, I'm afraid this is very difficult. Your sister is one of the few top-notch talents in the organization, and the organization needs her services very much now. As soon as the words fell, Jin had already raised the P229 in his hand. Tell me where the money is, this is your last chance. If you kill me, you will never know where the money is. Mayano Akemi also lifted Browning up and aimed at Jin. At this moment, she didn't feel any nervousness, and even felt a little peace of mind. From Jin's mouth, she learned that her sister is still alive, and with her ability, the Black Organization will not do anything to her at present. I said, this is your last chance. The Black Organization never intended to save Mayano Akemi's life from the very beginning, and the woman was doomed to be a dead person when she proposed to leave the organization. Letting Mayano Akemi rob the tens of billions of banknotes on the armored van this time is nothing more than draining the last value of this woman. Although Jin still doesn't know where Mayano Akemi put the 10 billion, it's just a matter of incident to find out based on the control of this woman by the Black Organization. Goodbye, Mayano Akemi. The moment Jin pulled the trigger, Li Wenqian, carrying Gatling, descended from the sky. Tut chug chug. The suppressed firepower of 3,600 RPM at one breath made Jin and Vodka run away with their heads in their arms. Sparks splash. The abandoned warehouses that can't be seen with your hands seem to be set on fire. Big brother, it's Dijie. Why is he here? Vodka's heart is half cold now. The eldest brother has a P229, and he has a Glock 17 style. This horse-riding one takes the lead? Give the eldest brother an AK, and he gets a Lefu, and the scene will not be more ugly than it is now. Mayano Akemi. Although Jin doesn't know how Mayano Akemi and Tiga got together, so far there is only this kind of explanation that can explain why Tiga appeared here. Withdraw. Vodka looked surprised. The bullets on the top of the head are denser than the raindrops on the horse, can you remove one for me? Vodka chose to continue lying on his stomach, but he was determined not to withdraw. Li Wenqian approached slowly with Gatling in his hand. The trigger never stopped from the very beginning, the barrel of the gun was already red like a burnt iron. Put your hands up, or I'll kill you now. Jin and Vodka were captured. From the beginning to the end, these two unlucky guys never found a chance to shoot. Jin threw the P229 in his hand aside, and Vodka followed the pace of his elder brother and also threw the Glock 17 far away. Unwilling, the two brothers raised their hands high and crossed them on the back of their heads reluctantly. You tie him up for me. Gatling's gun barrel just touched Vodka's back lightly, and the painful guy let out a scream like a pig, followed by the faint smell of roasted pigskin in the air. Vodka tied Jin, Li Wenqian tied Vodka, and the situation in the old warehouse was completely controlled by Li Wenqian. Tiga, we finally meet. Jin also wanted to pretend to be a big brother in society who refused to admit defeat in order to save face for himself. Li Wenqian doesn't follow his tricks, he just stepped on the horse and said, you are the only one who is called Jin. He kicked Jin in the lower abdomen, and the painful thing fell to the ground, curled up and twitched. Vodka next to him looked sore. After this kick, the eldest brother might have to squat to pee. Vodka originally thought that he would also suffer a Xiao, but he didn't. Brother Dijie was very gentle to him. Go back and tell you the Black Organization that Jin has been kidnapped by me. If you want to redeem him, you can exchange it with Mayano Shiho. Li Wenqian originally wanted to take Jin and leave directly, but then he thought that this would not shock the Black Organization enough. He took out a sharp dagger, cut off Jin's long flowing silver hair, and threw a dagger to Vodka. You only have 20 minutes at most. Li Wenqian knocked Jin unconscious and put it in the trunk and drove away. Vodka, who was kneeling on the ground, also began to use the dagger on the ground to race against time. Chapter 60. Jin has been kidnapped. This news is quite explosive in the entire gangster circle. The core members of the black organization Chianti, Corn, KIR, Vodka, Bourbon, have all arrived at the organization's headquarters in Gunma Prefecture. These invincible top killers fell silent when they saw Jin's long silver hair cut off. Since Karasumarinai was established, the black organization has encountered many opponents, blackmailed countless local tyrants, and even planned countless explosions, but no one has ever kidnapped a core member of the black organization. The most important thing is that this kidnapped member is still the third in command in the black organization. What did you do? Isn't it just to solve a Miyano Akemi and get back the 10 billion yen we robbed from Miwa Bank? Why are things the way they are? Chianti looked disdainful. The third in command of the black organization was actually kidnapped. If this kind of thing got out, people would laugh it off. Brother's original plan was to get rid of the woman Miyano Akemi in the warehouse, but no one thought that Tiga was already there waiting for us. If Dijia hadn't asked him to report to the organization, he might have died on the spot by now. What's the use of talking about it now? The most urgent thing is to think about the deal that Dijia made. Although Sherry has a great effect on black organizations, Jin is even more indispensable to black organizations. The famous wines all looked at the other person tied on the sofa in unison. A little girl with brown hair and lake blue pupils. What should we do now? Will Dijia believe this is Sherry for tomorrow's trade? Although the black organization didn't understand why Tiga wanted to help Miyano Akemi, they understood why Tiga exchanged Jin for Sherry. It's just that this woman drank ATPX 4869 herself and tried to escape and was caught by them, but her body turned into this ghost. Don't worry, this woman will prove herself. This is the only chance for Sherry to escape from the black organization. Even if she tries her best, she will prove that she is Sherry. Who the hell is Tiga? Kir Mizunashi Rina, who had been silent for a while now, finally spoke. Everyone is concerned about the kidnapped Jin, but what she really cares about is Tiga's true identity. The CIA asked her to investigate Dijia's real identity more than once, and she did, but it seems that only Boss, Jin, and Belmode know about Dijia's real identity. She wanted to start with the information from the black organization's investigation of Dijia's identity last time, but those materials that could prove Dijia's true identity had been destroyed by Belmode. She just wanted to get some useful information out of Vodka's mouth, but Vodka said that it was a man wearing a Tiga mask. Tiga is Tiga, our priority now is to get Jin back. Belmode, who was smoking with his legs crossed, took the initiative to end the topic. Okay, we can end the meeting now. I will be in charge of tomorrow's transaction. Don't lose the chain when the time comes, 100% sharpshooters. Belmode showed Chianti a very provocative move. Better take care of yourself. Chianti got angry with a toothache. It's just that her status in the organization is higher than hers. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss valued this woman, she really wanted to shoot Belmode to see her brains. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Li Wenqian's villa was still brightly lit. Leave. Miyano Akemi said in surprise. There is no place for you in Tokyo anymore. After tomorrow's transaction is completed, you take Miyano Shiho and leave directly. Don't come back here. The eyeliner of black organizations in Tokyo cannot be underestimated. He dared to say that if the two Miyano sisters continued to stay in Tokyo, people from the black organization would come to their door within a day. It is impossible for him to guard these two women 24 hours a day. Leaving is the best choice. How about you? What would you do? Miyano Akemi can't let go of this man in his heart now. Don't worry about me, I'm more comfortable after you're gone. This statement is not false. He, Li Wenqian, has the ability of infinite resurrection, he can go all the way to the end, even if his identity is exposed, he can still fight the enemy head-on. Miyano Akemi was silent for a long time, and finally decided to follow Li Wenqian's suggestion. She and her younger sister really couldn't help Li Wenqian by staying here, and would even become a burden that dragged Li Wenqian down. You must pay attention to safety. You can come back after I destroy the black organization. This night, Mayano Akemi devoted all her energy to Li Wenqian, just to satisfy the man she loved deeply. Early in the morning, Mayano Akemi hurried in from outside. Mr. Wenqian, it seems that something happened outside. We have become a mess outside, many people are gathered in the street. Li Wenqian looks out of the window on the top floor. As expected, there are quite a few little bagas standing on the streets of Miwa town. It seems that there is an uprising on horseback. There were more police cars on the street one after another, and Li Wenqian even saw one of them being overturned. Hey Yumi, what's going on outside? It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand what's going on, but Miyamoto Yumi from the police station by Xiaosheng must know very well. It's messed up, it's messed up, it's all messed up. The whole of Tokyo has become a mess. There are too many idle people in Tokyo now. After someone robbed 10 billion yen at Miwa Bank yesterday, some unemployed groups are now following suit. Don't go to the supermarket now, it's full of robbers and there are no products. I won't tell you anymore. This is the first time that Miyamoto Yumi hangs up the phone so decisively. It can be seen that this woman is really busy now. A number of businesses in Tokyo have closed down, leading to a rapid expansion of the unemployed. Ordinary people are caught in a financial crisis, and people are in panic. Yesterday's bank robbery became a fuse for everyone to break out. Li Wenqian looked at the noisy crowd outside, the broken glass of the merchants, the banners and towels left on the street, the trampled food. Tokyo is going to become Gotham. Chapter 61. Tokyo Suburbs. When Li Wenqian drove to the trading site wearing a Tiga mask, members of the black organization were already waiting here. The one who was in charge of the transaction was Belmode, who had dealt with him before. Behind Belmode stood two men in black clothes and black sunglasses. Li Wenqian didn't know him. Presumably it should be the kind of ants without the code name of the winery. Apart from these three people, there were no other figures in sight, but Li Wenqian knew that there must be more than one sniper rifle aimed at his head somewhere. Cats and dogs, rainy day. In an instant, raindrops began to fall in Tokyo, which was still sunny just now. Li Wenqian opened the trunk and pulled Jin out. Belmode, who is a master of disguise, could tell at a glance that Li Wenqian hadn't done anything to the hostages, but Jin's hair, which looked like it had been bitten by a dog, was particularly eye-catching. Even more glaring is the TNT strapped to Jin's body and the bomb held by Li Wenqian detonating the remote control. Let him go. At this moment, an unhappy voice came from Belmode's earphones. I can shoot this guy's head right now. Chianti, I am the commander-in-chief of this transaction. You'd better not act without my order. The voice just fell. Belmode took the initiative to cut off the call connection with Chianti, and then she called her subordinate on her mobile phone, let me go. There are two locations for transactions. One is the suburb of Tokyo where they are standing now. Li Wenqian brought Jin over to trade. The other one is at Miwa Station, where people from the black organization took Mayano Shiho to trade. After a few minutes, Li Wenqian's cell phone rang. Hey, Wenqian Jun. I've seen Shiho, but she has turned into a child. Mayano Akemi's voice choked. She couldn't believe that an 18-year-old girl would suddenly turn into a 7 or 8-year-old girl. When the black organization pushed her sister to her, she thought it was a trick played by the black organization. If Mayano Shiho hadn't told some secrets that only their sisters knew, she really couldn't believe that there would be such a magical thing in the world. Matter. It's just her. Do as I said earlier. Li Wenqian was worried that the black organization would play tricks and let Belmode use the superb disguise technique to disguise himself as Mayano Shiho. For this reason, he also specifically told Mayano Akemi to confirm the identity of his sister again and again. Now that worry can be put away. Even if Belmode leaves again, it is impossible to pretend to be a child. Wenqian, you must take care of yourself and pay attention to your own safety. I will call you as soon as I arrive at my destination. The location Miyano Akemi chose this time is Florida in the United States, where she has friends with Miyano Xiao and she thinks it is the safest place. We've released Sherry, now we can release Jin. Belmode didn't seem worried about Li Wenqian playing tricks, and even walked towards Li Wenqian. Not in a hurry. Li Wenqian does not believe in black organizations. From the beginning, the black organization tricked Miyano Akemi into robbing the bank, and sometimes killed her to silence her. What kind of integrity does little Baga have when he can ride a horse? I've ordered my men to come back. Those two women don't have tails behind them. The black organization won't make fun of Jin's life. This made Li Wenqian feel 3 points of credibility, but he still chose to wait. Waiting for Miyano Akemi's last phone call before boarding the plane. Baga, what the hell is this stinky woman doing, Absinthe? Such a short distance can completely kill the gangster Tiga with one shot. Qianta couldn't wait. She could pull the trigger right now and smash Li Wenqian's head in one shot. Qianta, calm down, the eldest brother is still in his hands. As an old partner, Korn stopped Qianti's superior behavior through the communication device in time at this time. Now that they are 500 yards away from the target, humidity, wind speed, and other factors have to be taken into consideration. Most importantly, it is raining lightly today, which is a very big problem for the sniper. Korn, don't fight me, this is my prey. Qianti's sniper scope now only has Li Wenqian wearing a Tiga mask. The moment Jin is released, she will pull the trigger without hesitation. Dijie, you are dead on the horse. After about half an hour, Miyano Akemi took the initiative to make a phone call, but was immediately hung up as soon as the ring rang, and then another call came in. 3 minutes later, the last call came in and then hung up at the moment the bell rang. Li Wenqian knew that the two women had already boarded the plane to the United States, and there was no tail following them. The password is good. Not answering the phone can prevent Jin next to you from eavesdropping. Even Belmode now feels that Li Wenqian's plan is very ingenious. The final deal begins. Li Wenqian first defused the TNT bomb on Jin's body, and then pointed to Jin's back with usse to let him walk forward slowly, while he himself sat back in the car he bought for 0 yuan in advance, and waited until Jin walked a certain distance. You can walk away. Jin, remember you're already a dead man. Li Wenqian could kill Jin with a single shot right now, at best he would exchange his humble life. For the sake of the black organizations keeping their promises this time, Li Wenqian will definitely be an honest and good person, and will not leave any worries for Miyano Akemi who is far away in the United States. Absinthe, what the hell are you doing, UBCH? Shot. You can shoot now. Qianta, calm down, Absinthe didn't give us the order to shoot. I can't control that much anymore. Dijie is her prey, and she is bound to win this time when she comes out to perform the task. Qianta is going to let everyone see how Tiga, who was unkillable by the police in the entire island country, died under her gun today. At this moment, a gunshot was heard from the opposite hillside. Chapter 62. Qianta, who told you to shoot? Are you going to kill us all? Oh no! Her dear silver bullet! Belmode now hated Qianta to death, and she really hated herself for not taking the opportunity to kill Qianta before. Absinthe, what are you crazy about? Didn't you see that I had already killed Dijie, or did you say that you were protecting this guy? Qianta rose from the opposite hillside to say hello to her prize. Tiga? But that's all. I really don't know why so many people boast that this gangster is more powerful than the gods in the sky. Ding, the host chooses the resurrection point. Li Wenqian felt that there seemed to be something extra in his consciousness, and his thoughts told him that as long as there is a place in his head and confirmed, he can be resurrected at that place. The opposite hillside appeared in Li Wenqian's head, and he chose to resurrect behind the opposite gunman. Qianta, be careful, that guy's body is gone. Korn was instantly shrouded in an invisible fear, and all the hairs on his body stood on end at this moment. In the next second, there was a gunshot on the opposite hillside, and Qianta, who had just stood up to show off his record, was instantly concentrated by the bullets. The bullet was fired from the back and exploded in the chest. Qianti's dull eyes fell on the blasted chest, and she didn't understand why there was a gun behind her until she died. Qianti! Qianti! There was no response from Korn's headphones. He knew very well that his old partner must be dead by now, and it was the gunshot on the opposite hillside that took Qianti's life. Attention please! There are gunmen on the opposite hillside, it's Digia. Korn's tone was choked, and his expression was astonished. Digia in the car disappeared and appeared on the opposite hillside instead. This is a person? Before Korn had time to shoot, Li Wenqian started the cover mode with the bazooka on his shoulder. What are snipers afraid of? It's a cannon. Intensive bombardment is the ultimate nightmare for snipers. Quick retreat. As soon as Bell Mode finished speaking, the bomb placed in Li Wenqian's car detonated almost at the same time. Fortunately, Bell Mode's reminder was timely enough. The powerful air wave pushed their bodies several meters away, but did not take their lives. Korn, kill him. Jin seized Bell Mode's command and gave orders to Korn on the other side of the hill. Although Jin's hair was gone, his eyes were still sharp, even more murderous than before. The never-before-seen shame has turned into Jin's will to kill. Big brother, tank. The little brother next to Jin has 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. Gatling endured it. The bazooka endured. Can you please explain where the tanks come from? Jin, retreat quickly. Even a fool can recognize the current situation clearly, and the few guns in their hands are not enough to use as cannon fodder for Li Wenqian. Brother, get in the car. Vodka, who was waiting not far away, had already arrived by car at this time, and several people drilled in one after another when they saw this. It was really cruel that the parents didn't have 2 extra legs. Li Wenqian drove a tank to crush Qianti's body, and the blood splashed like squeezed juice, becoming the most fertile nourishment on this land. Emission. For Li Wenqian it's a shooting game now, and for Vodka it's a racing game. Li Wenqian admits that he is a dish. The use of the tank did not reach the point of being driven by the arm, and the gun-fighting technique did not allow him to improve his attainments on the tank. He only killed Qianti, an unlucky guy. Li Wenqian drove the tank to make a lap on the hillside, and jumped off the tank after confirming that there was no danger. Receive. In the next second, the tank has been successfully received by him into the system space. Rock and roll car, a luxury high-end bridge car. The sound of cannons piercing the sky will surely distract the police from the island country, so Li Wenqian chose to run away by himself. The open area is not suitable for him to open up and become a good citizen of 7 stars. Slip away. Downtown Tokyo. After Li Wenqian came back, everyone was dumbfounded. It's only been a while since he left Tokyo, and the entire urban area has changed drastically. The streets were in a mess, except for the smashed glass and destroyed items. It was rare to see a normal pedestrian, but there were quite a few soldiers. What's going on here? If it weren't for his good sense of direction, he would have thought he had gone to Syria. Sir, please show your ID. A soldier came over to stop Li Wenqian, and immediately asked for a good citizen certificate. Fortunately, the system arranged a reasonable identity for him after time travel, which can prove that he is a good citizen. Excuse me, what are you doing in the city? Go home. Where is your home? Miwa Town, Sancombe, 46 Fandi. What do you do? Li Wenqian was already getting a little impatient. If this little baga continued to ask, it would be very difficult for him to guarantee that he would not give this little baga a shot. Captain Takashita, this is my friend, my boyfriend. He lives in Miwacho 3 Chome, and he caught robbers for the Metropolitan Police Department. Fortunately, Miyamoto Yumi appeared in time at this time, which dispelled Li Wenqian's desire to kill. Let's go. Xiao Baga asked Takeshita to return the certificate to Li Wenqian. Chapter 63. Yumi, what the hell is going on here? He's only been away from Tokyo for a few hours, is there a frying pan here? Sure enough, Tokyo without Li Wenqian is like the West without Jerusalem. Tonight a group of unemployed homeless people ran into trouble on the street, and the police and security forces took the initiative but failed to suppress it. As you can see, the self-defense forces have taken over here. I heard that Tokyo seems to be militarized recently. Miyamoto Yumi still has lingering fears. Fortunately, the self-defense forces arrived in time, otherwise these unruly people might have attacked the Metropolitan Police Department. What now? What are you police doing after the self-defense forces took over here? Li Wenqian asked again. Our traffic police must be cooperating with the self-defense forces to solve the city's traffic problems. The first search section is investigating yesterday's 10 billion yen robbery case. I heard from my Wako that there were 3 robbers who robbed the armored vehicle. These 3 people were all insiders of the bank. 2 of them have been killed. The other one seems to be a bank employee named Hirota Masami. The police are we are doing our best to search for. The police have now invited a lot of well-known detectives and experts, and they are working on the 24-hour investigation of the gangster Tiga and the bank robbers. Li Wenqian suddenly felt that he was smarter. If Miyano Akemi does not choose to leave, he will now face the cross-hunting of Tokyo police and black organizations. He dare not say a day, the 2 Miyano sisters will be exposed under the noses of these 2 parties. Li Wenqian also understood. The police in the island country now have 2 priorities. One is to hunt down the gangsters who robbed tens of billions, which will have a deterrent effect on the entire Tokyo and restore peace to Tokyo. More importantly, find the bandit Tiga. Solve Tokyo's public security, finance, and all other problems from the root. Okay, I won't tell you any more, I'm going to work. Miyamoto Yumi hurriedly got out of the car after presenting her sweet kiss. She, who always likes to fish in troubled waters, did not dare to make a mistake at such a tense moment. On the plane. Sister, how did you know him? Miyano Shiho now knows who the person who helped their sisters is. Blow up Tokyo Tower, raid Metropolitan Police Department, kidnap Jin. A person who makes black organizations a headache can really be regarded as a character. I met by chance at the bank where I worked, when he took down 2 robbers for Miwa Bank. Miyano Akemi brushed the hair hanging on her forehead, recalling the first meeting between her and Li Wenqian, and now she feels so beautiful. Not necessarily. The corner of Miyano Shiho's mouth raised slightly in a playful arc. Then what is your relationship with him? Ordinary friends don't let people pay so much for you. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Miyano Akemi nodded slightly, that's right. Sister, you are really dazzled by love. He kept saying that he would take her away from the black organization and live a peaceful life that belonged to them. As a result, he just escaped from the black organization, and now he is in the arms of the gangsters. Miyano Shiho doesn't blame her sister. Everyone has the right to pursue love, just because the gangster Digia can help her elder sister at this time, it shows that this is a gangster who treats her elder sister well. Don't talk about me, let's talk about you. You, what the hell is going on, why did you become like this? Miyano Akemi still can't accept the fact that her younger sister is still a child. She feels like she has entered the time of science fiction. Since you proposed to leave the black organization, they have imprisoned me. In order to escape from the organization, I chose to drink the aptX 4869 I developed. Miyano Shiho knows that the aptX 4869 she developed has 2 outcomes, one is death, and the other is that under extremely lucky circumstances, her body will become smaller. In that life and death situation, she could only choose to gamble. It turns out she was right. But if she knew that the old sister invited a Tongtian agent to come and save her, even if she was killed, she would not be able to drink the poison aptx 4869. Shiho, it's all my fault. Sister, how can I blame you? I don't want to hear you say that in the future. Then can you still recover? Mayano Shiho shook his head. She doesn't even know it herself. Although aptx 4869 was developed by her hands, it is not the result of her own labor. It is another new product developed on the basis of a medicine and silver bullet. She is not sure of researching out the antidote of aptx 4869, and dare to assert that no one in the world is sure of doing it. More importantly, this aptx 4869 is only a semi-finished product developed by her, which makes it more difficult to study the antidote. Sister, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with that. I've researched it, and this poison only makes my body smaller, it won't take my life away. Chapter 64 Gunma Prefecture, Black Organization. Absinthe, you were so close to him, why didn't you shoot him? You still have the nerve to talk about me. If it wasn't for Chianti's arbitrariness to shoot, why would we leave in such a mess? She deserves her death. You. Kir stood up at this time. Okay, stop arguing, let's think about the next move first. Now we should figure out why Tiga suddenly appeared from behind Chianti, and how did that tank come from? Vodka usually looks sullen and not very smart, but these words expressed the doubts in everyone's heart. This guy must have accomplices. It was Tiga's associates who sneaked up on Chianti who shot him from behind. Korn's mentality exploded, and he couldn't accept that his good partner Chianti died in the suburbs of Tokyo in such a muddle. No. The man standing in front of me was Tiga himself, as was the man who killed Chianti on the hillside. Although they all wear masks, the aura of the gods descending to earth is definitely not something that can be achieved through imitation. Belmode is a master of disguise, and she has a professional say on this point. The same person. Then how does that explain him being on the other side of the hill immediately after Chianti's shot? Belmode couldn't explain all of this, and now only knew that this silver bullet was more attractive to her now. Li Wenqian is like a huge vortex with magnetic force, attracting her to keep exploring. He seems to be unkillable, just like Ultraman. Jin, who was kidnapped and returned, finally spoke. He saw with his own eyes that Tiga was shot in the neck. In that situation, it is impossible for a person to survive, but in the next second, Tiga actually appeared behind Chianti. Belmode was right, he could also feel that the Digia who appeared under Chianti's gun and behind him was the same person. Can't you kill me? Stop making trouble. Think he's Superman, Spider-Man. Most people in the Black Organization don't believe it, thinking that this guy Jin's head was broken after being beaten. There are also very few people who are lost in thought. Jin, you should know where Tiga lives. Why don't we send the killers of the organization to kill him now? Kir stood up again at this time. Absinthe, you are in charge of finding Mayano Akemi and Sherry. Jin's tone was still cold, but his eyes were not as sharp as before. This kidnapping has seriously shaken his position in the Black Organization. I believe it won't be long before someone will challenge his position. Curacao is responsible for finding those unlucky guys who have taken aptx 4869 to see if there is anyone else who just shrunk and didn't die like Sherry. Others wait for orders first. That's what counts. If it wasn't for the woman Sherry who took aptx 4869, the Black Organization still doesn't know that this drug will have a second result. Jin does not allow a gangster Tiga who can pose a threat to the entire organization, let alone someone who takes aptx 4869 and runs all over the streets of Tokyo. Gone. Kir originally wanted to extract information about the address of the gangster Digia from Jin. As long as he knew the address of the gangster Digia and passed the information to the CIA, he believed that Digia's real identity could be found out soon. But she failed again. The members of the organization with the code name of the winery left one after another, leaving only Jin and Belmode. Jin, what are you going to do next? Belmode lit a cigarette. This is my business. There is only one thought in Jin's mind right now, to get back the scene. Only by killing Tiga himself can he regain his position as the third leader of the Black Organization and re-establish his prestige in the Black Organization. I would like to advise you that Tiga holds the secrets of our Black Organization. Although I don't know how the gangster Tiga knew, but that's the truth. Belmode just gave Jin a vaccination, and she couldn't stop her from dealing with Tiga, but if Tiga's identity was made public, then she had to consider the consequences of the Black Organization being exposed to the sun. Villa. Li Wenqian had to undergo at least 3 random inspections before he slumped down on the sofa in the living room. Fortunately, his good citizenship certificate was strong enough, which allowed him to go home smoothly. Hello. Mayano Akimi's voice came from the other end of the phone. She is so nervous now. I hope that a voice can come from the other side of the phone, and I hope that this voice must not be a Black Organization. Akimi, are you here? Mayano Akimi breathed a sigh of relief. We have arrived in the United States and are preparing to go to Florida. How about you? Very good. You two haven't been followed, have you? Li Wenqian asked. No, we followed what you said, and the journey was very safe. You must be careful yourself, if you can't, or come and find me in Florida. Mayano Akimi actually already had this idea in his heart. Li Wenqian now has 3 trillion yen on his body, so much money can make him a rich man wherever he goes, and he will have nothing to worry about for a lifetime. They can live a very happy life in Florida. You put Mayano Shiho on the phone. Shiho. Mayano Akimi is dumbfounded. They know each other? Mayano Shiho was even more confused, completely unable to figure out why his future brother-in-law would choose to talk to her on the phone at this time. Facing the mobile phone handed over by his sister, Mayano Shiho chose to answer it. Hi, I'm Mayano Shiho. I want to ask you something. Where is the headquarters of the Black Organization? Li Wenqian is about to sound the final battle horn. From the moment Qianta shot him, it was doomed that only one of him and the Black Order would survive. HQ. Mayano Shiho instantly understood what Li Wenqian wanted to do. The Black Organization has a history of decades since its establishment, and no one has dared to challenge the Black Organization in the past few decades. Li Wenqian was the first. Don't look at your sister, just tell me now. Mayano Shiho even glanced at the top of her head subconsciously. She wondered if Li Wenqian installed a radar on her head. I don't know the specific location of the headquarters, but I can tell you that Jin and most of the killers in the organization are in Gunma County. She is a researcher in the Black Organization who specializes in researching APTX 4869, and never pays attention to the killers. The only time I went to the headquarters was still blindfolded, and I didn't know where the exact location was. How about you? Where did you study APTX? After a moment of silence, Mayano Shiho said, in the mountainous area of Mount Harana in Gunma Prefecture, the Black Organization built a large factory in the mountain, apparently for mechanical manufacturing. Thank you, Shiho. Brother will treat you to dinner another day. Mayano Shiho's face flushed slightly, feeling that he was being teased. Chapter 65. House of Dr. Agaza, 2-22, Mikacho, Tokyo. Shinichi, do you have a clue? If you want to talk about the hot words in Tokyo recently, the gangster Tiga is definitely at the top of the list. Dr. Agaza, an old man in his 50s and 60s, is now curious about the true identity of the gangster Tiga. I don't know the specific identity of this guy yet, but I already have some clues. Dr. Agaza heard that he moved a small bench to sit beside Kyudo Shinichi. Please start your show. Dr. Agaza, do you still remember that I used the voice of Kyudo Shinichi to question police officer Megure a few days ago? and he told me that the security team detained several children at that time. Yesterday, I found those 3 children in Diden Primary School. According to their dictation, a big brother played detective treasure hunting with them. Dr. Agaza asked thoughtfully, "You mean the big brother that kid talks about is the gangster Tiga?" "I am not sure." The 3 children said that the big brother just gave them a few cookies. When I asked about their appearance, they all said they didn't remember, especially the little girl was very resistant to me. What makes me understand the most is why did Xiao Ran's mother, lawyer Kisaki Eri, go to bail these 3 little devils? Dr. Agaza laughed and said, "Both children and adults were captured by the security forces. They must hire a lawyer." Kyudo Shinichi thinks things are not that simple. Because he asked, lawyer Kisaki Eri was not entrusted by any parent or relative of a child. Okay, don't think about it. Even the police can't find out who the gangster Digia is. I think you should stop wasting your thoughts. Why don't you think about how to recover your body first? So what if you know who the gangster Tiga is? The police in the island country were beaten like a third grandson by the gangster Digia, so it is possible that they still want him to be a hero in this world. Oh! Disorderly thoughts wrapped around Kyudo Shinichi's brain stem. He truly realized the disadvantages of having a smaller body. Take this investigation of the gangster Tiga as an example. He went to the Suzuki Consortium to ask for clues, and then was kicked out by the security guard at the door. Originally, I wanted to go to Kisaki Eri's law firm to find out who the client was at the time. But when he saw his shrinking body, he immediately dismissed the idea. How could a legal queen with professional ethics like Kisaki Eri divulge the client's information to a child like him? The clues he can get now are just using Kyudo Shinichi's voice to get it from Officer Megure. But how can the information collected by these rookie police officers be put together to find out the identity of the gangster Tiga? If he is still the same now? High school detective Kyudo Shinichi already knows the identity of the gangster Tiga. Just when Kyudo Shinichi was troubled by messy thoughts, the curry rice that Dr. Agaza had just cooked was splashed on the ground. Bo! Kyudo Shinichi looked in the direction of the door. The fear brought about by death made his face uglier than eating shit. "Hello, Kyudo Shinichi." The person standing at the door is Vodka, the 10,000-year-old driver of the Black Organization. A black-painted pistol was pointed at Dr. Agaza's head. Dr. Agaza's legs were weak, and he was too scared to fart. Kyudo Shinichi once told him that he was given a poison by a group of people dressed in black, so the people in front of him should be the group of guys. Let go of Dr. Ali, it's none of his business. Kyudo Shinichi has not yet found out the true identity of the gangster Tiga, and bigger troubles have found him. He couldn't figure out why the group of men in black were able to find this place, and why they knew they were still alive. What surprised him even more was why the group of black people knew that the smaller Edogawa Konan was the former Kyudo Shinichi. Of course, our target is only you. Say it. Vodka was about to pull the trigger and end Dr. Agaza's old life. Autumn Bean Sack. Since you have found me, you should also know that Dr. Agaza's identity has been investigated. He is a super powerful doctor, and he even has an idea of my body shrinking now. Don't you want to know? Kyudo Shinichi knew that the group thought he was dead when they administered the poison to him. That is to say, these people did not know at the time that this drug would have another effect that can make people smaller. Vodka hesitates for a moment. Take both of them away. Don't leave any useful clues for the police here. Kyudo Shinichi let out a long sigh of relief. It's a risk, and Dr. Agaza finally got his old life back. Thank you, Shinichi. Dr. Agaza's legs are still weak, and he feels like his bladder is out of control. It's too early to say thank you. If this group of people didn't kill them now, it means that they have already regarded him as a guinea pig. Where are you sending them? The research base in Mount Harana. That gentleman is waiting for the results. Chapter 66. Rice Flower Town, a tavern. Brother, let me tell you, Dijia is really not dead. He's the same as that Kaito kid from Damn It, he will use some deceptive tricks to escape from the scene of the crime when you don't expect it. The fame-seeking detectives also asserted that there was no chance of anyone surviving the Sally Beth's sinking. The end, the result, hiccup. I found traces of a gunfight in the suburbs of Tokyo again. It's not because of the slapping on the face, hiccup. Li Wenqian originally came to a nearby tavern for consumption, but unexpectedly ran into Nakamori Ginzu, the person in charge of the second search section. Call him young man when you come up, call him brother after a few glasses of wine, and now call him big brother. Li Wenqian felt that if he had a few more drinks, Nakamori Ginzu would probably call him dad. Dad. Why are you drinking here again? A girl of 18 or 19 years old wearing a sailor suit came into the tavern. She looked almost exactly like Ran Mori, the only difference was that there were no horns on her head. This is Li Wenqian's first time seeing Nakamori Kingza when he came to Ke Xue world. Compared with Xiao Ran, she is a little more cute, but loses 2 points of stability. Dad, come home with me. Mom is still waiting for us to go back to have dinner together. Nakamori Ayako knew that Dad got drunk in the tavern because of the gangster Tiga who is making trouble in the city. Idiot. There was a Kaito kid who had already played around with his father like a clown, and now there is another gangster Tiga. Why is it so heavy? Although Nakamori Ginzu didn't look fat, he weighed 140 to 50 pounds, and he was like a mountain on King's weak shoulders. Let me help you. Li Wenqian grabbed Nakamori Ginzu's arm with one hand, and slipped out of the tavern like a chicken. Just in the evening, there were several soliciting taxis parked in front of the tavern. Li Wenqian chose one that was pleasing to the eye and stuffed Nakamori Ginzu in. Arigia is here. Ayako Nakamori gave Li Wenqian a 90-degree bow. A sweet smile. This man is so weird. Li Wenqian looked at the taxi gradually going away, and murmured, this wine is not good either. Nakamori Ginzu drank a few drinks and was about to tell him the next action plan of the Metropolitan Police Department. On the way back from the tavern, Li Wenqian could see self-defense force vehicles passing by on the streets of Tokyo. Miyamoto Yumi is right, the whole of Tokyo has now been suppressed by the self-defense forces. Tokyo's embryonic form of Gotham, which has just evolved, has been shattered by the entry of the self-defense forces, and even the crime rate that has just been burning has been suppressed in an instant. Li Wenqian's biggest feeling now is that it seems more and more difficult for him to become a good citizen of 7 stars. However, his current focus is not on becoming a good citizen of 7 stars, but on dealing with black organizations. Li Wenqian is a very dedicated person. He usually doesn't watch AV or 3P, so when dealing with black organizations, he will not consider the good citizens of 7 stars for the time being. Mount Harana. Kyudo Shinichi and Dr. Agaza were brought here by people from the black organization. Shinichi, this seems to be a machine factory. No. I think this must be their scientific research base, which is to study the medicine I took. Kyudo Shinichi doesn't even have to analyze. The reason why he and Dr. Agaza didn't die is because of the little use value of his smaller body. That's right. A burly man with short silver hair and a ferocious face appeared in front of Kyudo Shinichi and Dr. Agaza. This person's name is Ireland, and he is a core member of the black organization with the code name of the winery. Old man, didn't you say you knew the secret of his body shrinking? Hand it over now, and I can let you go. Kyudo Shinichi sneered, do you think we will believe this kind of foolish words? Hand it over? I'm afraid we will both die by then. Ireland discorded with Kyudo Shinichi and kicked Kyudo Shinichi in the stomach. This kick was strong and heavy, directly kicking Kyudo Shinichi's 6 or 7-year-old body 7 or 8 meters away, causing Kyudo Shinichi to curl up on the ground and convulse in pain. Hand it over, or you will end up worse than him. Dr. Agaza was frightened into a cold sweat, and said tremblingly, my research results are only in the preliminary stage. Kyudo Shinichi told him that he must fight wildly with this group of men in black. If he let this group of people know that he did not grasp the secret of shrinking his body, he would definitely die. Hand it over. Ireland has shown extreme impatience. Recently, he has been very angry because Pisco, whom he regarded as his father, was killed by the gangster Tiga. He has always wanted to cut the gangster Tiga into pieces with his own hands, but the organization has never given him such an opportunity in previous operations, and let him be a watchdog in this bullshit research base. In the computer, in the basement of my villa. Dr. Agaza looked tremblingly at Kyudo Shinichi, who was beaten and couldn't get up. Shinichi, I can't pull any more. Snapped. Ireland slapped Dr. Agaza with a backhand, his face was swollen, his eyes were blown away, and he shattered to the ground. Why didn't you say it earlier? I want him to go back again on horseback. Send this kid to the lab, hang this old thing up, don't give him food and drink. Chapter 67. Mount Harina. This is one of the 3 Yomo mountains located in Gunma Prefecture in the northern part of the Kanto region of Japan. It is a very famous mountain. The reason why this mountain is famous is mainly because the autumn famous mountain in initial D is the beautification of Harina mountain. That boy Fujiwara Takumai was greened in this city. 86. Up the mountain, Mercedes up the tree. Li Wenqian kicked the accelerator and drove a Ferrari LaFerrari on the mountain road to experience the passion of initial D. In Harina mountain, a machinery manufacturing factory covering an area of several kilometers stands in the mountain. It is quite abrupt to say that it is abrupt, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with it when it is said to be reasonable. Finally found. According to Miyano Shiho's description, Li Wenqian is now standing on the slope above the machinery manufacturing plant. Considering his current position as a god, as long as he summons the tank in the system space, it will be a flat push all the way down. It's now. 30 to 40 tons of iron bumps hit the ground with a loud bang, and the entire mountain shook violently in an instant. Kill the chicken and give it to. Li Wenqian drove the tank down the hill with an unstoppable momentum. The 3-wood-high, half-meter-thick factory wall was as fragile as paper, and it was smashed to pieces by a tank in an instant. What happened? What happened? The sound of the explosion attracted a part of Xiao Baga from the research base. Compared with those massacred in the paper mill before, the members of the black organization here appear to be of a much higher rank, each holding AK and submachine guns. Tank, tank. A tank is rushing in. Come quickly. So what about high rank? So what about holding an AK? Everything is an ant in front of the tank. Fire! Fire! Li Wenqian held down the button and did not let go. In a tie, every 2 shells would blow up little Baga in front of him like a tomato. The dishes are not terrible. The terrible thing is that God does not give you a chance to make mistakes. Li Wenqian now feels like he has entered a pig farm. No matter how he operates, his head will explode. This kind of unilateral slaughter, whether it is in the pig slaughtering pen or in the killing pen, is quite explosive. Tracks on tanks. Grenade, give me the grenade. The tank is coming towards us, retreat quickly. The killers of the black organization are well trained, but this time they are facing tanks that have never been in contact. These self-proclaimed killer elites are like novices with no foundation at this time. They can resist at the beginning, but they have been bombarded by tanks and fled away. Tut chug chug. Don't mess up. Climb into the tank and drag this kid out of it for me. Ireland rushed out of the scientific research base with a machine gun in his hand, facing the tank's tank observation window with a shuttle. The appearance of Ireland instantly reversed the situation on the field. The killers no longer fled like wild boars, but began to attack Li Wenqian. The disadvantages of the tank appeared at this time. Although the top speed of the tank can reach 80 or 90 km per hour, it still cannot conceal its bulkiness. This is why Li Wenqian does not intend to use tanks when the city is dealing with the police of the island country. Under normal circumstances, driving a tank to swim in the city of Tokyo will most likely not be a 6-star good citizen. Li Wenqian hadn't operated a few times before he felt that at least 2 little baga jumped onto the tank cover. It's time to give Xiao baga a little bit of technology shock. Li Wenqian had an extra Desert Eagle in his hand, and shot himself in the head. Don't kill him, the BD is mine. Ireland must kill the gangster Tiga, just like Tiga killed Pisco with his own hands. No. No, there is no one in the tank. Xiao baga, who jumped into the tank, originally wanted to open the tank cover to give Li Wenqian 2 shots first, but the scene inside made it impossible for them to heal for the rest of their lives. Unmanned tanks? Is it because their island countries are backward, or has military technology in the world developed so rapidly? Next second, the bomb placed in advance in the tank was detonated, and the powerful destructive force instantly tore up the small baga on the tank. Standing on the hillside, Li Wenqian had already set up Gatling and started to fire at 3,600 revolutions at a time. After becoming a 6-star good citizen, Li Wenqian discovered a system bug. He can choose the resurrection location after committing suicide, and this resurrection location is not limited by distance, and there is no division of regions. In other words, he can adjust his position on the battlefield by committing suicide. If he uses it skillfully and seamlessly, then he has the teleportation technique. It's too bad. Li Wenqian now wants to find a place to die a few more times, and practice this heaven-defying kung fu to the Mahayana level. But this method of death also has a big drawback. Being only suitable for killing in battle does not help him to be a good citizen, or even a hindrance to him being a good citizen. Because every death of him means a reset of the good citizen star. Li Wenqian restrained himself, damn it. He was actually distracted at such a critical moment of slaughtering little baga. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets ejected by Gatling are like life-threatening black and white impermanence, whoever finds them will be taken away. On the mountain. He's on the mountain. Members of the black organization now see Tiga masks as if they were seeing ghosts. They remember that when they watched Ultraman Tiga in their childhood, they were not so scary when they stepped on a horse. The killers of the black organization still want to organize an attack, but their firepower is not enough in front of Gatling. Some killers want to show off their skills to dodge a surprise attack and roll forward, but they are taught by Li Wenqian on the spot with a shuttle of bullets. Li Wenqian taught them a good lesson today: death is not terrible, what is terrible is that they cannot be resurrected. Tiga, my name is Ireland, and the Pisco you killed is my adoptive father. If you have the guts, stand up, and the 2 of us will fight openly. Ireland was suppressed by Gatling behind the wall and couldn't lift its head at all. It could only vent its inner aggrievedness and hatred by roaring. Where is it? After Li Wenqian determined the position of Ireland, he directly fired a wave of rockets. In what year have you been riding a horse, and Lao Zi is still fighting you one-on-one? A wave of RPG grenades instantly cleared Li Wenqian's screen. Chapter 68. Doctor, hurry up, let's get out of this place quickly. The shells hit the top of the scientific research base, giving Kyudo Shinichi and Dr. Agaza a chance to escape. Shinichi, what the hell is going on here? Are the police here? Kyudo Shinichi shook his head firmly, absolutely not. If the police surrounded the place, the sound of sirens would definitely be heard, and more importantly, the police did not have rocket launchers, which were weapons of mass destruction. Kyudo Shinichi thinks it is likely to be the bandit Tiga. In the entire Tokyo and even the entire island country, he has only heard of the gangster Tiga using the weapon of the rocket launcher. Although the bandit Digia almost killed him with a shell just now, he also helped him blast a big hole in the scientific research base. Bandit Tiga, thank you so much. Shinichi, do you know where this is? Mount Harana, Gunma Prefecture. How did you know? I don't have time to talk to you now, I will explain to you when I go back. All right. Dr. Agaza knew that it must be that damn reasoning again. Even if he was told, it would be impossible to learn it. The two ran forward for more than 10 minutes. Doctor, you keep running forward, I will catch up with you soon. Kyudo Shinichi's detective blood was already boiling. He had studied the gangster Tiga for so many days, and now he finally had the opportunity to take a look. Kyudo Shinichi didn't want to let go of this good opportunity. Shinichi, let's go together. Dr. Agaza doesn't care about these, just pull Kyudo Shinichi and run forward. Is this kid really saying that this is Mount Harana? He reads a lot. When people get lost, no matter how they run, they will return to the original point again. Without Kyudo Shinichi by his side at this time, he would not be able to live at ease. Doctor, Doctor! Kyudo Shinichi looked at the scientific research base that was getting farther and farther away from them. It was really more uncomfortable not to have a look at Digya than to kill him. Inside the research base. After solving the killers outside, Li Wenqian has successfully controlled the entire scientific research base. Apart from the scattered reagent bottles, beakers, and lying corpses on the ground, there were only a few researchers in white coats squatting in the corner. Just at this moment, Li Wenqian's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Miyano Akimi's call, he chose to pick it up. Hi, I'm Miyano Shiho. Are you going to use the scientific research base I provided last time to deal with black organizations? Yes, I'm in the base right now. Miyano Shiho's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you entered the base? Miyano Shiho suddenly realized that his voice was too loud, then lowered his voice and asked cautiously, did they not notice? They're all pretty much dead, and I think you should know a few of them in white coats. Speak directly, what's the matter? He didn't think that Miyano Shiho's call from the other side of the ocean was just to express his love for the little girl. Can you help me get some materials from the base? Those materials are about APTX 4869. These materials are crucial to Miyano Shiho, determining whether she can return to her original 18-year-old appearance. Before the phone call, she was a little embarrassed, thinking that it would be too risky for Li Wenqian, and might even harm him, but when she heard that Li Wenqian had already taken control of the scientific research base, she had nothing to worry about. Just take it as my sister-in-law's waywardness. No problem, but the next time we meet, it will be you who invite me to dinner. Faced with such ridicule, Miyano Shiho on the other end of the phone fell silent. Wenqian-jun, don't tease her, my sister is more reserved. Introverted? Not necessarily. Li Wenqian thinks that Miyano Shiho is aloof, a complete queen of aloofness. After hanging up the phone, Miyano Shiho stared at Miyano Akimi with fiery eyes. The brother-in-law that the old sister found for her is a billion points. It is so easy to control the heavily guarded scientific research base. Li Wenqian focused his attention on the group of researchers in white coats. Next, I will ask you questions, and whoever answers correctly will live. You first. Li Wenqian chose an old man who was the oldest and would not live for a few years. Where is the information on APTX 4869? It's all stored in the computer over there. Li Wenqian picked up another person, is what he said right? Right. You both can live. Li Wenqian tossed about in the scientific research base and copied all the materials after giving everyone a place to live. There are hundreds of G. It is fuller than his net disk. Now you can all go. Don't look at me, I won't shoot in the back. If you want to kill you, you can do it now. Li Wenqian is not worried that these people will reveal his identity. Because he is Digya, and he is only Digya, and even his voice has been carefully disguised by him. None of these scientists supported by the Black Organization has a few lives in their hands. Even if they are asked to report, they have to dare to step on the horse. After the researchers left, Li Wenqian detonated the TNT bomb he had placed in the research base. He was sent to heaven together with him. Resurrection location, Rice Flower Town, 3 Chom, 46 Fandi. Is there a cooler way to get home than this? Chapter 69. Black Organization. Jin has turned into a cropped look, his eyes are still sharp, but they lack the silky smoothness and elegance that should be there. Harana Mountain Scientific Research Base was bombed. Yes, brother, when we got there, we were surrounded by police officers from Gunma Prefecture. Jin doesn't have to guess, everyone knows who did it. The firm eyes began to flicker and beat, and it was the first time that someone could make him feel scared. What about the information in the base? Vodka shook his head, I don't know. The police have sealed off a few kilometers around, and they can't get in at all, let alone understand the situation at that time. Click. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, Belmode lit a cigarette. Now let's pray that the materials will be taken away by the gangster Tiga instead of falling into the hands of the Tokyo police. Absinthe, don't always make sarcastic remarks here. Sniper Corn is always calm, except when facing Belmode. He has always attributed Chianti's death to Belmode, and if the woman killed the gangster Tiga with one shot, the following things would not have happened. At this moment, Jin's cell phone rang, and the melody of the 7 children came. Okay, I see. Jin put down the phone, the gentleman wants to see us. Jin said this to Belmode. Because there are not many people who can meet the boss in the organization, even those who have the code name of the winery are impossible. Izu Beach. 2 days have passed since the explosion at the Harana Mountain Scientific Research Base. It is also rare for Li Wenqian to take a vacation for himself, to enjoy the sea breeze and listen to the waves, and bring Sanako and Xiao to enjoy the blessing of Kiran together. He had heard that the entire Izu Beach was owned by the Suzuki Consortium. Still rich. Li Wenqian recently counted the island nations wealthy. The first is the Suzuki Foundation. Then the Okamomiji family, the Haneda family, etc. are as famous as the Suzuki Foundation. On top of them there is Rinai Karasuma, the black organization. Li Wenqian instantly felt that there was a long way to go. On the beach, Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori have been chatting in full swing. Didn't the police offer a reward of 10 million yen for clues to the gangster Tiga? How did it become 100 billion yen? Xiao Ran blinked, don't lie to her. She read the Tokyo Daily. At that time, her father saw the high reward of 10 million and planned to rent a car all over Tokyo to find the whereabouts of the gangster Dijie. Fortunately, she stopped this kind of behavior in time. That's the bandit Tiga. One shot could have killed them. The Metropolitan Police Department certainly can't offer a reward of 100 billion, and they don't have that much money. The bounty of 100 billion is for those rich people who were kidnapped on the Sally Beth. I heard that they formed an alliance of Avengers and offered 100 billion to buy the head of the gangster Tiga. The reward offered by the Metropolitan Police Department is called Xianhong, and the rich people who privately funded 100 billion to find the killer are called Dark Flowers. The Avengers originally planned to find the Suzuki Consortium to be the leader, but her father rejected it on the spot. His family is a businessman. The gangster Tiga asked for money, and they survived. This was originally a deal reached with reluctance. The Suzuki Consortium didn't want to cause trouble, and the loss of 100 billion was nothing to their family. Hanging red? Dark flowers. Sanako, how do you know this? Xiao Ran's scalp is numb. Can high school students of their age understand these slang words? She wonders if Sanako has joined the club. Of course my uncle said it after he was drunk, maybe you think how I know. Suzuki Sanako experienced the darkness of society for the first time. It turns out that this world is really like in the movie, there will be people offering high rewards to buy other people's lives. Who is in the Avengers? Li Wenqian ran over and interjected. He now wants to know which of those desperate little baga want his life. 100 billion yen? Who do horse riders look down on here? I don't know about that. These are all nonsense things my uncle said when he was drunk. Let's not talk about that. It's hard to come out today, why do we think about these unhappy things? Suzuki Sanako takes off her clothes showing off her carefully selected pink bikini. Li Wenqian is still thinking. These little Baga who survived the Sally Beth are dishonest, and they still want to kill him, Lao Li? Find a chance to beat them again. Then again. 100 billion yen is not very attractive to him, but it is not necessarily so to those professional killers who are licking blood. He still needs to pay more attention during this time. Li Wenqian, what are you doing standing there? Come down quickly. Suzuki Sanako was soaking in the sea, had already taken off her underwear and waved it in her hands to attract Li Wenqian's attention. 1. Xiao Lang Hoof, let's see how I deal with you two today. Izu Beach is very big, and the place where the three of them live is completely private sea area, not open to the public. So no matter what extraordinary actions the three of them make in this sea area, they will not attract the attention of others. The day and night of sea quakes will soon be over. On the way back, Suzuki Sanako and Ran Mori were exhausted and fell asleep like dead pigs. Li Wenqian sent the two home separately, and when he returned to the villa, he happened to see a Harley. In an instant, a handful of sand eagles appeared in Li Wenqian's hand. You know, he has never had any interest in being a knight. At this moment, the window of the red Ferrari next to him fell down, and Belmode was sitting in the driver's seat of his beloved car. Don't be so nervous, I didn't bring a mission weapon this time. Belmode raised his hand, his slender fingers dangling in mid-air. Tell me, what is it? Li Wenqian would not be so stupid as to think that the black organization wanted to invite him to dinner. The gentleman from our organization would like to invite you to dinner. Seriously, invite him to dinner? When things go wrong, there must be demons, hangmen banquet. Li Wenqian suddenly understood what was going on. You want to seek peace. Otherwise, Belmode has no reason to come here and wait for him. You're right. You bombed one of our strongholds in Tokyo, and took away one of our scientific research bases in Harana Mountain. This is the organization that forgets the past. The gentleman in the organization appreciates your ability, and he still hopes that you can join the organization. As long as you agree to join, you will be the third in command of the organization, and your status will not be inferior to Jin and me. The reason Belmode waited for Li Wenqian in the underground parking lot this time was to serve as a lobbyist for the black organization. Organizational reconciliation is a helpless move. Now the entire Tokyo and the surrounding Yokohama and Gunma prefectures have been messed up by Li Wenqian, and now the self-defense forces have taken over the city of Tokyo. If Li Wenqian continues to make trouble like this, the entire black organization may be exposed to the sight of the self-defense forces, and decades of hard work by the black organization may be destroyed. The black organizers have a great career, and they don't want to die with Li Wenqian, a lone wolf. The black organization originally planned to kill Li Wenqian directly to avoid future troubles, but after several fights, they found that Li Wenqian could not be killed at all. Mouth. Chapter 70. Li Wenqian raised his hand and knocked out the cigarette in Belmode's mouth with a shot. This is his attitude. These gangs always like? Da-da-hee-hee, Li Wenqian is not the same. He and this group of little Baga have nothing to say about worldly sophistication. Don't look at the generous remuneration offered for him to join the black organization now, but as long as he joins, he will definitely find ways to deal with him. He killed so many people in the black organization, it is inevitable that there will not be a few guys like Ireland. Li Wenqian? It is impossible to choose to be a dog for the black organization. What's more, there is nothing worth joining in an organization full of fake wine. The information in the scientific research base is on your phone, right? The organization has conducted multiple investigations and confirmed that the police in the island country have not obtained the information in the organization's scientific research base. Exist. Li Wenqian knew why these people came to reconcile. He was difficult to deal with on the one hand, and the organized scientific research materials of 6-5-3 in his hand were more important. Belmode instantly felt a sense of peace of mind. If the scientific research data of the black organization did not fall into the hands of the police in the island country, it would not be the worst outcome. It was too wise for the black organization not to expose Li Wenqian's identity as a gangster. Otherwise, the research data of this black organization has been made public by Li Wenqian. I ask you to think carefully about the treatment offered to you by the organization. Tokyo is not as safe as you think right now. Belmode brought a total of 2 plans for Li Wenqian from the black organization. If they failed to win over, they made a deal with Li Wenqian to buy back the scientific research materials of the black organization. But she feels that there is no need to waste any more words now, but anyone who is not a fool would not choose to make a deal with the black organization at this time. I will also give you a way to join my camp. Belmode is one of the few powerful members in the black organization. More importantly, Li Wenqian didn't feel any hostility towards this woman. Belmode smiled, then what benefits can I get? You don't give names like everyone else. Thank you, I will seriously consider it. Belmode got off the Ferrari, rode on Harley and put on the helmet, his graceful figure turned into a beautiful afterimage under the blessing of speed. Black Organization. The rejection this time means a formal war with the Black Organization. Li Wenqian must go back and think about how to overturn the winery. The next day, Li Wenqian heard a very important news for him in a tavern on the streets of Tokyo. NIME will ask to meet the gangster Dijie. The Clay Society is different from the Black Organization. This is a traditional island gang that absorbs Otong people. It is famous for smuggling, kidnapping, extortion, and assassination. The leader of the organization is 10 women named Tongza Budeo. However, the scale of the organization is not large, the combat effectiveness is not strong, and the resources they have are limited. The meaning of their existence is basically the Black Organization's backer. If the Black Organization is a high-end transnational criminal organization, then the Mud Gang can only be regarded as a clown jumping around in the island country. Will NIME look for him? It can be seen that the Mud Gang doesn't know the true identity of the gangster Dijie, so he wants him to know in this way and actively contacts the Mud Gang. This method can be said to be very low-end to explosive. Perhaps it was because NIME felt that Li Wenqian would not hang them, so he said in the news that there was something that the gangster Dijie was interested in to increase his bargaining chips. NIME wanted to see him. Li Wenqian could only think of 2 possibilities, either NIME wanted to get 100 billion hidden flowers, or it had something to do with black organizations. Otherwise, it would be impossible to commit crimes against the wind at such a tense moment when the self-defense forces took over Tokyo. Li Wenqian chooses to see you. Life and death are bearish, and if you don't accept it, you will do it. He wants to see what kind of force NIME will pretend to be, and more importantly, he wants to know whether what NIME will say is true or false. That afternoon, Li Wenqian inquired about an underground casino controlled by the Mud Association, and exchanged 100 million yen in chips after entering. In an instant, Li Wenqian became the focus of the entire casino. Gambling dogs in casinos usually play thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. I have never seen such a big player like Li Wenqian. 100 million yen. Li Wenqian studied immediately after he took a fancy to it. This operation stunned the sexy croupier who dealt the cards. He looked at Li Wenqian in surprise and continued to deal the cards. The first round of cards opened. Li Wenqian's chips were instantly cleared. Li Wenqian walked to the counter and asked for another 30 million yen in chips. This kind of casino has a characteristic. Usury. As long as you lose in the casino, you can borrow usury to make a comeback, but the vast majority of people are getting deeper and deeper. In the second round, Li Wenqian continued to choose stud, still lost. When Li Wenqian went to the counter to ask for a usury loan for the third time, the group of little baga changed their faces. Want to borrow money? Then repay the 40 million yen I borrowed just now. 40 million? Li Wenqian felt that the speed at which the money came in was almost as fast as robbing a bank. Would you like to borrow your money if you have money? The little baga who watched the scene suddenly became happy, they like this kind of thorn, don't stay here, take him to the back to clean up. After a few little baga detoured around 2 alleys, they brought Li Wenqian to an abandoned factory building. The room was not big, about 100 square meters, but the blood stains inside caught Li Wenqian's attention. It is not difficult to see that this must be the traces left by those gambling dogs who have not paid usury. In the corner, there is also a middle-aged little baga who is tied up and covered in blood. Boy, be afraid. Get someone to send over 40 million immediately, or you will end up worse than him. Baseball bats, golf clubs, and knives have armed these little baga in place, and the way they show off their might is disgusting. After dealing with the black organization for a period of time, looking at these little bastards feels very low-end. Li Wenqian went up and punched Xiao Baga on the bridge of the nose in front of him, and Xiao Baga's body less than 1.7 meters flew 5 or 6 meters away in an instant. Blood spattered, and the whole person lay on the ground like a dead dog. Immediately afterwards, Li Wenqian punched little baga, and if the punch the size of a sandbag hit little baga, his ribs would be broken, or his arm would be broken. There were also 2 fragile and unlucky ones whose chests collapsed and seemed impossible to survive. In just 10 seconds, there was only a little baga with a 5.4 mustache shivering in the huge room. He wanted to run, but found that the door had been locked after entering. It's a terrible meeting, right? Xiaoba huddled in the corner and nodded repeatedly, afraid that if he answered slowly, he would be like everyone else. Who is your boss? Akamoto. What is his status in the mud society? Little boss. Can I talk to Kiriko Tsushima? He can't, but his elder brother Zhong Guanchen can. Where does Akamoto live? Chiba County, Tuchome, Fan 12. Li Wenqian took out a pistol with a silencer and shot Xiao Baga in front of him. Immediately afterwards, those who were killed by him or not were shot twice in the head by him, and even the guy in the room who couldn't pay the loan shark was given a good laugh by him. Chapter 71. Chiba Prefecture, Tuchome, 12 Fandi. A middle-aged greasy man named Akamoto sat on the sofa in the living room, and beside him sat a woman who looked exactly like Mr. Fukada. Opposite them was Li Wenqian wearing a Tiga mask, and a Gatling made the atmosphere in the room extremely tense. Brother, we don't seem to have any grudges. The man named Akamoto was sweating nervously on his brow, and the woman next to him bit her lips tightly and didn't even dare to take a look at Li Wenqian's Digia mask. Even Li Wenqian doesn't need to be introduced, they don't know who this person sitting in front of them is. When the gangster Tiga appeared, the world was shocked. It is said that few people could live to see the sun the next day after seeing the gangster Tiga. I heard that your mud gang is looking for me. That's right, the big brother in the guild said he wanted to add you. Akamoto's hanging heart dropped halfway, he beat his weak legs, stood up tremblingly and poured a cup of tea for Li Wenqian. Say it early. Akamoto thought that the gangster Tiga was here to surprise him this time. Call 29 and tell them to come see me now. Akamoto took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and skillfully dialed the number of his elder brother Watanuki Tatsuzo. Brother, I'm Akamoto. Brother Digia is now at my house, and he said he wants to meet with us. Which Tiga? There are still a few Tiga in our island country, the one we will always want to see. Seeing that Li Wenqian was not eavesdropping, Akamoto said in a low voice, hurry up, I'm about to be overwhelmed. Akamoto trembled when he saw Gatling on the table. It is said that the gangster Tiga used this Gatling to beat Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Now that Tokyo is being taken over by the self-defense forces, it is all caused by the gangster Tiga. He used to live in Kabatako, but he has moved out since the self-defense forces took over Tokyo. My older brother said they'd be here soon. About half an hour passed. The high-level officials of the miserable society rushed over, but only Akamoto's eldest brother Watanuki Tatsuzo came, and Kijima Kishima was not seen. Mr. Digia, I have heard your name for a long time. Me and Guanchen-san thought that the gangster Digia would show his true colors this time, but he really thought too much. Tell me, what are you looking for? Li Wenqian is no nonsense. His time is precious, and if it wasn't for Nikan saying that he has what he wants, he would rather ask Sanako or Yumi out for teasing. Mr. Digia speaks quickly, so I won't be around the corner. We admire what Mr. Digia has done in Tokyo, and Pai Kenhui would like to make friends with Mr. Ugia very much. Nimi will know that Mr. Digia has a problem with the black organization. We happen to have some secrets about the black organization here. I think Mr. Digia will be very interested. Li Wenqian frowned slightly, which was roughly the same as his guess. Kenhui has a feud with the black organization, so he wants to use his hand to get rid of the black organization. Tell me, what's the condition? This trick of the Nimi to kill people with a knife is a conspiracy, but Li Wenqian can't refuse. As we said just now, we just want to make friends with Mr. Digia. I didn't bring the information about the black organization with me. If Mr. Digia intends to become friends with us, I will hand over the secrets about the black organization to you this Friday. Mian Guanchen said with a smile. 1 billion yen, the information you mentioned belongs to me. Li Wenqian rejects the black organization, and it is even more impossible for Li Wenqian to become friends with the weaker Lian Hui. 1 billion yen turned this favor into a business, and the next time we meet, it will still be a shuttle. Okay, then we've settled for that. Li Wenqian knew that Nimi would have no reason to refuse, let alone 1 billion yen, even if it was 100 million yen, they would choose to sell this information to him. Brother, this guy is also arrogant. So many of our brothers undercover in the black organization sold the information for 1 billion yen. After Li Wenqian left, Okamoto's back straightened. Shut up. If you don't sell it to him, can you sell it to you? Can you deal with black organizations? Okamoto was speechless. If he has the ability to ride a horse, he will be Taylor. The other side. The black organization also got the news that the Nimi would be looking for Li Wenqian. Jin knew immediately what Nimi was going to do. As deadly rivals who have been stalemate for many years, the faction team has always wanted to put the black organization to death. It is because the black organization needs to be blamed for many things and will take the blame, and it has already wiped out the gang in this island country. 1 billion yen, this time, the Mud Kenhui really doesn't spare any sympathy. The Mud Society has placed undercover agents in the black organization, but every move of the Mud Society is under the control of the black organization. 1 billion yen is about to cooperate with the gangster Digia, which is enough to show how much Nimi will hope that their black organization will perish. Absinthe, help me contact the Mudang Society, and tell me that I want to see Tongza Dudeo. Absinthe. Belmode, who was standing by the window, had already lost her mind, and Jin's second call brought her back to her senses. Bitter 777 Iju, you don't seem to be right lately. Jin's long and narrow eyes suddenly became as sharp as a dagger, and his suspicious character made him suspicious of Belmode. A gangster Tiga is messing us all up, and who do you think is right? Belmode has been thinking about a question just now, when will the silver bullet really smash the darkness? Of course, I am also thinking about the path Li Wenqian gave her. Because she stands to hate this organization. Belmode was the first research subject of the black organization. Because of the drug, she became an immortal. She was already exhausted from living under the control of the black organization, and now she hoped that a silver bullet could break through the darkness. The appearance of Li Wenqian made her see hope, and made her believe that this was the silver bullet she had been looking forward to. Even because of what Li Wenqian said before, she had a heart of rebellion against this black organization. Belmode restrained his mind, looked at Jin and asked, "You want to meet with the Mud? Why? Of course it's to deal with Tiga. To deal with Digia? Do you think Nimi will choose to help us? Of course, because I have a bargaining chip that they can't refuse." A smile appeared on Jin's face, this smile was cold and confident. Chapter 72. After the self-defense forces took over all of Tokyo, the Metropolitan Police Department's job seems to be a lot easier. Miyamoto Yumi has more chances to come to him to sleep. Metropolitan Police Department also ushered in a long-lost weekend after a heavy workload. Taking advantage of this weekend, Li Wenqian decided to take Miyamoto Yumi out for a walk. Florida. I only have 2 days of vacation, will we travel too far? Miyamoto Yumi was very happy at first, but when he heard that he was going to Florida on the other side of the ocean, his heart began to beat again. It's not far. We set off tonight, and we'll land early tomorrow morning. The island country is a small place, and it takes a few hours to go around on horseback. There is really nothing interesting. Take advantage of this time to see how the 2 Miyano sisters are doing. Since the militarization of Tokyo, it is actually not so easy to leave this bombed and desolate city, but it is much easier to bring along Miyamoto Yumi, a silly and sweet female traffic policeman. Just leave. Li Wenqian immediately bought a ticket to fly to the United States, because both of them have visas, so it is very convenient. On the plane, Li Wenqian met an unfamiliar acquaintance. Kyudo Shinichi. Li Wenqian only met Kyudo Shinichi twice when he came to Ke Xue World. One time was in Miwa Amusement Park, and the other time was downstairs of Mori Detective Agency. Kyudo Shinichi is the protagonist in the original book, but not here. This kid had better not stop him from becoming a good citizen, otherwise he would not hesitate to let this kid know what it's like to be smashed by a bazooka. Shinichi, no one is following us. This time, not only Kyudo Shinichi, but also Dr. Agaza flew to America. After escaping from the scientific research base last time, Dr. Agaza called Kyudo Isaku and told them all about their tragic experience in the island country. Kyudo Isaku's too much is very determined, must leave Tokyo as soon as possible. Kyudo Shinichi is also very clear that when his identity and address have been exposed, he can only seek asylum from his parents, and Dr. Agaza, who was implicated by Kyudo Shinichi, was naturally invited to live with him in the United States. Don't worry, doctor, those people definitely don't have time to care about us now. The scientific research base has been taken over by the gangster Digia, and those people must be very busy now. Shinichi, what did you say on the phone before you got on the plane? Kyudo Shinichi looked helpless. It was my mother who called. She said that my father smelled like a woman when he came home drunk, and complained that he was going out to find a wild man. How is it possible? Apart from reasoning, his father usually devotes himself to writing, so how could he be interested in other women? 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Wenqian looked at the city's colorful sky rendered by lights, without stars or bright moon. Florida. Our old Li is here. Hey! Wasn't it night when we came here, why is it still night now? Jet lag, idiot! As soon as Li Wenqian took Miyamoto Yumi out of the airport, he encountered a black man who robbed his wallet. I have always heard that Florida does not support idlers, Li Wenqian believed this time. Mr. Wenqian, here. When Miyano Akemi learned that Li Wenqian was coming to Florida, he took Miyano Shiho and was already waiting at the airport exit. When she saw that there was a beautiful girl beside Li Wenqian, her heart seemed to miss a beat. Sister, you have an opponent. Although Miyano Shiho said that she has never been in love, it does not mean that she has no experience in this area. They slept together more than once. Miyano Shiho's 3 consecutive critical strikes have already made Miyano Akemi's scalp tingle. Shut up. The person next to Li Wenqian is Miyamoto Yumi, an auxiliary police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department's Traffic Division. Please don't talk nonsense and expose our identities later. Miyano Akemi just now suddenly remembered a very important thing. When she and Li Wenqian met for the first time in Miwa Bank, there was this female traffic policeman named Miyamoto Yumi next to her. At that time, she didn't feel any intimate relationship between the two of them, but now it seems that she thinks less. Akemi, you are here, this is Shiho. This is the first time for Li Wenqian to see Miyano Shiho, and it's still a reduced version. A white peaked cap with a pink shirt, blue shorts with a pair of knee socks and a pair of white sneakers. It's not big, but it's full of clothes. Hello you all. Miyamoto Yumi doesn't seem to be aware of the relationship between Li Wenqian and Miyano Akemi, or he feels that several people are happier together. Sister, you have been cheated. Miyano Akemi glared at Miyano Shiho viciously. For the first time, she wondered why her sister was so annoying. In addition to not raising idlers, Florida actually has many tourist attractions. Miyano Akemi drove very slowly on the road, deliberately took Li Wenqian to see some of the most beautiful places in the city. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Universal Studios, SeaWorld Orlando, Walt Disney World Resort. Although it is night, it is the most brilliant and dazzling highlight moment of many scenic spots. Of course, what impressed Li Wenqian most was the Kennedy Space Center. This massive structure on the coast of Florida is a place to explore history. According to the travel guide, the Kennedy Space Center is one of the top 10 NASA field centers in the United States. It is also the main launch center for NASA's human spaceflight. Place for equipment. It is one of the most exciting, fascinating, and educational attractions in Florida. This point is not bad at all. Li Wenqian didn't go in, but stood at the gate of the Kennedy Space Center, with only one thought in mind: blow it up. Imagine that he came to the United States for the first time, blew up this most educational place in a devastating way, taught a lesson for the whole Florida, and then punched in and became a 7-star good citizen of the United States. Just this meaning can illuminate his whole life. Li Wenqian decided to go back and make a detailed plan to carry out this feat tomorrow night at the Kennedy Space Center when the lights are the brightest and the most eye-catching. The Miyano sisters live in rural Florida. Although the conditions are a bit difficult, the good thing is that it is quiet and safe. For the two Miyano sisters who have had enough blood licking, this place is a fairyland on earth. The dream of the two sisters before they left the organization was to find such a peaceful and comfortable place where they could live carefree for the rest of their lives. After returning home, Miyano Shiho originally wanted to see whether Li Wenqian was Lingxing's elder sister or Lingxing's policewoman, but unexpectedly Li Wenqian plunged into the study and did not come out. In Miyano Shiho's view, this century-old problem was skipped with Li Wenqian's silence. Chapter 73. Kennedy Space Center. Because it is open from 9 o'clock to 1700 hours throughout the year, Li Wenqian came early today, arriving at 8 o'clock. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm, and the early bird gets the building bomb. Li Wenqian bought a ticket at the ticket gate, and then took a travel guidebook, which gave a detailed introduction to the Kennedy Space Center. Although it is in English, Li Wenqian can understand it. Kennedy Space Center was established in July 1962. Its name is to commemorate the late United States President John F. Kennedy. Let alone the dead John F. Kennedy today, even throwing an old guy out of the ground, don't even think about organizing the bombing of the Space Center. Below the travel guide is an introduction to the highlights of this scenic spot, such as Kennedy's speech, the first artificial satellite in the United States, the moon landing, manned spacecraft, space station, interstellar probe, Hubble telescope, etc. At the bottom, the geographic coordinates of the launch base were even clearly written. In a word, Kennedy Space Center is very important to the aerospace industry of the United States, and it can be said to be a milestone in the aerospace industry of the United States. Li Wenqian couldn't understand the brain circuits of Americans. Since it is such an important thing, why should it be turned into an open attraction? Is it just to pretend? Today, he, Lao Li, is going to give this group of Americans a free lesson to let them know what it means, not revealing money. 283. Arrive at 1 in the morning. Li Wenqian entered the Kennedy Space Center with a ticket. Do as the Romans do. In order to integrate Western culture, Li Wenqian did not choose to wear the island's characteristic Tiga mask this time, but chose a clown. It is the one in the Dark Knight, where the clown bombs the hospital. In the excess of freedom in the United States, even though Li Wenqian was wearing a mask, he did not attract many people to watch. Everyone's attention was focused on the scenery at the Kennedy Space Center. Li Wenqian was not in a hurry to explode, but chose to finish the tour, otherwise, wouldn't the ticket he bought for $70 be worthless? Turning around, Li Wenqian has a general understanding of the entire Kennedy Space Center. The Kennedy Space Center consists of a working area, a launch center, and a visitor center, which includes multiple museums and 2 IMAX movie theaters. You can visit the work area and launch site to learn the story behind the rocket launch, and experience the feeling of taking off and landing on Apollo 11. The space commemorative mirror is also engraved with the names of the astronauts who died in service, and the life of the astronauts who died in service is recorded next to it. It can be said that there is not much value. And, CJ, the only place that can't be visited in the entire Kennedy Space Center is the working area, which is said to be where the launch is. Li Wenqian has already used it as the endpoint of his attack. He has already observed that there is an open land of thousands of meters between the scenic spot and the work area, and the work area is surrounded by high walls. Only with tanks. Because the tank is his most lethal weapon, not one of them. After thinking about it for about 3 minutes, Li Wenqian decided to adopt a new style of play. Isn't the United States known as a country of science and technology? Then my old Li will give this country hundreds of millions of technology shocks. Panzer, tank. Li Wenqian directly entered the command of the tank into the cheating device, and in an instant a tank fell from the sky, and landed impartially just in front of the gate of the work area less than 500 meters away. The large tanks that suddenly fell from the sky frightened the Americans. Whether it is tourists or security personnel in the work area, they all wanted to find out what happened. At this time, the security personnel in the work area had already pulled out their pistols and aimed at the tank that fell from the sky. While vigilant about whether the tank would move in the future, they began to report the current situation into the earphones. Just when there was a commotion, Li Wenqian took out the Sand Eagle and shot himself in the head. Resurrection location, tank 500 meters ahead. In an instant, Li Wenqian sat in the tank as if he had traveled through time. Go ahead. Emission. A tank of tens of tons is a devastating blow to human beings. With only 2 shots, the door of the work area was blasted open by Li Wenqian. The tank he was driving was fighting in the work area of the Kennedy Space Center at a speed of 60 miles. Oh my god! The blonde babes in the scenic spot started to scratch their hair when they saw the big guy falling from the sky killing all directions in the working area of the Space Center. They originally thought that Americans belonged to an almost crazy race, but today there are experts who taught them another lesson. The tourists in the scenic area were surprised, but the security personnel in the working area were miserable. After all, the Kennedy Space Center is a place for scientific research, not a military area. It is impossible to station most of the troops in this kind of place. In addition to batons and pistols, the most advanced weapons for security personnel are APC-9 submachine guns, but these weapons are really nothing in front of powerful tanks. The security personnel really can't do anything except find the blind spots of the tanks to avoid the bombardment of the shells. Space Center Office Building. Boom. Emission. 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 5 shells fell, and no matter how strong the building was, it would collapse. Li Wenqian didn't know how many people were inside the building, but those who ran out of the building were crushed by the tracks of the tanks. After pushing to the office building, he found a huge house at least tens of meters high behind him, and told him directly that there must be something good inside. Li Wenqian is like a curious baby now, no matter what is fried in the Space Center, he feels very fresh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving the achievement of a 5-star good citizen. This is 5 stars? The encouragement of the system has become Li Wenqian's greatest motivation. He pushed forward with all his strength, and rammed directly into the big warehouse at a speed of 80 miles. There was a bang. The tank knocked the wall away, and Li Wenqian's head was a little dizzy from the violent collision. Li Wenqian collected himself, and found a huge monster lying in the large warehouse through the observation port of the tank. At least it has a length of 50 or 60 meters and a diameter of more than 3 meters. Li Wenqian knows that this thing is called a rocket even if he is uneducated. There seemed to be two villains in his head now, a demon and an angel. The devil said, "Blow it up." The angel said, "Hurry up. Emission. Emission. Emission." Li Wenqian pushed and exploded, making the space rocket into a mess. He wasn't sure if the space rocket was still usable, but it was definitely going to be refurbished. It has to be said that the military power of the United States is much stronger than that of the island country Xiao. He only made a big fuss at the Kennedy Space Center for at most 10 minutes, and the combat helicopters of the United States were already hovering over his head. Chapter 74. Report. We found a T-34-85 medium tank at the Rocket Research and Development Base in the working area of the Space Center. The Rocket Research and Development Base had been hit by Li Wenqian at this time, and the armed helicopter hovering above could easily observe the situation inside. Why? The commander of the Mi Army is simply at a loss now. Tank? Into the Kennedy Space Center? This kind of thing has never happened since the founding of the United States. How did the tank get to Florida? How did it get into the Kennedy Space Center? Although America is a country with a high degree of freedom, it is definitely not to the extent that tanks become private cars. Currently the tanks are destroying the Atlas V rocket. It will take at most 2 minutes for the Atlas V rocket to be completely destroyed by the tank. Falcon team calls for action. The commander of the Mi Army decisively ordered, "Act immediately." In an instant, 2 armed helicopters fired 4 rockets at the tank below, and the tank was instantly overturned by the powerful destructive force. This is the absolute suppression of air to ground. This guy has been dealt with by us, over. We can go back and have a steak tonight to celebrate. Oh no. I just want to pour a cup of coffee and lie on the couch and watch the football game. The 2 helicopters hovering over the Space Center have already celebrated with champagne. Although the tank is called the King of the Land, it is only the King of the Land, and it is not worth mentioning in front of the armed helicopter. This kind of task is not too simple for them. At this time, in front of Li Wenqian's eyes, there was only a light blue image rotating with streamer light, and he was no stranger to this image after having rich experience in death. Resurrection location, Kennedy Space Center, working area. Panzer, tank. Li Wenqian could have gone now. At the last moment of destroying the space rocket, he had already heard the mechanical sound of the system prompting him to become a good citizen of 7 stars. But he won't go. Li Wenqian felt that it was useless for him to leave so quietly. He's going to give Florida another shock. The moment the command was entered into the cheating device, a tank dropped from the sky, and just hit one of the armed helicopters impartially. This was purely an accidental injury, but it was also a surprise. The guy who said he wanted to eat steak just now has been crushed into a patty by the tank. Command Center, call Command Center, this is Falcon 2. The gangster was not killed. Repeat. The gangster was not killed. We have a very difficult problem right now, the sky, the tanks are falling from the sky. You may not believe it when you say it, but this is what happened before your eyes. John, who was crying and wanting to eat steak just now, has been smashed into mud. Falcon 2 panicked a lot at this time. He has been a pilot for so many years, and he never dreamed that one day he might be killed by a tank while driving an armed helicopter. Oh my God! At this time, the outside of the Kennedy Space Center is not only full of tourists, but also the police, and so on. Seeing the tank falling from the sky again, everyone's 3 views will be shattered at this moment. Shuaki, that's what's going on. FBI agents just happened to be chasing a fugitive in Florida, and came in a hurry after hearing the movement here. but the successive scenes in front of them have made it impossible for them to explain it with science. A Ke Xue in a knitted hat shook his head blankly. I don't know either. The terrifying scene that can only be seen in sci-fi blockbusters such as tanks falling from the sky actually appeared in front of their eyes. Florida may not be smooth going forward, FBI Commander James said heavily. The other side. The revived Li Wenqian was already sitting in the tank. Using the tank a second time seems pretty silly, since it's likely to be bombed again by the gunships. But Li Wenqian has a killer move. He said he wanted to give the United States a little shock. Come fly with me, the car will float when it reaches a certain speed. Li Wenqian's operation has started. He first aimed the muzzle of the tank at the rear, and then drove the speed of the tank to the maximum limit, about 80 miles. Emission. 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 The recoil of the shells ejected from the tank directly lifted the tank driven by Li Wenqian into the air in the blink of an eye. There are two words written on Li Wenqian's forehead: nostalgia. When playing the Grand Theft Auto game, he often used the tank command and the car flying command to drive the tank across the bay to another city. And now the martial soul fusion skill of the two code commands allowed him to achieve this heaven-defying operation. Ask for flowers. Let me, Lao Li, ask you, have you seen this technological power? Oh my god! This is Falcon 2, requesting backup. The gangster drove the tank flew up. The pilot on the Falcon 2 was sweating nervously at this moment. This is equivalent to an eagle that often bullies a tiger by taking advantage of its flight, but one day the tiger grows a pair of wings. He now feels that this tank will smash the gunship when it comes over. He met the superheroes in Marvel? Why? Do you want to figure out what you're talking about? But when the flying tank appeared on the big screen, the entire military command center fell silent. Newton's coffin can't hold it down anymore. Compared with flying tanks, they are more willing to believe that pigs can climb trees. Falcon 3, Falcon 4, support Kennedy Space Center immediately. The entire command center looked heavy. They're in big trouble this time. Above the Kennedy Space Center, the war of tanks and planes is imminent. Emission. 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 Damn, annoying. After all, the sky is dominated by armed helicopters. Even if Li Wenqian can lift the tank to the sky, he can't change the heavy appearance of this iron lump. Multiple shells were fired in a row without even touching the side of the armed helicopter. Li Wenqian vowed that after returning to the island country this time, he will definitely get a helicopter gunship, and then it will cut open the belly of the Mi army like a scalpel. Although the tank driven by Li Wenqian can't hurt the armed helicopter at all, it is not easy for the armed helicopter to eat the flying tank. Airplanes and tanks are fighting in the sky, and the Mi army has zero experience. This dude is so cool. Woohoo! How did he get the tank up in the sky? The Americans are different from the Icelanders. They naturally like to seek excitement, especially here is the most famous Florida in the United States. A place where no idlers are kept. Seeing the shocking picture of tanks and planes fighting one-on-one in the sky, some people were already excitedly waving their coats and hats. Some people even took out their mobile phones and took pictures of this world-shocking scene and posted them on the internet. Chapter 75. This afternoon, a tank rushed into the Kennedy Space Center to destroy it, and a few minutes later the gunship arrived and killed the gangster driving the tank. Afterwards, another tank fell from the sky, and the tank that appeared after that was suspended in mid-air strangely. The rice media is frying pan. The news about the flying tank came one after another. Why do tanks fly into the sky? The mysterious person driving the tank, is there anyone in the tank, or the tank fell from the sky? No matter from which aspect to report, there are endless topics to talk about. Can't finish reporting. Can't stop reporting. Me media has never encountered an open news with such a high degree of freedom. The two Mayano sisters looked at each other in surprise just now. They were still wondering where Li Wenqian went, but now they know. This guy went to blow up the space center? How about a vacation in the US? This is Li Wenqian's way of vacation. 400. Mayano Akemi finally knew why Li Wenqian stopped at the Kennedy Space Center last night, and why he stayed in the study all night last night. Li Wenqian wanted to blow up that place from the start. Have you two found Mr. Wenqian? Miyamoto Yumi's nose was already sweating anxiously. This guy Li Wenqian couldn't have just quietly returned to Tokyo by himself. Her passport, ID card, etc. are all on Li Wenqian's body. I was calling him, but I can't believe he didn't answer. Just as Miyamoto Yumi took out his mobile phone, he was stopped by Mayano Akemi next to him. You can't call him right now. Why? If I can't, I can't. He must have something to do now. He will call you when he sees your call. Mayano Akemi has no way to explain to this female traffic policeman, let alone allow Miyamoto Yumi to distract Li Wenqian at this time. I'm going to call him, can you manage? Miyamoto Yumi was already on fire because of the loss of Li Wenqian, and Mayano Akemi's stop instantly ignited her. The two beauties quarreled. Mayano Shiho watched the two quarrel over the same man. What can she say? I can only pray that Li Wenqian returns safely. Over the Kennedy Space Center. Two more enemy planes coming. Li Wenqian knew he couldn't play anymore. Facing the double teaming of 3 helicopters, the 2 Falcon squads who came behind even called in the Air Force. The medium tank he was driving had no room to operate. All right, destroy. Li Wenqian took out 300 TNT bombs from the system space, almost filling up the entire tank army. Using himself as the lead and the tank as the shrapnel, he resolutely pressed the detonation button. Burn yourself and light up America. Boom! 300 TNT bombs detonated at the same time, causing the tank weighing tens of tons to collapse instantly inside. Although the tanks spread towards the surroundings from the center of the explosion, they became the most lethal weapons at this moment. The gunship, the Falcon squad, all were reduced to ashes in this explosion that shook the world. The Kennedy Rocket Research and Development Facility was also flattened in the explosion. Li Wenqian, exciting. Resurrection location, outside the Kennedy Space Center. Li Wenqian did not choose to leave immediately, but stood on the periphery to observe. How would you react when he blew up the Kennedy Space Center in a tank? Ding! Because the host is happy to achieve the achievement of a 7-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star good citizen badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 pieces of TNT explosives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elementary fighting technique. Ding! The host got an A-129 armed helicopter for joy. A-129 armed helicopter adopts a tandem 2-seater cockpit, left tail rotor, installed 2 turboshaft engines, wheeled fixed landing gear. It mounts and launches Stinger air-to-air missiles, TOW anti-tank missiles, 70mm rockets, and is equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun pod. This series of introductions immediately made Li Wenqian feel at ease. Really come up with whatever you want. Li Wenqian feels that he has been completely controlled by the big data of the system. If it wasn't because he didn't know enough about the A-129 gunship, he might be summoned to fight the Americans for 300 rounds now. The 7-star good citizen's badge is inlaid with a thumb-sized blue gemstone, which looks very valuable. But for Li Wenqian, checking in at the Kennedy Space Center in the United States and becoming a 7-star good citizen is the greatest meaning in his life. Ding! Because the happy host activates the 8-star good citizen achievement badge. Li Wenqian feels that the subsequent mechanical sounds of the system are not so important anymore. At this time, the flames in the Kennedy Space Center were soaring into the sky, and more people gathered outside, and many people even came here admiringly after reading the news reports. Li Wenqian bought a taxi for 0 yuan on the side of the road and drove in the direction he had come. Only then did he notice the dozen or so missed calls from Miyamoto Yumi. "Hey Yumi! I went out for a walk today, and I'm going back right now." Li Wenqian didn't even give Miyamoto Yumi any chance to ask questions. This woman didn't know what he did, but the two Miyano sisters definitely knew. Li Wenqian turned on the car music, and the beautiful melody made his body shake along with it. If he were asked to comment on this trip to the United States, he would only have 4 words: this trip was worthwhile. Taxi. A blonde woman suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. "Stop! Stop!" The woman stood in front of the car and forcibly stopped Li Wenqian's car. Fortunately, Li Wenqian's driving skills are handsome enough, otherwise he has never seen such a big scene, and this beautiful city of Florida will have another dead body. At this moment, 2 other women came out from behind and stuffed a drunk woman into the back of the taxi. "Help us get this guy to the Miami hotel." The blonde woman took out $500 from her bag and handed it to Li Wenqian. "That's a lot of money. United States taxis start at $2.50 and add 40 cents for every 0.2 miles thereafter. Many taxis don't even make $500 a week." It can be seen that other taxi drivers did not want to pick up this drunk woman, so they used this extreme method. Li Wenqian originally wanted to refuse, but he resolutely agreed after seeing a black American police officer approaching from the rearview mirror. "Don't worry, there is no problem. Beautiful lady, help me block that NR behind me." Li Wenqian doesn't want to have any interaction with the police in the United States at this time, even if the police came to 5.5 to ask him if he had a lighter. "No problem." The blonde woman understood. Li Wenqian saw 3 women stop the black policeman from the rearview mirror. Where did he send this drunk woman just now? Damn, forgot. Li Wenqian adjusted the rearview mirror of the car to observe the situation of the drunk woman, and he wanted to see how she looked. If it looks good, just find a hotel; if it doesn't look good, just throw it on the side of the road. Li Wenqian, it doesn't matter. Yukiko. Yes. The woman lying in the back of the taxi is Yukiko, a well-known star. Li Wenqian didn't understand why Yukiko was drunk in Florida, and why such a big female star was stuffed into the taxi he bought for 0 yuan. There is only one thought in Li Wenqian's mind: pick up the corpse. Chapter 76. Florida Hotel. Li Wenqian originally planned to leave the drunk woman aside, but he didn't expect that the drunk woman turned out to be Yukiko. Wouldn't it be too much to match the best hotel nearby? Li Wenqian specially chose a luxury private room on the top floor. He likes the top floor, because it can go to the sky faster. Li Wenqian looked at Yukiko, who was lying on the bed. One high heel was still hanging precariously on his foot, and the other one had disappeared. The thin black silk made Yukiko's slender long legs full of buffs that men couldn't resist. From his position, he could see the lace at the top of the black silk under the skirt. Li Wenqian didn't even want to waste the time of taking a shower, so he jumped on it directly. He vaguely heard Yukiko murmuring, "Where is my husband?" Early morning. Li Wenqian drank half a bottle of mineral water, and poured the remaining half bottle into Yukiko's mouth. He is already thirsty, how can Yukiko not dehydrate after soaking the mattress? 29. Before Li Wenqian left, he stuffed all the used small umbrellas back, and he wanted to tell Yukiko that a powerful man had visited last night. His name is Li Wenqian. Goodbye. Country Florida. After Li Wenqian came back, Miyamoto Yumi burst into tears and kept asking him where he went last night. What can he do? It's not that Yukiko made trouble last night. Don't miss this opportunity. He also wanted to add a touch of embellishment to this trip to Florida, so as to lighten the heavy smoke on his body. Miyano Akemi threw himself into Li Wenqian's arms. "You go, Zhen already bought it for you last night." Miyano Akemi is not in a hurry to drive Li Wenqian away, she hopes that Li Wenqian can stay here for the rest of her life. But not now. Li Wenqian bombed the Kennedy Space Center last night, which is tantamount to kicking a tiger's egg. Now the whole of Florida has been fried, and the troops on the street are one after another. If Li Wenqian doesn't leave now, it may not be so easy to think about leaving in the future. He really should have left. After all, Florida is not his home, and he is not as familiar with it as Tokyo. More importantly, Tokyo still has things he hasn't finished and people he hasn't dealt with. For example, Jin. On the way back, Miyano Shiho deliberately found a chance to be alone with him. My sister asked me to tell you, try to do less dangerous things in the future. The reason why Miyano Shiho conveyed these words was because he didn't want to be heard by Miyamoto Yumi. Both sisters could tell that Miyamoto Yumi was just being silly and sweet, and didn't know Li Wenqian's other identity. Actually, Miyano Shiho didn't understand either. It is completely understandable if Li Wenqian has a grudge against the Black Organization and drives a tank to bulldoze the scientific research base of MT Harana. So why bomb the Kennedy Space Center? Could it be that the security guard at the gate said it was closed at night when they first went there? She can't figure it out. Li Wenqian's behavior is like a mouse licking a psy in her opinion. Bandits. A born thug. People like Li Wenqian seem to not engage in antisocial behavior as if they don't know what life is. Oh. Thank you very much for helping me bring those materials out of the scientific research base. The information really helped her a lot. Although those materials can't help her research the antidote of APTX 4869 now, but without those materials, she might not be able to research it in her lifetime. You're welcome, it's just a matter of my convenience. Li Wenqian went up and gave Miyano Shiho a head kill. He had seen a photo of the two sisters together as adults on Miyano Akimi's bedside. But to be honest, he still thinks the smaller Miyano Shiho is cuter and more fun. Miyano Shiho moved Li Wenqian's big hand away from his head with his small hand. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, he said coolly, "Don't you want those two women to bother you? The two of them quarreled late last night because of you." Yet? Li Wenqian really didn't know. He said that along the way, why did the two women around him love each other and ignore each other? Be careful after you return to Tokyo, the Black Organization is not as easy as you think. The top killers in the organization are not only Chianti and Vodka, they will definitely send killers to deal with you. Although Li Wenqian said that he successively destroyed the contact dens of the Black Organization in Tokyo and the Harana Mountain Scientific Research Base, this did not shake the deep foundation of the Black Organization. In order to thank you for reminding me, I also want to tell you a secret. After you go back, find a bottle of wine called Baigan and study it. Remember that it must be under the premise of catching a cold. Li Wenqian took advantage of his unpreparedness to hug Miyano Shiho, which was a head-touch kill. Excessive. Miyano Shiho straightened her short brown hair and said thoughtfully, "White dry? Cold? Believe it or not. What Li Wenqian said is really related to the APTX 4869 she is researching now. I feel like I can't hit the 8 poles." Kyudo's house. Where did you go last night? After Yukiko returned home, Kyudo Isaku, who has unrivaled reasoning ability, noticed something strange. Whether it is from the eyes, attitude, or all aspects, it shows a problem. He was green. He swears to Holmes that Yukiko must have greened him last night. Didn't I already tell you, I went drinking with some sisters from the entertainment industry last night, and when I got drunk, they stopped me in a taxi and took me back to the hotel. I've already called 363 to the hotel. You didn't go back to the Miami hotel at all last night. Iron proof. Kyudo Isaku has brought out the decisive evidence that he was green. He wanted to find out the identity of the wild man through the hotel's occupancy record, but Yukiko's name was written on the room opening record, and even the money for the room opening was paid by Yukiko. Mom. Kyudo Shinichi was helplessly numb. What the father saw, couldn't he, a son, not notice it? I thought my mother called him just to complain to him, but I didn't expect that she went to find the wild man with real swords and guns. Kyudo Shinichi felt that he should not have come to America, he should have died in Tokyo. Mom, where are you going? Run away. Yukiko packed her clothes into the suitcase and left the house despite Kyudo Shinichi's stop. Standing on the street, her scalp is numb. After waking up this morning, she felt that something was wrong with her body. After careful inspection, 7 small umbrellas were actually buckled underneath. Different colors, different capacity. It looks like a colorful rainbow on the bed. She later learned that it was not the Miami hotel where she lived, but the Florida hotel. Intermittent memory fragments reminded her that she was broken into by a strong man last night, but she didn't know who this man was. The only impression is that this man is huge. Chapter 77. Villa. After Miyamoto Yumi came back, she cried and said that she would never go to Florida again in her life. Florida is indeed a beautiful city, but she hates Miyano Akemi. Others say she is stupid and sweet, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. Don't think she can't see the relationship between Li Wenqian and Miyano Akemi. Those who are close to the water first get the moon. It is absolutely impossible for her, Miyamoto Yumi, to lose to this woman, Miyano Akemi. There are 2 newspapers in front of Li Wenqian, one is the Tokyo Daily, and the other is the Daily Morning Post. The headlines on the front pages of these 2 most authoritative newspapers in Tokyo have nothing to do with Tokyo. On the front page of the Tokyo Daily, there were a few large characters: the Kennedy Space Center was bombed, and experts said that the US aerospace industry would be stagnant for 2 years. Li Wenqian laughed crookedly at the end. Did he make a strategic move this time? Li Wenqian has always taken the words of experts as farts, but today he is more willing to believe the words of experts. Continue to look down. Li Wenqian found that the entire newspaper was almost full of news about the bombing of the Kennedy Space Center, and there were very few local news reports about Tokyo. The front page of the daily morning newspaper is a picture of a clown mask. The accompanying text below states that the United States has investigated and found that the guy who bombed the Kennedy Space Center is the guy wearing a clown mask. The United States is even more resolute that there is an Asian face under the clown mask. Did the United States find out through investigations, or did they deliberately pour dirty water on others? Li Wenqian couldn't be sure. After all, it is a routine operation for the United States to like to splash dirty water. But no matter how you say it, it is a wise decision for Li Wenqian to come back in time, otherwise, with this handsome Asian face, he would probably be stopped at the airport for investigation. Jingle bell. Li Wenqian's phone rang, and the caller indicated that it was an unfamiliar number from abroad. Hey, let me ask you, how did you know that the ingredient in Baigan wine is an aptX antidote? It is an exaggeration to say antidote, but the ingredients in Baihu do have a certain effect on aptX 4869, and the effect is still obvious. Li Wenqian is right. Under the premise of a cold, wine can indeed be a temporary antidote for aptX 4869. I am Xiao. Miyano Xiao suddenly realized that his phone call was too presumptuous. Does Li Wenqian not know who she is? I found it by accident, it should be useful to you. Li Wenqian asked. Certainly. Baigan liquor is a kind of high-strength liquor. The alcohol in it becomes ethanol, which reacts with the carboxyl group of the amino acid unit in ATPX 4869 to form an ester, which can make aptX 4869. Li Wenqian didn't understand Miyano Xiao's tirade, but he heard that Miyano Xiao is very excited now. I ask you, do you know any other secrets about aptX 4869? The clue provided by Li Wenqian is very important. Although it is not possible for her to create an antidote to aptX 4869 immediately, it is definitely a breakthrough for her. With the materials Li Wenqian brought her, there is no problem in creating an antidote that can last for a week. It's gone. Li Wenqian said. Really? Miyano Xiao didn't quite believe it, and she didn't want to believe it either. She hoped that Li Wenqian would not tell her if he had important information, because he wanted to manipulate her in the future. It's really gone. I'll tell you later if I find out. Where's your sister? Li Wenqian asked. She's asleep. Only then did Li Wenqian realize the time difference. He glanced at the time. Little Loli is quite sweet. It's about 1 in the morning in Florida. Don't you dare to call me when my sister is around. Mayano Shiho, hang up. After Li Wenqian put down the cell phone, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little self-indulgent. Mayano Shiho's little Loli is a night owl. The island police have been very busy recently. The bombing of the Kennedy Space Center seems to have nothing to do with the island country, but it is not. The U.S. military unanimously determined that the one who blew up the Kennedy Space Center was Tiga, the gangster who once made a big fuss in Tokyo. No matter in terms of modus operandi, acting style, even the way of escaping from the scene, they are all the same. The father puts pressure on the stupid son, and the stupid son will definitely not recognize it. Regarding the conclusion of the U.S. military, the island country's attitude is very firm: don't touch porcelain. The special product of the island country is Tiga, and the clown is really unfamiliar. As for the fact that there is an Asian face under the mask, it is even more impossible to recognize it. Unless there is hard evidence, the one who blew up the Kennedy Space Center is a clown, and it can only be a clown. However, when the United States asked the police of the island country to provide information about the gangster Tiga, the Metropolitan Police Department provided it very decisively. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. When the police in the island country asked the United States for technical support, they ignored them, but now they are obediently asking them again. The island country police also hope that the United States can solve the big trouble of the gangster Tiga for them this time. Metropolitan Police Department, Canteen. FBI. You mean the FBI came to our Tokyo? Satsuma Wako pressed the excited Miyamoto Yumi to the seat. Keep your voice down, didn't I already said that this is exactly what our Metropolitan Police Department guessed? The United States believes that the gangster who blew up Kennedy was Digia, and even said that Digia had returned to the island country. With the PS of the United States, can we not take action after the space center is bombed? Then if FBI agents really come to Tokyo, will they be in our Metropolitan Police Department? Miyamoto Yumi has only seen FBI agents in movies. She wanted to see if real FBI agents were as useless as the ones in the movie. Yumi, are you stupid? If the FBI does come to Tokyo and let us know? That's a bunch of sneaky guys. Satsuma Wako said while eating. Tell me about you, how did you go to Florida this time, Wang Zhao's, did you see the bombing of the Kennedy Space Center? Don't want to talk. Miyamoto Yumi picked up the rice bowl and poured more than half of the remaining curry rice into the trash can. When she mentioned Florida, she thought of Miyano Akemi, and thinking of Miyano Akemi made her unable to eat. This is her Miyamoto Yumi's worst trip ever. If she goes to Florida again in the future, she will be a dog. Hey, this guy, what is it that stimulates you? If you don't eat, you can leave it to me. Miyamoto Yumi walked out of the restaurant, found a place where no one was around, and called Li Wenqian. Wenqian-jun, let me tell you a secret. The FBI agents from the United States are likely to come to our Tokyo next time. They are the kind of agents we saw in the movie theater last time who were beaten all over the place. Detailed. If a woman like Miyamoto Yumi who likes to gossip does not share this secret, her endocrine may be out of balance. Chapter 78. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The day Li Wenqian and the mud mistake agreed upon has arrived. He was looking forward to this agreement very much, because it is very likely that the NIME Society will provide him with a secret about the black organization, and this secret is likely to be unknown to him before. Like the headquarters of the black organization? For example, the secrets of the core members or another more important scientific research base. But his expectations for this matter are greatly reduced now. Because just last night, Belmode sent him a very strange text message, the general meaning Li Wenqian could understand, it seemed to be reminding him that he was in danger today. And the only thing he has to do today is to meet with FANNYMAGNET. Is what this woman is telling the truth, or is she playing tricks with him? A woman's heart, a seabed needle. Li Wenqian couldn't figure it out, but he decided to ignore it. Life and death are bearish, just do it if you don't accept it. For those with few lives, encountering this kind of situation must be timid, afraid of wolves and tigers, and act after considering comprehensively and specifying a plan. He has a lot of life, what is he afraid of? You don't need to use your brain at all if you can push the game flat. Yokohama. Li Wenqian bought a taxi for 0 yuan, and drove for a few hours to a small pier 30 miles east of Yokohama port. Add a little mystery to yourself by putting on a mask before getting out of the car. Li Wenqian realized something was wrong as soon as he got out of the car. The dark moon and the high wind kill the night. If a person is killed and thrown into the sea in this place, it can really be said that it can be done without leaving a trace. The most important thing was that these little bagas standing in front of him looked tougher than before. Guanqian-san, what do you mean? The voice just fell. The younger brothers beside Guanqian-san had already raised the submachine guns hidden behind them. At the same time, more than 70 or 80 car lights lit up behind Li Wenqian, and the roar of the engine surrounded him from all directions. This kind of scene Li Wenqian has only seen in movies when the police surrounded drug dealers. Dijia, you are dead today. Guanqianzo showed a ferocious and disgusting smile, and put a handful of browning on his forehead. Tiga, raise your hands high, or I will kill you now. The younger brother Okamoto next to him was holding a Chicago typewriter at this time. They all know that the bandit Dijia is very powerful, so the location chosen this time is an open field of several hundred square meters. The gangster Dijia has no gun in one hand, and the second has no commanding heights as a cover. Can he still overwhelm the river? The little devil is really unbelievable. Li Wenqian vowed never to make any deal with Xiao Baga again, this is the first and last time. In the future, if you encounter a little baga who is not pleasing to the eye, you will chop it up directly. I already know that I am going to die, so can you make me understand? Why did you kill me? Li Wenqian asked very calmly. You don't need to know that. The killers of the Hui aimed their guns at Li Wenqian, and at the moment Guanqian-san gave the order to shoot, Li Wenqian performed a magic trick on the guild. Big bang, all nearby vehicles explode. Just like the literal meaning of this English sentence, when Li Wenqian enters the command, there will be vehicles and cruise ships on the pier. At this moment, all the means of transportation equipped with engines within a radius of several hundred meters exploded. Li Wenqian originally used this as a trump card, but now he really doesn't want to waste time. Bang! In an instant, mud will spiral into the sky. Fortunately, Li Wenqian was not affected by the series of explosions, which saved his own life. Also as lucky as him is Watanuki Chinzo, who is lying on the ground crying for his father and mother. His thigh was pierced by the iron sheet shredded by the car explosion, and he completely lost his ability to move just now. When Guanqian-san saw Li Wenqian approaching step by step, it was like seeing a ghost. Don't come here. Now we can talk. The reason why Guanqian, CJDC, San is still alive is because Li Wenqian still has curiosity in his heart. I said, can you let me go? Guanqian-san was terrified. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not choose to go against Li Wenqian. Papa! Li Wenqian went up and fired 2 shots, all of which hit Chinzo's palms. He has already said that he will never make a deal with the little devil again. Watching Li Wenqian raise the gun again, Chinzo completely softened. I said. The black organization found our eldest sister Kiriko Busujima, and negotiated a deal in private, let us kill you. Mian Guanchenzhou endured the severe pain and said these words. What deal? Li Wenqian was a bit unacceptable. If the Mud Society said it wanted the 100 billion hidden money, he would have endured it, but it turned out to be a deal with the black organization that shit on their heads. What AFGBCH? I really don't know about this. It's all about the elder sister and the black organization. Mian Guanchenzhan's heart was trembling at this moment, because he knew that the bandit Dijia would kill him next. Even now, he dare not look into Li Wenqian's eyes, even though these eyes can't see anything behind the mask. Even so, he still hoped for a miracle in his heart. At this moment, Mian Guanchenzhan looked at the right time and rolled and crawled to jump into the sea. Although 99% will drown, this is his only chance. But he climbed too slowly. Before afraid climbed to the edge of the pier, he was doused by the flamethrower that suddenly appeared in Li Wenqian's hand. The flames like a fire dragon covered Mian Guanchenzhou in an instant, and the screams like killing a pig lasted less than 10 seconds in the silent night before they could no longer be heard. Li Wenqian doesn't like to use this kind of anti-human weapon, but he thinks it should be done when facing the dishonest little Baga. Li Wenqian burned the entire pier with a flamethrower. The importance of supplies. Even though these little Baga were completely cold, Li Wenqian didn't want to let their bodies go. On the way back, Li Wenqian has been thinking about the text message Belmode sent him yesterday. This woman should be betraying him now, right? He didn't joke about Belmode before. This woman is smart and capable. If she really joins his camp, Li Wenqian won't refuse. This time, he regarded it as a nomination certificate from Belmode. But whether this woman really turned against her or not still needs to go through layers of tests. Thinking about, Li Wenqian found a motorcycle suddenly appeared behind the car through the rear-view mirror. The knight was wearing a black leather jacket and a black helmet, and nothing could be seen except the graceful female body outlined by the tight leather jacket. But the menacing momentum has already made Li Wenqian feel deep malice. Chapter 79. The Harley motorcycle roared loudly. But in the blink of an eye, the motorcycle girl was almost side by side with him. The pitch-black helmet prevented Li Wenqian from seeing the biker woman's face, but it made her notice the slight punch that shone coldly under the moonlight. Almost at the same time as the woman shot, Li Wenqian slammed the steering wheel towards the woman and bumped into it. The advantages of the car are reflected at this time. Come out. Although my speed is not as fast as yours, but my skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I hit your motorcycle with the passenger seat of the car, what should you do? There was a sound of metal colliding, and the person who hit the woman turned her back on her back, and the micro-punch in her hand was also thrown out the moment her body was suspended in the air. Done. Li Wenqian was just about to stop the car and go down to deal with the woman on the motorcycle. As soon as he had this idea in his heart, before he took action, he realized that he said it too early. The slight sound on the roof made Li Wenqian feel that the woman was on it. In the next second, a dark object instantly magnified in front of him. The woman smashed open the windshield of the car with the black helmet on her head, and her slender body got in like a civet cat. Li Wenqian saw the woman's face clearly. With a bumpy figure, her chest is not as big as Belmode's, but it is very well proportioned with her slender body. What is striking is this woman's eyes, with sharp edges and corners, sharp and murderous. The strangest thing is this woman's two-color pupil, the left eye is blue, and the right eye is transparent. Good-looking is good-looking, but Li Wenqian thinks it must be a disease. How can the pupils of normal people be like this? Li Wenqian recognized the woman. Curacao. The top assassin with the code name of the winery in the black organization. Li Wenqian's thoughts were only a matter of a moment, and in the next second Curaçao's long legs had already kicked towards him. Li Wenqian had quick eyes and quick hands, and instantly grabbed Curaçao's feet, and Curaçao frowned tightly in front of the extraordinary power. This man is so powerful. When Curaçao received the assassination order, he studied the information of the bandit Tiga. But in the information, it only mentioned the powerful destructive ability, firepower coverage, and escapability of the bandit Tijia. I didn't expect this guy to be so good at it. But Curacao soon found a way to deal with it. She exerted force on her waist and abdomen, curled up her body, and used Li Wenqian's palm as a fulcrum to do a sit-up movement, and punched Li Wenqian's head with her fist. When someone hits you on the head, you will subconsciously use your arms to block it. When Li Wenqian made this move, Curacao grabbed his shoelace and pulled it. It seemed to be an attack, but in fact he took off the shoe that Li Wenqian had caught. Curaçao's ankle was numb, and he seemed to be unconscious when his foot was placed on the co-pilot's floor mat. Even so, Curaçao's attack still didn't stop. Using both hands and feet, there was a death tremor with Li Wenqian in the car. Fortunately, it is already late in the morning, and there are very few vehicles on the street. Even if the snakeskin moves, no traffic accidents have occurred. When the vehicle passed the Tokyo Bridge, Li Wenqian chose to punch Curaçao hard, and then slapped Curaçao down with his palm. Laugh. Li Wenqian pulled over and looked at Curaçao, who hadn't climbed out of the river for 5 minutes. This woman is dead. Li Wenqian has to say that there are still masters in the black organization. Curaçao's fighting ability really caused him a lot of trouble just now. He would like to call it the strongest fighting in the black organization. If the system hadn't rewarded him with elementary fighting skills, it would not have been so easy to take down this woman. Li Wenqian waited for a while and chose to leave after confirming that Curaçao would not come up. Villa. After a busy day, Li Wenqian finally had a good rest, but Li Wenqian couldn't fall asleep. The counterattack of the black organization has begun. In addition to the black organization, he has now established another enemy, the Mudma Society. Although he is not afraid of death, he doesn't want his enemies to live in this world freely. Li Wenqian took out today's morning paper, and a piece of news that Tu Mun Kanghui's assassination failed caught his attention. Tu Mun Kanghui is a cadre of the self-defense force. Not long ago, Tu Mun Kanghui personally admitted in front of the TV media that he was going to run for the election, but just a few days later the TV station broke the news about his father's extramarital affair and was forced to give up. Li Wenqian never paid attention to this kind of news before, but it is different now. The words Kiriko Poison Island under the news report are particularly eye-catching. The newspaper said that the real behind-the-scenes instigator of Tu Mun Kanghui's assassination was Tongzade Dushima, the eldest sister of the Clay Society. *Yen. Kiriko Poison Island. Compared with the head-on confrontation with the black organization, Li Wenqian feels even more hateful about the temporary betrayal of the Mud Society. Get rid of the Poison Island Kiriko first. When Li Wenqian saw this newspaper, he had already paid attention to it. Law office. Lawyer concubine, a gentleman is looking for you. When Kisaki Eri saw Li Wenqian, his heart beat faster. Although she was bound by some kind of contract by Li Wenqian, when Li Wenqian didn't choose to touch the invisible connection, her thinking was absolutely dominant. Miss Kuriyama, go get busy first. Please don't let anyone bother me during this time. This is Li Wenqian's first visit to her law firm, and Kisaki Eri knows that things will not be easy. 0. Okay, lawyer concubine. The assistant, Ms. Lishan, withdrew and tactfully withdrew, and helped close the door by the way. Murmuring. Who is this handsome man? She had never seen lawyer Kisaki Eri look at the opposite S*X with that kind of eyes. You, what are you looking for from me? Kisaki Eri's heart is complicated, so complicated that she can't even figure out her true thoughts. From a legal point of view, the first time she was forced to push by Li Wenqian has constituted a crime, but she can't hate Li Wenqian at all. Li Wenqian put yesterday's morning paper on the table, which was the news that Tu Mun Kanghui's assassination failed last night. Has this woman been in a lawsuit recently? Li Wenqian asked, pointing to a picture of Kiriko Busujima. Yes, there are many more. There will be economic and accident disputes between island countries and multi-party companies and consortiums. Li Wenqian said again, is there any way for you to become Kiriko's lawyer? It is not difficult to accept her lawsuit, because in the entire island nation's lawyer circle, no one is willing to fight for Ke Xue. Even for her, the legal queen. Many people know that the lawsuit against the Mud Tragedy Association is very difficult to fight, and the possibility of losing the lawsuit is extremely high. At the same time, this is an organization with a gangster background, and all lawyers don't want to have anything to do with them. Then you help me with a lawsuit against Kiriko Bujima, I need to know her movements. Individual. Chapter 80. Coffee Shop. This is the first time Li Wenqian and Kisaki Eri sat down to taste the bitterness and richness of coffee. Kisaki Eri held the coffee cup with both hands, and took a sip seemingly cautiously. I have already asked someone to get in touch with Kiriko's lawsuit, and Ke will be happy to let me be their defense lawyer. They asked me to meet at the Yokohama Hotel tomorrow afternoon. Such is the reign of the Queen of Laws. In the island country, there is already a long queue of people who want to ask Kisaki Eri to be a client, and no one will refuse Her Majesty's defense lawyer. Will Kiriko Bujima appear in person? Kisaki Eri shook his head and said, it's not confirmed yet, they just told me to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the phone. Li Wenqian knew that now was not the time. At least when Kisaki Eri and Nime will meet, it is not a good opportunity to strike. Kisaki Eri, the Queen of Law, has a reputation of 733, but she is not small at all, and occasionally makes the headlines on the front page of the Tokyo Daily. This time, becoming the defense lawyer of the Mud Tragedy Association will inevitably not be reported by the newspapers. As long as there is news about her, you will tell me. Now that Kisaki Eri has become the defense lawyer of the Mud Tragedy Association, there will naturally be many opportunities to meet Kiriko Bujima in the future. He's in no hurry. For Kisaki Eri's safety, he can let this woman live a few more days. $9. A surprised, puzzled, and familiar voice appeared beside him. Xiao Ran today is wearing a pair of trousers and a pink sweater, showing her youthful chest perfectly. Xiao Ran usually doesn't wear so many clothes, but because she is here to see her mother, she doesn't want to be nagged by her mother. But she didn't think of it. I didn't expect my mother to drink coffee with Li Wenqian downstairs. Xiao Ran will not be awkward when she is with Kisaki Eri, and she will not be awkward when she is with Li Wenqian. Even she, Wei Ziyi and Li Wenqian can be harmonious when they are together. But appearing in front of Li Wenqian with her mother at the same time brought back the ecstasy moment on the Ferris wheel in her mind, and made her unable to forget her mother's succubus pattern. She can finally be sure now that her mother chose to divorce because of Li Wenqian. Waiter, have another cup of coffee. Li Wenqian treats guests. Anyway, he has enough money now, if not enough, we can refill the cup. Xiao Ran, why are you here? Mom, we made an appointment to have a French dinner together today. Xiao Ran was very angry. Looking at it like this, her mother seemed to have already put this matter behind her. Sorry Xiao Ran, there are too many things today, I forgot our date. Too many things? Mom said so many things, could it be sitting with Li Wenqian and drinking coffee? Her mother has completely changed, and she is no longer the strong woman she was before. The thing that the former legal queen said was only entrusted. Then let's go. Where to? Of course I went to eat French dinner. Given the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Wenqian decided to have a cheeky dinner with Kisaki Eri, mother and daughter. French meals are very rich. After the three of them had a few drinks at the dinner table, the relationship seemed not as awkward as before. Is moving towards a very delicate relationship. After dinner, Li Wenqian has the opportunity to have a deeper communication with the mother and daughter through alcohol, so that their relationship can't help being harmonious, and it's still very silky and sticky. But Li Wenqian didn't do that because he had more important things to do tonight. I just sent you here, I still have some things to deal with. Li Wenqian kissed both mother and daughter on the cheeks. All rain and dew. No one should say that they are not favored. After watching the mother and daughter go back to Kisaki Aries residence, Li Wenqian drove a taxi downstairs, pulled out the wire and started it vigorously. Loved this one since the last time he bought one for $0 in Florida. It's not because taxis can pick up corpses, but Ferrari can pick up more. It's all because after this kind of car is driven away, just find a place to throw it away and it's over. Afterwards, the police investigated and found that there were fingerprints of ghosts and monsters in it, and even a taxi had more than one driver. There is no way to check it. Cubitocho, night. Kir drove a white Chevrolet from Get Off Work to Nick May ITV. I'm already looking into it. However, the organization seems to be deliberately concealing the identity of the gangster Digia. I suspect that Digia has something or information that makes the organization afraid. I will. As long as I have the identity of the bandit Digia, I will contact you as soon as possible. Kir hung up the phone decisively after contacting the CIA boss, and stopped slowly when passing an intersection. After confirming that there was no one around, he threw in the cell phone he had just used to talk to the CIA. The CIA has been urging her to investigate the identity of the gangster Digia, but the black organization has done a good job of keeping this matter secret. Especially the woman Belmode seems to be deliberately concealing the identity of the gangster Tiga from the other members. She wasn't sure if it was the boss's idea or that woman in Belmode made her own claim. Kir pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. After adjusting her depressed mood, she opened the car door and walked towards the opposite apartment. When facing the black organization, she is Kir, a member of the winery. In front of the CIA, she is an agent of justice mission. But now, she is Mizunashi Ryamai, a well-known female hostess in the evenings of Nikkei TV. Mizunashi Rina opened the door and touched the light switch at the door almost out of habit. When the room was lit up, her whole body froze instantly. Because a cold muzzle was already on her head. You, who the hell are you? When Mizunashi Rina asked this sentence, he already had the answer in his heart. Tiga is a superhero who can be as famous as Spider-Man and Superman in the island country. But now Tiga has become synonymous with crime in the minds of Icelanders. Represents fear and demons. You, what are you going to do? Mizunashi Rina knew that the gangster Tiga approached her, and she already knew her identity as a member of the black organization 0.0. Who betrayed her? Belmode? Or is there an eyeliner of the gangster Tiga in the black organization? What will happen to you if you catch me? Shoot! Mizunashi Rina slowly closed her eyes, she already knew her next fate. It is impossible for the black organization to let the gangster Digia go, and it is certainly impossible for Digia to forgive anyone in the black organization. I need you to answer me a question before I die. Mizunashi Rina smiled, since I'm already dying, do you think I'll tell you? She is not afraid even if the gangster Digia tortures her now. There is a special course in the CIA that deals with extorting confessions by torture. And she got full marks in this course. You will. Li Wenqian is very confident. Because he had chips that Mizunashi Rina couldn't refuse. Chapter 81. Should I call you Mizunashi Rina, or Kir, or Hand Hidami? Mizunashi Rina's face suddenly changed drastically. Mizunashi Rina is her name on Nikkei TV, and Kir is her code name in the black organization. The gangster Tiga would not be surprised if she knew these two names, but Hand Hidami is her real name, and even in the CIA, very few people know it. You, who the hell are you? Mizunashi Rina originally thought that someone from the black organization betrayed her, but now it seems that it is not that simple. It is impossible for the black organization to know her identity as a CIA undercover agent, otherwise it is impossible for her to live to this day. Is there an eyeliner of the gangster Tiga inside the CIA? The idea was so exaggerated that Mizunashi Rina herself didn't believe it. Your name is Hand Hidami, and you have a younger brother named Han Daisuke. Mizunashi Rina is getting more and more frightened. She couldn't figure out how the gangster Tiga knew these things, but these were all facts. Shoot and kill the hungry. Mizunashi Rina had never wanted to die so badly. Where's Bourbon? As long as you can provide me with this piece of information, I promise 29 will not fire a second shot. The news of Tu Mun Kong Hui's assassination made Li Wenqian think of Kir, another member of the organization, that is, Mizunashi Rina standing in front of him now. Kuroso of the Black Organization has already known his identity, and Li Wenqian thinks that it is not far away for others to know. He is not worried about his identity being exposed to the Black Organizations, because their identities are all shady, and the real trouble for him is the fake wine in the winery. Kir and Bourbon. If his identity is known by these two people, it means that he has been exposed to the CIA and Japanese public security. I don't know. Mizunashi Rina said. Bourbon's life in exchange for your brother Han Daisuke's life. Mizunashi Rina asked angrily, where is my brother now? I didn't kidnap your brother, but I think we will meet in the future, and then I can let him go. Mizunashi Rina froze in place for at least half a minute, letting out a long breath. At this moment, this woman seems to have been emptied. There is a very famous hot spring hotel in Minakami Town, Gunma Prefecture. If you are lucky, you may be able to meet him there. I want you to keep your word. After Mizunashi Rina finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes again. Because she knew that the gangster would never let her go, just like if she had the identity of the gangster Dijie, she would tell the CIA to kill him without hesitation. I will. A 9mm bullet pierced Mizunashi Rina's head in an instant, under the cover of the silencer, without causing any commotion in the silent night. Li Wenqian does what he says, and every shot is a shot. It is Li Wenqian's greatest mercy not to let Mizunashi Rina have pain. Li Wenqian's hand to pull the trigger did not hesitate. He knew that if this gun was held in the hands of the CIA, the next person who will be in trouble will definitely be himself. Miwa Town, Sancombe, 46 Fandi. Wenqian-jun, why did you sell this villa? Miyamoto Yumi asked while helping to pack things. She quite likes this villa. This place brought her infinite beauty and memories, witnessing every detail of her love with Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian is not the kind of person who is short of money. Even if he does not sell it, he will not be short of money. The day before yesterday, a feng shui master said that the bad feng shui of this villa would affect my fortune. Li Wenqian didn't want to take any risks. The Black Organization has now dispatched killers like Kuroso to snipe him, which shows that his current villa is very likely to become a hidden danger that exposes his identity. The villa is for sale, and from now on this place has nothing to do with Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian chose a very quiet villa in Kyoto Town, and he is confident that this villa will not be targeted by people from Black Organizations in a short time. Feng Shui is all feudal superstition, you can't believe it. It was like this at any time, but Miyamoto Yumi still respected Li Wenqian's ideas, and helped them pack the things in the villa together without complaint. Ding dong! Somebody is coming. Miyamoto Yumi was just about to go to open the door, but Li Wenqian took a step ahead. The people who came to his villa now may not only be friends, but also enemies. The door opened. Li Wenqian was shocked. The life of this woman in Kuroso is really great. She survived when she was slapped off the bridge with his palm. Li Wenqian was just about to end Kuroso's life with a pistol with a silencer, when Miyamoto Yumi also walked out from the villa, making Li Wenqian instantly suppress the killing intent in his heart. He couldn't hunt anyone in front of Miyamoto Yumi. Wenqian-jun, who is this? Long silver hair, sexy body, pretty face, strange pupils. These conditions are combined on the same woman, and the word beauty can only be used to describe the woman in front of me. Hi there! Excuse me, is this the 3-46 area of Miwa Town? Kuroso's voice was weak, his eyes were not as sharp as before, and his clothes were still the same as before, but they had been cut several times. From the outside, it is difficult for people to connect with the identity of professional killer. Yes, who are you looking for? Miyamoto Yumi is like a hostess with a warm face. I don't know. I was rescued from the water. After I was rescued, I can't remember anything before. At that time, I only had a water dispenser that was soaked in water. After I took it to the mobile phone shop and repaired it, there was only a text message in it. The address was written on the message. The sentimental Miyamoto Yumi was on the verge of tears after hearing 030. It is too miserable. It is hard to imagine such a tragic experience for a girl. So, I want to ask if you know me. Kuroso looks to Miyamoto Yumi. An embarrassed Miyamoto Yumi looked at Li Wenqian next to him. After all, she is not yet the hostess of this villa, and her understanding and knowledge of Li Wenqian is only 18 centimeters. We've met before, your name is Xiao. Your brother and I used to live in the same apartment when we were poor kids and we happened to pass by this villa. The two of us joked that we would buy this villa when we got rich. Now that it has been delivered to your door, then you can't blame him. Don't look at Kuroso's cute little girl now, but Li Wenqian knows that this woman is a master of fighting. Who knows if this woman really has amnesia now? Stabilize first, then kill. Then where is my brother now? Kuroso seemed to have found a loved one, and suddenly there was an unprecedented light of hope in her eyes of different colors. To be honest, I haven't seen him in a long time, we just lived together for a while a few years ago. Xiao, let's go into the house. Kuroso bowed deeply, thank you. Facing the life experience that she can't remember, she has no reason to refuse. Chapter 82. Come in please. Facing the tragic experience in Kuroso, Miyamoto Yumi's sympathy has begun to overflow. Pulling Kuroso's helpless little hand into the villa. Your clothes are all torn, if you don't mind, you can wear mine first. Thanks. The moment Miyamoto Yumi opened the closet, he was suddenly embarrassed. This is not her home. Although she also has several sets of clothes in Li Wenqian's villa, those are basically specially prepared to please Li Wenqian in the silent night. Not suitable for wearing out. Miyamoto Yumi looked at the sluggish Kuroso standing behind her, and she chose the most conservative police uniform in the wardrobe. She still remembers that Li Wenqian specially asked her to wear this figure-defining police uniform to meet him one night. Black shorts, tight short sleeves, and a pair of black boots will show Kuroso's sharp side again. The only difference is that there is still no murderous look in Kuroso's eyes. Miyamoto Yumi suddenly found that Kuroso seemed to have more feelings in this outfit than herself, and she seemed to be a little fascinated by a girl. Xiao, do you still remember how you fell into the water? Kuroso shook his head, I can't remember. You are really pitiful. But it doesn't matter, you have met us now, you follow us first, and Wenqian-jun will tell you everything he knows after he finishes moving. Miyamoto Yumi said with a smile. Yumi, we are not moving today. Things happened unexpectedly. For Li Wenqian, it is more important now to solve the big trouble in Kuroso. Not moving anymore. A big question mark popped out of Miyamoto Yumi's head. I invite you out to dinner tonight. Li Wenqian decided to solve the big trouble in Kuroso outside. Okay, then let's take Xiao to the restaurant from last time. Miyamoto Yumi is not only a silly white sweet, but also a full-fledged snack. No matter how much you eat, you won't get fat. Miyamoto Yumi's proposal is exactly what Li Wenqian meant. Li Wenqian's original plan was very simple. When eating out, find an opportunity to reward Kuroso with a bullet from a pistol with a suppressor. When the gun rang, Kuroso's life would be gone, and the pistol would be taken into the system space by him. Even if the criminal police from the Metropolitan Police Department arrived at the crime scene, there was no murder weapon and no motive for the murder. This is a headless murder. Even if Conan comes, he can't even think about breaking it. Li Wenqian's identity as a traffic police boyfriend will not be suspected. But Li Wenqian wanted to keep it simple. This woman, Miyamoto Yumi, seemed to get along very well with Kuroso. They chatted endlessly, and even went to the toilet together. Li Wenqian has never found a suitable killing opportunity. Brother Wenqian, what do you think of this? Now Kuroso has put on a brand new outfit. A small white shirt, a black hip skirt, and a pair of high heels that can enhance femininity. It took half a day for the woman from Kuroso to get acquainted with them. Li Wenqian tried several times intentionally or unintentionally, and now he believes that this woman really lost her memory. The most outrageous thing is that this woman calls him brother now. In Kuroso's current world, there is a cheap brother whose whereabouts are unknown and whose life or death is unknown, and her brother and Li Wenqian are friends, so Li Wenqian is also her brother. This logic of thinking made it impossible for Li Wenqian to pick out any faults. Nice. Kuroso just smiled and put it back. She lost her memory, but she didn't become mentally retarded. After all, Li Wenqian wasn't her own brother, and didn't even have any blood relationship, so how could she spend Li Wenqian's money indiscriminately? Until returning to the villa at night, Li Wenqian did not find a chance to kill Kuroso. Miyamoto Yumi, a silly, sweet woman, is inseparable from Kuroso, and the two seem to have endless topics to talk about. Satsuma Wako seems to be out of Miyamoto Yumi's favor at this moment. It was like this for 2 days. Night. It was raining lightly outside the villa, there was no moon in the night sky today, and there were no stars in sight. Li Wenqian was sitting in the study, holding a sand eagle in his hand. To kill? Or not to kill? If you kill him, you can't be in his villa now. Miyamoto Yumi has been fully acquainted with Kuroso, and the clue that Kuroso left without saying goodbye seems to be unable to deceive this woman Miyamoto Yumi. Do not kill can be controlled by him with magic after Kuroso's memory is restored, and then let Kuroso tell him more information about the Black Organization. However, with the prudent attitude of the Black Organization, they must have responded after knowing that Kuroso has disappeared. How much value will the information provided by Kuroso have? Asterisk bang bang bang. Li Wenqian quietly took Xiao back after hearing the knock on the door. At this time, a silver-haired head came in through the crack of the door, and said with a smile, Brother Wenqian, I know you haven't slept yet, so I specially prepared some supper for you. Supper is very rich. There are mashed potatoes, tomatoes, carrots, and chestnuts, etc., which are all good for staying up late. Li Wenqian could see that this was carefully prepared by Kuroso. It should be okay, do you want to try it? Kuroso lacks confidence in his cooking skills, and seems to have more experience dealing with that evil, good Xiao, dog on the street. She didn't know why she was different from most girls. Put it here. Kuroso put the tray containing supper on the small table in the study, and was about to exit when Li Wenqian stopped him. Xiao, go somewhere with me tomorrow. Where are you going? Gunma County. Okay, I'm going to tell Yumi now. Yumi has to go to work tomorrow, just the two of us. Kuroso was stunned for a moment. Okay, then I'll go to rest first, otherwise I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Brother Qian, you should go to bed early. Li Wenqian used the big head computer in the study to find out the hot springs in Shangshui Town, Gunma County. The most famous one is a hot spring hotel called Shanyi. What Mizunashi Rina said before he died would not lie to him, let alone joke about his brother's life. Chapter 83. Early the next morning, Li Wenqian drove a Ferrari and took Kuroso on the road. Brother Wenqian, I haven't had a chance to have a good chat with you these few days. Thank you very much for taking me in during my most difficult time, and for causing you trouble. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Kuroso bowed to Li Wenqian, his two eyes of different colors shone with sincerity. No trouble. My house is very big, you can live there as long as you like. Li Wenqian's attention is now completely on the road ahead. Brother Wenqian, does my brother owe you money? Li Wenqian looked over with surprised eyes. Hey! I always get the feeling that you seem to be hostile to me. Ke Xue knew it was inappropriate to say such things, but if she didn't say it, she would keep muttering and thinking about it. Li Wenqian's heart trembled. You are right to say too much. Facing a killer who once wanted his life, it's hard for him to have no killing intent in his heart, right? If it was an ordinary woman who arranged supper for her in the middle of the night, he might have fallen into the basin of love by now. But Ke Xue is a hitman at the end of the day. No matter how cute she looks on the surface now, she can't hide the fact that this woman wants his life. Li Wenqian thought of this, killing intent arose everywhere. Mountain Hot Spring Hotel. A seemingly small concierge with mottled traces of time adds a layer of mystery to this hot spring hotel. There is also a natural water area behind the hot spring hotel, which seems to have become a paradise for fishermen. Perhaps it is for this reason that this seemingly inconspicuous mountain hot spring has become a check-in attraction in Gunma County. Li Wenqian walked around the mountain hotel. Bad luck. There are only hot springs and fishing tourists here, and he didn't see bourbon. In the end Li Wenqian chose to stay at the Shanyi Hotel, and he shared a room with Ke Xue. Li Wenqian now has to ensure that Ke Xue is always in his field of vision, even when he is sleeping or soaking in hot springs. Brother Wenqian, do you think that the people in this hot spring hotel seem to be weird? Ke Xue lowered his voice, worried that his bad words would be heard by the people in the hotel. Where is the blame? Li Wenqian asked. It just feels like these people don't seem like hotel service staff, anyway, it just makes me feel a little uncomfortable. What Ke Xue felt was a kind of invisible vigilance and attention. In fact, this feeling was vividly reflected in Li Wenqian. Sometimes she felt, CJDF, whether Li Wenqian was going to kill her. But Li Wenqian took her in when she lost her memory. Think too much. Li Wenqian knew what Ke Xue was talking about. The consciousness of a professional killer. In other words, one or more people here may be members of black organizations. That's why Li Wenqian didn't ask if anyone had seen a yellow hair. If it hits the opponent's muzzle, wouldn't it be him who was exposed? Clean up, we'll go fishing later. This mountain hotel has a special feature, that is, the fish that tourists catch in the back can be taken to their hotel for the chef to process. The hotel seems to make less money, but it is not. Most of the people who really come to the mountain hotel to enjoy the hot springs do not have the good habit of bringing fishing tackle. Only those professional fishermen will keep their equipment close at every step. Li Wenqian just bought a set of fishing tackle at the hotel and it cost him 5,000 yen. Li Wenqian is going to arrange a whole fish feast for herself. After an hour. There's no fish here, forget it. Li Wenqian has already made up his mind that when he leaves, he will blow up this water area. What? It's obvious that you can't catch it yourself. Ke Xue grumbling behind with tackle. The Air Force is the Air Force, and they still say that there are no fish. The two fishermen next to him caught two after a while. Li Wenqian returned to the mountain hotel. A white Mazda RX-7 FD35 among them jumped in front of him. Although this car is not very good, it is particularly dazzling. He remembered that Bourbon's favorite car in the original book was a white Mazda RX-7 FD3S. Could it be that Bourbon is coming? Brother Wenqian, is there something wrong with this car? Although Ke Xue has amnesia, the quality and vigilance of a professional killer are still online. No, I just think it looks good, let's go back. On the way back, Li Wenqian picked up a brick from the ground, went to the window on the second floor and smashed it hard. All of a sudden, the bright and beautiful white Mazda RX-7 FD3S squeaked wildly and called the police. What happened? I do not know. It looks like the car was smashed. The clerk of the mountain hotel ran out 3 or 5 times after hearing the sound, and the car's alarm sound also attracted many tourists to soak in the hot springs. On the one hand, these people watched the excitement, and on the other hand, they went to check whether the car they drove looked like this Mazda had become unlucky. Li Wenqian standing on the second floor is also in this group of people who eat melons. Come out, come out, come out. Unlucky car owner, where are you riding? Not long after, a young man with yellow hair and black skin came out of the mountain hotel. Li Wenqian recognized this person immediately. Finally found you on horseback. Mizunashi Rina really didn't lie to him, and when he was lucky, he would really meet Bourbon at the mountain hotel. Is something wrong? Bourbon walked over with a polite look. The gentle and refined attitude makes it difficult to think that this is a professional killer of a black organization and a secret agent of the Japanese public security. Li Wenqian began to wonder if Kuroso would also pretend to be the cute girl now. Mr. Amuro, your car was smashed. From the attitude of the mountain hotel, it is not difficult to see that Bourbon is a frequent visitor here, or he may be a member or person in charge here. Nanny. My car was smashed. Bourbon was no longer calm. For a driver, loving a car is equivalent to being his own woman. A car being smashed is almost tantamount to disfiguring a loved one. Bourbon took out the brick from the driver's seat and turned to look at the crowd around him. Trying to use this brick to find the real culprit who killed his car, Li Wenqian, who was standing there when he looked at the window on the second floor, had long since disappeared. Damn it! Who is it? Did you see who smashed it? Such low-end pranks didn't make Bourbon think of anything more dangerous. No. I don't know if it's some unlucky ghost who didn't catch any fish, let's vent at will. We had a similar incident here last month. With only one brick as a clue, even Bourbon, who has strong reasoning ability, is helpless at this time. I can only admit it. Chapter 84. The night at the mountain hotel is very quiet. After dinner, Kuroso knelt on the ground and started tidying the tatami and sleeping quilts. At this time, a pistol with a silencer appeared quietly in Li Wenqian's hand. As long as he pulls the trigger lightly now, this woman in Kuroso will be dead. Then he is blowing up here, no one will be able to find any complete corpses from this bustling mountain hotel. After that he will tell Yumi Shigemoto that it is fine if Kuroso is picked up by her cheap brother. If you want to shoot, just shoot. At this time Kuroso suddenly spoke. The cuteness in the daytime is missing in the tone, and what is more serious, heavy and mournful. You remember? Eyes behind. This is an ability that only a very small number of professional killers can have. This woman in Kuroso must have remembered who she really is. While fishing behind the hotel this afternoon I saw that big body of water and I remembered who I am. If you want to shoot, you can now. Suppressors do a great job of disguising gunshots, even in the Bourbon at this mountain lodge. After Kuroso finished tidying up the quilt, he took 2 pillows and arranged them side by side. It didn't affect her in any way because there was a gun behind her. If you don't shoot, I'm going to sleep. Kuroso's voice and demeanor suddenly changed, not as serious as before, nor as cute as he looked during the day, it can only be said to be somewhere in between. The only thing that hasn't changed is that Li Wenqian doesn't feel any murderous aura from this woman. Why? If Kuroso recovered his memory in the afternoon, then this woman would have at least several chances to stab him in the back within half a day. But Kuroso didn't do that. Even after a showdown with each other, they chose to share the same bed with him. How can there be so many whys in this world? If you don't shoot, this life belongs to me now, brother. Kuroso turned his back to Li Wenqian, facing the bright moon outside the window. Li Wenqian didn't know if this woman was asleep, anyway, he definitely couldn't sleep now. Half an hour later. Li Wenqian, have you slept yet? A hard object suddenly pushed up and landed on Kuroso's head. It's a gun. Can't sleep. Li Wenqian couldn't sleep. How could he sleep with a female killer who once wanted his life lying next to him? Having a lot of life doesn't mean you can live heartlessly. But Li Wenqian has now decided not to kill Kuroso, he wants to get more information about the black organization from this woman. Of course, the premise is that this woman can be as honest as she is now. Curaçao's heavy tone sounded again, Actually, I really have an older brother, and he is really similar to you. A murderer too. Li Wenqian feels that this evaluation of himself is very pertinent. Even if he doesn't have 5,000 heads in his hands now, he probably won't be less than 3,000. No. He never killed anyone. The two of us were orphans since we were young. My elder brother took care of me all the time. Later, my elder brother got sick and died, and then I was brought into the black organization by Rum. Her life is like the female killer in some movies, she was trained by black organizations since she was a child. This is why she chose not to proceed with the assassination of Li Wenqian. Because in Li Wenqian's body, she felt a tall shadow. Sometimes she even wondered if her brother didn't die back then, but just continued to live with another identity. Then you must know where the headquarters of the black organization is. Li Wenqian asked. HQ. Strictly speaking, the black organization does not have a headquarters, and Gunma County is nothing more than a secret point where the organization is responsible for contacting. Usually, the organization's people rarely stay there for more than 2 days. The black organization may not be as simple as you think, and killing one bourbon will not solve the problem. Curaçao knows why Li Wenqian asked the headquarters, and also knows what he came to the mountain hotel this time. Where's your gentleman? Curaçao lifted the quilt and sat up. I've never seen it before. Although she was trained by the black organization from a young age and became Rum's confidant all the way by virtue of her fighting ability, she is just a killer in the organization. To put it bluntly, the black organization just used her as a killing tool. In fact, she was tired of living such a life, and the few days with Miyamoto Yumi seemed to awaken her closed heart. Only rum, gin, and absinthe in the black organization have ever seen that gentleman. Curaçao's words cannot be said to be useless. Rot. At least let Li Wenqian know that if he wants to kill the boss, he still needs to fall on the woman bell mode. Lie down. Oh. Curaçao covered the quilt and looked at the bright moon outside the window. Both of them are the same, and they just can't sleep. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. This time is usually when people are fast asleep. Li Wenqian chose to leave. As soon as he made a move, Curaçao next to him was already alert. Eat it, throw it in the car and wait for me. Curaçao looked at a small pill that Li Wenqian handed over, and Nan Nan said, What, is it poison? As soon as the words fell, she had already put them in her mouth and swallowed them. Fearing that Li Wenqian would not believe it, he opened his mouth deliberately to show his sincerity. Curaçao knew in his heart that Li Wenqian must be afraid that she would run away, so he took a pill to control her freedom of movement. After so many years in the black organization, she has seen this method a lot. Li Wenqian did only one thing next. Plant the bomb. The amount of TNT bombs he chose this time is 300, which is equivalent to the amount used to bomb the Kennedy Space Center, which can be regarded as enough for bourbon. Even if these bombs were placed in his room, the entire mountain hotel would be razed to the ground. Of course, there is also the paradise waters of the fishermen behind the mountain hotel. Come out to hang out is to be honest. Our old Li said that if he blows up his holy fishing spot, he will never break his promise. After doing all this, Li Wenqian chose to drive away. After walking a kilometer, Li Wenqian took over the detonation button of the bomb. Boom! In an instant, the flames shot up into the sky behind him, and the light from the bomb seemed to illuminate the entire sky. 300 TNT bombs are detonated at the same time. Just ask you whether bourbon is dead or not. Can you give me the antidote now? Curaçao was not afraid of death before, but now she is a little afraid. She felt that her life seemed to be endowed with a certain meaning, and it was no longer just fighting and killing. There is no antidote. Then what exactly did you eat for me just now? Tonic. In fact, it's nothing, it's just that he didn't bring a small umbrella when he, Sonoko and Xiao Ran had a threesome on the beach, and the two women bought emergency contraceptives afterwards. So it's a tonic. Kuroso was quite happy when he heard about it. Long. Chapter 85. On the way back to Tokyo from Gunma Prefecture, two police cars suddenly appeared ahead and stopped the Ferrari driven by Li Wenqian. Criminal Police Officer Yamamura Masao ran over. "Hello, please show your driver's license and ID." Li Wenqian's documents are complete, but Kuroso is embarrassed. She was originally a shameless woman, but since she was photographed by Li Wenqian last time on the bridge, she has become a woman without any identity. "Where's this ladies?" Detective Yamamura Masao asked. "Did not bring." "Then what is your relationship? Brothers and sisters?" "Hey! You two don't look like siblings either." At this time, Kuroso held Li Wenqian's arm and said with a smile, "It's that kind of brother and sister relationship." Yamamura Masao, who has watched hundreds of AVS, understands it instantly. "Don't say it's called brother, it's very common for girls to call daddy now." "No problem, you can go." Fortunately, Yamamura Masao's professional ability is good enough. If it is replaced by another normal criminal policeman to interrogate, Kuroso's identity as 123 is really a big trouble. However, the criminal police in Gunma County should thank Yamamura Masao for not letting Li Wenqian pull out a gun and kill everyone. After the Ferrari drove for a certain distance, Kuroso let go of Li Wenqian's arm and sat up straight. Can I still call you brother in the future?" Kuroso really feels that Li Wenqian is like her own brother. That kind of feeling made her unable to express it, it was completely the real thought in her heart. As long as she saw Li Wenqian, she could feel a kind of intimacy. If she needed a reason, she could just say that human emotions are really weird. Li Wenqian did not speak, and Kuroso also chose to remain silent. She can understand. For a woman who once wanted her own life, it is difficult for people to completely let go of the grudges in their hearts. Early morning. Li Wenqian received a very important call from Kisaki Eri. Kiriko Obishima, the eldest sister of the Mud Society, will pay homage to the Yasukuni Shrine on April 19, the Mantu festival. The reason for visiting is that an ancestor of the Kiriko family of Bujima is enshrined in the Yasukuni Shrine. Kisaki Eri said very precisely on the phone, "Kiriko Busujima will definitely appear in the Yasukuni Shrine on April 19. Yasukuni Shrine. This is not a good place, all the people enshrined in it are the ultimate war criminals." Buntu Festival. Li Wenqian has heard a little about this festival. It was specially set up by the Yasukuni Shrine to commemorate Lin Jing, a man of the Yuan dynasty. According to legend, Lin Jing went to the island country with an old monk at that time, and when he arrived, he found that there was nothing to eat in the island country, so he made steamed buns by himself. Yasukuni Shrine. Li Wenqian already had an idea in his heart. In the eyes of the Japanese people, the Yasukuni Shrine has gradually been deified, not only a place to enshrine the ultimate war criminals, but also a symbol of the Japanese people. If he said that if the Yasukuni Shrine and Tongza Dudeo were sent to heaven together, will the little cuties of the island nation have a nervous breakdown? The last time he blew up the Kennedy Space Center, experts from the island country claimed that the space industry in the United States would be stagnant for 2 years. He made a mistake and bombed it out of strategic significance, and then achieved the achievement of a 7-star good citizen, and won badges and awards. If he blows up the Yasukuni toilet this time, can he carry out a heavy spiritual destruction of the island country at the ideological level? Li Wenqian gets excited just thinking about it. At this time, 2 villains appeared in Li Wenqian's head. The first villain said, "There is something wrong with this matter." The second villain said, "I agree." Li Wenqian has already decided that even if he invites citizens to become an 8-star, he has to try it himself. "I'm going somewhere later," Li Wenqian said suddenly. "Where are you going?" Kuroso knew that Li Wenqian must be planning to take her with him, otherwise it would be impossible to tell her. The Yasukuni Shrine. Li Wenqian has never been to that place, nor has he ever thought about going there, and even once thought that it would be impossible for him to set foot in such a dirty place in his life. But now he had a reason to go. The Yasukuni Shrine. Li Wenqian is not from Japan, nor is she from Japan, so neither of them has a reason to visit the Yasukuni Shrine. Then there is only one possibility, to explode. Bandits. A complete gangster. Even a professional killer like Kuroso has to be shocked by Li Wenqian's crazy behavior. The Black Organization has always claimed to be a high-end transnational criminal organization, but in fact it has not done much except extorting local tyrants, robbing banks, researching software, and manufacturing drugs. Compared with Li Wenqian, there is no madness in the Black Organization. Okay, I know. More than 20 years of killer career has made Kuroso develop a habit, don't ask too many questions. Even if she has chosen not to be the killer of the Black Organization now, this habit cannot be changed in a day or two. Tokyo, Chiyoda-ku, Kyuden-kita. The Yasukuni Shrine was also called the Tokyo Soul Conjurer Society before, and this name sounds like a hell to Li Wenqian. Although today is not an important festival in the island country, it seems that there are quite a few little baga who come to visit the Yasukuni Shrine. Stand in front, I'll take a photo for you. Li Wenqian couldn't figure out why the loss of memory would make a person's change drastically. Kuroso is so obedient now. If it wasn't because Kuroso wanted to kill him before, he even felt that he really had an extra cheap sister. What's even more outrageous is that this woman always seems to be able to guess his intentions in advance. Standing at the gate of the Yasukuni Shrine with different posses, there are cute loli styles, sexy oni-san styles, and youthful ones. Every photo did not obscure his intention to observe the Yasukuni Shrine. Keep going. Li Wenqian saw 14 World War II Class A war criminals enshrined in the toilet, each of them looked like a beast, and committed many crimes. Compared with the 14 Class A war criminals, what attracted Li Wenqian's attention was Lao Jiang, who was enshrined in the Zhongzheng Shrine. After Lao Jiang's defeat, in exchange for Japan's support for his international status, he adopted the policy of repaying grievances with virtue and announced the abandonment of compensation for the island nation war. The island nation is defeated. As the country that initiated the war, they must compensate the victimized country. That's a huge debt, and it can make the island country a cow for a few lifetimes and can't turn around. Just step on the horse because of Lao Jiang's words, Xiao Baga relieved the debt pressure, and also sent Lao Jiang to the toilet. Li Wenqian thinks that fake devils are more hateful than real devils, so the Zhongzheng toilet must also be blown up. All fried. Don't even try to run away. After half a day's work, Li Wenqian felt that his understanding of Yasukuni's rules was almost complete. I went to see all the monuments, the first gate, the big lantern, the gate of God, and the hall of worship. The only thing I couldn't get in was the Feng'an hall of Lingzi book. It is said that this is the place where the Yasukuni Shrine keeps the Yungzi book of the names of gods. Except for relevant people, access is strictly limited to 0.1. Why did Li Wenqian investigate so clearly? In addition to the photos taken for Kuroso, they even recorded everything verbatim in the notes. It was because he was afraid of missing something during the bombing, which would affect his becoming a serious 8-star citizen of the island country. May I ask you a question? Why do you have to come here? Kuroso feels that although Li Wenqian is reckless, he is not a gangster who does things aimlessly, but she really can't figure out why Li Wenqian chose the Yasukuni Shrine as his target. The status of the Yasukuni Shrine in the minds of the Icelanders is very high. Blowing up the Yasukuni Shrine is equivalent to stabbing a tiger in the eye, and the Japanese military will definitely jump up. Just wait and see. Li Wenqian actually wanted to explode right now, but the rationality in his heart still allowed him to overcome his impulse. Hold on, don't be rash. The purpose of our old Li is to send the poisonous island Tungzi to the west, and the bombing of the Yasukuni temple is just a incidental matter. Chapter 86. When Li Wenqian returned to downtown Tokyo, he found that the place had changed. Self-defense forces withdrawn? Looks like it. Li Wenqian can't see any sign of the self-defense forces in the urban area. People come and go on the streets, and Tokyo seems to have returned to its original lively and peaceful appearance. It is completely incompatible with the appearance of Gotham City that I wanted to transform into before. Yumi, is the self-defense force gone? Li Wenqian can't be sure, but he knows this kind of thing to ask Miyamoto Yumi. Well, they've already withdrawn. I heard that the order was received in the morning, but because we have been in meetings, there is no time to call you. The SDF withdrew. The pressure of the whole of Tokyo came to the shoulders of the Metropolitan Police Department in an instant. Now they have become the city's first line of defense and defenders of the city. Because of this order from the military, Matsumoto Kiyonaga convened the entire Metropolitan Police Department to hold an all-staff meeting. The theme of the meeting was to launch a targeted plan for public security in downtown Tokyo, and strive to prevent the previous incident from happening again. Point 29. Li Wenqian bought several copies of different Tokyo morning posts at a newspaper office on the side of the road. He didn't pay attention to Tokyo in the past 2 days, and some new and interesting things really happened. The first is the picture of the mask of the gangster Tiga printed on the front page of the Tokyo Daily. The accompanying text says, "Is the bandit Tiga really dead?" The outside world has been speculating recently that the gangster Tiga has died on the luxury cruise ship Sally Beth. Although there have been several big explosions in cities near Tokyo in the past few days, none of them were caused by Digi. Because no one saw the gangsters with Gatling guns and Tiga masks appearing. It is really because of this reason that the island nation has such a guess. What about Tiga? Is it not going to be arrested, or does the police really think that guy is dead? Miyamoto Yumi sighed, of course they must be arrested, but the entire city cannot be kept under the control of the self-defense forces. For the normal operation of Tokyo, the self-defense forces have been withdrawn now. Little Baga really has a big heart to ride a horse. But that's fine too. He had planned to blow up the Yasukuni shrine during this time, and the withdrawal of the self-defense forces just gave him such an opportunity. If the army is stationed in Tokyo, the probability of him successfully blowing up the Yasukuni shrine is really not very high. At least it is impossible to flatten. But it's different now. The construction area of the Yasukuni shrine is 100,000 square meters, and it takes about 20 minutes for the guards to dispatch anti-tank gunships. During this period of time, he pushed and exploded at a speed that could basically flatten the entire toilet. Even if there is an accident, he is actually not afraid. The big deal is to take a life, and then summon a tank to continue pushing. The departure of the self-defense forces can be said to have given Li Wenqian great confidence. He felt that even God seemed to be helping him in the dark. Li Wenqian also saw an interesting lace under the Tokyo Daily. Media broke the news. The well-known island actress Kyodo Yukiko is suspected of breaking up with the novelist Kyodo Isaku, and the two have separated. Yukiko has moved out. This did not surprise Li Wenqian too much. 7 or 8 small umbrellas were deducted below, and anyone would think that his husband was no longer good. Yukiko is right. You should move out and live the noble bachelor life. When Li Wenqian saw Yukiko's beautiful photo in the newspaper, he remembered the night of ecstasy on the top floor of the Florida Hotel. Yukiko sure can't forget it either. But now Li Wenqian doesn't have much energy to focus on this matter. For Li Wenqian, there is only one thing to do now: get rid of Poison Island Tongzi, flatten the Yasukuni shrine, and become an 8-star good citizen of the island country. Let the people of the island country feel the joy of being dominated by Tiga again, and let them know that Tiga will always exist. Li Wenqian suddenly looked at Curacao, his eyes dimmed. This made Curacao on the co-pilot start to feel nervous and a little overwhelmed. What's wrong? Curacao asked weakly. There must be festivals that are very important to the black community, right? Li Wenqian's idea is very simple. The Yasukuni Shrine will hold the Mantu Festival on April 19, and Kishima Kiriko will visit the shrine on April 19. Regarding the transnational organized crime of black organizations, Li Wenqian does not believe that they do not have team building. May 20. The gentleman who organizes will call out rum, gin, absinthe, and the like on this day. But where they will meet is beyond me. Curacao is still the same sentence, she is just a tool for killing. Before she met Li Wenqian and Miyamoto Yumi, her life might just be lust. What date is May 20? Li Wenqian asked. It is said that the black organization was established on this day more than 50 years ago. But I can't be sure, because no one in the black organization has ever personally said that this day is the day the organization was founded. Li Wenqian knew that this matter would ultimately fall on that woman in bell mode. But since the last time this woman sent him that text message, it seemed like nothing had happened. What else do you know about 777, tell me? Curacao felt like a defeated prisoner now, and this feeling made her feel a little blocked. Actually, I don't know much. The organization was established in 1944 and has a history of more than 50 years. From rye to bird vodka, although Curacao has said a lot, most of them are related to the professional killers in the organization. Did not touch the real core. This is somewhat similar to Miyano Shiho. Miyano Shiho only knew the secrets about the organization's research, while Curacao only knew about the killings. Where's Rum? You must have a way of finding him, can't you? Although Curacao is a killer supported by a black organization, her outstanding ability also makes her a confidant of Rum. Curacao can't get in touch with the boss, but he can definitely get in touch with the second leader of the black organization. Yes, but I have lost contact with the black organization, I don't know if he will trust me. Curacao said. Then tell the truth. Li Wenqian gave Curacao a brand new mobile phone. He has nothing else now, only the mobile phone and a lot of bullets. Curacao took a deep breath, and even the killer's eyes began to flicker fiercely. Skillfully sent a text message to Rum. Chapter 87. Black Organization. The news of Kir and Bourbon's killings plunges the entire organization into true darkness. Even though the black organizer has a great career and has decades of accumulated background, he can't help the gangster Digya slaughtering the employees of the winery like pigs. These two pigs are also the core members of the black organization with the code name of the winery. The most unacceptable thing is that the mountain hotel was bombed. That mountain hotel seems to be just a holy place for hot springs and a paradise for fishermen. In fact, some of the arms of the black organization are hidden under that piece of natural water. AK, AWM, MP5, grenades. The value converted into money has exceeded 300 billion yen. Now that place has been surrounded by the island nation's police and military. It was only a matter of time before the police dogs found the ammunition. Vodka, what happened to the mountain hotel? Jin asked coldly. Don't look at Jin being abducted by the gangster Tiga like a dog, and even his flowing hair was cut off by Tiga. But in the organization, he is still the third in command who can command the heroes. Investigate the reason, it all depends on the peers. Others are too immature to effectively replace Jin's position. Don't worry, Yin Gao. The matter has been dealt with, and the police will not find us. The black organization made a decisive decision. Bourbon's life and arms worth more than 300 billion yen can be given, but the police must not let them be targeted. Jin, what are we going to do next? Could it be just sitting there waiting for death, waiting for the bandit Digya to come to the door? Sniper Korn's eyes were cold. He always wanted to find a chance to kill the bandit Tiga and avenge the dead Chianti. Originally thought that the Mud Gang would be able to use the deal with Digya to solve the problem when the gangster was most relaxed, but he didn't expect that the Mud Gang would be such a waste. Not to mention being killed as a dog by the gangster Digya, the pier he was operating was burned to a white ground. Just at this time, Belmode rode a Harley motorcycle into the huge warehouse. Belmode took off the helmet and flicked her long silver hair. Every movement looks like a sexy temptation that others cannot imitate. Bourbon and Kir's death was not as simple as you think. As soon as Belmode appeared on the stage, he became the protagonist of the entire black organization. Absinthe, what do you mean by that? The corner of Belmode's mouth raised slightly, and he lit a cigarette for himself first. The identities of Bourbon and Kir are not as simple as they seem. At the scene of the death of the two of them, I saw the figures of the CIA and the island nation's public security. Do you need me to explain more clearly? If it is said that the big explosion at the Yamano Hotel attracted the Japanese police, then how to explain the presence of the CIA at the scene of Kir's death? Kir's superficial job is the hostess of Nickmay TV, and the CIA is an extremely mysterious law enforcement agency. Even if he is dead, there should be detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department's investigative division to deal with the scene of the crime. So, these two people may be undercover, at least Gersha's undercover status can be confirmed. Belmode is suddenly hardened. Some people in the previous organization suspected that her recent state was not right, and even Jin suspected that she had a private pie transaction with Li Wenqian. Now she can put all the seemingly unreasonable things on Kir. The man she Belmode saw was indeed right, the silver bullet had already started to beat. Belmode could already feel that the gears of her destiny were also turning together. Kir, Bourbon. Jin smiled coldly. These two people are really riding horses. He learned a lesson. They have lived together for so many years and planned many assassinations together, but in the end, both of them turned out to be undercover agents on horseback. Brother, why did the gangster Digia have to kill these two undercover agents? Vodka will also learn to think. If the gangster Digia just killed two members of the winery at random, and these two members happened to be undercover agents, then he would never believe that there were only these two bottles of fake wine in the winery. If the gangster Digia knew the undercover identities of these two people before he did it, then this person would be dead. Mastered the internal secrets that black organizations do not know. This guy is really troublesome. The Jin that Vodka thought of had of course already thought of it. Regardless of whether Digia knew about Kir and Bourbon's undercover identities beforehand, this guy has created a big problem for the black organization. Countdown. Ryakai Shuaki, Scotch Zhu Jingguang, Ethan Hond. Now even Jin feels that the undercover agents in the black organization are too fast. All undercover. There is no one who can make him completely trust, even the old driver Vodka who has been around for thousands of years makes him have to guard against it. The news brought by Belmode is quite explosive in the entire history of black matter. Now everyone is suspicious of each other. Tequila doesn't like vodka, vodka has problems with corn, corn has problems with Belmode, and Belmode has problems with everyone. At this time, Rum suddenly called. Curacao contacted me. Rum's voice was hoarse and torn, and it was not a sound that a human could make. It was obvious that the call had been processed by a voice changer. Rum's degree of mystery in the black organization is second only to boss Rinai Karasuma, which is completely different from Jin who likes to swagger. There are only a handful of members like Jin and Belmode who have seen Rum in the organization, and they never use the voice of the deity when talking to members of the organization. Curacao. Isn't she dead? Even Rum's phone call didn't shake Jin in the slightest. In Jin's heart, he is the one who has contributed the most to the organization, whether it is plotting assassination, extortion, bank robbery. He does it all by himself every time. In Jin's eyes, there is only the boss Rinai Karasuma. She didn't die, but fell off the bridge during the mission and lost her memory. Is it really Curacao? This is not important anymore, I will ask her out, and then you will be responsible for killing her. The voice fell and the phone was disconnected. Rum is notoriously cruel and suspicious in the black organization. Curacao contacted him suddenly after he disappeared for a few days, which already made him suspicious of this matter. Whether Curacao really lost his memory or had other purposes, it didn't matter to him anymore. It is impossible for him to keep a hidden danger by his side, even if this hidden danger has made great contributions to him. Rice Flower Town, a certain cafe. Why are we here? Curacao doesn't think he has such a great charm that Li Wenqian can invite her to drink coffee. It would be nice not to kill her. Pay attention to the sushi restaurant opposite. Opposite the cafe, there is a sushi restaurant with a good business. There are several large characters written on the plaque, Miwa Iroha Sushi Restaurant. In the original book, Rum, the second in command of the Black Organization, works at the Rice Flower Iroha Sushi Restaurant as Wakita Kenori, but Li Wenqian is not sure whether he came at the right time, and he has never met Rum, so he can't be sure, so he can only put Curacao come here together. Curacao said she was one of the few members of the Black Organization who had ever seen Jin. So this woman is still very useful. What to observe? Li Ziyahao. Li Wenqian pointed to the mobile phone on the table, and Curacao instantly understood. Rum. Li Wenqian means Rum is in the sushi restaurant opposite? She was shocked. As Rum's confidant, I can only use 4 words to evaluate my former immediate boss, no fixed place. Why is Li Wenqian so sure that Rum is in this sushi restaurant? At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Rum said to ask me to meet. The time is tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the location is the old car repair shop 30 miles east of Tokyo Port. Curacao showed Li Wenqian the text message he just received. But how can this kind of strange garbled code be understood by someone like him who has never served much in black organizations? Li Wenqian chooses to temporarily believe in Curacao once. Can you be sure that Rum will go? Curacao shook his head and said, Rum is suspicious by nature, and he has never been able to fully trust anyone in the organization. It is impossible for him to have such a situation. Trouble is coming. If this meeting can't make Rum show up, who will he kill? Chapter 88. Li Wenqian surveyed the entire Rice Flower Iroha sushi restaurant. Didn't find any clues about Rum here. He came early. This little baga has not yet come to this sushi restaurant to work. Is there really no other way? If you can't trick Rum out this time, it will be difficult to kill this man next time. In this case, there is a high probability that Rum will not appear. His identity is very mysterious, and the number of times I have seen him is very rare. Every time he uses the disguise of a voice changer to give orders on the phone. Curacao is Jin's confidant. Not to mention seeing Rum, the other members of the organization have never heard the voice of the deity. At this moment, Curacao's eyes suddenly lit up. There's a way it might work. After Jin was kidnapped and traded by you, Rum once ordered me to investigate Jin secretly. If I make a fuss about this, he should show up. Rum is a suspicious person by nature, even Jin failed to gain his true trust. Especially the period after Jin was kidnapped and released back was when Li Wenqian was the most violent against the Black Organization, so it was hard not to arouse Rum's suspicion. I texted you. Curacao looked at Li Wenqian with his mobile phone, and she was asking for permission. Send it. It's always good to have a chance. Of course, Li Wenqian would not let go of this last bit of hope. It's good to be able to kill Rum, but there's no loss if you really can't lure this little baga out. With his Li Wenqian 170's current ability, after knowing the lair of the Black Organization, it will be a matter of pushing every minute. We've made contact, and the time and place to meet will remain the same. Curacao showed a stiff smile, which seemed to be mixed with many other things. Princess Law Firm. An unexpected guest came to Kisaki Aries Law Firm today. Long time no see, Yukiko. As the Queen Daiden and Princess Daiden who used to be in high school, their meeting again aroused a lot of affection. Thank you. Yukiko took the coffee and said, yeah, we haven't seen much since high school. After graduation, the two developed in different directions. Kisaki Eri became the legal queen in Tokyo, and even a famous Tianjin lawyer in the entire island country. Yukiko has become a well-known star, even though she has retired for many years, her popularity is still unabated, and she can even make headlines on the front page of newspapers from time to time. Is there anything to do when you come back this time? Can't I come and see you if I have nothing to do? Don't look at the two of them as the two goddesses of Daiden High School who were competing for beauty and fighting fiercely, but they are also a pair of good girlfriends in private. You really separated from Kyudo Isaku. Newspaper Kisaki Eri has read, or Kisaki Eri will never let go of any newspaper published by any newspaper in Tokyo. This is her basic job as a lawyer. Do you think I look like the kind of person who deliberately manipulates? Sorry, not really. Let alone the hype. After Yukiko retired, she didn't intend to let the entertainment industry pay attention to her private life, but those annoying paparazzi seem to have mastered the traffic code. As long as there are reports about her, it will definitely cause waves in the entertainment industry. For example, this separation with Kyudo Isaku caused a small earthquake in Mayu. Why? Don't you two have a good relationship? Kisaki Eri asked. Don't mention it. Yukiko ended the sad topic. Can she say that she met Gakiro one night? It's true 7 times. Afterwards, she dug out 7 small umbrellas from under her as evidence. She met a weird man. Yukiko didn't even know what Geminid looked like or what his name was, but she vaguely heard the man's voice. Yukiko, why do you like this? Looks like a fat lady. If Yukiko hadn't taken off the disguise on her own initiative, it would be absolutely impossible for her to recognize her. It's just my hobbies. Wasn't it because of her unlucky son, who didn't know what the clown did to provoke a transnational criminal gang to be targeted? It hurts that she, as a mother, can't use her true face even if she shows up outside. Tell me about you, what difficult case have you been helping others with recently? Yukiko restrained her emotions, she decided not to think about these bad things. Now that I have returned to my country, I will live in Tokyo for a while. Actually, there are no cases. Recently, I have been helping and I can deal with some things. The miserable society? Isn't that the underworld? Kie, although Yukiko has emigrated abroad, it doesn't mean she doesn't understand the situation in Tokyo. Back then when she was still an actress and filming a movie, she had a relationship with Nikanhui, which was a gangster organization with no personnel. I was actually doing a friend a favor. And I'm just a lawyer, I won't break the law knowingly and participate in those shady activities. Yukiko suddenly caught a key message in this sentence, what friends, male and female? Just an ordinary friend. When Kisaki Eri thought of Li Wenqian, his face became flushed and his body was undercurrent. Male. Do you know me, have you seen him before? Yukiko, a smart woman, can't see the relationship between this mysterious friend and Kisaki Eri. She can understand. Kisaki Eri and Mori Kogora had separated a long time ago, and it is not too much for Kisaki Eri to usher in his second spring at this time. Yukiko suddenly thought of herself again. If she has been separated for a long time, will it be like this? Where are you going to live when you come back this time? One sentence embarrassed Yukiko's question. Unluckily, her son caused trouble outside, and even a mother like her couldn't go home. Your bed must be very big. Yukiko actually came here today for no other purpose than to sleep with Kisaki Eri. She has emigrated abroad these years, and she really doesn't have many close friends in Tokyo. The first thing that came to my mind was Kisaki Eri, who was as famous as her in high school. First, you can't pull the quilt, second, you can't snore, third, you can't talk in your sleep, fourth, you can't grind your teeth. Hey, when did I have these stinking problems? Don't talk nonsense, okay, I'm easily ruined by the media. Haven't you already quit the entertainment industry? What if I'm interested in making another film in the future? In the evening of the second day, the villa. Let's eat some fruit. Curacao put the fruit plate on the table, blindly inserted a few with a toothpick and stuffed them into his mouth first with his eyes closed. You've got everything ready for tonight? Li Wenqian nodded. For him, there is actually nothing to prepare for, it is nothing more than taking a few extra lives. No matter what the price is this time, as long as Rum dares to show up, he will definitely force someone into the hands of Lord Hades. Rum is very cunning, he will never come out to meet me. From what I know of Rum, he will definitely choose to have someone he trusts step out to meet me, but he's likely to be around as well. So to kill him, you have to find him. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Curacao walked out very tactfully, paused slightly at the moment the door was closed, and then said slowly after hesitating, remember to eat the fruit, brother. Curacao knew what they were going to face tonight. Rum can't even trust Jin completely, let alone her. This time it's a narrow escape. Maybe she really wants to get rid of it and write goodbye to the killer life she doesn't like. Chapter 89. Tokyo Port, east 30 miles, abandoned auto repair factory. The light rain fell on the rusty iron sheet of the auto repair shop, making a faint sound of ticking. Curacao rode a black Harley motorcycle and walked down wearing a black sexy motorcycle suit. First, observe the surroundings, except for the sound of raindrops falling, I can't hear anything else. The atmosphere is cold and scary. As a professional killer, she has already sensed that the danger is approaching her. Curacao knew that someone from the black organization must be watching her behind some scrapped car in the auto repair shop or through a crack in a wall. Curacao can feel Rum coming. At this time, Curacao dialed the mobile phone number Rum sent via text message this time, I'm here. Beep beep. Rum on the other end of the phone didn't even use a voice changer to communicate, all he heard was the blind tone of the phone hanging up. Curacao take a deep breath. To be honest, Curacao himself doesn't know why he used himself as a bait to do this, maybe it's just because he thinks Li Wenqian is like her brother. It's that simple. Has it been half a minute? A person came out of the dark corner of the auto repair shop. Curacao saw it. This person is in Jimmy. Although he doesn't have any code name in the black organization, he is definitely one of the few people Rum can trust. What about things? Rum's original plan was to let Jin lead someone to kill Curacao and eliminate future troubles forever. But a text message back in Curacao made Rum change his plans. Being suspicious is a double-edged sword. It can keep Rum's identity a little longer, but it also makes him have no one he can trust, not even his confidants who have been with him for many years. He must personally confirm the information in Curaçao's hands without being dropped in the middle. If I give it to you, will I die later? Curaçao's attitude suddenly changed. She knew that there must be no less than 3 guns pointed at her head in the dark, as long as she handed over the unnecessary information, she would be beaten into a sieve in the next second. This is the Black Organization, a place without humanity. Hand it over, or I'll kill you right now. Jimmy put a CZ-75 on Curaçao's forehead. The task they received today was to get what was in Curaçao's hands, and then kill this woman. I want to see Rum. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand over what you want. Curaçao also set his own terms, taking advantage of Rum's suspicious nature to buy time for Li Wenqian. Jimmy gently floated the Bluetooth headset above his ear, a tiny gesture that made Curaçao even more convinced that Rum must be nearby. There are only 2 people in this world who can give orders to Jimmy, one is the boss Rinai Karasuma, and the other is Rum. Even Jin has to stand aside. Follow me. Jimmy took Curaçao to a small pier behind the auto repair shop, where 3 speedboats were parked. Jimmy raised his hand and used the CZ-75 to blow up 2 of the speedboats. Hand over your stuff, and now you can drive this speedboat away. Rum guessed that Curaçao just wanted a chance to survive, so he let his subordinate Jimmy show his sincerity. Can you really leave? Curacao is no fool. The purpose of the Black Organization is to never allow any member to defect to the organization alive. Even if she can really escape today, the Black Organization will chase after her. Moreover, with Rum's cunning character, Curacao absolutely did not believe that she would be let go so easily. A red Mazda is parked at the foot of the hill 20 miles west from here, and the information you want is in a password box in the trunk. Curacao can't stand it. If she is insisting on seeing Rum, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of that guy Rum. There is only so much time she can buy for Li Wenqian, and if Rum's men find out that the red Mazda she spoke of isn't down the hillside, her fate will be over. The location Rum chose was tricky. The trees are overgrown and the view is poor, and the roads are even more complicated. If Rum is really hiding somewhere, it will be hard to find out, and there is no commanding height near the whole garage to observe. Time passed by every minute and every second. Curacao already felt that he was about to escape from this world. Before she died, she lived today's life as a non-killer. For her, the gloomy life seemed to have some bright colors. Rumble rumble. The sudden tremors were particularly ear-piercing this night. From far to near. In the blink of an eye, an armed helicopter hovered over the entire auto repair shop. Nanny. The members of the Black Organization and Curacao have only one thought in their hearts: is the special security team coming? Because only the Special Guard and the Self-Defense Force can be equipped with armed helicopters in island countries, the criminal police of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department can only deploy ordinary helicopters. Feel the dimensionality reduction blow from usse. Li Wenqian's operation is very skillful, because the system provides him with an operation panel similar to driving a tank. Ask for flowers. Whoosh whoosh. Da-da-da-da-da. Machine gun fire, rocket fire. Li Wenqian's full firepower almost buried the entire auto repair shop in an instant. The first target he chose was to help Curacao solve the surrounding troubles, and then the second target was a black car a kilometer away from the auto repair shop. Rum, do you still want to run? It is quite hidden. If you want to find Rum's car below, it is really not an easy task. Even if you really find the bomb that Rum placed on the road in advance, it is almost impossible to catch up. But Rum must not have expected a gunship to hover over his head today. Chug chug _ Li Wenqian finally knew why the eagle can hunt the hare. Because of the absolute suppression of the domain, there is no possibility for the rabbit to escape at all, unless it goes into the rabbit hole. Hey, Jin, it's me Rum. I'm being chased by an armed helicopter right now, come and save me quickly. The fear of death made Rum not even bother to use a voice changer to disguise his voice, let alone ask Jin if there are other members of the organization around him. There is only one thought in Rum's head now: he can be rescued again. Where are you? It's 35 kilometers east of Tokyo port. My car is driving east. Come here quickly. Jin knows what Rum means. Defeat magic with magic. Rum wants him to fly the group's gunship to the rescue. Brother Rum. Is he in trouble now? A word from vodka reminded Jin. Military helicopter. This is a high-end weapon that only the island country's special police and self-defense forces will deploy. Even if the Black Organization has decades of background, it is just that it has bought one from an arms dealer in other countries. So is there any salvation for Rum? Jin decides to sit down and have a cup of tea first. He needs to calm down a bit. Rum, it's time to say goodbye to this world. Li Wenqian chose a 70mm rocket equipped with an armed helicopter. Although it is only 70mm, once this little thing is shot down, even a tank can be turned over by someone who messes with it. The shooting position chosen by Li Wenqian was the side rear of the black bridge car. Emission. The powerful blast wave overturned the black car in an instant, tumbling a few times in the air before hitting the ground with a bang. The shell missed Rum, but Rum was easily dealt with. Chapter 90. The car repair shop has now become a ruin. Curacao has already solved the ambush of several shrimp soldiers and crab generals here, just sat on the ground and jumped up immediately. Hot, hot eh? The high temperature created by the explosion made the ground reach an appalling temperature, and Curacao now realizes that part of his rubber soles have melted. There are billions of questions in her head now. Who is it? Li Wenqian? Where did the gunships come from? So shocking. It's hard for her to imagine that other than the self-defense forces and special guards, anyone else can have a helicopter gunship. Even black organizations have only bought one from foreign arms dealers. The NIME Society, who has been behind the black organization's arrows for thousands of years, does not have such high-end weapons and equipment. 423. The weapon Li Wenqian is driving is far more advanced than the black organizations. Curacao can be sure that it was Li Wenqian who solved the trouble for her just now, but the luxurious gunship made it hard for her to accept. At this moment, Li Wenqian drove a black luxury car and stopped in front of her. At the back of the car was the body of a middle-aged man with a rope tied around his neck and pulled over. Although the corpse's legs had been mutilated by Mocha's flesh and blood and turned into mud, the strangled head was still intact. This is rum. Curaçao's expression was a little dazed. He didn't expect that Li Wenqian would really kill the second head of the black organization. Think about it too. The gunships are out, rum? Is there still life left? Where's the plane? Boarding. Li Wenqian did not go to explain, but he gave Curaçao a chance to return to the villa. Has everything been resolved? Curaçao nodded and said, except for the Jimmy I met, I have easily resolved everyone else. Jimmy was going to leave after snatching the boat, but the boat exploded before it got out of the dock. There is no problem with Jimmy's operation and thinking. When you see a gunship, you know the balance has been completely tilted. But he has no brains. They have too much trust in black organizations and rum, so long that they have lied to themselves. If she really chose to leave by boat at that time, she would have been buried in the belly of the fish by now. Wipe it off. Facing the tissue that Li Wenqian handed over, Curaçao was a little puzzled. Where to wipe? The next second she realized that she had been spattered with blood in the battle just now, but not a single drop was her own. Hey, this doesn't seem like the way to go home. Curaçao was surprised. The villa before today has nothing to do with us. I'm taking you to a new place. Curaçao pursed his lips. As a professional killer, how could she not know part of what Li Wenqian did recently? Curaçao just wanted to make sure that Li Wenqian was going to take her to her new home. Rum is dead. This news was quite a blast for the entire black organization. Brother, is this true? Brother Rum, he really has. Vodka admires Rum very much, admires Rum's decisiveness and careful thinking. So he calls him Brother Rum every time. Jin didn't speak, but played a recording to the people present. Jin, come and save E. Now there's a gunship chasing me. My current location is Tokyo Port. Except for Jin, Vodka, and Belmode among the people present, it was the first time for those who got off to hear Rum's real voice. What caught their attention even more was the content of the recording. Military helicopter. Rum didn't get rid of the woman in Curaçao. Why did he encounter a gunship? There is only one possibility. Curaçao fell into the hands of the police, who then lured Rum to meet at the pier, where the police were already waiting. This is the only explanation for the black organization, because gunships are not available to everyone. KIR is undercover. Bourbon is undercover. Curaçao has become a traitor to the black organization. This makes the family that is not rich undoubtedly worse. The members of the black organization were suspicious of each other after the KIR and Bourbon incident. Now Curaçao's mutiny and Rum's death have pushed this sentiment to a climax. Everyone is in danger, everyone is panic. Everyone thinks that the other party is a fake wine from the winery, and everyone thinks that they are the only real wine. This horse riding is more exciting than playing werewolf. Absinthe, go and investigate, especially the gangster Tiga. Jin also didn't want to believe that the gangster Tiga would have a gunship, but the guy had all the Gatling, bazooka, and tanks before him. Having a gunship doesn't seem like much. I'm going to investigate. Don't you think I have a problem now? I remember a sniper who could only hit 500 yards and said I was undercover last night. Corn exploded in an instant. I suspected that you were an undercover agent. Absinthe, which thing did you do to prevent others from being suspicious? Okay, let's not say a few words. Absinthe, please find out about this matter as soon as possible. Jin's voice still lacked much emotion. He himself never thought that one day he would really communicate with members of the organization calmly. But no way. He is too hard on the horse now. Anyone in the organization who is randomly pulled out is an undercover agent, and he can still use foreign exchange? Who else can he trust? The only person who made him feel that there was no problem was Belmode. 0.4. Not for other. Just because this woman has been in the black organization longer than him. Wait for my undercover reply. Belmode did not forget to throw a provocative look at Korn when he left. Rum's death made her tremble when she walked. Tiga. Jin's words reminded her. The one who drove the gunship and bombarded Rumsa was not necessarily the police of the island country, it was probably Li Wenqian. That guy sure did. Rum's death made her see the demise of the black organization, let her see the shackles that were about to break, and let her see freedom. It is the end of decades of boring, restrained and boring life of the black organization. Chapter 91. Tokyo Koto, the scene of the crime. Miyamoto Yumi is really bored on the roadside now. Damn it. Which BD blew up the garage again, ruining her date with Li Wenqian today. Okay, don't complain here, don't forget that you are a traffic policeman. Satsuma Wako pinched Miyamoto Yumi's pretty face and said with a smile. There is a very obvious pampering in the expression. Satsuma Wako has a masculine personality, while Miyamoto Yumi is a very gentle girl. When a pair of good girlfriends stand together, they feel like they are in love. Did you ruin your date tonight, so you can only have S*X here? Satsuma Wako knows Miyamoto Yumi all too well. Ever since I dated a boyfriend, it seems that I have fallen into the trap of love, and it's out of control. Now even if you wear a traffic police uniform, you have to look in the mirror n times a day. I really don't know what's so good about being in love. Are you lustful? Could it be possible for me to stand here motionless like a log, unable to think about anything? Miyamoto Yumi looked unhappy. My Wako, why don't you tell me what's going on inside? Miyamoto Yumi wanted to go in to find out, but she was only a traffic policeman of the Metropolitan Police Department, and now her task was to maintain traffic 500 meters outside the auto repair shop. Blown up. 2970mm rocket shrapnel was found inside as well as a 12.7mm warhead. In this case, there is no need for colleagues from the forensic department to identify it. As long as the police have basic common sense, they will know what kind of weapon this kind of shrapnel and shell casing belong to. You mean, someone blew up this place in a gunship? Miyamoto Yumi looked surprised. She had just told Li Wenqian the day before yesterday that Tokyo was already peaceful, but she didn't expect that there would be an explosion today. I didn't say that. I advise you to keep your mouth tight. This kind of thing is no joke. Why did the Metropolitan Police Department ask the traffic police to block the road? I just know that the people of Tokyo have just come out of the shadow of the gangster Tiga, and they don't want to let this kind of thing get out again. My Wako, is it true that there are armed helicopters of unknown origin in Tokyo? Satsuma Wako's character sank for a moment, grabbed Miyamoto Yumi's face and said, I said, why are you so excited? The criminal police of the first search section were about to cry when they encountered this situation, and Megure Juzu was even more worried. Good guy, there is actually a person here who gloats. You. My Wako, you let me go first, or I'm going to get angry. Then give me one, don't think I won't dare to beat you if I have a boyfriend. Even though he said this, Satsuma Wako still walked around Miyamoto Yumi very gently. You pinched my face so badly. Miyamoto Yumi first used the rear-view mirror of the police car to tidy up his appearance, and he was assured that he could attract Li Wenqian. Tell me quickly, is there any other inside information, such as finding out the identity of the gangster? No. This matter is far from as simple as imagined now. Although not many people die, but the matter is very big. Because the Metropolitan Police Department found a mysterious weapon resembling a gunship at the scene. This has never happened in Tokyo or even in the entire island country. Satsuma Wako suspects that this incident may have something to do with the gangster Tiga. But she can't be sure. Because in the previous sabotage operations of the gangster Tiga has never been seen driving an armed helicopter. More importantly, in the recent explosions, the gangsters were very mysterious and did not conform to the previous crime style of the gangster Tiga. This incident also attracted the attention of experts from the Metropolitan Police Department, who were all speculating whether another mysterious terrorist similar to Tiga had appeared. But anyway, Officer Magyar has reported the situation here. It's sure to be a sleepless night for the Metropolitan Police Department. Yumi, can't you say you know what happened just now? Even your boyfriend can't tell. Miyamoto Yumi made an okay gesture, and quietly took out the phone after Satsuma Wako walked away. Kubitocho, 1 Chome, 18th, a beige 5-story villa. This is Li Wenqian's home after moving to a new house. The 5th floor is his office area. Ever since the Tokyo Tower was blown up, Li Wenqian has understood a truth. Although he is invincible, he can only become a good citizen of Tokyo if he makes a detailed plan before doing things. It can also leave unforgettable memories for the Icelanders. So Li Wenqian took the top floor closest to God as his work area this time. The floor below is where he rests. In addition to the living room on the ground floor, Kuroso also stayed there. The 2 basement floors are garages and warehouses. In front of the villa, there is a yard covering an area of more than 100 square meters. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with this villa worth 800 million yen. Downstairs. Sitting by the window, Kuroso admired the cherry blossoms blooming outside. At this moment, her eyes suddenly became sharp. The professional killer's sense of smell made her realize that danger was approaching. She does not allow dangerous people to set foot in this area. Kuroso subconsciously touched her thigh, only then did he realize that she was no longer that frightening female killer. She has no weapons. But for a top killer, even an ordinary fruit knife in his hand can kill others like pigs. Kuroso hid behind the door and could feel that there was only one enemy. The moment the uninvited guest came in, the shining fruit knife was already resting on his neck. Kuroso was stunned. It's you. She knows this person. Absinthe, the witch of 1,000 faces, can disguise herself as the vast majority of people with her superb disguise technique. The status in the organization is second only to rum and gin. You are indeed here. Belmode just guessed whether Kuroso was hanging out with Li Wenqian. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the speculation that Li Wenqian flew an armed helicopter to bombard Rum. The appearance of Kuroso has confirmed that Rum died at the hands of Li Wenqian. How do you know it's here? Kuroso grew up in the Black Organization, and she knew how much the Black Organization weighed. Li Wenqian was found by Belmode just after moving. The Black Organization doesn't have such great ability as 657. Li Wenqian invited me here. Belmode didn't think about resisting. Industry specializing in surgery. Her 3-legged cat skills are not enough in front of Kuroso. If you don't say anything, I will kill you. You should know my methods. Kuroso doesn't believe this rhetoric. Pretending and lying are the 2 major labels of Belmode, and almost no one in the organization can guess what this woman is thinking. Let her come up. Curacao looked at Li Wenqian standing on the second floor with a surprised expression. Why? Absinthe and Li Wenqian have known each other for a long time? Now she finally understands Rum's previous suspicions. As early as when Mount Harana was bombed, Rum was the one who tipped off Li Wenqian. This man is Absinthe. Belmode smiled. The smile is smug, provocative, and mocking. At the invitation of Li Wenqian, I climbed the stairs on the second floor. Inside the room, Li Wenqian and the sexy Belmode looked at each other. Li Wenqian knew that Belmode must have a lot of things to say to him, and he also had many questions that he needed to get answers from Belmode. Li Wenqian is not in a hurry. In order to better know how to get the answer from Belmode, Li Wenqian decided to conquer this woman first. FANNYMAGNET. Belmode's charm is itself a temptation for Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian himself made Belmode appreciate him very much. At this time, the system's instructions became a special condiment for the two of them to fight. Chapter 92. Belmode crawled on the bed, bowed into an S shape, his body twitched uncontrollably at a strange frequency. Men really matter. Belmode turned over and lay on the bed, smoking an afterthought cigarette. She took a deep breath, and her blurred eyes gradually became clear. The Black Organization has now begun to suspect that you have a gunship in your hand. Belmode was just guessing before. But after entering the door and seeing Curacao, she knew it was true. Li Wenqian really bought an armed helicopter somehow. So the Black Organization sent you here to investigate. Belmode took another puff to slow down her heart rate. How do you want me to restore tissue? Belmode showed a sexy smile, matching her half-blurred and half-clear eyes is very charming. If it wasn't for both of them coming 3 times already, Li Wenqian fired again high and low. Whatever. Li Wenqian doesn't care. So what if you know? So what if you don't know? He, Li Wenqian, never planned to let the Black Organization go. From the moment the first shot was fired, it was destined that he and the Black Organization could only live as one. Where will you meet on May 20? This is an issue that Li Wenqian is most concerned about at present. Countdown. The Black Organization is still dead now. After Rum was done by him, there was only one district left in the Black Organization. Boss Rinai Karasuma, Jin, and Belmode. And Belmode had already been conquered by him and kept twitching on the bed, leaving only Jin and Rinai Karasuma. As for vodka, tequila those. Li Wenqian didn't treat these guys as human beings at all. You are really attractive, even a woman like Curacao is willing to help you. May 20th means a lot to Black Organizations. If Curacao hadn't told Li Wenqian, she didn't believe this man would have known about the big day. I do not know yet. The gentleman would only let us know where we were a few hours in advance when he made an appointment with us. On days like May 20th, we'll be notified of where we'll meet until after I, Jin, and Rum get together. It won't give us any chance to act alone. Belmode could understand Li Wenqian even if he didn't continue talking. Even after Rinai Karasuma notified the meeting place, there was no way to release the news. Is there no other way? No. Belmode's answer hardly had any time to think. Since she chose Li Wenqian's camp, she won't lie. It might have been possible if Rum was still alive, but now Rum is dead. Died in the mutiny of Curacao. Undercover agents of Black Organizations spread everywhere, making it possible for some people to be in high-strung panic. This time only she and Jin are left to meet. Jin will definitely stare at her. I gotta go. Belmode tied her hair up. Even with the cover of clothes, there was still no way to cover up the sexy and charming emanating from her body. Be careful. The organization will definitely send someone to assassinate you at some point. When Belmode left, she left her exclusive mark on Li Wenqian's lips. When I went downstairs, I happened to meet Curacao standing at the door. Thank you for watching the door for us. A provocative smile appeared on Belmode's face, mocking layman. Just ask if you are angry? Curaçao looked at Belmode's back with killer eyes. The top killer of the previous organization seemed to have returned at this moment. Not stabbing Belmode to death was the worst decision she ever made in her life. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was April 16th. There are still 3 days left before the Mantu festival to be held in the Yasukuni shrine. This day, Li Wenqian asked Kisaki Eri out to confirm the travel plan of Kiriko Bujima. It is bound to take this woman to heaven. Yukiko, who has been staying at Kisaki Eri's house, cried and wanted to follow after learning about this. She had long wanted to see the charm of this man who could make Kisaki Eri take the initiative to file for divorce. The three met at a law firm. Because it is a law firm, today's Yukiko did not show her superb disguise ability. Li Wenqian can only use 2 words to describe his mood at this time: surprise. Yukiko returned to the island country. He only saw the news of Yukiko and Kyudo Isaku's separation in the newspaper, but he didn't expect this woman to return to Tokyo. Island country media can't do it. Such a big film and television star can't grasp the traffic password when he returns to Daxia. When Li Wenqian saw Yukiko, he couldn't forget that night in Florida, and he couldn't forget Yukiko's sexy body. This is... My name is Yukiko. How could Yukiko let others do it for this opportunity to introduce herself? One step ahead of Kisaki Eri. Li Wenqian. Yukiko's head exploded with a buzz. This voice, why is it so familiar? It seemed that at this moment, a certain kind of muscle memory in her body seemed to be awakened. Especially when Li Wenqian held her hand, Yukiko felt like his body was electrified. Li Wenqian? She remembered asking, "Who are you?" The person opposite seems to have said his name, and now. Impossible. She woke up and asked her best friend who was drinking with her that day, when she was stuffed into a taxi in Florida. What's wrong with you? Yukiko looked so weird. It's not like being fascinated by Li Wenqian, but more like seeing something scary. Have you two met before? No. Nothing. You, Li Hao. Ziza sat on the sofa and took a sip of water. She must have been thinking a lot during this time and had begun to hallucinate. Eri, I'm going back first. Yukiko. Kisaki Eri doesn't know why Yukiko, who is always optimistic and cheerful, is uncharacteristically. It's good to go, my. What she is going to tell Li Wenqian next is a secret that Yukiko cannot know. Kiriko Busujima will appear at the Yasukuni shrine on time on the morning of April 19. Because she has made too many enemies during this period, there must be many bodyguards that day. Kisaki Eri's evaluation of the boss of the Mud Miserably Society is very mysterious. After she became the lawyer entrusted by the Mud Tragedy Society, she only met Kiriko Busujima twice. I see. How many bodyguards? Li Wenqian is not afraid at all. Is there enough people to be crushed by tanks? He was also worried that the mud gang brought by Kishima Kiriko had too few members to commit suicide. Chapter 93. After returning to Kisaki Eri's villa, Yukiko couldn't calm down for a long time. Is Gemakiro Li Wenqian? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and finally dialed the phone number of her good sister who was far away across the ocean. Ellie, I asked you who the hell was the taxi driver that day. She had to make sure again, otherwise she would definitely not be able to sleep well at night. Yukiko. Why do you care so much about a taxi driver? And what happened to you and Kyudo Isaku's separation? I didn't tell you when I asked you last time. Did something happen? Yukiko's strange words and deeds made the girlfriend on the other end of the phone suspicious. You must know that Yukiko is a well-known star, and she has retired for many years without shaking her status in the entertainment circle. People like Yukiko usually don't even pay more attention to corporate celebrities, so why would they pay attention to a taxi driver again and again? No. It's nothing, it's just that something was left in the taxi that night, and I have to get it back. Then you can go to the police. Ai Li, just tell me if that taxi driver has any special characteristics. Yukiko's tone was beginning to get a little impatient. She has always been a good-tempered 077 person, but she almost couldn't hold back when she encountered this terrible incident. Well, to tell the obvious features, the taxi driver is not from Florida, but an Asian face. Asian faces. A bad omen hit Yukiko's head. Then what are the specific characteristics of this Asian face? Yukiko continued to ask. Everyone was drinking right at the time, how can I remember this, isn't an Asian face enough? Yukiko is suddenly awakened by her best friend Ellie. There are not many Asians in Florida. Are there any drivers there? Combined with Li Wenqian who met today, she feels that many things have been matched in secret. At this time, Yukiko thought of a sentence that the silly son often said, there is no so-called coincidence in the world. Gemakiro is Li Wenqian? To prove this point, Yukiko dialed another mobile phone number on the other side of the ocean. John, I want you to help me find out how many Asian taxi drivers there are in Florida. Yukiko's contacts in the United States are not Gaiden. From the bottom to the upper class, people from all walks of life know one or two together. Oh, it's Yukiko, there are no, Ke, Asian taxi drivers in Florida. John on the other end of the phone said with certainty without even investigating. No, are you sure? Of course. There was before, but they left at the beginning of this year. Yukiko blankly pressed the hang-up button. Right on. There are currently no Asian drivers in Florida, so it means that the Asian drivers that my best friend says are fake. This makes Yukiko feel even more that Gemini Lang is Li Wenqian. In order to prove his inference, Yukiko took out his cosmetic bag and carry-on luggage and decided to investigate the matter with his own hands like a detective. Yukiko dressed herself up as a middle-aged aunt, and squatted downstairs in Kisaki Aries law firm. Fine. Li Wenqian didn't leave Kisaki Aries law firm at this time, and had been there for more than an hour, and he didn't know what the two were doing there. Ferrari. Fortunately, she had been prepared for a long time. After returning to Tokyo, she bought a pink BMW as her own scooter. Not long. Li Wenqian came down from upstairs, and Yukiko followed behind. She is familiar with this kind of plot. When she was making movies before, she often participated in this kind of car-tailing movie clips. Sonoko, what's the matter? What else? You haven't come to see me for a long time, and what happened to your home, if you sold it without notifying me, am I still your girlfriend? As soon as Li Wenqian got into the car, he received a call from Suzuki Sonoko. Every day is full of opportunities. He, Li Wenqian, has been busy killing black organizations and mud gangs during this time, so he doesn't have so much time to take care of the women around him. It was just sold yesterday, and I haven't had time to notify you yet. At this moment, Li Wenqian's attention was all on a pink BMW in the rearview mirror. Although he is not a professional killer, and he has not received the cruel training of Curacao, after several tough battles with the island country police, he, old Li, has a certain anti-reconnaissance ability. Li Wenqian was sure that the little pink BMW behind him was following him. Li Wenqian, are you listening to me? Suzuki Sonoko on the other end of the phone has turned into a crying voice, and seems to be very angry. What? Li Wenqian asked. Hey! Li Wenqian, let me say it one last time. The Suzuki Foundation has a dinner party today, are you coming or not? It's not me who invited you, it's my mother. Suzuki Sonoko was angry. She felt that she had lost Li Wenqian's favor and suffered cruel cold violence. Dinner? Go. Tell Mrs. Suzuki that I will be there on time. Of course, the Suzuki Consortium is going to the dinner party. At the banquet, you can know who has money and who has no money. When you are short of money, you can borrow 100 million points from these entrepreneurs. Li Wenqian hung up the phone and slammed the steering wheel. The operation of the engine and the friction of the tires made him successfully show off a cool and elegant movement. In addition, he was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, which instantly attracted many island girls on the road. Li Wenqian drove very smoothly along the way, and after going round and round, he came to a villa area on the outskirts of Toria town. Live here. Yukiko followed, and just as he was about to get out of the car to find out, he was hit on the head by a cold and hard object, and then he was grabbed by the backhand on the hood of the BMW. We meet again. Yukiko's heartbeat quickened instantly. Right. The feeling of Florida 7 times a night instantly enveloped her body. Now she can say with absolute certainty, Gamakalang is Li Wenqian. It really is you. How did you recognize me? Yukiko is so confident in her disguise that she wonders if there is no one in the world who can see the painting except Kuroba Pirates and Sharon Wynyard who taught her. You should be glad I saw it. The image of Yukiko's middle-aged aunt once appeared in the original work, and Li Wenqian has some impressions. Real. If it wasn't because he recognized it, Yukiko would have been sieved by Gatling the moment he got off the car just now. Let go of me, or I'll call the police. You will not. Li Wenqian is very determined. A big star like Yukiko pays most attention to his own image. How could such a thing be known to the public? Since you're here, stay and do it. FANNYMAGNET. This order is just a condiment for bell mode, but it still plays an irresistible role for Yukiko. Yukiko bites her lip lightly. Yeah. This is the size, this time it is completely right for the stomach. The two went all the way from the pink BMW to the living room, bedroom, and balcony of the villa. The whole villa is filled with their love. Chapter 94. Yukiko went out in the morning and was already leaning against the wall when she came back in the evening. Originally, I wanted to investigate whether Li Wenqian was a 7-time man, but I didn't expect that Li Wenqian would be rewarded again after being held in the villa. Yukiko, what happened to you today? Kisaki Ari's observations are meticulous, and he knows something is wrong just by looking at it. Yukiko seldom shows her true colors when she goes out recently. In her own words, it is to prevent the paparazzi from secretly taking pictures, but today is the return of her real self. The eyes are not right. It seems very tired. Ari, how did you and that Li Wenqian meet? Kisaki Ari pursed his lips. It's a long story, I'll tell you later when I have a chance. To talk about the indissoluble bond between her and Li Wenqian, it must start with the Bom Tien Basehan Ferris wheel, which can be said to be very mysterious. I'm going back to rest first. Yukiko is not interested in the unrequited love between the two, she just wants to remind Kisaki that Ari met a bad guy and found a scumbag. But once this kind of words reached his lips, he couldn't speak. Are you all right? Yukiko waved his hand, indicating that he was just a little backache and knee pain. Sakura Hotel. The Suzuki Consortium's dinner was held in this 30-story luxury hotel. Before Li Wenqian came again, he found out that this luxury hotel standing in the center of Tokyo is the property of the Suzuki Consortium. Still so inhumane. Li Wenqian parked the Ferrari at the entrance of the hotel, then handed over the key to the waiter at the entrance of the hotel, and he entered the hotel with Kuroso. Kuroso was very happy that Li Wenqian brought her to the dinner. Why do we come to this place? Luxury, luxury. Every brick and tile here is filled with the atmosphere of high society. Kuroso knows that Li Wenqian is very rich, but she feels that Li Wenqian is not one of them. The people here look gentle and elegant, but they are full of flowers, and every word has a hidden purpose, which is completely different from Li Wenqian's vigorous and resolute style of doing things. Of course I'm here for dinner. Li Wenqian served 2 glasses of red wine, one for him and one for Kuroso. Kuroso just took it, but didn't drink it. A professional killer for more than 10 years told her that even a small amount of alcohol could kill her. Even if she is no longer a killer of the black organization, she doesn't want to lose this good habit. Li Wenqian was walking in the lobby of the hotel with a glass of red wine. Yamada of the car company has recently made money. The old Inu in the jewelry industry was killed by the gangster Tiga on the Sally Beth, and now his eldest son, Xiao Inu, inherits the position of company president. At present, the family business has not been affected too much by the death of the old Inu. Li Wenqian listened as he walked. This information is very important to him. It is very likely that he will think of this group of philanthropists in a certain place where money is lacking. Wenqian-jun, you are finally here. Although Suzuki Sanako was very angry on the phone, when she actually saw Li Wenqian, she turned into a kitten waiting to be fed, hoping that Li Wenqian could fill her up. Today's Suzuki Sanako is wearing a white sweater with cropped pants, showing a sunny atmosphere. Since this woman gained love, she threw all the headbands at home into the trash can. Never see you again. When the sealed face comes into contact with, the outfit of the clothes also changes accordingly. Even Ran Mori can't suppress her in the face of the entire Daiden High School. Hey, who is this? Suzuki Sanako's eyes suddenly changed. Because she saw a good-looking silver-haired woman with pupils of different colors standing beside Li Wenqian. Okay. No wonder he stopped looking for her during this period of time. It turned out that besides her and Xia Ran, he made friends with other little sisters outside. Friend. Curaçao was so nonchalant that he didn't even introduce himself. Then let's go. I'll take you to see the new stuff my uncle prepared. On the top floor, Li Wenqian saw a kneeling golden goddess holding an oval blue gemstone in her hand. The Suzuki craftsman gem is called a miracle. It is a precious sapphire auctioned by his uncle Suzuki Jirakichi for $150 million. Suzuki Sanako told him that this was specially auctioned by Suzuki Jiragi in order to have a real man fight with Kaito Kid. The Tokyo Daily has reported Suzuki and Kaito Kid badly. Ask for flowers. When Suzuki Sanako asked if he was free on the night of April 19, Li Wenqian said he couldn't come. April 19 is an extremely important day for him. On that day, Li Wenqian will mark a milestone in his life. Brother, we are going to make a deal. With a serious and nervous expression, Curaçao pulled Li Wenqian and walked out. It was the first time this woman acted so tough in front of Li Wenqian. Damn it, where did the stinky woman come from? Isn't silver hair amazing? The pupil color is different, isn't it amazing? Suzuki Sanako stomped her feet angrily, she had never hated a woman so much before. They're around. Two words seem to be engraved on Curaçao's cold face, danger. It is not necessarily the bodyguard who really understands the killer, but also his peers. Curaçao's more than 10 years of career told her that the killer of the Factory Black organization was somewhere nearby preparing to assassinate Li Wenqian. Several people. Li Wenqian wasn't afraid, he just wanted to know how many he could kill tonight. I don't know yet, if I'm not wrong, there must be corn and Calvados among the people who came. Since Chianta was crushed by tanks, Korn's partner was replaced by Calvados, another sniper in the organization. Let's go to the underground parking lot first, and leave as soon as I'm driven over. Curaçao has already used the short time when he got off the elevator to think of at least 2 or more retreat plans to ensure that Li Wenqian can leave safely and successfully get rid of the Black organization. Why did you leave? Li Wenqian asked back. They can clearly counter-kill the opponent, why do they put the enemy on the line? Belmode told him in bed last time that in the Black organization, besides the dead Rum and the surrendered Curaçao, the only ones left who know his identity are the boss, Jin, and her. What does it mean that an unknown number of killers appeared here to assassinate him? It has already been explained that the organization has told more members of the organization about him in order to eradicate him. Even for the sake of keeping his identity confidential, it is impossible for him to let go of the killer who was brought to his lips. 0. Chapter 95. Li Wenqian's plan is very simple. A shootout at the Sakura Hotel was not what he wanted to see, as it would most likely reveal his identity. So Li Wenqian chose to lure people from the black organization to a place where no one was around and slaughter them like pigs while pretending not to know. With the help of a large SUV, Li Wenqian successfully drove from the garage under the Sakura Hotel to the top of Tokyo Boulevard. The speed is not fast, so the black organization can keep up. Today, he, Lao Li, taught a lesson to the little bag of the black organization, letting them know who is the prey and who is the hunter. According to what Ke Xue just said, Jin must be responsible for this kind of assassination plan in the organization. In other words, Jin is most likely already here, and I hope he can catch a big fish today. If Jin died, Li Wenqian felt that the boss of the black organization would probably turn 897 into a muggle. Ke Xue on the co-pilot has been watching the rear-view mirror. At the same time, she also has a fruit knife about 10 centimeters in her hand. This is the only weapon she can get at present. At this moment, Li Wenqian handed over an M16 carbine and a dagger. Use a knife or a gun, it's your choice. Ke Xue looked at Li Wenqian in surprise, and sighed inwardly, brother, do you know it? She really? He didn't even know what Li Wenqian did, so he snapped 2 extra weapons in his hand. Faced with this situation, Ke Xue's election is often decisive. She wants it all. Toria Town. Li Wenqian came to this villa area again. This is the place where he met Yukiko for the second time just today and left a good memory. Not far behind the red Ferrari, a black Porsche 356A followed. Brother, this guy seems to be going into the villa area ahead. I see. Jin immediately gave an order to the members of the assassination mission through the wireless communication device. Korn, Calvados, you two go around to the villa area ahead and wait for him. Jin signaled Vodka to stop the car. His mission is to direct the assassination, all he needs to do is watch Li Wenqian's head explode through the live video. Yes. The 2 motorcycles following the black Porsche 356A climbed up the rocky slope. It seemed that the road was rough, but they could feel the villa area setting up an ambush before the gangster Tiga. I'll get out of the car later. Ke Xue knows too well the capabilities and standards of black organization killers. In the eyes of the black organization, they rushed to the villa area at their current speed. Maybe they didn't think they had found anything, but it also gave the killer hiding in the dark a chance to set up a gun in advance. Do you think they're going to shoot you in the head first? Ke Xue was silent. She is a traitor to the black organization, and she is also hated by the black organization, but she also knows how much she is. The black organization's first target from the beginning was definitely not her. Put this on. Ke Xue looked at the bulletproof vest thrown into her arms, and couldn't help it. Where did you take it out? Li Wenqian breaks with 1 foot. Before Ke Xue had time to remind him, he opened the car door and stood out. The high-end hunter is finally here in prey fashion. Get down quickly. Ke Xue's heart seemed to be in his throat. She had only experienced such fear in her life when her brother died. There are many methods to lure the killers of black organizations, but Ke Xue couldn't figure out why Li Wenqian would use the most dangerous and risky method. This is undoubtedly suicide. Ke Xue's reminder was finally a step too late, and at the same time as the voice fell, the gun on the hillside rang out, and the bullet pierced Li Wenqian's head. Ke Xue almost subconsciously hid behind a tree trunk as thick as a bucket, short of breath. The killer's experience told her that Li Wenqian must be dead. But the calmness that the killer should have now told her that she must kill the killer on the opposite hillside. Brother, it's done. A hideous grin appeared on Korn's face. As far as he is concerned, Chianti's revenge has been avenged in half, and then he will definitely find a way to become that damn it woman in Bell mode. I heard. Now is the time for you to clean up the door and get rid of the traitors. Jin's heart felt lighter than ever. Tiga is dead. This means that the biggest threat of the black organization has now been eliminated. As long as Ke Xue, who was sentenced to the organization, is killed, he will become the second in command of the Black Organization when he returns. Chug chug. Curacao has now determined the positions of the two snipers on the opposite side, and she can even tell which one is Korn and which one is Calvados. But now the crossfire cover of the two people suppressed her so much that she couldn't raise her head. In this case, it will be a matter of time before she is killed by these two people. Curacao looked at the Ferrari body. She was able to guarantee that she would exchange heads with a person on the opposite side at such a time, but she also hated that she could only kill one, and could not truly avenge Li Wenqian. Ding! The host chooses the resurrection point. Resurrection location, the opposite hillside. In the next second, Li Wenqian came alive. I have countless lives, what about you? This time, he appeared behind the Black Organization as a hunter. Facing Korn, who was lying on the hillside with his butt pouted and ready to snipe Curacao, Li Wenqian had an extra Molotov cocktail in his hand. Go you! When Li Wenqian threw the Molotov cocktail on Korn's side, the whole hillside screamed like a pig. Korn turned into a fireman and rushed down the hillside. The horrific scene frightened Calvados from another angle. What's the situation? While reporting the current situation to Jin, he used a sniper rifle to find the opponent's location. From his point of view, he always felt that it must be Curaçao's ghost just now, and he never thought that there would be an enemy behind him. Snapped. Gun 0.3 rings. Calvados didn't know to the end of his life who the man who shot behind him was bullying. Withdraw. Let's go. Jin, who was in charge of the command far outside the villa area, already knew that Korn and Calvados were gone. Jin's tone was panicked like never before. He didn't forget that Li Wenqian had a gunship in his hands. If he was really targeted, his fate might be the same as Rum's 2 days ago. The moment Li Wenqian walked down the hill, the people of Curaçao were dumbfounded. When it was confirmed that it was really Li Wenqian, Karasoping desperately ran up and put his arms around Li Wenqian's neck, crying, I thought you were dead. Regardless of whether Li Wenqian still hates her, in Curaçao's heart, Li Wenqian is really regarded as her dead brother. Chapter 96. Injured. Only then did Curaçao realize that his right shoulder had been scratched by a bullet, and half of his arm was already red with blood. It was only when the adrenaline subsided that she began to feel the pain. Wait for me here. Li Wenqian first took out 2 TNT bombs from the system space and placed them on the body of the Ferrari he was driving. Boom! In this way, the Ferrari worth 200 million yen was sent to the sky with an explosion. Li Wenqian walked into the villa, and drove out another Lamborghini Bull from the underground garage. Fortunately, this villa area has not yet started to be inhabited, otherwise he might have to raise the main villa area to the ground. Curaçao was not idle while Li Wenqian was driving. Using his still movable left hand, he wiped out all traces that might reveal their presence. This is one of the basic skills necessary for members of black organizations. Treat the wound. To Li Wenqian, such things as medicine boxes are superfluous and burdensome. Although he doesn't need it, he can't live without it. Curaçao carefully took off his shirt, exposing the wound. Dealing with injuries is also basic practice for professional killers, but being topless in front of Li Wenqian makes her restrained. Li Wenqian didn't watch it. This made Curaçao both relaxed and disappointed. I will send you to the villa in Okyo town later, and you will stay there temporarily to recuperate. Curaçao knew she couldn't be by Li Wenqian's side in this situation. Miyamoto Yumi, who would drop by at any moment, would most likely discover her injuries. Curaçao knew that Li Wenqian would not take care of her, because this man had more important things to do these 2 days. Okyo town, villa area. Li Wenqian also has a big 5-story house with a garden here. Curaçao sits on the couch. The environment here is different from what she imagined, as evidenced by all kinds of equipment, furniture, and daily necessities. The backpack that Li Wenqian left for her contained mobile phones, Japanese yen, and food bought at the halfway convenience store for the past few days. Curaçao suddenly felt that he did not seem to be abandoned by Li Wenqian. Unforgiving time is like a cold wind. In a blink of an eye, April 19th is here. After Li Wenqian got up, she received a call from Kisaki Eri. Kisaki Eri told her that the elder sister of the Mudmaid Society Kiriko Busujima would appear in the Yasukuni Shrine according to the normal schedule. Today's Yasukuni Shrine is very lively, and you can see Xiao Baga holding plaster flags everywhere. There are various activities outside the toilet, eating steamed bun competition, steamed bun making competition, etc. Li Wenqian turned around and down. According to visual estimates, there are at least tens of thousands of people who come to worship in the toilet today. Li Wenqian is worried. The area of the Yasukuni Shrine is 100,000 square meters, which is definitely not small. Ordinary people have already reached the end when they go to the worship hall or the main hall, but Li Wenqian pays more attention to the Lingzi Book Feng'an Hall, which is not allowed to enter. He didn't know what was inside this hall, but the more mysterious it was, the more determination and desire Li Wenqian wanted to blow it up. So here comes the question. On the one hand, it is Kiriko Busujima who came to pay homage to the sacred toilet, and on the other hand, it is the Hall of Feng'an, the Lingzi book. Which one should he kill first? After much deliberation, Li Wenqian decided to kill Kiriko Shima first. As the saying goes, if you can run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. If Kiriko Tuhima didn't kill her this time, she might have to wait until the year of the monkey next time, but can little Baga escape with the Yasukuni shrine in her arms? Arrived at 1 in the morning. The eldest sister of the Mud Tragedy Society, Tojima Kiriko, appeared on time at the shrine to worship the temple. This woman appeared in a different way, not only in black, but also had a few more vicious bodyguards around her than others, which made Li Wenqian notice this woman in the crowd at a glance. Seeing this woman praying in front of the war criminal, Li Wenqian's murderous intent emerged instantly. Die! Li Wenqian instantly appeared in his hand with Gatling. Chug chug! Bodyguard? For what? When the rows of bullets swept past, Kiriko Busujima and several bodyguards around her were instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh. In an instant, the whole toilet became a mess. Hitting, trampling. The little Bakas who came to pay their respects to the war criminals ran around like wild boars. Panzer. A large tank of dozens of tons was summoned from the sky by Li Wenqian, and killed at least a dozen people the moment it landed. Li Wenqian knew that there was not much time left for him. He had to cause the greatest damage in the shortest possible time, get the best system rewards, and at the same time leave the deepest impression on little Baga. Go ahead. Emission. Li Wenqian only has these two buttons in his eyes. Each shell can take away at least dozens of small Baga, and every movement of the track seems to be like a splash of pomegranate water. Mantu Festival, come to eat, come to worship. Laozi smash your dog bowl. Li Wenqian taught the most impressive lesson to the little Baga in the island country: don't gossip and join in the fun when you have nothing to do. Li Wenqian is crazy. But he hasn't lost his mind yet. Li Wenqian knows that his next goal after killing Tongzi Budeo is the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book of the Gods Toilet. According to the map, it only takes 5 minutes for him to reach the battlefield while driving a tank in this rhythm of meeting people, and killing ghosts. Li Wenqian boomed and crushed all the way. Everywhere they passed were screams like killing pigs. Digia. 790 The bandit Digia is here again. Little Baga's deepest fear was awakened at this moment. The timid ones were already so frightened that they groaned all over the ground, while the more courageous ones rolled and crawled in fright. There was also someone who smashed a steamed bun into a tank under a nervous breakdown, but was blasted to pieces by shells in the next second. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. What did you say? Megure Juzu, the person in charge of the first search section, stood up from his chair, and the hand holding the phone began to tremble obviously. How many good days has he had this time? The detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department all stood up at this time, their eyes fell on Ke Xue in unison. It can be seen that something big must happen again. The smart island police dare not think about it. Just after receiving the alarm, a tank suddenly fell from the sky at the Yasukuni shrine, and it is being driven and fired inside the shrine. The atmosphere of the entire Metropolitan Police Department froze instantly. What does it mean for someone to drive a tank to massacre at the Yasukuni shrine? Every shell may cause dozens or even hundreds of casualties, and the names of their island nations are being killed like pigs. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up! Ke Xue's scalp tingled. That's a tank. Just relying on the few guns in their hands, can they shake people by the slightest bit? Chapter 97. Li Wenqian pushed all the way. After firing the first shot from the worship hall, you will turn to visit the temple, Shenmen, and the main hall. Naturally, the Zhongzheng shrine cannot survive the disaster. Walking all the way, killing all the way, the eyes are on the horse without blinking. I saw that I came to Feng'an Hall of Lingzi Book. For Li Wenqian, this place is the most mysterious place of the Divine Toilet, because he has never entered it, and it is said that only a very small number of people in the entire island country can enter it. At this moment, the 4+ helicopters in the sky arrived. Li Wenqian guessed that the importance of the sacred toilet to the island nation caused the special security team to come faster than before. On the plane, Ichiro Yamamoto looked at the messy Yasukuni shrine below, at the rivers of blood below, at the corpses soaked in blood. Shocking! Even Ichiro Yamamoto, who had dealt with many terrorist crimes, felt his stomach churning at this moment. Horrible! The bandit Tiga has evolved again. This is a big devil who kills without blinking an eye. Accelerate! Stop him! Be sure to kill Dijia before he enters the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book. For Ichiro Yamamoto, the Lingzi Book Feng'an Hall is his job. For the Special Security Forces, the Ling Seal Book Feng'an Hall is their last fig leaf, and for the island people, the Lingzi Book Feng'an Hall is their last spiritual pillar. The Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book must not be toppled. Ichiro Yamamoto seemed to have some inexplicable confidence in facing Tiga again. The reason is that the T-34-85 medium tank driven by the gangster Tiga has no air-to-air capability and can only be beaten by armed helicopters. Report to Captain. There was a large mass of injured people surrounding the target. Here comes the problem. The bandit Tiga is now under the firepower of the armed helicopter. If rockets are fired at this time, it will definitely be able to destroy the T-34-85 medium tank, thereby keeping the T-34-85 medium tank in front. But doing so also means that the people of the island country will be buried with the bandit Tiga. Call Special Attack Team. Immediately evacuate the injured group, you only have 2 minutes. Ichiro Yamamoto ordered immediately. The injured group cannot be killed, and the bandit tank must be blown up. When the special attack team landed from the armed helicopter, the machine guns equipped on the T-34-85 medium tank had already begun to fire wildly. In an instant, 3 special attack team members were killed in the hail of bullets, and the others were suppressed and unable to lift their heads. Report to the captain, we can't make it through. Not to mention giving them 2 minutes, what about 20 minutes of horse riding? They are almost beaten like dogs now hiding behind the bunker. Ichiro Yamamoto looked at the big tank that was approaching the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book, and his whole body was like an ant on a hot pot. Extremely tormented. It is definitely too late to ask the superiors for instructions now. At this time, Nakamori Ginzu's incompetent roar came from the intercom. Captain Yamamoto, what are you doing? The tank is about to enter the Hall of Feng'an, the Book of Lingzi. Do you know what the Hall of Feng'an, the Book of Lingzi, means to our island nation? That is the belief of many people and the spiritual pillar of many people. Nakamori Ginzu's words made Ichiro Yamamoto make up his mind. Number 1 aircraft, number 2 aircraft, rocket preparation. Anti-terrorism only needs a list. The mission received by the special security team this time is to kill the bandit Dijia and keep the Lingzi Book Feng'an Temple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a 7-star good citizen. Li Wenqian is very clear in his heart. He is now just a step away from becoming an 8-star good citizen of the island country. He must not die. Li Wenqian has never shown such a strong desire to survive since he came to Ke Xue world, because after his death, his final achievement this time will be fixed as a 7-star good citizen, and that will be his lifelong regret. Li Wenqian observed that the 2 armed helicopters diagonally above seemed to be about to move. What do they want to do? Shoot at our old Li? He also learned something during the few days when he brought Curacao by his side. Li Wenqian instantly realized the danger. 2 villains suddenly appeared in Li Wenqian's head. The first villain said, "It is not yet possible to give away the head." The second villain said, "You have a bounty on your body, and you have nothing to send. Travelin style, cars can fly." Li Wenqian tried this command when he had nothing to do. He is not the same as another car that can fly when it reaches a certain speed. With the modification of the system, it can fly in situ. It is the same reason as the gunship on the horse. In an instant, the large tank driven by Li Wenqian was at the same height as the armed helicopter of the guard. "Come on, let's have a blast." It happened suddenly. Ichiro Yamamoto and the special security team he led never thought that the tank could be suspended straight up and down. The command to launch was delayed in Ichiro Yamamoto's mouth. Emission? Where to shoot? An armed helicopter appeared directly under the muzzle of the tank because it had no time to react. Boom! One shot into the soul. The plane was blown to pieces in mid-air, and little Baga was not even given any chance to be rescued. The powerful recoil force sent the tank back dozens of meters, and it came to the wall of Feng'an Hall of Lingzi Book. Swap the air-to-air missile. Ichiro Yamamoto never thought that air-to-air missiles could be used against tanks. He was even more fortunate that the armed helicopter they were driving was equipped with air-to-air missiles, otherwise he could only watch the gangster Tiga wreaking havoc in the air. Cancel. Another feature of the system. The entered command can be undone, which is not possible in the game Grand Theft Auto. If you have a weapon in the game, you have it, and there is no return. Order cancelled. The tank driven by Li Wenqian instantly turned into a huge destructive iron tower and fell from the sky, smashing the plaque of the Lingzi Book Feng'an Hall in an instant. Li Wenqian's head was dizzy at this moment, as if someone had knocked countless times with a big hammer. This feeling is worse than death. Li Wenqian knew it was time. He took out all the TNT bombs he could get, and filled the interior space of the entire tank. Li Wenqian felt that he was redundant at this time, and it became so difficult even for him to press the detonation button. He's going to use that trick again. Using himself as the lead, he blows up the entire toilet, and lets the excrement in the god splash to every corner of Tokyo. Damn it! Ichiro Yamamoto watched the tank hit the ground, and the air-to-air missile was useless at this moment. The special security team has been dragged numb. Rockets are ready, launch directly. Yamamoto Ichiro will not give the gangster Tiga any more chances. 4 helicopters can't cure you? The moment the rocket hit the tank, the whole toilet exploded. Chapter 98. Li Wenqian stuffed as many as 800 compressed TNT bombs in the belly of the tank without 1,000. So what if the tank is a few hundred meters away from the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book? Hundreds of TNT bombs detonated simultaneously. This is equivalent to blowing up the toilet with tens of tons of grenade. Xiao Baga, who was in dire straits, watched helplessly as the powerful destructive force created by the explosion tore apart the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book. Teetering, teetering, teetering in the heat. A few thousand meters away, a few little Baga wearing plaster flags even subconsciously wanted to reach out to hold it. However, in the next second, the Hall of Feng'an, the Lingzi Book, collapsed and was damaged before the eyes of the Icelanders. Ah! Little Baga knelt down and wept bitterly. The base exploded, and their mentality also collapsed. It was a good steamed bun festival, and all kinds of big steamed buns were already stained with blood, which made the little Baga present have no appetite at all. Li Wenqian stood on the periphery. Everything that could be crushed was destroyed, and all that could not be crushed was blown up by him. What was left here was only ruins and the fear engraved in the hearts of the Icelanders. First of all, Li Wenqian would like to make one point: Lingzi Book Feng'an Temple cannot be regarded as his bombing. Because 203 had too many TNT bombs on the horse, he couldn't press the detonation button in the end. It was Ichiro Yamamoto who sent him a rocket at a critical moment. In the eyes of the Icelanders, it was Ichiro Yamamoto who also used rockets to destroy the Feng'an Hall of the Lingzi Book, destroying the spiritual pillar of the Icelanders. It is reasonable to say that Ichiro Yamamoto did not run away with seppuku this time, but he no longer needs it. The terrifying explosion left no living creatures within a radius of several hundred meters, not even a complete corpse. The entire Yamamoto team is destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of an 8-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 8-star good citizen badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced fighting skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate fighting skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 TNT bombs. Ding! Because the host is happy to get a 360-degree all-round view of the tank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 9-star Good Citizen achievement. 8-star Good Citizen. Li Wenqian is very satisfied with this action. He only spent one life in exchange for so many rewards. The most important Kiriko Busujima is dead. The 3 words "Ni Mihawei" are now probably only miserable. Ah! The ghosts and wolves howled outside the ruins of the Yasukuni shrine, some because they were bombed, some because they were run over, and some because they watched their spiritual pillars collapse. The entire island nation seemed to have never been so lively. Yumi, you go over there and evacuate the crowd. If they can walk, let them leave as soon as possible, and if they are injured, arrange them to go to the nearest hospital. As for the dead, it is estimated that we can only use tools to pick it up into the barrel bit by bit later. The criminal police of the first search section had already started the security work at this time. It's too awful. The living are now extremely sad, and the dead are already bloody. Oops! Li Wenqian saw Miyamoto Yumi walking towards him at this moment. In this case, Li Wenqian absolutely does not want to be asked about this woman Miyamoto Yumi. Li Wenqian knows very well in his heart that one more person who knows that he is here is more dangerous. Even Miyamoto Yumi, who has always been gentle, is a potential hidden danger. At this time, Li Wenqian noticed a big motorcycle parked on the side of the road, and it happened that the key was still inserted on it. Li Wenqian seems to be more convenient than riding his own, and the distance between him and Miyamoto Yumi is getting farther and farther in the rear-view mirror. On the way, Li Wenqian met an acquaintance. Little beauty, it's you, do you remember me, Kyek? A Nakamori Ayako who looks like Ran Mori. Hey, it's you. I haven't had time to thank you for what happened to my dad last time. After returning from the tavern that night, Nakamori Kingza was still thinking, so Li Wenqian left a deep impression on her. How will you be here? Li Wenqian didn't think Nakamori Kingza was the kind of person who liked to visit the toilet. I came with friends. Today, the Yasukuni Shrine Steamed Bun Festival, the students said it would be very lively here, so they came together. Really lively. The fight was so intense that she was almost scared to pee. Where's your friend? Nakamori Ayako shook her head blankly. God knows. At the moment of the gunshot, everyone ran away like wild boars. She was lucky. Not affected by stray bullets, not spread by explosions. Get in the car, I'll take you out. Nakamori Kingza hesitated and sat on Li Wenqian's big motorcycle. She just wanted to get out of this terrible place. Not long after Li Wenqian took Nakamori Kingzi out, he saw Nakamori Ginzu who was checking at the intersection. What is your name? Where did it come from? What are you doing here today? Even the dogs coming from the Yasukuni shrine will be investigated by Nakamori Ginzu. In the eyes of this conscientious man, he never believed that the gangster Tiga would die, just like he had insisted countless times before. Dad! Kingzi, why are you here? Are you not injured? Nakamori Ginzu looked up and down, checked her daughter carefully before she was relieved, and finally her unkind eyes fell on Li Wenqian. Who are you? Where did it come from? Where are you going? What do you do? Take out your ID card. Nakamori Ginzu's first impression of Li Wenqian, not a nice guy. Dad, this is my friend. They sent you to a taxi in the bar last time. Nakamori Ginzu scratched his head, is there such a thing as stepping on a horse? Okay, we're leaving. Be careful, you must pay attention to safety. Nakamori Ginzu grabbed her daughter's arm and whispered in her ear, be careful, don't let this kid soak you up. Dad, what are you talking about? She just wanted to get out of this horrible place quickly, and if Li Wenqian wasn't a good person, she wouldn't get on this big motorcycle either. Li Wenqian said that good people are rewarded with good things. He helped Nakamori Ayako, and Jamora's reward was to let him pass the roadblock without inspection. Chapter 99. The next day. The news about the bombing of the Yasukuni shrine shrouded the entire island country, and even went international. Shame. This is another big shame in the small land since Little Boy and Fat Man, which shocked the entire island country. Whether it's Kanto, Kansai, the little Baga from every city came to the Yasukuni shrine with grief, wanting to see to what extent their shrine has been persecuted. I was very sad before watching it, and even more sad after watching it, crying ghosts and howling wolves. Gone. All gone. There is not even a single decent brick in the entire shrine, and there is almost nothing about the original appearance of the Yasukuni shrine except for the coagulated blood and the pieces of meat stuck to the ground. Li Wenqian opened the newspaper. The headlines on the front pages of major newspapers are all about the keywords of Yasukuni shrine and bandit Tiga. The word Tiga has once again become the deepest fear in the minds of the Icelanders, leaving a wound that can no longer be healed. The Tokyo Daily reported that about 3,000 Icelanders died in the Yasukuni shrine this time. Nonsense. Others may not know about this, but can they deceive Li Wenqian? So Li Wenqian specially set up a foreign media newspaper. Rice Media claimed that as many as 8,000 people died in the bombing of the Yasukuni shrine. This number makes Li Wenqian feel very reasonable. Sure enough, Ke Xue people would not help a foolish son cover up the truth. Not only that, Mi Media also accused the stupid son of Daokuo in the newspaper. It's not that the flying tank is not the bandit Tiga of your island country, what else do you have to say now that you are riding a horse? In addition to the news that can be seen on paper, Li Wenqian also got a very important piece of information from Miyamoto Yumi. Little Baga is in a hurry. The bombing of the Yasukuni shrine shattered the defenses of the entire island country. Now the Metropolitan Police Department of the island country, the Public Security of the island country, the Special Police Force, the Self-Defense Force, a number of law enforcement agencies have temporarily set up a task force. The purpose is self-evident. It is to completely eradicate the gangster Tiga who disturbed the order of the island country. You don't know. Now our Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has been surrounded 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Now I don't dare to look up when I go out to eat. Why? These people are clamoring for us to catch the gangster Digya quickly and restore peace to Tokyo. I originally thought that the incident of the gangster Tiga had passed. Good guy. Who would have thought that the gangster Tiga would make such a big move after being silent for a long time? The self-defense forces that just left are now back in Tokyo, and the whole city has returned to the high tension of military control. Then what are you guys doing at the Metropolitan Police Department? Li Wenqian asked. I'm not very clear about the current situation of the first search section, because Sato Wako was called away by his superiors, and I guess he is going to join the Anti-Tiga Special Operations Team. Our traffic police department is still the same as before, cooperating with the self-defense forces to restore the city's law and order as soon as possible and sort out the traffic. So I'm going to be very busy during this time, so I can't spend time with you. I won't talk to you first, the leader has come over. What followed was a blind beep on the phone. Anti-Tiga Special Operations Team. Li Wenqian thought to himself, should I restrain myself a bit next? But recently he really plans to blow up Tokyo, because his focus is black organizations. This time, it is also good to get rid of Poison Island Kiriko and blow up the toilet. Miserable meeting. The news that the eldest sister Data Deo Tongza was beaten into a meat paste caused an uproar in the underworld of the entire island country. Anyone who understands knows what's going on. Revenge from the bandit Tiga. The entire Mud Kanghui has now been targeted by this gangster. Centipede, dead but not stiff. The eldest sister, Kiriko Busujima, died, but the whole Mud Aoi was still there. The Mud Society immediately launched a counterattack, offering a reward of hundreds of billions of hidden flowers on the underworld for the head of the gangster Digia. The original high amount of 100 billion doubled in an instant and became 200 billion. Hundreds of millions need one head, which has never happened in the entire history of the island country. But, still no answer. Smart killers know that earning money and spending money are two different things. Unintelligent killers want to fight the gangster Digia head-on, but can you tell them who Digia is? In the entire island country, except for a few who came out of the black organization, almost no one knew the identity of the gangster Tiga. The 200 billion that is at the top of the dark flower list hangs high, but it can only be seen but not taken. A hotel in Tokyo. Since the gangster Tiga bombed the Kennedy Space Center in Florida last time, the FBI of the United States has quietly sneaked into the island country. Asked for flowers. And launched investigations again and again against the gangster Tiga. Inside the room, the key members of James, Ke Xue, Judy, and Cameron are all there. It has been found out that the one who bombed the Yasukuni Shrine this time is the most vicious bandit in Tokyo, Digia. It can be seen from the criminal method and weaponry that it is the same person who bombed the Kennedy Space Center. Although there is no direct evidence yet, things are already very obvious. Terrible. If the gangster Tiga blows up the Kennedy Space Center, it only caused a short-term stagnation in the aerospace industry of the United States. 0. Then the explosion of the Yasukuni Shrine was a permanent spiritual devastation for the Icelanders. This time the island country's will to kill has been extremely obvious. Is there any more specific news about the gangster Tiga? For example, his identity. Judy said, not for the time being, the gangster Tiga didn't even show up in this operation, but it is certain that he ran away as before. To the outside world, the escape method of the gangster Tiga has always been a mystery. But now no one would believe that this gangster would die at the scene of the crime, unless he really saw his body. However, judging from the previous explosions at the wharf and the auto repair factory and the information provided by Shuaki, it can be confirmed that the gangster Digia is not only a social revenge against the island country, but also has friction with criminal gangs such as black organizations. A black organization. Ke Xue, who had been silent beside him, sneered. When the black organization was mentioned, some bad memories emerged in his head. If he is still in the organization, he may be able to learn the true identity of the bandit D. But at the moment. Besides, it doesn't make any sense anymore. How on earth did this gangster Tiga get the tank into the sky? Cameron's words caused the whole room to fall into silence. Even if Newton is still alive, I am afraid there is nothing he can do about this problem. Everyone cheer up during this time, we must dig out the gangster Digia who is hiding in the dark. Commander James had some encouraging words to say. Chapter 100. Early in the morning. Suzuki Sanako came to the villa and opened the door with the key Li Wenqian gave her. Wenqian-jun. Suzuki Sanako opened the door carefully, and instantly captured the key information in Li Wenqian's room. Li Wenqian is still sleeping. That nasty silver-haired woman wasn't in bed. Wenqian-jun, wake up quickly, the sun is going to dry your a. Li Wenqian woke up early. As a real gangster, how could he not be vigilant when someone entered the villa? Sanako. Li Wenqian's eyes suddenly lit up. Today's Suzuki Sanako is a little different from the past. Red sleeveless with casual shorts, short ear-length hair sleeping on the left and right sides of the cheeks. Whether it's clothing or makeup, they are deeply in the habit of Li 743 Wenqian. It can be said that today's Suzuki Sanako grows on Li Wenqian's GT. What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful? Suzuki Sanako gritted his teeth and begged for compliments. Women are the ones who please themselves. Today she dressed up specially for Li Wenqian, and it took more than half an hour. Just to compare the damn it silver-haired girl. Nice. Aren't you going to class today? Li Wenqian knew that Suzuki Sanako must have something important to come to him suddenly at this time, otherwise it would be unreasonable. It's still in class, the Yasukuni shrine was bombed, and now the entire island country is in mourning, and our Jidan High School will go to the shrine to mourn tomorrow. The bombing of the shrine was a heavy blow to the entire island nation. But Li Wenqian didn't see that Suzuki Sanako was in grief, and seemed to be happy because he was on vacation. You have nothing to do today. Suzuki Sanako smiled with narrowed eyes. What the hell is going on? I'm holding a family dinner at my house today, and I invite you to join me, you can't refuse. The last time Li Wenqian attended a dinner held by the Suzuki Foundation and left without saying goodbye, which made Suzuki Sanako very upset. If she doesn't make up for it, her love will be flawed. Okay, I will definitely go to participate. Li Wenqian read Suzuki Sanako's inner thoughts at a glance. Come to him early in the morning, not the time to invite someone to a dinner party. It's nothing more than wanting to go shopping with him. Li Wenqian, don't panic. Definitely clean up the woman who provoked his sexual interest first. Hey! Suzuki Sanako was pressed on the bed, and her heartbeat has accelerated accordingly. In the next second, Suzuki Sanako bit his lips tightly. Up to the stomach. Half an hour later, the two died down. Wenqian-jun, where is that silver-haired woman? The main reason why Suzuki Sanako came to the villa early this morning is to give Kuroso a blow. Unfortunately, she did not see that woman. She doesn't live here. Li Wenqian is right to put Kuroso in other villas, otherwise there is no way to explain the gunshot wound on Kuroso's shoulder. That's it. Suzuki Sanako smiled. She thought Li Wenqian had already slept with that silver-haired woman. 7 times a day. Going shopping or something is more interesting than having an in-depth conversation in bed. Suzuki Villa. Sister, I'm back. Suzuki Sanako walked over and gently pinched Suzuki Ayako's elastic face. Facts have proved that women can't hide their happiness after they are full. Sanako, you are so naughty. Suzuki Ayako still couldn't open her eyes, as if she couldn't wake up. Slightly. Suzuki Sanako made a grimace and took Li Wenqian into the family's luxury villa. The villa of the Suzuki family is very luxurious. Covering an area of several thousand square meters, there are not only gardens, but also manors for riding horses. According to Suzuki Sanako, this is the villa with the deepest family heritage. In fact, with his current financial resources, there is no problem at all in wanting to acquire such a mansion. Li Wenqian knew very well that he couldn't be so high profile at the moment, at least not now. Damn, it's Bandit Tiga. When Li Wenqian entered the villa, he heard Suzuki Jiriji was sitting on the European sofa scolding him. How did Laozi offend you? Damn it! Suzuki Jiriji is holding a newspaper, the character is so gloomy that dripping water. Suzuki Sanako told him that this old guy was crying for his father and mother because he was robbed of the headlines by the gangster Tiga. Suzuki Jiragi is a man who is used to the hot search. This time he even spent a lot of money to take pictures of the Blue Miracle in order to have a real man's battle with Kaito Kid on the hot search. As a result, not to mention the hot search, he was not even listed in the entire newspaper. Now the whole island country is most concerned about the bandit Tiga and the Yasukuni shrine. No one in Tokyo cares about the rivalry between Suzuki and Kaito Kid. At this time, Tomoko Suzuki walked over wearing a purple hip-wrap skirt and high heels of the same color. "Where did you get in the car? Why didn't I see you at the Suzuki Foundation dinner?" Suzuki's face was as cold as ice. But Li Wenqian knew that this woman had a fiery heart beneath her cold exterior. "Mom, today is a family feast." Wenqian-jun came that day, but left early because of some urgent business. Suzuki Sanako is, of course, the man she can't stop defending. Blame the silver-haired girl. Otherwise, Li Wenqian would have met a lot of successful people in the island country that day. After Suzuki Sanako took Li Wenqian to his room, he explained his mother's good intentions. "In fact, I just wanted to arrange a few opportunities for Li Wenqian to make money in the business circle, but Li Wenqian left early on the day of 0.4. Tomoko Suzuki is still a little bit satisfied with Li Wenqian, his future son-in-law. Dinner party. Li Wenqian didn't plan to drink at first. He wanted to learn from Kuriso to be a person with a clear mind all the time. But Tomoko Suzuki, a sexy woman, sat across from her and kept toasting. Being looked down upon by a woman is really not Li Wenqian's style. Drink. After drinking 3 rounds, the food is tasteless. Tomoko Suzuki called Li Wenqian to a separate room on the top floor. The two originally planned to chat about the business circle, but when the door closed with a bang, their adrenaline soared. Li Wenqian pushed Suzuki Tomoko on the bed, and the hip skirt and purple high heels were thrown far away. Chapter 101. It was already the second day when Li Wenqian sobered up. He was lying on the bed, looking at Tomoko Suzuki who was still sleeping soundly because of exhaustion. The whole person had fallen into deep self-doubt. He f'd Suzuki Tomoko last night? Seems like it. In his head, there is a residual memory picture of Suzuki Tomoko's trembling body. Damn it! Alcohol is really not a good thing. Li Wenqian looked at Tomoko Suzuki lying next to him, feeling very annoyed. Alcohol paralyzes him so that he has not enjoyed the wonder of the first time with Suzuki Tomoko before dawn. Not at all profound. Li Wenqian secretly warned himself, drinking in the future is like a dog. At this time, Suzuki Tomoko will do. Lifting the quill to look at the naked Li Wenqian, and then at himself, he already knew what happened. Suzuki turned over and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, making it impossible to figure out what this woman was thinking about behind her. 2 minutes later, Suzuki Tomoko took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the drawer, lit a late afterthought cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a puff of smoke. What happened last night is as if nothing happened. 29. After all, Tomoko Suzuki is a woman who has seen big storms. Even if this kind of thing happens, she is still calm, at least it looks like this on the surface. She chooses to leave it alone. What happened yesterday is over, she is still the wife of the Suzuki Foundation, and Li Wenqian is still the boyfriend of Suzuki Sanako. Follow me, Suzuki Shiro, that old guy is too old. What did you say? Tomoko Suzuki was startled, he never expected that Li Wenqian would say such a thing. Good guy. Is this a plan to take all their mother and daughter? Didn't you say that if I have a worth of 300 billion yen before the age of 25, let me choose one of your 2 daughters? My current worth is far more than 300 billion yen, I choose you. Tomoko Suzuki was surprised not only by Li Wenqian's appetite, but also by Li Wenqian's worth. Over 300 billion? She could tell that Li Wenqian didn't seem to be lying, but she, a strong businesswoman, couldn't figure out how Li Wenqian's worth was raised. What an international joke. Forget about the things between us from now on, absolutely not speak out, especially Sonoko. Tomoko Suzuki doesn't want to compete with his own daughter for the same woman. So embarrassing. Put on your own clothes and leave right now. Speaking effort, Suzuki Tomoko had already put on her hip skirt and high heels, and closed the door with a bang. Li Wenqian is right. Suzuki Shiro is already too old, and the cumbersome affairs of the consortium have made the two of them already separated. Mom, where have you been? We've been looking for you all night. Suzuki Sonoko was about to cry. Not only her mother, but also Li Wenqian disappeared together. She thought her mother and boyfriend had been kidnapped. Miss Suzuki, are you all right? Satsumi Wako from the first search section came over and asked with concern. This morning, after the search section received a report from the Suzuki Consortium, it was easy to find, but they almost turned upside down and found no traces of being kidnapped. I took Li Wenqian to meet with some business friends last night. I was in a hurry last night and didn't have time to inform you. At this time, Li Wenqian, who was already dressed, happened to walk over. Confirmed Suzuki Tomoko's statement. Yes. They talked about a big project worth hundreds of millions last night. Still a great house. Last night they were in a room in the back where the Suzuki family couldn't find them after a night of shelling. Really, next time you go out, why not say hello to us in advance? Suzuki Sonoko complained. The two most important people disappeared at the same time. She was almost scared to pee last night. Okay? I'm tired, go back and rest. Suzuki Tomoko is well aware of the truth of this sentence, and if you say more lies, you will not be able to justify yourself. Especially seeing Li Wenqian by her side, she can always think of those intermittent fragments in her head. Wenqian-jun, let me see you off. Suzuki Sonoko is very happy that Li Wenqian and Suzuki Tomoko have returned safely. Suzuki Sonoko became happier when she thought that she had asked for leave and did not have to attend the Yasukuni Shrine event held by Taidon High School today. She didn't like this kind of boring activity in the first place. Let the sentimental Xiao Ran bear this kind of grief silently instead of her. Suzuki Sonoko was supposed to be delivered to the door, but sat in the co-pilot seat of Li Wenqian's Ferrari in a daze. Just highlight a nature. On the way, Li Wenqian was racking his brains to recall the picture of him and Suzuki Tomoko. It's such a tantalizing feeling to just FK Sonoko's mother in such a daze without much memory. It was like eating a tomahawk steak without any taste. Say it's delicious. It's delicious. But if you want to ask him what it smells like, I really don't know. This is very annoying. Suzuki Sonoko, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was bored in the silent atmosphere and tried hard to find a topic for the two of them. Recently, an English teacher came to our Daiden High School, dressed in coquettish 327, very annoying. English teacher? What's your name? Li Wenqian's first reaction was, my name is Jody, and she's a woman from the United States. Western women are really open. The coquettish dress ignited the whole classroom, those male students' eyes were like fire, and their studies had never been so active. Jody. It really was her. The first thing Li Wenqian thought of just now was Jody. Now he remembered what Miyamoto Yumi had said to him before, that the FBI had indeed come to the island country. The purpose of the FBI coming to the island country this time is self-evident. It's for him. Why, do you know each other? Li Wenqian shook his head, of course not, how could I know foreign women? Scare me. Suzuki Sonoko also thought that Li Wenqian had some inseparable relationship with this foreign woman. When did this teacher Jody come? Just a few days ago. Do you know where she lives? How would I know? You don't have any ideas, she is very ugly. Li Wenqian judged that the FBI should have just arrived not long ago. In the future, he needs to be more cautious in his actions, and now he has a brand new enemy besides the Black Organization. Chapter 102. The bombing of the Yasukuni Shrine not only shocked the entire island country, but even the emperor couldn't sit still. The name of the bandit Tiga resounds throughout the island country. The entire Tokyo fell again and became a military-controlled city protected by the self-defense forces. Not only that, police officers and self-defense squads investigating identity documents can now be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. The island country's police and military launched a counterattack, and it was bound to find out and destroy the anti-social gangster Ke Xue. This morning, a call from Miyamoto Yumi. Mr. Wenqian, you were not there when the Yasukuni Shrine was bombed, were you? Li Wenqian's heart seemed to miss a beat. No, what's wrong? It's fine if you don't. Now the police are checking the people who were present that day one by one. What I want is that if you are also at the scene, please come to the Metropolitan Police Department to fill out a profile, and I can open the back door for you. To line up. Miyamoto Yumi's words made Li Wenqian instantly alert. Investigate one by one? Absolutely not that simple. The police in the island country are definitely planning to check the Yasukuni Shrine, temples and Ferris wheel, Tokyo Tower, and all the participants on the Sally Beth one by one, and then take the intersection of them. The workload is heavy, but it is also a way to find out the gangster Tiga. From Miyamoto Yumi's mouth, it is not difficult to hear that other places seem to have been investigated by the police in the island country before, but the 10 small traffic policemen in Shivankume didn't know about it. Things suddenly went wrong. On the Sally Beth, he used a false identity as a low-level crew member, so there is no need to worry about this. Tokyo Tower actually left his footprints. Although Belmode erased the footprints of the tempos and Ferris wheel for him, he not only met Kisaki Eri, mother and daughter, but also met Megure Juzu and the police officer from the first search section when he went there for the first time. Plus the Nakamori Ginzu who he met at Yasukuni. Even without the evidence from the Sally Beth, the intersection of the other 3 locations would have brought him to the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department. Since the Yasukuni Shrine was bombed, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has not only had rookie police officers like Megure Juzu, but many excellent detectives from all over the country. Mr. Wenqian? Why are you silent, Mr. Wenqian? Yumi, I have something to do here and I need to go out for a while, we can talk again when I have time. Li Wenqian put on a coat and went out. Although Li Wenqian is not afraid of being exposed, he also does not want Tokyo's troubles to find him so soon. The identity exploded, and it was very difficult to think about doing other things next. Jonggushan High School, the school gate. 6 p.m. It's time for high school students to leave school. The female students of Jonggushan High School came out of the school one by one wearing sailor suits, their faces and bodies were full of youthful breath. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your Kaito Kid story. Nakamori Ayako hates Kaito Kid, the damn it thief who made her father embarrass herself again and again at the Metropolitan Police Department. Now, of course, she hates someone else, the gangster Tiga. This damn it gangster is more annoying than Kaito Kid, not only made her father embarrassing, but even almost killed her father at the Yasukuni Shrine. Kingzi, please don't be so arbitrary. Actually Kaito Kid. Nakamori Ayako covered her ears. If you don't listen, BD Chan Sutras. Kaito Kuraba, if you talk about Kaito Kid again in front of me, neither of us will talk anymore. At this moment, a car whistle caught Nakamori Ayako's eyes. Only then did Ayako Nakamori realize that the eyes of the surrounding students were all focused on a red Ferrari LaFerrari. Nakamori Ayako's eyes lit up instantly. Such an expensive and beautiful car is rare even in Tokyo. Kingzi. Li Wenqian in the car rolled down the window and waved to Nakamori. Kingzi. It's you. Nakamori Ayako didn't know what to say anymore. Lying in a big slot. Are you so rich? When I met Li Wenqian twice before, I thought she was an ordinary person like her, but now it seems that she offended. Get in the car, now you go to eat. The eyes of Akota High School students looked at Nakamori Ayako behind him. Nakamori Ayako, shit, they are even more shit. The lovely student Kingzi was flopped by the rich second generation? It is understandable if you think about it carefully. Nakamori Ayako's looks are capable of carrying and fighting in the entire Akota High School, and it seems that only Koizumi Hunko can wrestle with her. It is normal to be seen by the rich second generation. Is this yours? Nakamori Ayako still couldn't believe it. Li Wenqian opened the car door and said with a smile, "Come on." Kingzi, do you know him? Just. Li Wenqian didn't even give Kaito Kid a chance to speak. When Li Wenqian saw Kuaido in black, she thought of the thing about kid fans trying to get her popularity some time ago. What grade? Dare to put it together with him? You, just send me to the front and put me down. Nakamori Kingzi is not a money worshipper, she never even thought of spending Li Wenqian a penny in her head. I just want to experience the feeling of a top luxury car, and at the same time I want to show off in front of my classmates, so that I can brag about it when I go back. Of course, the most important premise is that she thinks Li Wenqian is a top-notch person. Hey, where are you taking me? Of course I'm going to take you to dinner, we made an appointment. It's too troublesome, I'd better go home. I must have made a reservation, it's in the Western restaurant in front. The kindness is hard to come by, Nakamori Ayako chose to bear it silently. I haven't had time to thank you for sending me home last time. In fact, this meal should be invited by her. But Nakamori Ayako touched his deflated wallet, and he really didn't dare to say these words. I don't care, it's what I should do. I should also thank you, otherwise how could the two of us walk out of that bloody place so quickly? This is true. If there is no relationship with Nakamori Ayako, he must be kept by Nakamori Ginza to do a detailed investigation. If so, the information about Li Wenqian at the scene of the Yasukuni Shrine crime is now on the desk of the Metropolitan Police Department. Eating, shopping, watching movies. After a whole set of pick-up procedures, Ayako Nakamori, by Li, has sunk into this young age. She seems to be in romantic love and can't help herself. Kingzi, let's stay here tonight. Li Wenqian has already reserved a room in a nearby hotel, and tonight he will put a stencil on their love, leaving his white mark of Li Wenqian on the softest part of Nakamori Kingzi. Wenqian-jun, I'm going home. Overnight. At this moment, Nakamori Ayako was pulled out of the vortex of love. Everything else is fine, but she can't accept taking off her clothes and sleeping together. She is still a high school student. FANNYMAGNET. From the very beginning, he could actually skip eating, shopping, and watching movies. But Li Wenqian didn't do that. Life needs a sense of ritual. If it is not for enjoying this more wonderful process, then just shoot directly and it will be over. Chapter 103. Hey, Mom, I'm staying at a classmate's house for the night today. Oh, what's the matter? I'm already a big kid. That's it, I'll hang up first. Hey. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Nakamori Kingzi called home, and she and Li Wenqian had already called twice. Wearing clothes, standing on the balcony. It can be said that all the confidence that can be used to call home has been used. Nakamori Ayako returned to the room and lay on the bed. She just gave Li Wenqian the first time, it was like a dream. Nakamori Kingzi couldn't figure out whether she was willing or not. She had a good impression of Li Wenqian in her heart, but she felt that the development speed of making the relationship -18 centimeters after meeting for the third time was too fast. The speed is scary, and the speed makes her unbearable. But she catered willingly, as if she had already prepared for it. Kingzi, you are such a little rascal. Ayako Nakamori, who was in sage mode, began to blame herself in her heart. Kingzi, come. Li Wenqian put his arms around this little beauty who had just received his command. Although Nakamori Ayako and Ran Mori have more than 95% similarities in appearance, the core of these two people is completely different. If Xiao Ran is compared to a ripe apple, then Nakamori Kingzi is a peach with a slightly hard taste. Sentimental, but juicy. I am afraid that only he, Li Wenqian, can experience the different feeling of 460. Let me tell you something, don't tell anyone about our meeting at the Yasukuni shrine that day. Li Wenqian can actually kill Nakamori Kingzi and Nakamori Ginzu together, so no one will know that he was at the scene of the bombing of the Yasukuni shrine. But there's another reason why he can't do it. This is the first time that Li Wenqian has sold his appearance to achieve his own goals, not only playing with Nakamori Ayako's body but also this girl's feelings. Li Wenqian secretly decided that as long as this woman is obedient, he will love her even harder in the future. Ah? What's the matter? Nakamori Kingza looked up at Li Wenqian, seeing that there was no answer, he said to himself, got it. In fact, she didn't want to mention what happened that day. Li Wenqian believed in Nakamori Ayako's promise. It is impossible for a gentle and somewhat introverted girl to go out and show off that she once had a room with a man not even mentioning his name Li Wenqian in front of everyone. This night, Li Wenqian made Nakamori Kingza feel what Gemakairo is. 5 hours of sweating made Nakamori Ayako's plump and moist lips chapped. Early the next morning, Kyeb, Li Wenqian threw Nakamori Ayako at the gate of Iguta High School. Kingzi, I'll pick you up at night. Nakamori Ayako's delicate body twitched violently subconsciously. Come tonight. Kingzi, who is that rich handsome guy? It can't be the boyfriend you just made. You guy has a boyfriend and you didn't even tell us, don't you think it's very low-key? Are you afraid that we will steal your boyfriend? Yesterday after school, Nakamori Ayako got into a Ferrari, which caused quite a stir in the entire Ikota campus circle. For a while, everyone speculated about the relationship between Nakamori Ayako and Ferrari man. The most reliable and the most popular, Nakamori Ayako is dating a Ferrari man. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just a distant cousin. Nakamori Ayako originally wanted to talk about the friends she just made, but after thinking about it, she thought it was not enough. Speaking of friends, they will definitely continue to guess that it is her boyfriend. Speaking of cousin, this group of guys can't guess that she went to a hotel for incest. Nakamori Ayako didn't continue to talk nonsense with these people, and started to catch up on sleep after returning to her place in Class B of the 2nd grade. Staying up late is a very tiring thing in itself, and staying up late to practice almost killed her. Li Wenqian, I beg you not to come to me after school today. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Wenqian's red Ferrari LaFerrari stopped at the gate of Jianggyushan High School on time. Kingzi, your cousin is here again. Go quickly. Goodbye, Kingzi. See you at school tomorrow. Nakamori Ayako originally didn't want to get in the car, but my classmates said so. If she didn't get in the car, wouldn't she have completely exposed the fact that Ferrari was her cousin at school this morning? I want to go home. Nakamori King's attitude is very firm. Let her go. Romantic love should not be interpreted with life. If she goes to the hotel again, she may not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course. I was going to visit your house today. Nakamori Ayako widened her eyes in surprise. Are you serious? Is it too early to meet the parents? Why don't we think about going to a hotel to get a room first? Under Nakamori Ayako's surprised and puzzled eyes, the Ferrari LaFerrari had already parked in front of Nakamori Ayako's residence. The one who came out to answer the door was King's mother, whom Li Wenqian met when he came last time. Hi auntie. Nakamori Ayako and her mother have some similarities in appearance, so there is no doubt that she is her real mother. Please come in. Kingzi, I must entertain good friends. Li Wenqian sat down on the sofa, showing no intention of leaving. He swore he had never been so cheeky in his life. Before dinner, the mainstay of the family, Nakamori Ginzu, is back. There are guests here. Li Wenqian stood up politely, but just as he closed his buttocks, he was pushed down by Zhong Ginzu. Sit down, don't be so polite. Nakamori Ginzu entertained Li Wenqian according to the etiquette of guests, but his words and deeds were not so polite. Understandable. My daughter, who is only in the second grade of high school, has been RD by someone, and no father will look good at the first sight. Your name is Li Wenqian, what do you do? There are some collaborations with companies under the Suzuki Consortium. Was the Ferrari parked at the door snatched or stolen? Buy it for money. Is the money clean? Dad, Mr. Wenqian is a guest, how can you act like a prisoner? Nakamori Ayako couldn't stand listening anymore. Are you doubting your daughter's sharp eyes? How could Wenqian-jun be a bad guy? Dinner time. After 2 glasses of sake, Nakamori Ginzu seemed to have remembered who Li Wenqian was. Brother, we met before. It's just, in the rice flour town before, in the tavern in the rice flour town, hiccup. To be honest. Although Nakamori Ginzu is usually a meticulous workaholic, his drunken state is as good as Mori Kogora. Yes, at that time you still told me that the bandit Tiga was still alive. This guy is indeed still alive, but don't worry, we will be able to catch this guy in a few days, now. Nakamori Ayako couldn't help frowning once listening to the conversation between the two. Feeling bad. Her father and Li Wenqian are brothers, which puts her in an awkward situation. Chapter 104. What's the plan now? Li Wenqian chased all the way to the bathroom of Nakamori's house. There are secrets in this world that even Miyamoto Yumi does not know, such as the plans and progress of the Anti-Tiga Special Operations Group. This is not information that a small traffic policeman like Miyamoto Yumi can eavesdrop on. Hey, wake up! Brother, wake up! Li Wenqian looked at Nakamori Ginzu who was drunk and squatting at the door of the toilet. Snapped. Snapped. Li Wenqian's 2 forced pocket pumps go up and see. It's over. This time it was completely broken. In the end, Nakamori Ginzu's next step plan was still not figured out. Magic now. This is the last place of Daolon magic. Li Wenqian once thought about using it on Megure Juzu, once thought about using it on Bell Mode, once thought about using it on Curacao, once thought about using it on Satomi Wakobe. Finally Nakamori Ginzu became this lucky guy. The reason is that Nakamori Ginzu is now a member of the Anti-Tiga Special Operations Group. Kingzi, your dad is drunk, go to him and go back to rest. Before Li Wenqian left, he touched the invisible link with Nakamori Ginzu, and he only issued one order, to delete all information files about him in the Metropolitan Police Department, everything. He, Lao Li, will never plead guilty now. On the way back, Li Wenqian received a belated greeting from Miyano Akimi. Wenqian-jun, you are safe for the time being. The 2 sisters Miyano, who are far away in Florida on the other side of the ocean, now know that the entire island country is in trouble. The Yasukuni shrine was bombed. This is no longer as simple as touching the tiger's butt, the one who is riding the horse is a tiger's egg. Miyano Akimi had wanted to make this call for a long time, but she didn't dare. Because he was afraid that this phone call would distract Li Wenqian and run into danger. Just this morning, that is, when Li Wenqian was still asleep, I finally couldn't help it. Of course it's fine. Be patient in Florida for a while longer, and I will pick you up soon. Li Wenqian said. Then you must be careful, the island country police must be looking for you now. Me Media now agrees that the person who blew up the Kennedy Space Center was the gangster Digia, and I guess the FBI agents have already acted. Although Miyano Akimi can only be regarded as a small role in the black organization, it does not mean that she is a stupid woman who doesn't understand anything. But anyone with a little brain can think that the United States will never let a gangster who blows up the Kennedy Space Center go unpunished. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Where is Shiho, are you awake? Li Wenqian heard the voice of Miyano Akemi calling his sister on the other end of the phone, but Miyano Shiho may have been embarrassed in front of his sister and refused to communicate decisively. After a few small chats, Li Wenqian hung up the phone. Villa. After Li Wenqian came back, he began to study his next plan. Although the entire Tokyo has now become a highly guarded military-controlled city, this does not stop his determination to destroy the Black Organization. May 20th. This is the best time for him to destroy the Black Organization, and it is also the only chance he can see so far. If he misses this 520, he may have to wait another year. Tanks, helicopters, machine guns. Gunma, Osaka, Tokyo. Where will Rinai Karasuma, the boss of the Black Organization, meet this time, and what method should he use to make this annoying Black Organization disappear from now on? Li Wenqian is worried. For several days, Li Wenqian lived a peaceful life in the villa for a few days. No matter how violent the commotion outside Tokyo was, he remained steadfast. During that time, Nakamori Ginzu sent him a message. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has wiped all information about him, and now he is a blank slate. Oh no! The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department doesn't see him as a blank slate at all. This day, Kisaki Eri and Ran Mori made an appointment to catch the sea together. After Suzuki Sanako heard this, his playful heart burst instantly, and he took Li Wenqian and set off to Izu Beach where Suzuki's family lived. Izu Beach. It wasn't just Kisaki Eri, Ran Mori, Sanako and him who came today. Yukiko, who always likes to be lively, also came along, but when she saw Li Wenqian, she thought of the row of small umbrellas stuffed underneath, and even more of the unforgettable night in the villa area of Okuhiko. So Yukiko deliberately avoids Li Wenqian. In addition to these few people who came to Izu Beach together today, there is another Curacao. The addition of the silver-haired woman made Suzuki Sanako feel a little uncomfortable. After several trials, he gave up after seeing that Curacao did not have much hostility towards her. *NTT. Suzuki Sanako is not an unreasonable person. If you can't suppress Curacao in terms of momentum, then you can crush it in terms of strength. Today, she prepared 2 black silks with letters. Is the injury healed? Curacao was very uncomfortable with Li Wenqian's sudden care. After being taken aback for a moment, Wei Wei immediately said, "It's done." The bullet just grazed her shoulder and didn't stay inside her body, so it wasn't a serious injury. That's good. In any case, Curaçao's shoulder injury was left for him. But next time it won't happen again. Because he is going to settle accounts with the Black Organization next, it will be a battle of either your death or my death. He and the Black Organization can only leave one. You said earlier that FBI agents have come to Tokyo, and I can take action to solve it. Curaçao is tired of the current killer career, but she wants to express herself in front of Li Wenqian, so that Li Wenqian can notice her among many women. Need not. Li Wenqian decided to play it safe and wise. The current situation is that the FBI is in the dark, and he is also in the dark. The only thing exposed under his nose is Jody, a female agent. In this case, whoever strikes first loses. Good. Curaçao sat next to Li Wenqian, facing the direction of the sea. Curaçao is different from Kisaki Eri, Ran Mori, etc. who are rushing to the sea. She doesn't show any hobbies. It seems that only by sitting next to Li Wenqian can she feel a little bit of security. Have you heard that? I heard that it was discovered again today in the woods next to the track. What did you find? Corpse. I heard that another brown-haired girl was killed this time. Someone was killed. Li Wenqian is not interested in such things at all. Ke Xue world, it's normal for someone to die. Let alone one death, Li Wenqian didn't think it was unusual even if 100 died. The eyes of Kuroso next to him narrowed slightly, and his expression had begun to become dignified. Someone being killed meant that there was a murderer active around her, and she had to pull herself together. Chapter 105. Really? Why did you take me to see something like that? There was a murder case near Izu Beach, which instantly aroused Suzuki Sanako's interest, but she didn't dare to watch it alone, so she brought Xiao Ran with her. Xiao Ran felt nauseous after coming back. It seems that today's dinner has been saved. It's so tragic. Why did you say that such a beautiful girl was suddenly killed? Sanako, please stop talking. On the way back, they heard that there had been several serial murders here, and the gangsters were targeting young women. Come over for dinner. Li Wenqian held one arm in his arms, instantly giving the two girls who were trembling just now a sense of security. After getting along for a period of time, the relationship between the three has become very harmonious. Even if they are competing in the same bed, there is no embarrassment at all. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly hit behind him. Li Wenqian subconsciously looked back and saw a big foot kicking towards him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and received the opponent's attack with his knee. Even so, he, Xiao Ran and Sanako in his arms staggered back. Who is this riding horse? Li Wenqian asked himself that after he came to the island country, there was no one he dared not kill, and no place he dared not bomb. But, the people who attacked him so blatantly have already been buried. With the faint light of the evening, Li Wenqian saw a reflective eye and a blurred face. He recognized it. This person is Kyogoku Makoto, an island scion and one-punch man. Li Wenqian's fighting spirit came up instantly. Everyone said that Kyogoku Makoto is the ceiling of the entire island country's combat power, an undefeated real man. After he became an 8-star good citizen, the system rewarded him with an intermediate-level fighting technique that he hasn't actually fought yet. Beiji Road. Li Wenqian rushed forward with a punch, and then had a fist-to-flesh fight with Kyogoku Makoto. Xiao Ran, use your karate skills to deal with this damn it guy. Sanako knows he can't. Her only advantage is that she has some bad money, but now it is impossible to kill this BD, so she can only pin her hopes on her good girlfriend. I wish I couldn't be of much help. Ran Mori could tell right away that a fight of this level was not something she could participate in. Blindly rushing forward not only will not help Li Wenqian, it may even become a burden. The fight between the two was to the flesh, which soon alarmed the people around the restaurant. Just at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the side. An ultra-flying kick as soon as you step on the horse. Even the ceiling of combat power can't stop the flying Geo of the top killer Kuroso. I didn't expect this woman to be quite powerful. Affirmation from Suzuki Sanako. Just because of Kuroso's kick, she decided not to trouble this woman in the future. Pretty good. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. Ran Mori could tell at a glance that Kuroso's level was several dans higher than hers. What surprised her even more was Li Wenqian's skill. She used to think that Li Wenqian had some bad money and knew strange tricks to seduce girls. Turns out she was superficial. Who are you? Maliciously hurting people is an illegal act, like yours, and it has reached the level of detention. Kisaki Eri, this is still polite. If she were to serve as Li Wenqian's defense lawyer, the bespectacled young man said he would spend half a year squatting inside. What are you? Believe it or not, call the police and arrest you now. I thought you were harassed by this man. Kyogoku Makoto's scalp was about to scratch. Hugging from the left to the right is a fool. Why don't these two girls show any anger? His amazing head is no longer enough. At this time, a middle-aged man from the restaurant owner came to rescue him. He first apologized to Li Wenqian, and then reprimanded the simple-minded Kyogoku Makoto. This is the past. 0. Do you want? Kuroso made a killing move with cold eyes. Need not. Kyogoku Makoto didn't have any killing intent towards him, Killing him at the first friction would be tantamount to setting himself on fire. Li Wenqian was thinking about his own fighting skills. Although the mid-level martial arts has touched the ceiling of Ke Xue's world, it seems that it is not so easy to win Kyogoku Makoto, at least he did not have the upper hand before the appearance of Kuroso. What does he want this thing for? Are martial arts important? No matter how hard Kyogoku Makoto's fist is, can it withstand a shell? Li Wenqian suddenly felt that there was a problem with his thoughts. His current focus should be on eradicating black organizations, and his future strategy should consider how to blow up the entire island country. Night. Suzuki Sanako came to find Li Wenqian to sleep with. Today she came out to play as Li Wenqian's girlfriend, and even Xiao Ran couldn't steal her job as bed attendant. Suzuki Sanako pushes open the door. I have found that my place has been taken. Before she could speak, she was pushed out by Kuroso in the hotel room. Damn it! She just forgave the silver-haired girl in the evening, and now she is going to blatantly steal a man? Don't treat her like a human anymore, right? Kuroso didn't give Suzuki Sanako a chance at all. After pushing out of the room, he lay on the bed and waited for Li Wenqian to come out of the bathroom as if nothing happened. The man in the evening is very strong. I am not an opponent without a weapon, but I don't think he is the murderer that has been rumored near the beach. Kyogoku Makoto's force value is that even the top killer Kuroso has to avoid it. A muscular man with such top combat power doesn't need to use a knife at all if he wants to be a killer. Izu Beach is not safe, we should be more careful. 0.7 Kuroso lay on the bed and said to himself. After waiting for a few minutes without hearing Li Wenqian telling her to get out, she relaxed at ease. Bang bang bang! At this time, the door rang again, and Kuroso's nerves tensed up just after he relaxed. She stood behind the door, listened first and then opened the door slowly. I'll give you some fruit, this is an event our hotel holds for tourists. Seeing that it was the innkeeper who had just apologized for Kyogoku Makoto, Kuroso let him in. The innkeeper carried the fruit plate with a smile, and at the same time closed the door with his heels without anyone noticing. The moment the innkeeper put down the fruit plate, his strange behavior instantly aroused Kuroso's vigilance, followed by a dagger on the innkeeper's neck.